Is the intern crazy enough to challenge Whitebeard? Is he out his mind, or does he have some kind of cheat? On the sea of a new world, the Moby Dick is anchored, with a powerful whale emblem on the bow and Whitebeard's skull flag fluttering in the wind. Shawn sits on the deck. His gaze Deefy has been in the pirate world for 3 months, activated the system, and has 8 divine powers. Currently, he has maxed out the power of the Diamond Realm, while the others are all locked. Ding. Mission triggered. Challenge Whitebeard to unlock the power of the Eternal Realm. Shawn is stunned. His first mission is to take on the world's strongest man. This is outrageous. He is anxious. I have 0 battle experience. Only relying on the diamond body and attack and defense boosts, I can only sneak attack. Men, disembark. Whitebeard's voice booms. They have arrived near Fishman Island, a place as familiar as their backyard. Shawn stands up, pumping himself up. I can't lose my momentum time for a sneak attack. He pretends to be nonchalant and quietly sneaks around a Whitebeard's back, only 5 meters away, when Whitebeard suddenly turns around and stares at him. Shawn scratches his head awkwardly. Have I been discovered? Whitebeard frowned. She felt a hint of battle intent just now, but it vanished. Captain, I'm new here. I heard you're very strong. Shawn grins and tries to divert the conversation. Whitebeard remembers him, was the intern saved 3 months ago. Quite earnest. What's off about him today? Look, there's a plane. Shawn suddenly points at the sky. Whitebeard instinctively looks up, and Shawn seizes the opportunity to charge forward, his fist filled with the power of the Diamond Realm. But Whitebeard simply presses down on his head with one hand. Kid, sneak attacks are looked down upon. Damn, if sneak attacks won't work, I have to go all out. Shawn shouts, do you dare to exchange blows with me? I want to challenge you. The crew around them bursts into laughter. Is this kid tired of living? Does he not know that Dad is the strongest in the world? And in turn dares to challenge him. Shawn ignores the ridicule and stares at Whitebeard, his eyes filled with battle intent. Whitebeard is taken aback. This courage is impressive. Can Shawn withstand a punch from Whitebeard? Can the power of the Diamond Realm truly withstand the shock of the Tremor fruit? Will he unlock the power of the Eternal Realm? Whitebeard looks at the young man before him and suddenly grins. Oh? Then he'll play with you. Kid, I appreciate your courage, but you're too weak. I could kill you with a wave of my hand. Whitebeard says after a long silence. He admires Shawn, but doesn't think the young man is qualified to compete with him. There's no need to waste time on a kid who hasn't even matured yet. Everyone is staring at Shawn, their eyes filled with disdain. This is simply the height of overconfidence. Then I won't hold back. To everyone's surprise, Shawn sneaks in for another attack. Boom! At close range, his right fist slams into Whitebeard's chest. Whitebeard frowns, but does not dodge, taking it heat-in. Thud! An astonishing scene unfolds. Whitebeard is pushed back several steps. The venue falls into instant silence. The pirates' faces filled with shock. How is this possible? Dad, the strongest in the world, was actually pushed back by an intern with one punch. Ding! Mission accomplished. Unlocking the power of the Eternal Realm, beginner level. Shawn is shaken inside. I only used 30 of the power of the Diamond Realm, and its might is so terrifying. Whitebeard steadies himself, looking at Shawn with a gaze full of astonishment. This kid's strength is incredible. You have successfully caught my attention. Whitebeard takes a deep breath. Shawn doesn't respond and charges again. With the power of the Diamond Realm being this strong, who would still want to be his son? With a swing of his right arm, overwhelming momentum erupts like a volcano, rushing toward Whitebeard. Whitebeard's brow tightens, and he quickly unleashes a punch infused with the effects of the Tremor fruit. Boom! The two forces collide, creating shockwaves that overturn tables and chairs, shattering stones to dust. Both men stagger back 5 or 6 steps before regaining their footing. The pirates are completely stunned. This young man can actually contend with Whitebeard without losing ground. Whitebeard's blood surges, his face flushed, clearly injured internally. Good guy, truly impressive. He looks at Shawn, his eyes filled with interest. This physical strength is no less than that of Iron Fist Karp. You aren't bad either. No wonder you're the world's strongest. Shawn is equally shocked. Gururara, interesting. Whitebeard laughs heartily. Kid, be my son, and it'll give you the position of 0 Division Captain. What? Everyone's eyes widen, unable to believe it. Is Dad crazy? Letting an intern be the captain? He only relies on sneak attacks. What right does he have? The position of captain is so important. What qualifications does this kid have? The discontented voices explode instantly. Will Shawn agree to be Whitebeard's son? Will other captains accept the position of 0 Division Captain? Can his power of the Diamond Realm unleash even greater might? Whitebeard looks at Shawn, his eyes full of anticipation, while the discontent around them grows louder. A storm seems to be brewing. Dad, are you really giving this kid the position of 0 Division Captain? 1st Division Captain Marco steps forward, opposing from the bottom of his heart. That's right. Whitebeard nods, his eyes shining as he looks at Shawn. This kid is a genius. He just needs some training. He will definitely make the Navy fear him. In the future, the position of Zero Division Captain is worth it for him. Marco is stunned. This is the highest praise he has ever heard Dad give, and Shawn is the first. But since Dad insists, he can only sigh, still looking down on Shawn, who relies on sneak attacks. Zero Division Captain? Who wants to be your son? Shawn suddenly speaks, his tone resolute with a hint of arrogance. I want to be the vice captain of the Moby Dick and be your dad. The crowd erupts. Ha ha, this kid must be crazy. Not even want to be Zero Division Captain and still want to be vice captain. He must have gotten kicked in the head by a donkey. The mocking voices nearly overturn the deck. Shawn remains unfazed. Strength is paramount in the pirate world. Without it, one will end up as fish food. Now that he has the power of the Diamond Realm, why should he settle for being someone's son? That would be truly foolish. Having just knocked back Whitebeard, and with his powers becoming more familiar, it's time to show them whether he deserves to be a vice dad. Kid, arrogance comes with a price. A muscular pirate steps out from the crowd. It is Ramos. With a bounty of 78 million berries, he thinks Shawn only relies on sneak attacks and is not worthy of being on stage. Dad didn't go all out. I can easily teach you a lesson. Shawn laughs, grinning like a flower. Ramos, your bounty is 78 million, right? Blowing your own horn every day has made your ears calloused. Just right. I need a human punching bag, and you fit the bill. That as soon as he says this, the deck erupts even more. This kid is too arrogant. Brat. Ramos roars angrily, charging towards Shawn in an instant, his palm striking down. Shawn raises his fist, perfectly colliding with Ramos' palm. Bang! Ramos is sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing hard onto the deck, groaning in pain. Shawn only used 30 of the power of the Diamond Realm, yet he has seriously injured him. Are you okay? Other pirates quickly rushed to help him up. Ramos covered his numb arm, grinning coldly, and quickly sneered, "You have some skills, but that's about it." Now, it'll get serious. With that, he swung his fists and charged fiercely at Shawn. Could Shawn withstand Ramos' full-powered strike? If 3/10 of his divine power is that fierce, what would happen if he used his full strength? Would the other pirates just stand by and watch? Ramos' fist came crashing down with a gust of wind, and a smile crept on Shawn's lips, just a chance to test the true power of the Diamond Realm divine power. As Ramos rushed forward, Shawn's figure flickered and instantly appeared behind him, delivering a heavy blow to his back. Bang! Ramos was sent flying again, crashing through several masts and landing on the deck, blood spraying from his mouth. The surrounding pirates gasped in shock. This was no sneak attack. Shawn's speed and explosive power were simply beyond what an ordinary person could compare to. His afterimages were indistinguishable. It was terrifying. This speed is comparable to the sixth form, Shave. The 1st Division Captain, Marco, said with a serious expression. The 5th Division Captain, Bista, was intrigued. Old man, your eyes are sharp. Whitebeard laughed heartily. I told you he was a genius. He's already learned to use his own power. Shawn retracted his fist and looked at Ramos with a cold smile. Looks like you're not much of a punching bag after all. Ramos' face turned ashen, anger bubbling within him. But he dared not speak. His internal organs felt displaced. He truly couldn't fight back. But letting an intern become vice captain? No one would accept that. Kid, your name is Shawn, right? Marco approached, his expression grave. Call me Dad. Shawn glanced at him. The entire crowd of pirates tensed up. He gone mad. That was Marco, the 1st Division Captain. He wanted him to call him Dad. Shawn didn't care. Strength was paramount, and he had to intimidate this unruly bunch. He couldn't lose momentum. Since he had already launched a sneak attack, why not take the opportunity to act as a vice dad? Marco frowned, displeased. You want Sid as vice captain? The 0 Division Captain might not be able to either. Are you looking for showdown? Shawn laughed, staring at him. Marco, the Phoenix Fruit's regeneration ability is strong, and the blue flames can heal wounds, which is powerful. But against absolute strength, it's useless. I've secured the vice captain position. The crowd gasped again. This kid had figured out Marco's background, and he wasn't afraid at all. Marco looked at him in astonishment. He felt a sense of pressure from this 17 or 18-year-old that he hadn't experienced since before he became an adult. Good spirit, but don't be too arrogant, Marco said solemnly. In the duel arena, they'll teach you a lesson. He stepped off the ship and walked toward the open area, and the other pirates followed to watch the excitement. Old man, Shawn is a genius. Ramos couldn't even take one hit. It would be a pity if he got killed by Marco. Shouldn't we stop this? The 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Jaws, stepped forward to remind. Could Shawn defeat the immortal Marco? Would Whitebeard stop this duel? In the end, who would secure the position of vice captain? Whitebeard watched the two men heading to the duel arena, a smile creeping onto his face, saying nothing. This good show was just beginning. Gulalala. No need to stop. Whitebeard took a hearty drink and laughed loudly. This kid dares to duel Marco, which means he has confidence. Just look at his calm demeanor. He doesn't regard Marco at all. He glanced at Jaws, chuckling. Did you really think I was holding back earlier? This kid has innate divine power. That punch, just now, made my tiger's mouth numb. Jaws and Bista, along with the other captains, widened their eyes in disbelief. Old man, are you saying this kid is stronger than you? Otherwise, why would I give him the 0 division captain position? Whitebeard took another sip of his drink, looking proud. Jaws' mouth twitched, completely unable to believe I could see this moment. The battle between Marco and Shawn had already begun. Marco transformed into a blue phoenix, his wings creating a fierce wind as he charged at Shawn, aiming for a quick victory. Boom! When the attack was just 0.01 centimeters from Shawn, it was firmly blocked. Marco's expression changed dramatically, and Whitebeard sat up straight, while Jaws and the others were even more shocked. Innate divine power is one thing, but how can his defensive power be so terrifying? Shawn paid no attention to the astonishment around him. His diamond realm divine power naturally came with a diamond body, making his attack and defense incomprehensibly powerful. Now it's your turn. Shawn pushed off with his right leg, launching himself toward Marco like a cannonball. Marco's expression turned grave as he unleashed the Phoenix Stamp. Boom! The shockwave surged forward with immense power. Whitebeard stood up. The captains fixed their eyes on the battlefield. Marco rarely used this move. He was actually being pushed back by an Intern. When the Phoenix Stamp is unleashed, this kid is done for. Get ready to beg for mercy. The pirates jeered, but the next second, they all fell silent. Shawn did not dodge or evade. He charged straight at the Phoenix Stamp, practically courting death. Old Marco, go down. Great strength diamond fist. Shawn's right fist gathered all the diamond realm divine power as he shouted. Rumble. The two energies collided, sparks flying and shockwaves surging. Crack. Marco's transformed form vanished, his clothes shredded by the fist wind, and he was sent flying hundreds of meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire arena fell silent, everyone staring at the standing Shawn. Mouths agape, he actually won, and won so easily. Now, who still thinks I'm unqualified to be vice captain? Shawn turned around, his smile radiant, scanning the surroundings. Those pirates who had given him orders a few months ago were now trembling under his gaze, not daring to make eye contact. Could Shawn really secure the vice captain position? Would the other captains be convinced? Could his diamond realm divine power unleash even more terrifying power? Whitebeard looked at Shawn and suddenly laughed. Gulalala, this kid is quite interesting. In an instant, the surroundings fell into silence, and no one dared to question him anymore. Even Ramos, who had been defeated in one move, held respect for him. Kid, you did well. Whitebeard regained his composure, his gaze intense. Boys, I announced that Shawn is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wow. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheer. Strength is the hard truth. If you can fight, you could be dad. Notify everyone. Tonight we drink heartily at Fishman Island. Whitebeard shouted, and the scene became even more boisterous. That we won't return until we're drunk tonight. Who would have thought this Intern was so fierce? He used to seem so honest and straightforward. Tim, you used to bully him. Now he's the vice captain. Be careful, or he might make you call him dad. He wouldn't hold it against me, right? The pirates cheered excitedly, the atmosphere lively. On the other side, Marco lay on the ground, pale and filled with shock. Just now, Shawn had held back a bit, otherwise he would have been on the brink of death. Where on earth did this kid come from? He looked at Shawn's back, filled with astonishment and wariness. Apart from the old man, I've never encountered such a strong opponent. Recalling his earlier doubts about Whitebeard's judgment, Marco couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old Marco, care for a drink? Shawn walked over, his smile sunny, no longer carrying the fierceness from their battle. Let's go eat. Marco was taken aback, stood up while holding his hand, and laughed heartily. You're really strong, I admit it, but even if you're the vice captain, at most you're a peer. Don't think we'll call you dad. Calling me old man is fine too. Shawn laughed. Get lost. The two's displeasure dissipated in laughter as they walked toward the banquet venue together. Shawn didn't care whether they called him dad, he just didn't want to be his son. The banquet of the Whitebeard Pirates was extravagant, delicious food and drinks, many of which the pirates had never tasted before, with each dish worth thousands of berries. These are so expensive. The Fishman Island chef, Altolia, looked at the ingredients with envy. Her cooking skills were quite good, and this time Whitebeard reluctantly brought out his treasured dried goods just to celebrate the new vice captain, and he also prepared a large amount of hot wine. Everyone sit down. This is made by Miss Altolia. Eat as much as you like. Whitebeard took the lead and sat down, and others followed. Shawn and Marco sat down, chatting and laughing, and Whitebeard looked at him with a joyful expression. I'm really happy today, having such a strong little guy join us, everyone. Take care of him in the future. He raised a large bowl. Come, let's toast to welcome the vice captain. Welcome, vice captain. Everyone raised their glasses and drank in one go, feeling exhilarated. Really refreshing. Whitebeard put down his empty bowl and looked at Shawn. I toast you a bowl. Shawn didn't hold back, clinking bowls and downing it. The exhilarating feeling was too enjoyable. After a few rounds of drinks, Whitebeard began to lavish praise on Shawn, making him blush a little. Would the other captains truly respect Shawn as vice captain? Would anyone cause trouble at the banquet? When would his other divine powers be unlocked? Whitebeard looked at Shawn, surrounded by everyone, and suddenly laughed loudly. Gwa, this kid might just take me to even further places. Moreover, regarding the evil wolf pirates, Shawn had heard people talk about them before. They were a group of ruthless pirates who committed all kinds of atrocities. And under their might, no village or small island could escape the fate of being slaughtered. It was said that their captain, Nethers, was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 130 million, and his strength was unfathomable. The evil wolf pirates were formed by him. Soon, Shawn and 3 members of the Whitebeard pirates were already 100 meters away from the evil wolf pirates. The scene here was chaotic, and it seemed they had already encountered the plundering of the evil wolf pirates. Damn it, did these guys even look down on Pops? Don't they know that Fishman Island already belongs to Pops? They must have launched a sneak attack while we were drinking. Vice Captain Shawn, these are cold-blooded killers, and they should have quite a number of people. I think we should hurry back to inform everyone. Looking at the devastated scene before them, the faces of the 3 pirates turned extremely grim. They never expected the evil wolf pirates to be so arrogant, daring to attack even Whitebeard's territory. They were truly asking for death. At this moment, Shawn just quietly gazed at the wreckage on the ground. Scattered on the ground were many torn women's dresses, remnants of women's hair, and some bloodstains. Clearly, something had happened here just moments ago. He had heard about such situations before Fishman Island was reclaimed by Whitebeard. Many pirates passing through would carry out large-scale kidnappings and plundering of the merfolk and fishmen on the island, as young and beautiful mermaids could be sold at high prices in human trafficking markets. Therefore, incidents of pirates kidnapping mermaids frequently occurred on the island. However, he didn't expect that even though Fishman Island had already become Whitebeard's territory, such things were still happening. Chirp, 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 where did this little brat come from? Knowing about our evil wolf pirate crew. At that moment, as 3 members were discussing, a chilling sneer suddenly reached their ears. Soon, a tall man dressed in black slowly walked out from a nearby building, followed by a dozen fierce-looking pirates, each wielding weapons and exuding a menacing aura. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared man in black, Shawn couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth into an almost imperceptible smile. These guys were worried about not being able to find them, but unexpectedly, they jumped out themselves. Interesting. Kid, hurry up and hand over the valuable treasures on you. A man over 2 meters tall, muscular with arms as thick as iron pillars, approached Shawn, looking down at him with a gaze full of arrogance. What if I refuse? Shawn looked at the muscular man with disdain and calmly replied. With his inflated confidence, he no longer regarded the old man with white hair as a threat, let alone be afraid of small pirate. He refuse? Then you'll have to pay the price. The muscular man sneered, cracking his fist the size of a sandbag, while the dozen pirates beside him and the man in black also showed amused smiles. Bang! However, the next second, their smiles instantly froze. Staring dumbfounded at the scene before them, Shawn immediately launched a sneak attack. With just one punch, the muscular man flew back like a kickball, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering the hard bluestone wall into pieces. This punch, though a sneak attack, is unmatched in power. This scene left all the members of the evil wolf pirate group, more than a dozen in total, wide-eyed and dumbfounded as they stared at Shawn, including the man in black. What are you all standing there for? Get him! Kill this brat! After regaining his senses, the man in black immediately shouted at his companions. The pirates finally reacted and rushed towards Shawn in a swarm. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen pirates, Shawn let out a disdainful cold snort and slightly bent his right hand. Then, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly and suddenly unleashed a punch towards the nearest pirate. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force erupted, striking the pirate's body and sending him flying like a cannonball. The tremendous impact caused him to crash into his remaining companions, knocking them down in disarray. In just a moment, all the members of the wolf pirates were sprawled on the ground, howling in misery. This scene completely shocked the man in black. Before he could react, Shawn grabbed him by the collar and said, "It's you. Take me to your captain, Nethers. Think carefully before you tell me. Refusing or lying will cost you your life." Although Shawn's voice was not loud, it fell in the ears of the man in black like a death warrant, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He was the captain of the evil wolf pirate crew, nicknamed Black Shark. Having just finished plundering this area, He had intended to leave, but happened to see Shawn and a few young people, thinking of going over to show off, and perhaps make some money. He never expected that the other party would be even more imposing than him. I'll tell you. The man in black stammered for a moment, quickly saying in a panic, the captain, he is to the north of Fishman Island. We plan to meet there after the successful raid. Take me there, Shawn said impatiently. Yes. Having witnessed Shawn's formidable strength, the man in black dared not object any further and quickly led the way. Moments later, Shawn and Tim, under the guidance of Black Shark, arrived at a remote area. Upon arrival, Shawn was also taken aback. So many mermaids. In front of them, on the deck of a giant ship named the Great Wolf, various stunning mermaids appeared in droves. Their skin was snow white and delicate, and their figures were graceful and enchanting, but their faces were filled with fear and panic. Shawn also noticed that the dresses of these mermaids showed signs of being torn, and some even had obvious scars on their faces, as if they had been abused, and now they were all bound. It seemed these were the mermaids that had been plundered by the evil wolf pirate crew, and this large ship should be the true lair of the evil wolf pirates. Shawn frowned and suddenly lifted Black Shark. No. Black Shark immediately realized what he was about to do and was instantly terrified, turning pale. Boom. However, his cries were in vain. Following that, with a loud crash, Black Shark's body was kicked by Shawn onto the deck of the large ship. The immense impact created a massive dent on the deck where he landed. The commotion immediately caused the captured mermaids to scream. It also drew out the remaining members of the wolf pirate crew from the cabin. The first to step out was a burly man with a face full of muscles. His gaze was fierce like that of a beast, and a menacing wolf was painted on his chest. He was Vice Captain Shao, the captain of the wolf pirate crew, who had a bounty of 130 million on his head. Nethers. At this moment, Tim approached, cautiously whispering to Shao. Oh, is that him? Shao squinted his eyes, scanning the muscular man with a hint of cold light in his gaze. Who are you? Nethers asked coldly, his eyes landing on Shao. The handsome guy here to exchange your head for a bounty. Shao smiled at Nethers. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with the furious roars of the wolf pirate crew members. Where did this bastard come from, daring to be so arrogant and shameless? Boss, this guy is too arrogant. Let us kill him. Yeah, let us quickly kill him. Kid, being too arrogant will get you killed. At this moment, Nethers took a step closer to Shao, his eyes fixed on him, a sinister smile on his face. Shao maintained a faint smile and said, Unfortunately for you, due to my arrogance, your other team has already been wiped out by me. I came here specifically to borrow your head because I'm short on cash. Nethers was not surprised by this. He had already guessed the outcome when Black Shark was kicked over by Shao earlier. However, since this kid was a stranger to him, he was a bit puzzled about his identity. Nevertheless, he did not care about that. The fact that this young kid dared to boast in front of him was simply seeking death. Kid, I'm already angry. The consequences will be severe. A sinister expression appeared on Nethers' face as he glared at Shao, his murderous intent unabashed. Foolish guy, go die. Then his massive fist, wrapped in armed color Haki, swung violently toward Zhao's head. The boss is angry. This kid is going to be smashed into meat paste. Ho ho. Haha, that's right, when the wolf is enraged. Blood flows like a river. This arrogant little brat is definitely finished this time. Daring to provoke our wolf pirate crew with just 3 people. ISNT, that clearly seeking death. The other members of the wolf pirate crew sneered maliciously. However, the next moment, everyone was stunned, because Nethers' fist was easily caught by Shao with one hand, unable to advance even a bit. It was as if his fist was blocked by an incredibly heavy stone, completely immovable and impossible to break free. Nethers' expression changed dramatically at that moment, his pupils constricting. How is this possible? My fist was actually stopped so easily. Nethers looked at Shao in disbelief. Shao gazed at his shocked expression and smirked coldly. A pirate with a bounty of 130 million dozen tea seemed to have much ability after all. Nethers was now furious. Kid, don't celebrate too early. As soon as he finished speaking, surprisingly, Nethers' body suddenly underwent a huge transformation, breaking free from Zhao's grasp. His originally burly frame instantaneously changed into a gigantic wolf. This vicious wolf has 3 sharp tusks that are 3 feet long, and its mouth opens wide enough to swallow 1 or 2 adult men. On its limbs, it is covered with sharp claws, and with each swing, it can cut through the air, leaving behind sharp afterimages, moving at an incredibly fast speed. As soon as the vicious wolf appeared, it lunged at Shawn with incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene, all the members of the evil wolf pirate crew showed expressions of glee. In their eyes, this young guy was surely doomed. Once the captain transformed into wolf form and launched an attack, no one could withstand it. Is this the power of the Zoan-type devil fruit? Shawn looked at the wolf in front of him, his gaze slightly solidifying. Suddenly, his body disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he reappeared, standing behind Nethers. At that moment, Shawn clenched his right fist and struck out fiercely. Nethers, this punch will send you to meet Buddha. Bang! A punch infused with 40% of the power of the Diamond Realm suddenly erupted, forcefully striking Nethers' back, creating a dull thud. And then Nethers' body was sent flying by the punch. Whoosh! The massive wolf's figure traced an arc in the air, vanishing like a meteor, falling 1,000 meters away. In an instant, the scene fell into dead silence. The remaining members of the evil wolf pirate crew widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes, as their captain, the strongest being of the evil wolf pirate crew, had just been sent flying by a young man with a single punch. How could this be possible? Their captain is gone just like that? In an instant, all the members of the evil wolf pirate crew were left dumbfounded. The trio of Tim beside them also had their lips trembling. Shawn, the vice captain's strength is indeed terrifying. At this moment, they finally understood why this young man had the absolute qualification to become the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Tim, these small fries are up to you, no problem. At this time, Shawn turned to Tim and the others and said calmly, Hee, don't worry, Vice Captain Shawn, we are already quite skilled at this kind of thing. Tim replied with a smile. Nethers had already been sent flying by a punch, and he was probably dead, shattering their last hope. This result was a heavy blow to the members of the evil wolf pirate crew, and their morale had plummeted to the bottom. When a person loses courage and fighting spirit, the outcome of the battle is predictable. Soon, the remaining members of the evil wolf pirate crew were completely crushed under the attacks of Tim and the others' armed Haki-infused fists, all perishing. The entire scene was filled with the stench of blood, with corpses lying everywhere. The mermaids were already stunned into silence by the earlier scene, unable to regain their senses. It was only when they saw Shawn approaching that they reacted. As they watched Shawn's footsteps draw closer, especially the smile on his face, terror and panic filled the eyes of these beautiful mermaids. They didn't know if they had just escaped a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. Their hearts were racing. Shawn paid no attention to the mermaids and walked straight to a corner of the cabin. There were 5 burly men covered in blood, one of whom was Ramos, who had previously challenged Shawn out of defiance. It seemed they had encountered the wolf pirate crew during their patrol. As Shawn drew near, Ramos's lips trembled. Vice Captain Shawn. When Ramos called him Deputy Captain Shao, it was actually filled with genuine respect. All the previous discomfort seemed to vanish in that moment. He had witnessed the entire battle just now, and the only word to describe Shao and strength was shock. At this point, he had completely acknowledged this young deputy captain in his heart. Even if Shao forced him to call him dad, he might grit his teeth and comply. Ramos, how could you be so careless? Shao said with a casual smile as he looked at Ramos. After that, he crouched down, placing his right hand directly on the wound on Ramos's shoulder. Immediately, a powerful divine energy from the realm of longevity surged from his body and quickly entered Ramos's body. A tremendous vitality rapidly radiated out, swiftly healing the wound on Ramos's shoulder. In a moment, the injury had healed completely, returning to its original state. Not only that, but the internal organs that had been displaced from the earlier challenge against Shao were also fully restored. Feeling this scene, Ramos instantly gasped in astonishment. This method is truly extraordinary, simply unheard of. Previously, if any crew member of the Moby Dick was injured or sick, it was Captain Marco who used his fruit abilities to heal them, which was already a remarkable thing. But now, Shawn just touched him, and his wound actually healed. This ability is truly astonishing. Thank you, Deputy Captain Shao, Ramos said gratefully. He had completely submitted to Shawn now. Shawn smiled and turned to treat the other 4. After a moment, the wounds on these 4 were all healed, and their faces were filled with surprise. Deputy Captain Shao, you are really amazing. That's right. This is simply incredible. It's even more powerful than Captain Marco's healing technique. It's truly miraculous. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the 4, Shawn only showed a faint smile. Little did they know, his healing was more for gaining experience. In this short period of time, his lifespan divine power has significantly increased in proficiency. Lifespan divine power advanced, proficiency 29. 6. From a healing process just now, it can be seen that the proficiency of this lifespan divine power depends on the severity of the injuries. The greater the severity, the more proficiency gained after treatment. Next, Shao En, without any hesitation, instructed Ramos and the others to release all the mermaids who had been kidnapped on the ship. After being untied, the mermaids had tears shimmering in their beautiful eyes, looking pitiful, and their gazes towards Shawn were filled with gratitude. What touched them even more was that Shawn not only freed them, but also took the initiative to treat their wounds. During this short time, Shawn kept glancing at the system panel in his mind. Lifespan Divine Power, Proficient, Proficiency 57. 8. Lifespan Divine Power, Proficient, Proficiency 58. 6. Lifespan Divine Power, Proficient, Proficiency 59. 7. Lifespan Divine Power, Great Achievement, Proficiency 79. 9. Watching the proficiency continuously increase, Shawn's face was filled with joy. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his lifespan divine power could reach a state of perfection, and when the next stage of the system task was triggered, he would be able to unlock the earthly repository divine power. Ramos, our first mate, seems to have a fondness for beautiful women. The four pirates speculated as they saw Shawn continuously treating the mermaids with a smile on his face. Ramos also noticed this scene and said with a smile, "It seems we need to introduce more beauties to the first mate in the future." Amidst their discussions, Shawn was continuously gaining experience, and in no time, the group of people in front of him were healed under the treatment of the lifespan divine power. Almost everyone in this group has both internal and external injuries, and several older individuals are suffering from incurable diseases. All of this has naturally consumed a lot of Zion's efforts. However, it has not been in vain. His longevity realm divine power has reached the peak of great accomplishment, just a hair's breadth away from perfection. Now, seeing that the proficiency of his longevity realm divine power has reached 99. 1. The injured suddenly disappeared. For this situation, Zion is not without a solution. Today, he has made up his mind to elevate the proficiency of his longevity realm divine power to perfection, so he will strive no matter what. With this in mind, Zion suddenly wore an evil grin and looked at the black shark lying on the deck like a dead dog. The black shark had just had its sternum broken by a kick from Shawn, several ribs shattered, and had become a cripple, now only able to survive by breathing. Unable even to sit up, just when it thought it was about to die, it felt a tremendous divine power entering its body, healing its wounds. But just as its fatal injuries were about to be healed, that power suddenly snapped. Finally, the continuous pain brought a bit of clarity to its mind. When it opened its eyes, it found that Shawn, the one who had kicked it away, was standing right in front of it. The black shark was startled upon seeing Shawn, its eyes filled with immense fear, as if it had encountered the Grim Reaper. Shawn looked at the black shark with a sinister smile. "Little Black, show your last value. I will give you a quick end." Upon hearing Shawn's words, despair instantly appeared on the black shark's face. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die." The black shark trembled and pleaded. Hearing its begging, Shawn became serious for the first time and coldly replied, "When you burned, killed, and looted, did you ever think of others?" The black shark opened its mouth but didn't know how to respond. At that moment, Shawn's divine power from the realm of eternal life had already approached the state of perfection. Realm of eternal life, divine power, great achievement, proficiency 99. 5. Realm of eternal life, divine power, great achievement, proficiency 99. 8. Ding. Realm of eternal life, divine power, great perfection, proficiency 100 with the sound of the system's prompt. An excited smile appeared on Shawn's face. This method of gaining experience was something he was using for the first time. Although it was somewhat time-consuming, the results were very satisfying. His longevity divine power had finally reached the realm of perfection, and he now had an additional miraculous trump card. However, what excited Shawn the most was that this perfected longevity divine power was not just about healing. In this state, the longevity divine power could grasp the true essence of life, thereby further extending his lifespan and even making resurrection possible. This incredible ability can be considered a huge surprise for Shawn. Moreover, after reaching the state of complete mastery of divine power in the eternal life realm, Shawn inexplicably gained an additional skill, Cycle of Life and Death Limit. This skill can cover a certain range and provide collective healing to those within that range. This is currently the only powerful healing method that Shawn has. If he had the Cycle of Life and Death Limit earlier, it wouldn't have been so troublesome to treat each one individually. Next, with his divine power in the eternal life realm reaching perfection, Shawn decided to give that black shark a quick end. Devil, you are a cruel devil." The black shark looked at Shawn in fear, his eyes filled with intense terror and resentment. However, he didn't even have the strength to crawl away and escape. At this moment, there was only death and despair in his eyes. Crack! With a soft sound, Shawn expressionlessly twisted his neck. This scene was also witnessed by the surrounding mermaids. However, they did not find Shawn's methods cruel. On the contrary, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Ramos, gather them up. It's time for us to head back, Shawn instructed Ramos. After hearing this, Ramos respectfully responded and then called over the other 4 companions, along with Tim, who had just returned after collecting the heads. The Moby Dick. Gulalala. Good. Good, very satisfying. Truly worthy of being the vice captain of my Whitebeard pirates. Haha. After hearing Tim and the others recounting, Whitebeard laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. Shawn's achievements were indeed remarkable. He had single-handedly wiped out the entire wolf pirates in such a short time, which was nothing short of a miracle. Furthermore, Whitebeard had also heard Ramos mention Shawn's miraculous healing abilities, which made him even fonder of Shawn. However, it also led him to question whether Shawn was truly a powerful devil fruit user. But soon after, he dismissed his own speculation. This was because Shawn was not a bad swimmer at all. He was very adept in the water and naturally had no fear of the sea. Thus, he wouldn't suffer from the side effects of consuming a devil fruit. A few days later, in the seas of the New World, a massive pirate ship was sailing swiftly with a giant Whitebeard skull flag flying from its mast. Inside the cabin, Shawn was drinking with Whitebeard. During this time, the two have become completely familiar with each other. Whitebeard has a great admiration and respect for Shawn, even personally teaching him some pirate knowledge and rules. Whitebeard's appreciation for Shawn is evident, and the strength Shawn has displayed is indeed worthy of the title of captain, even surpassing Whitebeard himself. During this period, aside from these, Shawn has also been continuously strengthening his Vajra Realm Divine Power and Longevity Realm Divine Power, making his control over them more proficient. However, despite achieving great perfection in the proficiency of Longevity Realm Divine Power for quite some time, he still hasn't triggered the task to unlock the Xidagarba Realm Divine Power. Report. A pirate ship has been spotted 2 kilometers ahead and is approaching us. At this moment, a pirate came in to report. Oh, Whitebeard was slightly taken aback. There were many ships, big and small, in this sea area. However, many ships would steer clear upon seeing the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. It was surprising that someone dared to approach them. Although puzzled, Whitebeard still commanded, all hands on alert. Yes, the crew responded immediately and left the cabin. Hearing this, Shawn was also curious. He put down the cup in his hand, exited the cabin, and raised his head to look into the distance. In his line of sight, a pirate ship was rapidly sailing towards them. The ship was getting closer, and soon the members of the Whitebeard pirates finally saw the pirate ship across from them. Its flag bore a white skull with a closed mouth and a slightly serious expression. Upon seeing this flag, someone immediately shouted loudly, "It's the Red Fourth, the Red Hair Pirates." The moment the voice fell, it attracted everyone's attention. Even the First Division captain, Marco, quickly stood at the bow of the ship, frowning as he looked ahead at the Red Fourth. After confirming it was the Red Hair Pirates, the Moby Dick also stopped moving forward. Not long after, a red-haired one-armed man stepped out from the Red Fourth and slowly boarded the Moby Dick. What surprised Shawn was that as soon as the red-haired man appeared, the system's voice echoed in his mind simultaneously. Hearing the system's voice, Shawn couldn't help but show a hint of joy, finally going to unlock it. However, just as he was feeling happy, his companions around him suddenly collapsed to the ground, pale-faced. What's going on? Hey, what is wrong with you guys? Seeing this scene, some pirates already showed terrified exclamations. Calm down, don't panic, they just fainted, Marco said lazily, glancing over. It's normal for those with half-baked endurance to not stay conscious in front of him, Diamond Jozu said with narrowed eyes. At this moment, Shawn was also staring intently at the red-haired man, his heart shaking. Wow, such powerful Conqueror's Haki. He could clearly feel the intense aura of dominance emanating from the red-haired man, which felt like a heavy Mount Tai, suffocating and hard to breathe. If it weren't for his strong resistance due to the Vajra body, he might have ended up like the others. At this moment, the nearby pirates, including Ramos, also collapsed to the ground, their facial muscles twitching as if they were under immense pressure, their faces turning pale, and then they fainted. Heavy footsteps echoed from beneath the red-haired pirate, making people's hearts tremble. With each step he took, a group of people on the Moby Dick fell to the ground. In an instant, dozens had already fainted under the oppressive force of red-haired Shanks Conqueror's Haki. My apologies. I'm so sorry for making such a display as soon as I boarded the ship. At this point, the footsteps finally stopped, and red-haired Shanks stood opposite Whitebeard. A subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Just as he finished speaking, Marco tilted his head and said, "Hey, red hair, what are you up to?" Hearing the voice, Shanks turned to Marco, showing a harmless smile. "Oh, it's Marco of the First Division. Would you like to join us?" "Damn it, you bastard." Marco's expression shifted unpredictably. Hee hee. Shanks smiled slightly, then turned his gaze back to Whitebeard and slowly said, "I'm not here to duel. I just want to tell you to stop. Prevent Ace from continuing to hunt down Blackbeard Teach." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard suddenly took a swig of his drink and burst into hearty laughter. "Kuaha. What you're saying sounds just like a wet behind the ears kid. That guy killed a comrade. Broke my rules. Committed an unforgivable crime. Such a person should not exist in this world. If I don't kill that bastard, how can the souls of those dead children find peace?" Shanks' expression remained unchanged as he continued to patiently discuss the pros and cons of this matter with Whitebeard. At this time, Shawn quietly listened from the side. Blackbeard Teach was a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, who had been enduring for a long time just to obtain the dark fruit. In the end, to seize the dark fruit, he killed Ace, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, making him a cruel and greedy villain. Bang! Just then, the conversation between the two seemed to have reached a breaking point. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he threw the large wine jug to the ground and said to Shanks in a deep voice, "You bastard. Shut up. If you want to point fingers at me, wait another 100 years. I'm Whitebeard." It seemed that this era was about to explode. Shanks' expression also turned slightly angry as he slowly stood up, then drew his sword Griffin and slashed at Whitebeard. The sharp Griffin cut through the air, producing a series of sharp howling sounds that sent chills down people's spines. Damn it. What the hell does that bastard Shanks want to do? Seeing this scene, the pirates on the Moby Dick began to angrily discuss. Marco tilted his head, sneering, "This guy doesn't seem like the type to do something foolish." But it seems his conversation with Dad has broken down. After his words fell, the sharp gleam of the blade quickly approached Whitebeard, seemingly about to strike him in the next second. Bang! However, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Shanks' attack. The figure's fist perfectly met Shanks' strike. Boom! In an instant, an incredibly terrifying shockwave erupted in the air above the pirate ship, stirring up endless winds that sent everyone tumbling. "That's Shawn. No, that's Vice Captain Shawn. Amazing. He can actually clash head-on with one of the 4 emperors," red-haired Shanks. Many pirates on a Moby Dick widened their eyes in surprise at this scene. Even Marco and the others were astonished. How could they not understand Shanks' terrifying strength? They never expected Shawn to withstand it with just his fist. Wow, wait. Look at the sky. What the heck? It's actually cracking open. How is this possible? At that moment, all the pirates on the Moby Dick were terrified and exclaimed in shock. This was because a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky. Subsequently, the crack grew deeper and larger, as if the heavens were about to collapse, leaving everyone in shock. Even Whitebeard widened his eyes in disbelief. Oh, at this moment, looking at the kid who dared to clash fists with him, red-haired Shanks was also taken aback, staring in astonishment at Shawn. Not only him, but also Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the red-haired pirates, Sniper Yassop, and other pirates were all looking at Shawn in shock. They could never have imagined that someone would dare to use their fists to contend with one of the 4 emperors. It was simply insane. However, the fact before them proved that this person was not crazy and had indeed clashed fists with red-haired Shanks. At this moment, the shock in red-haired's heart surpassed that of everyone else. He could hardly believe that this unfamiliar young man could actually fight him. This guy seemed like someone he had never seen before. Who on earth was he? The light in red-haired's eyes flickered as he focused on Shawn, filled with curiosity. He never expected that there was such a strong person hidden on the Moby Dick. After a moment, red-haired looked at Shawn, standing before him, and a trace of interest appeared on his face. In his view, someone of this caliber should have already made a name for themselves. Yet, he had never heard of this person at all. "Kuahaha Shanks. I never expected you to have a day like this. I forgot to tell you, this kid is my treasure and the new vice captain of the Moby Dick." At this time, Whitebeard looked smugly at red-haired, as if showing off his own wife. "Vice captain?" Upon hearing this, red-haired furrowed his brows, and a strange expression appeared on his face. In his understanding, the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates had always been Marco, the captain of the 1st Division. When did such a young vice captain emerge? Ding! Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the powers of the Xidagarba realm. Just then, while red-haired and the others were still in shock, Shawn finally withdrew his fist. The gray, locked state of the Xidagarba realm powers in his mind transformed into the initial practice state. Xidagarba realm powers, initial practice, proficiency 0. However, Just as Shawn was about to turn and leave after completing his mission, a more intense Conqueror's Haki suddenly emanated from Red-Haired. Damn it, what does Red-Haired want to do? Is he really planning to duel with us, the Whitebeard pirates? The pirates on the Moby Dick were both shocked and angry, as they could not afford to underestimate Red-Haired's existence. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. Moreover, at this moment, Red-Haired's griffin was already prepared for battle. This weapon was known to rival Mihawk's supreme blade, the Black Blade Yuru. It was well known that before Red-Haired lost his arm, he often sparred with Mihawk, and their swordsmanship was nearly equal. Mihawk was also known as the world's greatest swordsman. The fact that Red-Haired could contend with him showcased his swordsmanship as one of the best in the world. Furthermore, his Conqueror's Haki was also incredibly formidable. If a duel were to occur on the Moby Dick at this moment, it would likely be a disaster for both sides. However, at that moment, a tall and sturdy figure stood in front of Shawn, giving a sense of security. You brat, you were just a kid on Roger's ship when I first met you. Although you've grown over the years, this is my territory, so get the hell out of my way. Whitebeard glared at Red-Haired while gripping his sword, his aura surging. In an instant, both sides' auras escalated once again, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. After a long while, Red-Haired finally sighed, and his Conqueror's Haki gradually receded. He knew that Whitebeard would not heed his advice. The earlier display of Haki was merely out of anger from the conversation breaking down, and of course, the shock from Shawn clashing fists with him. I hope you won't regret it. Red-Haired turned and slowly left behind those words. The people on the Moby Dick breathed a sigh of relief. However, just 3 steps later, Red-Haired's figure suddenly froze, his gaze turning to Shawn, who stood there dumbfounded. Everyone immediately tensed up. If we must hunt down Teach, perhaps he could fight alongside Ace. Red-Haired spoke lightly, his gaze focused on Shawn. After saying this, Red-Haired stepped onto the Redford and slowly departed. As soon as his figure disappeared, the entire scene erupted in chaos. What does that mean? No way. Did Red-Haired just concede that Vice Captain Shawn is stronger than him after being at a disadvantage against Blackbeard? This is impossible. Shanks is one of the 4 emperors, with unparalleled swordsmanship and Haki. Although Vice Captain Shawn is strong, he can't be stronger than him. If that's the case, then Vice Captain Shawn is terrifyingly powerful. Perhaps Red-Haired means that Vice Captain Shawn could be Blackbeard Teach's nemesis? Don't forget, the clash of their fists even created a crack in the sky. If it weren't for Vice Captain Shawn's immense strength, how could such an anomaly occur? And let's not forget how Vice Captain Shawn became the Vice Captain in the first place. Hearing the speculations from several pirates, the faces of all the pirates on the Moby Dick showed expressions of shock. Even Marco was stunned for a while before revealing a bitter smile. He never expected that even Red-Haired would hold such a high opinion of this kid. It seems that losing to him is not shameful at all. At this moment, not only were the pirates on the Moby Dick shocked, but even Ben Beckman and others on the Redford were also stunned by Red-Haired's earlier words. Boss, does that kid really have such strength? Vice Captain Ben Beckman asked in astonishment. Sniper Yassop also looked surprised. This guy's never been heard of before. I never expected him to be this formidable. In response to their shock, Red-Haired calmly said, that kid is definitely not as simple as he seems. Although he looks quite dull right now, his eyes contain strong confidence and presence. Faced with my pressure, he didn't even frown once. Moreover, his strength has likely reached an extremely terrifying level. If I were to fight him with all my might, the outcome would be hard to predict. Hearing this, Beckman and the others gasped in disbelief. They never imagined that this young man from the Whitebeard pirates would possess strength comparable to the 4 emperors. No wonder he could be made the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, the Moby Dick finally returned to silence. Hey, what are you still doing standing there? Dad has something to tell you. Hurry up. Marco stood at the cabin door and nodded to Shawn, shouting. After the red-haired man left, Whitebeard immediately returned to the cabin to rest, while Shawn remained at the bow of the Moby Dick, carefully studying the newly unlocked powers of the Earth Deity. At this moment, upon hearing Marco's voice, Shawn slowly walked into the cabin. However, as soon as he entered, he was stunned in place. In such a short time, the Whitebeard before him seemed like a different person. The formidable man who had just stood in front of him now appeared to have aged about 10 years, his face pale and looking like a sickly person who could collapse at any moment. And he was even hooked up to him for. Old man, Shawn is here. Marco looked at Whitebeard's haggard state, a pained expression appearing on his face. He glanced at Shawn and said, Kuha-ha, Marco, don't show such a sad face. This old bone of mine, ISN, he going to die yet. Whitebeard forced a smile and then turned his attention to the newly entered Shawn. Little guy, come sit. Shawn nodded and slowly sat down beside Whitebeard. Whitebeard revealed a pale smile, looking at Shawn and said, You little guy, that punch today was really satisfying. That red-haired guy's face darkened. Gura, gura, gura. Shawn chuckled, thinking that he simply couldn't stand the arrogant demeanor of the red-haired man, who had stunned his companions with his Conqueror's Haki, so he naturally had to show him a lesson. Little guy, the future belongs to you young ones. This old man may never see it again. Before I leave this world, I hope you can safeguard the Moby Dick in the days to come. I believe that under your leadership, the Whitebeard pirates will shine the brightest in this era. At this moment, Whitebeard's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a look of helplessness and melancholy as he looked at Shawn and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn's body slightly stiffened. They hadn't spent much time together, but for Shawn, whether it was Whitebeard or the Moby Dick, he had already fully integrated into them. After all, this was his first home in this world, and he was a vice dad. Old man, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the strongest man in the world. Shawn tried to keep his expression calm as he lazily said. Then he reached out a hand and placed it directly on Whitebeard's arm, checking his condition while slowly saying, Old man, I'm just a vice, and if the Moby Dick loses you, then the Whitebeard pirates will be completely disbanded. Moreover, don't forget, your precious vice captain is a legendary physician, so as long as I'm here, you'd better stay alive. Hearing Shawn's unreserved words, a glimmer of comfort flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. He gently patted Shawn's hand and laughed heartily. All right, since you little guy said so, I'll stay with you for a while longer. He was well aware of his physical condition, so he just laughed off Shawn's words and didn't say much more. Looking at the kind face before him, Shawn also felt a pang in his heart. In this short time, he had carefully examined the cause of Whitebeard's illness and found that his body had long been worn out due to years of heavy drinking and irregular lifestyle and diet, and he was nearing the end of his life. Therefore, his lifespan was already limited. Moreover, he was old. Shawn couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Such a powerful man ultimately could not withstand the ravages of time. Seizing the moment, after diagnosing Whitebeard's illness, Shawn immediately infused a trace of divine power from the realm of longevity into his body. However, he soon discovered that this trace of divine power vanished like a silver needle dropped into the sea, and Whitebeard's condition had not improved much. His complexion was only slightly more flushed. No wonder even Marco was helpless. Seeing this scene, Shawn frowned. Marco was the ship's doctor on the Moby Dick, and it was well known that his flame of regeneration had miraculous healing effects. If it could cure him, Marco would have healed Whitebeard long ago. But now it seemed that even Marco was at a loss, highlighting the severity of the illness. However, for Shawn, who possessed the supreme divine power of the realm of longevity, treating Whitebeard's body was not a difficult task. It just required some effort. His divine power was the pinnacle of healing techniques. As long as there was still a breath left, he could save a person, extend their lifespan, and even resurrect them. At this moment, Shawn did not hesitate to input the surging divine power of the eternal realm once again. In an instant, mysterious forces surged out from Shawn's body, drilling into Whitebeard's body. At this moment, Whitebeard's powerful body trembled, clearly surprised. This force made him feel that the vitality within him had increased significantly, and he sensed that some minor ailments in his body were gradually improving. Little guy, looking at Shawn, Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment. Marco, standing nearby, also noticed that Whitebeard's complexion had noticeably improved, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He had tried to treat Whitebeard himself, but his flame of regeneration worked slowly on Whitebeard's condition, and the ravages of time were relentless. Even with all his strength, he had found no way to help. He didn't expect Shawn's miraculous healing technique to give him a glimmer of hope. Don't speak, Shawn whispered, while his right hand continuously transmitted the divine power of the eternal realm into Whitebeard's body. At this moment, he was fully focused on delivering the divine power throughout Whitebeard's entire body, even to his limbs and bones. In less than a moment, as Whitebeard's complexion grew increasingly rosy, a smile appeared on Shawn's face. He knew his efforts were not in vain. Phew! After nearly half an hour, Shawn finally stopped the treatment and let out a heavy sigh of relief. You brat, how are you feeling? Seeing Shawn looking somewhat fatigued, Marco asked with concern. Shawn waved his hand and instead looked at Whitebeard with a smile, saying, Hey, are you satisfied with your vice captain's abilities now? Whitebeard was still immersed in shock, as his physical condition had noticeably improved by a large margin, and the minor ailments that had accumulated over the years were completely wiped away. Gulalala, that feels good. Little guy, you've saved my old life. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Shawn also wore a bright smile, although this treatment had consumed a lot of his energy. He was glad to have cured Whitebeard's ailments, which repaid the kindness they had shown him when they rescued and took him in from the sea. However, he found himself unable to address the traces left by time. The divine power of the eternal realm could indeed extend a person's life and even revive them. But he could only gradually continue to supply the eternal realm's healing in the days to come to prolong Whitebeard's life. "Old man, is Blackbeard very strong?" Just then, while Marco and Whitebeard were still immersed in the joy of the treatment, Shawn suddenly stood up, turning his back to them, revealing a resolute silhouette, and calmly asked. This abrupt sentence immediately caused the two to stop smiling, and for a moment, both of their gazes fell on Shawn, feeling as if that little sneak attacker had suddenly matured. At this moment, Shawn turned around and revealed a harmless smile, saying, "This guy betrayed his companions and betrayed the Moby Dick. As the vice captain, I feel it is my duty to bring back his head and apologize to the fallen companions." As soon as he finished speaking, both Whitebeard and Marco were taken aback. "Kid," Whitebeard opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But before he could speak, Shawn directly interrupted him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Hee, as the vice captain of the Moby Dick, this is indeed my responsibility." Seeing Shawn's determined gaze, both Whitebeard and Marco fell silent. Because, as Shanks said before leaving, Shawn indeed had this strength. However, Whitebeard still worried about him. Although Shawn was powerful, he lacked experience, and Blackbeard Teach was treacherous and ruthless. Whitebeard feared something might happen to him. After pondering for a long time, Whitebeard finally spoke, his voice deep. "Kid, that bastard is up to you. You must bring back his head." "Old man, don't worry, I will definitely complete it," Shawn replied with a smile, then swaggered out of the cabin. In the following 3 days, apart from learning some maritime knowledge, Shawn practiced the Xidagarbo realm divine power against the sea. Now, he was gradually mastering the newly unlocked Xidagarbo realm divine power. Xidagarbo realm divine power advanced, proficiency 27. 9. The power of the Xidagarbo realm is quite unique, capable of using decaying and toxic forces to inflict permanent damage on enemies. At its peak, it can instantly turn a person into a pile of bones. However, this divine power has a significant drawback. Its attack power is too weak, especially when compared to the formidable strength of the Diamond Realm. If faced with a super strong opponent, it is of little use. Nevertheless, its surprise, interference, and ability to eliminate enemies are quite impressive. On the 4th day, Shawn finally planned to leave the Moby Dick and officially pursue Blackbeard Teach. The midday sun on the sea was particularly glaring, illuminating the turbulent waters. At this moment, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were gathered on the deck. Today was the day Shawn would leave the Moby Dick. "Kid, are you really not considering staying a few more days?" Whitebeard looked at Shawn, a reluctant expression on his face. "I'm leaving. I don't want that bastard Teach to live another day." Shawn chuckled and then cupped his hands toward Whitebeard. "All right, you rascal." Whitebeard sighed, but soon he revealed a smile and said to Shawn, "You little brat, remember what you promised me. You must find Ace and bring back Blackbeard Teach's head alive." Shawn replied with a faint smile, "Got it, you old man, you really are long-winded." After saying this, Shawn put away the compass and life card that Marco had handed him, along with some wealth that Whitebeard had given him, and turned to leave. At this moment, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates watched Shawn's figure fade away, feeling a sense of reluctance in their hearts. During this period of getting along, they not only recognized the young first mate, but also treated him like family. "Kid, we're waiting for your triumphant return," Marco shouted loudly at Shawn. Shawn didn't look back. He simply waved his hand and stepped onto a small boat, heading off into the distance, quickly disappearing into the vast sea. It was not until a long time later that Shawn let out a slight sigh. This parting made him feel a bit uncomfortable, but he knew that Blackbeard Teach's betrayal had already left a shadow in Whitebeard's heart. This was a deeply rooted hatred, a thorn in his heart. If this thorn was not removed, Whitebeard would probably never be able to let go, and his heartache would be difficult to heal. Therefore, no matter what, he had to bring back Blackbeard Teach's head. The night before his departure, Shawn had already informed Marco about Whitebeard's condition. In the past few days, Shawn had been nourishing Whitebeard's body with the power of the land of eternal life every day. Whitebeard's body had indeed recovered quite a bit, and due to the effects of the power from the land of eternal life, he looked revitalized, as if he had become 10 years younger. Of course, this situation was not permanent, as Whitebeard was a heavy drinker. If he continued to live without moderation, he would likely relapse in the future. So Shawn asked Marco to appropriately control Whitebeard's alcohol intake. Besides this, yesterday, Shawn had finally tattooed the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates on his back, which from then on represented that he bore Whitebeard's will and fulfilled their shared wish to adventure on the sea together. Of course, as the vice captain of the Moby Dick, Shawn also had a unique tattoo on his right arm with the word fearless, representing his fearless intent in this sea. On the sea, A lone sail fluttered as a small boat slowly sailed, with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates freely waving in the wind and waves. At the bow of the ship, Shawn looked at the distant island and quickened his pace. After a long time, he had completely sailed out of the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, getting closer and closer to the island ahead. However, at that moment, Shawn narrowed his eyes, staring at the black spot that was continuously enlarging ahead. There, a large ship was coming straight towards him, rapidly approaching. When it was a kilometer away, Shawn finally saw the flag on that large ship. The flag depicted a skull with long horns and a skeleton arranged in a cross shape, along with 2 trapezoidal white bones. This flag was the emblem of the Beast Pirates. At this time, the other side also noticed Shawn's presence, and immediately a pirate rushed into the cabin to report. Report, Captain Jack, we've spotted a member of the Whitebeard pirates ahead. Upon hearing this, a strong man with golden hair, dressed in a fur coat, suddenly stood up from his chair, his face turning fierce. This man was none other than one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, known as Jack the Drought, a Zoan-type mammoth fruit user with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Upon hearing the name Whitebeard, his first reaction was anger, a great anger. Recently, one of their subordinate pirate groups, the Wolf Pirates, had been wiped out, and the reports claimed that the attackers were members of the Whitebeard pirates. As a pirate, Jack could accept being outmatched and wiped out, but what truly infuriated him was that it had been done by just one person. Moreover, it was said to be a young newcomer. How many people do they have? Jack asked coldly. Hee, just one person, rowing a small boat, looks like a little brat. The pirate quickly replied, Oh, only one person? And it's a little brat? Upon hearing this, a hint of interest appeared on Jack's face. Meanwhile, Shawn's small boat was getting closer to the Beast Pirate's large ship. Soon, Shawn could see the situation on that large ship. At a glance, there were at least 200 to 300 pirates on that ship, each looking fierce and unfriendly. Seeing Shawn standing alone on the small boat, the pirates all showed disdain and mockery. This kid has some guts. He sees our Beast Pirates and doesn't run away, but dares to come forward? Just a little brat. Doesn't know his own limits. But he seems to be from the Whitebeard pirates. What's there to fear? He's alone. Can he eat you? Hearing the discussions around him, Shawn's expression remained calm as he continued to steer his small boat forward, showing no signs of stopping. Upon seeing this, the pirates frowned immediately. Does this guy not recognize our Beast Pirates flag? Is he looking for death? He still dares to come closer? What a foolish kid. He doesn't put our Beast Pirates in his eyes at all. In an instant, the surrounding pirates began to discuss among themselves. However, Shawn seemed to have not heard the pirates' chatter at all, continuing to drive his small boat forward. Seeing that Shawn was still ignoring them, the pirates' tempers suddenly exploded. Bastard, this kid is simply looking for death. Let's show this idiot some colors. Everyone get ready to take action and let this kid taste the consequences. Suddenly, a commotion broke out. Watching the approaching Beast Pirates, Shawn's expression shifted from calm to a harmless smile. Money is coming. Just then, someone suddenly stepped out from among the pirates. The man was dressed in a gray pirate outfit, exuding a fierce aura. With a disdainful expression on his face, he looked at Shawn and said, Kid, encountering our Beast Pirates and still grinning like an idiot. You really don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. You'll pay a painful price for this. Shawn merely glanced at him casually and recognized the pirate. His name was CYPS Head, a favored subordinate of Calamity Jack from the Beast Pirates, and he was a true fighter among the gifted. Besides that, he was also a user of a sheep-shaped artificial devil fruit. It sounded strong, but Shawn didn't take it seriously. Seeing Shawn ignore him, CYPS Head's eyes narrowed, his face filled with anger. He then transformed his arms into ram horns and charged at Shawn like a cannonball. Kid, I told you you'd pay the price. Giant ram horn. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Shawn's lips as he said, You're too weak. Just as the words left his mouth, there was a muffled thud, and CYPS Head's giant ram horn, just a yard away from Shawn, was suddenly gripped tightly by a hand, steady as a mountain, unable to move even an inch. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the pirates who were mocking Shawn just moments ago changed their expressions drastically, their eyes filled with shock. CYPS Head was even more horrified. He knew that his giant ram horn was his strongest attack so far, immensely powerful. Even ordinary devil fruit users had to dodge it. Yet now it was completely ineffective against this kid before him. Damn it, kid, you've completely enraged me. CYPS Head's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. He then used all his strength to unleash the giant ram horn repeatedly. Giant ram horn, giant ram horn, giant ram horn. However, his power was like a mud cow entering the sea before Shawn's divine strength, causing not a single ripple, unable to harm Shawn at all. At this moment, Shawn slightly curled his lips, smiled faintly, and said, "Fool, I told you not to provoke me." As soon as his words fell, Shawn clenched his fist tightly, and a tremendous force surged from his palm, instantly crushing CYP's head's giant ram horn into dust. The intense pain spread throughout CYP's head's body, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. What he didn't expect was that just then, Shawn threw a punch, sending him flying directly onto their large ship. The violent impact jolted the group of pirates back to reality. "Bastard, this guy is too arrogant." The sudden scene immediately drew the attention of everyone on the ship, leaving the group of pirates momentarily stunned and unsure of what to do. There was only one person on the opposing side, yet they faced the hundreds of members of the Beast Pirates without fear, not even trying to evade them, and even took the initiative to jump onto their warship. Is this crazy? However, for some reason, seeing Shawn again now made them feel a bit anxious. "What are you all staring at? Kill this bastard." At this moment, Sip's head climbed up from the deck with a fierce expression, shouting at his companions beside him. He looked miserable, filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as if he wanted to swallow Shawn alive. "Kill him." Upon hearing the command, all the pirates instantly regained their senses, their faces flashing with a bloodthirsty light as they brandished their weapons and charged at Shawn with murderous intent. Seeing the situation, Shawn merely glanced casually at the oncoming attackers. Then, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and he calmly uttered 2 words: "Poison Locust." As soon as the words fell, a vast and powerful divine force from the realm of the Earth's store Bodhisattva invisibly emanated from Shawn's body. The next second, a massive army of black locusts came flying in from the distant horizon at an incredible speed, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, dense and overwhelming, making people feel their scalp tingle. This scene left Sip's head and the others momentarily dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, their faces filled with horror. What on earth is this? How can there be such a vast number of locusts appearing over the ocean? Damn it, could he be a summoner with a natural-type devil fruit ability? In the next moment, with a buzzing sound, thousands of poisonous locusts arrived before them in the blink of an eye, quickly covering above their heads. Oh no! Seeing the poisonous locusts coming, Sip's head and the other pirates instantly changed color, shouting frantically, "Run!" But it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of poisonous locusts quickly enveloped dozens of pirates, swiftly draining the blood from their bodies. This scene caused a surge of intense coldness in everyone's hearts, until someone shouted, "Fire! Fire the cannons!" Upon hearing the word fire, everyone snapped back to reality, quickly aiming the cannons at the swarm of poisonous locusts and firing shells at them. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as the shells struck the mass of locusts, instantly turning them into a charred mess and sending up thick clouds of smoke. Seeing that this method was effective, many pirates increased their firepower and opened fire on the group of locusts. In an instant, the locusts suffered heavy casualties. Observing this situation, there was little fluctuation in Shawn's eyes. The power of the Xidagarba realm was not very strong to begin with. The locusts he had summoned earlier were merely to improve his proficiency with Xidagarba powers, allowing him to unlock the next stage of temporal spatial power sooner. Now, with these experience-giving locusts, his Xidagarba powers had leveled up again. Xidagarba powers proficient, proficiency 53. 7. Besides summoning locusts using Xidagarba powers, he could also emit a corpse-corroding miasma, which was highly corrosive and toxic, capable of easily dissolving some hard materials and causing enemies' bodies to rot and turn into a puddle of pus in a short time. However, this skill was quite brutal and malicious. Shawn disdainfully refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary. "Bastard, have you had enough of your antics?" At that moment, an angry roar came from the cabin door. Jack stood there, his face twisted with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Shawn. He had witnessed everything. From the moment Cypress had attacked, Jack had been watching from the cabin door. He initially thought that with Cypress Head's abilities, dealing with this kid would be a piece of cake, but to his surprise, the outcome was completely the opposite. Cypress Head not only failed to defeat Shawn, but was also defeated without even landing a single blow. Now, Jack finally understood why the evil wolf pirate crew had been wiped out. Of course, from the earlier situation, Jack was now utterly convinced that Shawn was also a devil fruit user. "Oh, it's Jack the Drought. I heard you're quite valuable. Finally, you're willing to show yourself." I thought one of the 3 disasters was just a turtle hiding its head. Looking at him, Shawn stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning slightly, and said with a half-smile. Upon hearing Shawn's words, Jack's eyes immediately turned red, a blazing fury flickering in his gaze. His fists were clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking ominously, as if he might charge forward at any moment. Kid, since you dare to provoke us, your fate is destined to be death. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack's body transformed into a gigantic ancient mammoth. The transformed ancient mammoth was tall and exuded an oppressive aura, resembling a small hill, with a formidable and fierce presence. It seemed that Jack was truly angry this time. Indeed, the last time Jack was furious, nothing grew for miles around. Seeing Jack suddenly transform, all the pirates displayed expressions of shock and excitement. Cypress Head, even more thrilled, shouted at Shawn, "Haha kid, you're finished. Jack will make you understand what cruelty is." Humph. Upon hearing Cypress Head's words, Shawn merely scoffed disdainfully, ignoring him, and instead looked up at the ancient mammoth, mocking, "Is this the form of the zoan-type elephant fruit? Ancient species mammoth? It just looks like a large, clumsy elephant to me. For me, it's just a live target. Doesn't seem that impressive. You bastard, you're seeking death." Hearing Shawn's mockery, Jack's face grew increasingly ferocious as he roared, "Die, kid." With that, Jack's massive body took a step forward. An armed Haki quickly enveloped his sharp tusks. Instantly, the entire ship lost its balance and began to shake violently. Then, Jack lunged forward, leaping toward Shawn, the sharp tusks whistling through the air, aiming straight for Shawn's head, as if intending to decapitate him. In fact, from the moment Cypress Head fought Shawn, Jack had sensed that Shawn's physical abilities were likely very strong. Therefore, at this moment, his observation Haki predicted that Shawn would surely catch his attack with his fists, just like before. However, Jack believed that this time Shawn would definitely capsize in the gutter, because the tusk attack wrapped in Jack's armed Haki was dozens of times sharper than his weapon. The short sword. "Kid, your fate ends here." With that, Jack's massive form charged in. Watching Jack rush towards him, Shawn smirked sinisterly. However, instead of using his fist to meet the attack as he did before, he quickly retreated. Boom! In this moment, Jack was momentarily stunned, not expecting his prediction to be wrong. Immediately, Jack prepared to change direction, but his mammoth's massive body charged in. Due to the overwhelming force of its large and heavy body, it left a trail in the air before crashing violently into the ship's hull. Suddenly, the entire ship shook violently, and all the tables, chairs, and dishes in the cabin shattered. Many of the ordinary pirates on the ship couldn't withstand the immense inertia and fell to the ground, letting out cries of pain. At that moment, Shawn's figure seemed to vanish. "Not good, watch out, boss." At that instant, Cyphus noticed Shawn's figure and exclaimed in alarm. Hearing Cyphus's warning, a sense of foreboding surged in Jack's heart, and he quickly turned to look for Shawn. However, just as he moved, he suddenly felt a strong wind above his head. Before he could raise his head, a tremendous force slammed down on his back. Boom! With a loud crash, Jack's body hit the ground heavily, causing the entire deck to collapse, creating a deep pit. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, their faces filled with shock. "Boss Jack." At this moment, Shawn stood on Jack's back, looking down at Jack, who was pinned beneath him with a faint smile on his lips. "I told you before, your mammoth form is just a live target for me. The billion bounty drow Jack seems to be nothing more than this." Jack's face had turned terrifyingly dark, gritting his teeth and saying, "Bastard, kid, get off me." As he spoke, a surge of power erupted from Jack, attempting to throw Shawn off his back. "Hee, that little strength of yours is fine for dealing with ordinary people, but against me, it's not going to stir up any waves." Looking at Jack, Shawn smiled then. In front of everyone's eyes, he reached out his hands to Jack's tusks. Boom! The moment Shawn's palm touched Jack's tusk, Jack unleashed a powerful force, trying to throw Shawn off his back. However, Shawn remained as steady as a mountain. "Kid, let go of me." In the next second, feeling the terrifying force suddenly coming from the tusk, a look of terror appeared on Jack's face, and he shouted in panic. However, his scream did not earn Shawn's sympathy, and Shawn did not let go. Crack! Then, a crisp sound was heard as the sharp tusk broke directly in Shawn's hand, with clear sounds of fracture ringing out. This tusk looked quite realistic and should be very valuable. At this moment, Jack let out a miserable scream, his body trembling violently. At that moment, he finally felt what despair truly meant. He never expected that his physical defense and attack power after transforming into a mammoth would be nothing but a joke in front of this young man. The strength of this young man was even more powerful than he had imagined. His strength was probably comparable to that of the four emperors. "Kid, let me go. You can name your conditions. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." At this moment, even Jack, who was usually ruthless and cruel, felt a hint of regret. "Conditions?" Shawn sneered, looking down from above, and said indifferently, It's simple. I need money, so hand over your head." Upon hearing Shawn's words, Jack's pupils suddenly contracted. His face then darkened to the extreme as he said, "Kid, I'm a favored subordinate of Kaido, one of the four emperors. Killing me will surely anger Lord Kaido. At that time, it will provoke a war between our groups, and many more people will pay with their lives. You wouldn't want your companions and friends to be killed in this war, would you?" At this point, Jack no longer cared about anything else and directly brought up his boss, Kaido, to threaten Shawn, hoping to use the four emperors' name to suppress him. In fact, among the four emperors, there were often minor disturbances and frictions. However, these are usually caused by small-time players from peripheral forces, and such situations were tacitly accepted by the four emperors. But Jack was different. He was Kaido's confidant. There had always been a rule among the four emperors. Minor conflicts were acceptable. However, if someone eliminated a core member of their side, that rule would be broken. It would inevitably lead to war between the two sides and disrupt the balance of power among the four emperors. Therefore, Jack believed that by mentioning Kaido's name, Shawn would consider the consequences of his impulsiveness. Kaido? Huh. However, after hearing this, Shawn seemed not to take the four Emperor Kaido seriously at all. With a hint of mockery on his lips, he disdainfully said, "What is he? Even if the King of Hell comes today, it won't matter. You." Seeing Shawn's disdainful expression and the unabashed mockery in his eyes, Jack's face turned red with anger. He truly did not expect that this young man would be so arrogant as to not take the four Emperor Kaido seriously. However, just at that moment, a woman with two antlers on her head and purple hair walked over, holding a transponder snail. This woman is Jean Lamy, a member of the Beast Pirates Mammoth ship and a subordinate of Drought Jack. She is also a user of a synthetic devil fruit with the ability of the gazelle form. She witnessed the entire battle just now and was deeply shocked by Shawn's strength. She originally thought that her boss Jack had few rivals in this sea area. However, she never expected that this young man from the Whitebeard Pirates was completely unafraid of Jack in his mammoth form and even managed to break Jack's tusks. Therefore, seeing the situation become more severe, Jean Lamy immediately connected to the Yonko Kaido using a Den Mushi to inform him of Jack's predicament. Kaido took Jack seriously and quickly called the Whitebeard Pirates Den Mushi, explaining the situation in detail, essentially asking Shawn to stop attacking Jack. "Kid, Whitebeard has something to say to you." At this moment, Jean Lamy handed the Den Mushi to Shawn. Oh, hearing Jean Lamy's words, Shawn was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the news had already spread. He guessed the purpose of Whitebeard's call. Taking the Den Mushi, Shawn smiled lightly and said, "Hello, old man. Kid, is that really you?" Whitebeard on the other end was quite surprised to hear that familiar voice, not expecting Shawn to actually be on Jack's ship. "Yes, it's me." Shawn nodded with a smile. "Haha, I'm glad you're okay." On the other end, Whitebeard laughed heartily a few times before getting straight to the point, saying, "Kid, is Jack in your hands?" Shawn softly replied with an Upon hearing this, Whitebeard fell silent, while his companion Marco shouted into the Den Mushi, "Hey, don't be impulsive. Killing Jack will trigger a war between the crews." This sentence not only fell into Shawn's ears, but also caught the attention of Jack, who had just regained his human form. He immediately sneered at Shawn and said, "Kid, did you hear that? I am Kaido's trusted aide and favored subordinate. If you dare to kill me, you will definitely pay an extremely painful price in the future." Shawn ignored his sneer and suddenly smiled at the transponder snail on the other end, saying, "Old man, there is a saying in our hometown, if a person does not offend me, I do not offend them. If a person offends me, I will surely punish them." As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard on the other end of the transponder snail was momentarily stunned and remained silent until half a minute later, when he finally burst into hearty laughter. "Gurura, you little rascal, don't forget that you are the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Do you still need to ask others for permission to cause trouble?" Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Shawn's lips. Then, the transponder snail was hung up, and Jack's face suddenly turned pale with fear. "Kid, impulsiveness is the devil. I advise you to leave quickly." Jack looked at Shawn in terror and shouted with a mix of surprise and anger, "Haha, I'm sorry. My nickname is the devil. If you provoke me, you must be prepared to be destroyed by the devil." Shawn replied calmly, "You." Upon hearing Shawn's words, Jack's face became ugly again, and without caring about anything else, he gritted his teeth and transformed back into his mammoth form. "Kid, I will fight you to the death." Jack roared madly, and then his massive and powerful body lunged straight at Shawn. At the same time, his gigantic trunk swung violently towards Shawn's head. Is this a struggle before death? Looking at the charging Jack, Shawn narrowed his eyes, lightly stepped on the ground, and in the next second, his seemingly emaciated body actually took the initiative to meet him. Boom! In an instant, a huge sound echoed across the entire sea surface. When the two collided, Jack's enormous trunk was suddenly firmly grasped by Shawn's two hands. And then the massive mammoth form was actually lifted into the air by Shawn with bare hands. At that moment, amidst the astonishment of all the pirates, Shawn exerted force and executed a shoulder throw, slamming the gigantic Jack heavily into the center of the ship. Boom! The entire ship was instantly broken in half, and a shockwave produced by the collision spread out like a tornado, the powerful force smashing everything on the ship into pieces. Run, help me. Seeing the ship suddenly destroyed by a single blow, the many pirates on board finally reacted, fleeing in a panic. Meanwhile, Jack, under the violent collision and divine power attack, was already lying on a broken plank, gasping for breath, looking pale as if he could die at any moment. Kid, who on earth are you? At this moment, Jack was finally filled with a deep-seated fear. Just now, he had seen a chilling, killing intent in Shawn's eyes. That gaze made him feel an overwhelming tremor and terror. Shawn did not respond to him, but slowly walked towards Jack, step by step. As he walked, a wave of killing intent emanated from him, a presence that sent shivers down Jack's spine. Don't do anything reckless. I am Lord Kaido's most valued subordinate. If you kill me, not only you, but the Whitebeard pirates will also pay a painful price. Jack used up the last bit of his strength, unwillingly howling, hoping Shawn would spare him, but clearly he was thinking too much. I really wonder how much killing a bounty of 1 billion on a pirate could enhance the mastery of the Xidagarba's divine power. I'm quite interested, Shawn said with a mocking look at him. Hearing this, Jack was left in a daze, but looking at Shawn's expression, a deep sense of fear surged within him. Corpse miasma. At that moment, a wave of Xidagarba's divine power surged from Shawn's palm, which then transformed into a faint green miasma, rapidly spreading towards Jack. The toxic mist not only contains strong corrosive properties, but also has a paralyzing effect, making it hard to defend against. No. Feeling the assault of the toxic mist, Jack's face was instantly filled with terror, and he shouted in despair. This was also his last words. Soon, apart from the pair of broken ivory tusks, Jack's body, like a deflated balloon, gradually shriveled down and quickly turned into a pool of green blood, flowing into the turbulent sea and disappearing. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, a once mighty powerhouse, died without a trace. With Jack's death, Shawn's proficiency in the Xidagarba divine power significantly increased, going directly from proficient to a major achievement. Xidagarba divine power, major achievement, proficiency 86. Seeing this result surprised Shawn. He didn't expect that using Xidagarba divine power to kill a great pirate would increase his proficiency so much. Don't come near. At this moment, Sip's head stared at Shawn in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He didn't want to run away, but the previous impact had crushed his legs, making it extremely difficult for him to stand up. Looking at the disheveled and pale-faced Sip's head, Shawn smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although it's your first time, it won't hurt. Just bear with it." After saying that, the pale green miasma surged out again, directly attacking Sip's head. In an instant, his body rapidly shriveled up, and within 3 minutes, he turned into a pool of blood, flowing into the sea. If the shoulder throw earlier had shocked everyone, then this scene now left everyone in utter fear. First it was the boss Jack, and then Sip's head. In such a short time, both had turned into pools of blood. This is simply terrifying. The devil. He is a terrifying and cruel devil. Everyone run away. The remaining pirates looked at Shawn with eyes filled with fear, screaming loudly, and turning to flee in panic. Seeing these pirates running away, Shawn didn't bother to chase them. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Jean Lamy. The woman immediately contacted the 4 Emperors Kaido via a transponder snail to report after Shawn killed Jack. At that moment, she had just finished her report when Shawn appeared in front of her. Without hesitation, he unleashed the corpse poison fog to deal with this small fry. In an instant, Jean Lamy was reduced to a pool of blood amidst terrified screams. Just then, a voice echoed in Shawn's mind from the system. Ding! The power of the earthly realm has reached perfection, proficiency 100. However, at that moment, a fleet of warships suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Oh, it seems the Navy has been alerted. Interesting. Shawn squinted at the seagull sails of the distant warships. At this moment, in the sea 2 kilometers ahead of him, a line of warships was rapidly approaching. On the lead naval ship, A colonel wearing a cloak emblazoned with the word justice and a white hat was gazing at the sea ahead, his eyes flashing with a cold, fierce light. They were subordinates of Vice Admiral Squirrel of the Navy, an elite naval force that had recently entered this sea area for patrol and discovered fierce fighting ahead. Thus, these Navy ships quickly rushed to the vicinity of the battle. Report, Colonel, the battle seems to be over. There is only one person left. The rest of the pirates are either dead or fled. At this moment, a naval officer ran from the bow and stood before the colonel, respectfully reporting, "Oh, there's still one person?" Hearing the officer's report, the colonel frowned slightly, and after a moment, he ordered, "No matter which force it is, surround them immediately. I want them alive." "Yes." The officer nodded and then turned to leave the deck. Shortly after, several other warships received the order simultaneously, and with a series of piercing whistles, 5 or 6 warships, along with hundreds of soldiers, fully armed, began to surround Shawn's direction. Due to the previous battle with Jack, Shawn had already taken down the flag of the Whitebeard pirates from a small boat. Therefore, at this moment, these naval officers were unaware that he was a member of the Whitebeard pirates, and, in fact, the captain. At this moment, Shawn was sitting at the bow of the boat, gazing at the several warships approaching from the distance. A hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "It seems to be another grand feast." Just a moment ago, the system's prompt had already sounded. Ding! Task triggered. Repel the Navy. Unlock the power of the Void Realm. Shawn hadn't expected that the appearance of a Navy would trigger his task to unlock the power of the Void Realm. So at this moment, looking at the group of Navy ships eyeing him covetously, Shawn felt quite excited. Just then, the 6 warships had approached Shawn's small boat, suddenly slowing down to form a tight encirclement when they were less than 100 meters away. Watching the encroaching warships, there was not a trace of fear on Shawn's face. He simply stared at them calmly. "Young brat, surrender. Accepting judgment is your wisest choice," the Navy colonel said, looking down at Shawn from the deck with indifference. Hearing the colonel's words, a trace of mockery flashed in Shawn's eyes as he replied lightly, "Surrender? That word is better left for yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, unexpectedly, Shawn suddenly moved, pushing off forcefully with his foot, and in an instant, he shot forward. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shawn had already leaped onto the Navy colonel's warship. The scene happened too suddenly. When the naval officers saw Shawn's position, they were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide open. Damn it! At this moment, even the naval colonel's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated at high speed. But it was still too late. Shawn's palm had already struck his chest. Bang! With a dull sound, the naval colonel's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the deck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The colonel was actually killed in one move. Seeing this scene, the surrounding naval soldiers widened their eyes, filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Shawn's actions completely shocked them. "I said, it should be you who surrenders," Shawn said with a faint smile, then quickly moved and appeared in front of the naval colonel again, instantly holding him hostage, leaving the other naval officers with no chance to act. Even more terrifying was that, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Shawn smiled lightly, then picked up a shell from the warship. Seeing this, the previous naval officer seemed to realize something. His pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted, "Retreat the entire army." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the shell in Shawn's hand was already thrown out. Boom! In an instant, the naval warship surrounded in the northwest exploded, flames shooting into the sky. The naval soldiers on that warship were also shaken by the immense power, falling to the ground, wailing in agony, their faces showing intense fear. It's not over yet. With a light wave of his arm, Shawn fired 2 more shells at the 2 warships in the southeast. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a series of intense explosions. The 2 warships were shattered at the same time by the force of the shells. Seeing this scene, the remaining Navy personnel had their eyelids twitching, looking at Shawn with eyes full of fear and horror. They had only seen this method of throwing shells by hand on Vice Admiral Karp at the Navy headquarters. However, they did not expect that the young man in front of them also possessed such abilities. Moreover, his throwing speed and power were even greater than that of the shells fired by the main guns of warships. This scene filled them all with trepidation. It seems that you are about to be completely wiped out. Picking up another shell, Shawn looked at the colonel who was being held hostage and mocked. "You bastard. You dare to attack our elite naval forces. That's an even greater crime. I will hand you over to the naval headquarters for the harshest judgment." The colonel's face turned extremely dark. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. Then, without any hesitation, he threw 2 more shells. which accurately struck the bows of the last two warships. Boom! With the booming sound of the shells, the two warships were instantly heavily damaged and capsized, followed by plumes of black smoke rising on the surface of the sea. The scene that unfolded had thoroughly shocked every Navy soldier present. They never expected that the young man before them could single-handedly destroy their 5 warships. Quick, report the situation to headquarters. Seeing this, a Navy officer shouted anxiously to a soldier beside him. At this moment, Shawn did not stop them from sending a message. He threw the kidnapped Navy colonel to the ground and expressionlessly raised his right foot. Diamond stomp. With a low shout, the foot suddenly came down, heavily crashing onto the ship. Boom! Puff! A muffled sound echoed as the Navy warship instantly shattered into pieces, countless wooden splinters flying everywhere, turning into a cloud of debris in an instant, rendering the entire warship in ruins and throwing the Navy soldiers on board into disarray. So powerful! At this moment, the Navy colonel was in a daze, his eyes filled with shock and panic, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. If Shawn's method of throwing cannonballs had shocked him, then the power of this stomp filled him with fear. After all, being able to turn a warship into ruins with a single kick was an incredible strength. So formidable that they could hardly believe it. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the power of the Void Realm. Just then, the system's voice finally sounded, and a smile crept on Shawn's lips as he left the shattered warship. Riding a small boat, Shawn quickly disappeared from the sea area, heading towards the island ahead. Meanwhile, the injured Navy soldiers stared blankly at the scene. At the same time, the Navy headquarters received an emergency call. The caller was Weasel, a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters and also the base commander of Navy Branch G1. Report, this is Rear Admiral Weasel. I have important military information to report. On the other end of the line, Weasel's voice was somewhat deep and anxious, as if he had encountered a tricky situation. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku took the call, his tone becoming serious as he asked, Rear Admiral Weasel, what major event has occurred? Report to Marshal Sengoku. We just received news that 6 of our warships were completely destroyed by a single individual during patrol, and the number of casualties is currently unknown. Weasel's tone was somewhat angry. Hearing this, Sengoku was taken aback and immediately frowned as he asked, who is the opponent? This has not yet been confirmed. I only know that he is very young, but his strength is extremely terrifying and... Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Weasel quickly replied, he is very young, but his strength is very powerful. Upon hearing this, Sengoku couldn't help but furrow his brows. Although the patrol teams under Weasel weren't particularly strong, the fact that 6 warships were destroyed by one person was enough to prove the opponent's strength. And what else? Sengoku pondered for a moment, still without a clue, and asked again. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a long time, Weasel took a deep breath and said, report to Marshal Sengoku. According to a lieutenant's report, they captured a member of the Beast Pirates on their way back. According to that pirate, their ship was also destroyed by that young man, and their captain, Jack the Drought, one of the 3 calamities, was also killed by that young man. This pirate also revealed that this young man is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but he is not one of the captains of the 16th Division. What? He even killed Jack the Drought? Hearing this, Sengoku was immediately stunned. Even Karp, who was beside him enjoying a donut, found it hard to believe and said, what? When did the Whitebeard Pirates gain such a powerful member? Upon hearing Karp's voice, Weasel suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Rear Admiral Karp, that young man can also use your fighting technique, the Bone Meteor. Upon hearing this, Karp immediately swallowed the donut, his eyes wide open, clearly struggling to believe that someone could use his technique. Could it be that he has a fan? At this moment, Sengoku was deep in thought, his expression serious. It wasn't until Weasel hung up that Sengoku looked at Karp and said with a grave expression, Karp, what do you think? Ha, just a little brat. What else is there to say? Let me go smash his arrogance. Karp laughed boldly. Although the opponent was described as very powerful, he still didn't take it to heart. Hearing this, Sengoku shook his head and sighed. Let's wait until I report this to the Gora CI and discuss it further. Meanwhile, Shawn was still unaware that his actions had not only attracted the Navy headquarters' high attention, but also enraged the Yonko Kaido. On Onigashima, upon learning of Jack the Drought's death, Kaido's expression darkened to the extreme, his eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. During the first communication with Jean Lamy, he was already shocked, never expecting that this young man who suddenly emerged from the Whitebeard Pirates would be so powerful that he could control Jack. and Jack was one of his most favored subordinates, so Kaido wouldn't easily give him up. Therefore, he immediately dialed the phone bug of the Whitebeard pirates to negotiate, thinking that once his words got through, the Whitebeard pirates would be cautious and let Jack go. However, he never expected that this young man completely ignored his warning and chose to directly annihilate Jack and his crew, which was simply too arrogant and audacious. Damn guy! Kaido clenched his fists and roared with a savage expression, "Whitebeard, since you want to provoke a war among the Yonko, then I will accompany you to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido swung the kanabo in his hand, furious and destroying everything around him. He had made up his mind that no matter who it was, they must pay the price for this. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and Shawn had already arrived at the coast of a nearby island, docking the small boat. After surveying the surroundings, Shawn picked up his bundle and headed toward the center of the island. The island is not very large, but it is quite prosperous, with various shops lining the streets and crowds bustling with activity. Shawn found a tavern to sit in, ordered a cocktail, and then sat by the window, contemplating his next plan. Hee, Moore, you seem to be in a bad state today. Honestly, what did you do last night? At that moment, several guests at nearby tables suddenly turned to Moore, who was sitting in the corner, and said mockingly. Moore raised his head, glanced at everyone, and did not respond immediately. He simply picked up his glass, took a sip, then blinked, and said with a lewd smile, my job is very busy. Even if the floodwaters keep rising, I still have to throw myself into plugging the gap until I'm exhausted. Ha. Hearing Moore's words, the others couldn't help but show disdain. They looked down on what Moore called work. This guy spent every night chasing after women in various bars, a complete playboy. Oh, by the way, Moore, did you notice that a lot of strangers suddenly appeared on our little island today? At that moment, a man suddenly asked, "Oh, you reminded me, 2 hours ago, when I was in Miss Celia's room, she told me that many pirates have come to our island. It is said that they are pirates under the Beast Pirate's influence." Upon hearing this, Moore also showed a look of surprise, then suddenly realized and said, "What? Pirates from the 4 Emperor's Beast Pirates?" The crowd around him displayed expressions of astonishment. "Oh, right. I also heard Miss Celia say that these pirates seem to be looking for someone on our island, and she even gave me a portrait. Take a look." Moore opened a scroll on the table, spread it out, and pointed to the image, saying, "Here, take a look. It's the young man in this picture. I really don't know what the Beast Pirates want with him. I heard the leader this time is still one of the Flying Six." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, and when they saw the information in the portrait, they all displayed expressions of shock. The Flying Six are senior officers of the Beast Pirates, their status only second to the 3 calamities. They are composed of the 6 strongest members, all of whom possess the abilities of the animal-type ancient devil fruits, making them extremely powerful. The fact that all 6 can appear simultaneously shows how much importance the young man in the image holds for them. Moreover, the image also states that anyone providing information about him will receive a bounty of 80 million berries. Who exactly is this young man that the Beast Pirates would personally send the Flying Six to hunt down? At that moment, a beautiful girl in a red dress looked puzzled and spoke up. The others shook their heads in confusion, but guessed that the young man in the image must have offended the Beast Pirates. Otherwise, the Flying Six wouldn't make such a big deal out of searching for him. "Cough, can I take a look?" At that moment, amidst the discussions, Shawn suddenly stood up and walked toward Moore. Moore and the others were taken aback, but did not object. However, just then, the girl in the red dress saw Shawn's face and suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, covering her mouth with her hands, her face turning pale with fear. At this moment, Moore and the others quickly reacted, turning their gazes toward Shawn's face. But the next second, upon seeing Shawn's face clearly, their expressions changed drastically, revealing intense horror, to the point that they almost dropped their wine glasses. The image. Moore looked at Shawn, his eyes filled with fear, stuttering. Seeing the terrified expressions on their faces, Shawn was slightly taken aback, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. "That's right, it's me." After Shawn's words fell, the entire scene fell into silence, a strange atmosphere spreading throughout the bar, creating a suffocating feeling. Moore and the others trembled, their eyes showing deep fear. They never expected that the person who caused the entire Flying Six to mobilize for a hunt would appear right beside them. Looking at their cautious and fearful expressions, Shawn couldn't help but chuckle. "There's no need to be afraid. I won't harm you. On the contrary, I need your help." Upon hearing Shawn's words, Moore and the others first let out a sigh of relief. But then they felt something was off. After all, Shawn was a pirate that even the Flying Six took seriously. So, for a moment, they exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Shawn calmly took a sip of his drink and smiled. I just need a small favor. Take me to find them. Upon hearing this, Moore and the others were momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted, their faces turning even more horrified. They never imagined that after seeing the bounty notice, Shawn would not be afraid and run away, but instead wanted to go find trouble with the Flying Six. Where did he get such courage and determination? Did he not know that the Flying Six were backed by the massive beast pirates? That was a force that even some Navy officers feared, let alone a young man like him. Why you're looking for death? Moore looked at Shawn, incredulous, stammering. Shawn smiled and shrugged. Don't worry. Even the King of Hell wouldn't dare to take me. 500,000 berries. Take me to find them. How about it? This. Moore and the others didn't know how to refuse Shawn's request. They indeed had deep trepidation towards Shawn, who was wanted by the Flying Six. But they were also very afraid of the Flying Six. I can take you there. At this moment, the girl in the red dress bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then said slowly. Upon hearing this, Shawn's gaze instantly turned to the girl in the red dress, a faint smile appearing on his lips. All right. Then please lead the way. I will reward you. Hearing Shawn's words, the girl in the red dress nodded and then voluntarily led the way out of the bar. Shawn smiled slightly, settled the bill, and followed her. After a while, under her guidance, Shawn arrived in front of a secluded building. This is it. The people are living in this house. After saying that, the girl in the red dress reached out and knocked on the closed door and windows. Creak! The window opened from the inside, and an arm reached out. Following that, a somewhat lazy voice came out. Who is it? Don't you know I'm resting? Although the voice was lazy, the tone revealed a sense of authority and a murderous intent that made Shawn's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but frown. If he guessed correctly, this person was likely one of the Flying Six, and this place was probably a temporary base for them. At this moment, hearing the sounds coming from inside the house, the girl in the red dress was so frightened that she shivered all over and quickly bowed, saying, It's me, Jasmine. I found the person you're looking for, Lord Saki. Creak. As soon as she finished speaking, the door flew open, and a burly man with a face full of flesh, sharp teeth, and long green hair, looking extremely fierce, walked out. Lord Saki, I brought the person. When will I get the reward of 80 million berries? Seeing Saki come out, the girl in the red dress quickly spoke, her face filled with urgency. Reward? Ha! Get the hell out of here. Hearing the girl's words, Saki couldn't help but laugh wildly, then reached out and pushed her down to the ground. The girl in the red dress was caught off guard and fell awkwardly, hitting her forehead hard against a piece of bluestone, causing her to groan in pain. Seeing this scene, Shawn was unfazed, with only a faint smile on his face. After all, in the face of 80 million berries and 500,000 as a reward, almost everyone would choose the former. It's just a pity that her choice was destined to be foolish. Oh, so it's the kid from the picture. I didn't expect to meet you first, kid. Will you surrender obediently? Or should I beat you until you beg for mercy? Saki walked over with a fierce look at Shawn, speaking ominously. It seems you alone won't be enough. Let them all come out. Hearing Saki's words, Shawn wasn't angry, still smiling faintly as he looked at him. Kid, are you looking for death? Upon hearing Shawn's words, Saki's face suddenly darkened, filled with killing intent as he glared at Shawn. He stomped his right foot, and his whole body shot towards Shawn like a cannonball, moving incredibly fast and arriving in front of Shawn in the blink of an eye. Shawn, seeing this, still wore a faint smile, moving forward instead of retreating. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a muffled sound. Afterward, Shawn remained motionless, while Saki was sent flying backward. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Saki's face turned red. His expression darkened, his eyes wide open in shock and disbelief. He couldn't imagine how such a frail body like Shawn could possess such great strength, sending him flying with just one punch. Shawn ignored him and stepped into the room. At that moment, he sensed that there were other people inside this massive building, likely other members of the Flying Six. For these scum, if not cleaned up, it would make one very uncomfortable. Kid, you've already angered me. However, just then, as Shawn took 2 steps forward, the fallen Saki suddenly got up, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Shawn. After a low growl, his body actually transformed into the Triceratops form. Oh, so this is the Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient-type Triceratops form? Shawn raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes upon seeing this. Kid, now you know. Are you scared now? Huh? Seeing the expression on Shawn's face, Saki immediately sneered, his crimson eyes bursting with a menacing light. As soon as he finished speaking, Saki's massive body swayed and disappeared from his original spot. Then, a powerful aura instantly enveloped Shawn. Die, Triceratops! Saki roared, his enormous body crashing towards Shawn. Feeling the strong force coming from the front, Shawn's face showed little panic. In fact, a hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with contempt. Is this all you can do? Truly garbage. Shawn shook his head, a mocking expression written all over his face. Then, when Saki's body was 3 meters away, Shawn's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he casually extended a fist. This punch was ordinary, as if it were just a casual swing. But at the moment it extended, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept up, and with a punch from a distance, it sent the triceratops-shaped Sasaki flying dozens of meters, crashing hard into the innermost part of the building, creating a tremendous noise. At this moment, Sasaki was already on the brink of death, unaware of his fate. Beside him, the girl in the red dress swallowed hard at the sight, her face revealing an expression of shock, mixed with a hint of fear. She never expected that Shawn could take out Sasaki from the Flying Six with a single punch. Shawn paid no attention to her emotional fluctuations and calmly stepped into the deepest part of the building. As for the punch, just now, it was merely his first attempt. The power of the void consciousness had been unlocked yesterday. This power is somewhat similar to the observation Haki in the pirate world. It can sense the surrounding aura and predict an opponent's actions and position. However, the void consciousness has a broader application. It can not only be used in combat, but also to glimpse a person's past, even read minds to uncover their weaknesses. Those who master it to a high level can control others' thoughts and attack from a distance, making it the most practical divine power. The previous long-distance attack was just a test for Shawn. Although it was somewhat forced, it was more than enough to deal with a scum like Sasaki. Moments later, just as Shawn's figure entered the innermost part of the building, he saw a large group of pirates rushing down from the second floor. Dressed in various outfits and wielding weapons such as knives, guns, clubs, axes, and forks, exuding murderous intent. At the center of them was a bald, overweight man wearing sunglasses, with a dark tattoo of the word Queen and the Beast Pirate's emblem on his right arm, and a cigar in his mouth. Upon seeing this person, Shawn immediately recognized him. This man was one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, known as Play Queen, with a bounty of 1.32 billion berries. He was a Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient species, apatosaurus form user. He was once part of the research team in DES and developed a series of biochemical weapons like the Mummy and Ice Demon. He also perfectly modified his own body and mastered techniques similar to those of Germa 66, allowing him to use abilities like the Vinsmoke family. And he managed all members of the Flying Six. Shawn glanced at him, and indeed, behind Queen were several other members of the Flying Six: Fuzz, Black Maria, Runty, and Page One, along with numerous pirate members. Haha, they actually came to us. Good, looks like we're in luck today. Black Maria, one of the Flying Six, said first. She wore an off-shoulder kimono that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her exquisite face resembling a porcelain doll, with golden hair cascading down her back, exuding charm. Is this the kid who killed Drought Jack? He looks a bit dim-witted, coming here on his own, truly unaware of his own mortality, Fuzz said, staring at Shawn and mocking him. Kid, it's normal for someone like Sasaki to be defeated by you, but now you can't escape. Black Maria said alluringly, her face displaying a strange smile as she looked at Shawn, seemingly confident of her victory. As soon as she finished speaking, Runty, a bit impatient, said, so annoying. Stop dragging this out and fight already. She appeared somewhat irritated by her companion's delay. She was right. It was better to fight quickly. After dealing with this group of misfits, I still have to get going, Shawn said lazily, yawning. He showed no fear in the face of Queen and the Flying Six, instead revealing a hint of excitement in his eyes. Now, his mastery of the void consciousness was only at 6, and to quickly reach 100 and unlock the multiverse divine power, he needed to continuously gain experience to improve his proficiency. And the fastest way to increase proficiency was through combat. Kid, don't be too arrogant. I will make you understand what despair really is, Fuzz said, suddenly enraged. He was inherently hot-tempered and unruly, and Shawn's words felt like a provocation to him. Instantly, an immense flame of anger surged within him, and without hesitation, he gripped his weapon, wrapping his body in armament Haki, and charged towards Shawn, his weapon slicing through the air with a cold gleam. Shawn stood still, looking ahead at the rapidly approaching Fuzz, fully activating the void consciousness. Fuzzfest's weapon was a dagger about 1 foot long and half an inch wide. The blade was serrated, and the tip shimmered with a chilling light. With one slash, the air was split, creating a fine crack. This dagger is the exclusive weapon of Fuzzfur. Whoosh! Fuzzfur moved like lightning, and in an instant, He rushed close to Shawn, swiftly stabbing the dagger towards Shawn's chest. Clang! In an instant, a crisp sound rang out, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Shawn's body remained motionless, while the dagger was quickly blocked by his palm. At this moment, Phosphor's pupils suddenly contracted. Even Quinn and the others were momentarily stunned. It is known that Phosphor's strength is comparable to that of a tank. With one blow, he could pierce not only the body of an ordinary person, but even steel plates. Yet, Shawn did not dodge, but instead caught it barehanded. This left Quinn and even the members of the Flying Six in shock. Now, they finally understood why Drought Jack had died at this person's hands. How is this possible? At this moment, Phosphor muttered in disbelief. He was well aware of his own strength, and even more aware of the sharpness of the dagger in his hand. But he didn't expect Shawn's physical body to be so strong. You, such a worthless being, are no match for me with that broken dagger in your hand. Stop dawdling and transform quickly. Let me see what kind of specimen you are from the zoo. Shawn looked at Phosphor with an impatient expression. Looking for death? Godi. Hearing Shawn's disdainful tone, Phosphor's anger intensified. He gritted his teeth and quickly transformed into a giant saber-toothed tiger, the ancient form of the animal-type cat fruit. His two fangs were incredibly sharp, resembling giant steel needles, glimmering with a chilling light. Swish, 6 dials Soro. With a whoosh, Phosphor's speed suddenly increased, and his figure vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Shawn. In response to this situation, a strange smile appeared on Shawn's lips. He wanted to provoke the Flying Six, and even Quinn, pushing them to unleash their maximum combat power, allowing him to improve his mastery of the empty knowledge divine power faster and more significantly. Of course, he was also curious about what bizarre forms the members of the Flying Six would take after transforming with their animal-type devil fruits. 6 dials Gale Foot. Deep Bot. A series of sharp whistling sounds erupted as Phosphor kicked fiercely at Shawn, the force terrifying enough to make the surrounding air seem to freeze. This move utilizes a super fast and powerful kick that generates a slicing shockwave through the air, capable of easily splitting the target in half. Moreover, his legs harbor immense strength, enough to shatter rocks. Phosphor actually executed the 6-style Storm Kick. With this kick, even a physically tough opponent would be injured. There's no need to worry. Phosphor will definitely break his bones. One of the burly members of the True Strike team had a fierce killing intent in his eyes, with a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his lips. Hee, good. There's no need for Lord Quinn to take action. That kid is already done for. In their view, with this kick from Phosphor, even a steel plate could be shattered, let alone a mere human body. Hee, interesting. I really want to see if this little brat can withstand the power of the 6-style Storm Kick. At this moment, a hint of interest also arose in the beautiful eyes of Black Maria. Bang! However, the next scene left everyone present dumbfounded, their expressions frozen in shock. Whoosh! Just as the 6-style Storm Kick reached Shawn's neck, Shawn twitched his ear, then suddenly turned around and threw a punch. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying wave of air erupted where the two collided, and a massive shockwave burst forth from his fist, creating a visible wave of energy that spread outward from Shawn and Phosphor. In an instant, those weaker pirates were knocked to the ground by this force. Meanwhile, Phosphor's massive, saber-toothed tiger form was sent flying like a meteor, disappearing into the distance. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence, with everyone wide-eyed, staring at this moment in disbelief. How is this possible? Just one move, only one move. This young man actually sent Phosphor, in his saber-toothed tiger form, flying thousands of miles away with a single punch, which is truly hard to believe. At this moment, whether it was the Flying Six or the members of the True Combat crew, they all stared blankly at Shawn, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. I'm so annoyed. You foolish guys, Kaido already said not to underestimate this kid, but you insisted on not believing it. Now do you believe it? Rummy said angrily, pouting as she couldn't help but complain to Quinn and several members of the Flying Six. She thought her teammates were a bunch of arrogant and talkative fools. Hearing this, Quinn, the manager of the Flying Six, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Rummy was known for her sharp tongue. She would even dare to confront Kaido to his face and call him an idiot, so they were used to her personality. Moreover, as Rummy mentioned, when the Flying Six were dispatched, Lord Kaido specifically instructed them not to underestimate the young man who had killed the drought-causing Jack. However, they were all rebellious and didn't take Shawn seriously, thinking he was no threat at all, even planning to torture him a bit. But the outcome was exactly the opposite. I think we should all go together, Peggy Wan suddenly said at this moment. Otherwise, in a one-on-one situation, we might all be defeated by him. As soon as these words were spoken, the others nodded in agreement. Although they were reluctant to admit it, what Peggy Wan said did make some sense. After all, how could someone who could kill Drought Jack be considered a soft target? Immediately, dozens of pirate members, including the Flying Six, readied themselves for battle, while Queen squinted his eyes, standing aside and sizing up Shawn, seemingly looking for his weaknesses. Hee, it seems you bunch of rabble are quite courageous, huh? Come at me together. Looking at the group of people opposite him, Shawn couldn't help but shake his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Arrogant fools. If that's the case, then bring it on. With that one sentence, all the pirates on sight became agitated once again, eager to show off their skills as they charged forward. Bang! At that moment, Shawn shook his right arm, and his fist shot forward, smashing into the stomach of a member of the True Fight faction, sending him flying. Following that, Shawn pushed off the ground with his left foot, using the force to propel himself into the air like an arrow, charging towards another pirate. Seeing this, the pirate quickly rolled to evade. However, Shawn did not let up. He shifted his footwork, closed in, and delivered a knee strike to the opponent's waist. Crack! The pirate's body bent at an unnatural angle, and he promptly fell to the ground, clutching his waist and wailing in agony, drenched in cold sweat. Let's go too. At that moment, the enchanting Black Maria's expression darkened as she suddenly spoke. For some reason, seeing the confidence on Shawn's face gave her a bad premonition, making her feel uneasy inside. Hearing Black Maria's words, the others also began to take Shawn seriously. Immediately, the closest Peggy Wan charged forward first, enveloped in Busashoka Haki, and his body quickly transformed into the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, Spinosaurus form, clearly showing that he did not underestimate Shawn in the slightest. Seeing this, Shawn raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his face. His figure suddenly accelerated, instantly appearing at Peggy Wan's side, and he swung his fist, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, crashing heavily into Peggy Wan's face, sending him flying. Poof! Peggy Wan didn't even have time to react before he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing into the nearby wall like a cannonball, creating a large hole as his beastly form collapsed into it, looking utterly disheveled. Seeing this scene, the other pirates couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was known that in his beastly form, Peggy Wan had a qualitative leap in strength and speed, along with extraordinary resilience and recovery. Yet now, he couldn't even withstand one of Shawn's strikes. Terrifying, too terrifying. Little Pei. At this moment, seeing Peggy Wan defeated in one blow, Runmi gritted her teeth. Her beautiful eyes filled with fury. As Peggy Wan's sister, Runmi had doted on him to the utmost. She would fly into a rage not just if someone physically harmed him, but even if he was verbally attacked. Therefore, upon seeing Peggy Wan being sent flying, she could no longer hold back and immediately transformed into the Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient variant, Giganotosaurus form, glaring angrily at Shawn. You bastard! How dare you bully my brother? Runmi was furious, her gaze wishing to tear Shawn apart. Seeing Runmi transform, a look of surprise flashed in Shawn's eyes. With the perception of the Void Realm divine power, he could sense that her transformed strength had increased several times, and this form seemed somewhat cute. Bustat, D. Run headbutt. Accompanied by Runmi's delicate shout, her forehead horn quickly enveloped in Busashoka Haki charged towards Shawn, with power comparable to a large caliber cannon, capable of smashing a normal person's skull. Such power, if it hit a person, would surely turn them into mush. At the same time, not only did Runmi transform, but Black Maria also quickly changed into the ancient Zoan-type spider fruit, Goliath bird-eating spider form. Little brat, big sister want to go easy on you. After saying this, Black Maria chuckled, then her figure moved, turning into a shadow as she rushed toward Shawn. Bonnie Maria, Black Maria called out, and then 10 fingers released spider webs that enveloped Shawn. With the attacks from Black Maria and Runmi, the surrounding pirates also sprang into action, swarming toward Shawn. In an instant, Shawn was surrounded, and the spider webs released by Black Maria swiftly covered him. Little brat, let us see how you run this time. Watching Shawn trapped in the spider web, Black Maria couldn't help but smile seductively. However, she didn't notice that as he was surrounded, the indifferent smile on Shawn's face grew more pronounced. Go, Runmi. Just then, as Shawn was bound by the spider web in Runmi's head but was about to pierce his skull, a strange scene unfolded. Runmi suddenly changed direction and fiercely stabbed towards Black Maria's chest. The sudden attack took Black Maria by surprise. In a panic, she quickly used her weapon to block in front of her chest. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Runny's attack actually pierced through Black Maria's guard, hitting her fair shoulder directly. A tremendous force instantly transferred to Black Maria's shoulder, causing half of her body to go numb. A sharp pain surged through her body, making her involuntarily let out a pained groan. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a daze. Clearly, they had no idea what was happening. They only saw Runty, in a fit of rage, suddenly attacking her ally Black Maria as if she had lost her mind. Watching the scene, Shawn's lips curled into a sinister arc. After Runny's outburst, his void sense divine power was fully unleashed. And it was at that moment that Shawn had a bold experiment in mind. This experiment was to control thoughts. The void sense divine power not only allows him to predict the opponent's movements, but is also the only mental power Shawn can currently manipulate. This ability can control the enemy's thoughts and even rewrite their will, and he had just tried to use it to control Runny. Runny's naturally naive and cute personality, combined with her fiery temper, made her an easy opponent to control. However, what Shawn did not expect was that Runny was even easier to control than he imagined. So when Runty's spear came stabbing toward him, Shawn had already completely taken control of her thoughts. If it weren't for Black Maria's timely reaction, she might have already been dead under Runty's spear. "Damn it, Runty, what are you doing?" Black Maria, with a pale face, glared at Runty and shouted loudly. However, at that moment, Runty did not answer her question and continued attacking her relentlessly, each move sharp, tricky, and vicious, as if she had deemed Black Maria the evil one who had harmed her brother. "Damn it, Runty, have you gone crazy?" Black Maria's expression grew worse. Her beautiful face clouded with gloom. At this moment, seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with horror. What is going on? What is Runny doing? I don't know, but it seems very abnormal. Forget about her. That kid has already been bound by Black Maria's spiderweb. Let's kill him together now and take his head back to Lord Kaido. All right, kill him, kill him. The pirates raised their weapons, their eyes shining with cold light, filled with murderous intent as they looked at Shawn. Hee. Shawn shook his head mockingly. The binding of this spiderweb is indeed very formidable. If it were someone else who was bound, they would have probably lost their combat ability long ago and would find it difficult to escape. However, this level of binding is completely ineffective against Shawn. Corpse miasma. Immediately, Shawn activated his Xitigarbor realm divine power, and a wisp of pale blue gas surged out rapidly, ultimately covering the spider web on his body precisely. Hiss! In less than a moment, a corrosive aura spread at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, the originally intact and tough spider web turned into dust. Upon seeing this, a look of intense shock appeared on the face of Black Maria, her eyes flashing with disbelief. She was very clear about her own abilities. Although the binding power of Bound Maria was not strong, it was definitely not weak. However, she did not expect that her binding spider web would turn to dust in an instant, which was truly unimaginable. At this moment, the pirates who had just rushed forward were suddenly stunned to see Shawn break free from the bindings. The warm-up is over. It's time to get to the main event. Looking at their astonished expressions, Shawn said with a smile. Immediately, the power of the Diamond Realm surged, and a vast mysterious force erupted. Shawn's body instantly disappeared, followed by countless shadowy fists striking towards the surrounding pirates like lightning. This punch was astonishingly powerful, containing the explosive force of the power of the Vajra world, which those pirates simply could not withstand. In an instant, 20 to 30 pirates were sent flying, their fates unknown. Extreme domination collapse. At that moment, Shawn shouted again, leaning forward slightly, his fists forming a bagua shape, and he slammed them forward. A dull collision sound echoed. Immediately, a plump pirate was struck by Shawn's heavy punch and flew backward, spitting blood, his body hurtling like a cannonball. As this pirate was sent flying, dozens of others were also knocked down, blood spewing as they flew away. In a brief exchange, in less than a minute, over 40 pirates were all sent flying by Shawn. This outcome left Quinn, who had been watching from the sidelines, completely stunned. It was too unbelievable. These people were elite and exceptionally strong, yet they were so fragile under Shawn's attack, as if made of paper. At the same time, as Shawn ended the fight, the Black Maria suddenly let out a painful groan, caught off guard as her fair neck was pierced by Runme, leaving a blood mark. Crimson blood flowed down her long, white neck and her chest, making her snow-white skin look so glaring. However, at that moment, Runme, under mental control, seemed to faint from the strain on her body. "Hey, Quinn, it's just you left. Why not surrender?" At this time, looking at Quinn's dark expression, Shawn grinned, revealing his white, even teeth. However, to Quinn, this smile seemed so arrogant and infuriating. Kid, don't get cocky. I'm not one of those fools. Once I catch you, you'll face the most brutal and perverse punishment in this world. Quinn sneered, taking a hard puff of his cigar. Oh, is that so? I hope your mouth is as powerful as your strength, Shawn shrugged, dismissively curling his lips. But before that, you'll have to pay the price. As he spoke, Shawn stomped his right foot on the ground, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. Bastard, looking for death. Seeing Shawn's arrogant demeanor, Quinn's anger surged. He immediately raised his Gatling gun and crazily sprayed plague bullets at Shawn. This was a terrifying biochemical weapon, with bullets containing a virus. Once hit, it would infect the internal organs, ultimately leading to death. But unfortunately, Shawn was not afraid of this. His figure darted like a ghost, dodging the hail of bullets. While evading, Shawn launched an attack on Quinn, his punch howling with fierce energy like a violent hurricane, sweeping toward Quinn with immense force. However, seeing Shawn actively approaching, a barely noticeable sinister smile crept onto Quinn's lips. After observing earlier, Quinn had calculated Shawn's weakness, his strange movement technique. If he wasn't careful, he could easily be caught off guard and struck by Shawn's fists. However, if he set up a surrounding area with virus attacks, even with Shawn's strange movements, he wouldn't dare rush into the virus-laden environment without fear, which would surely weaken his strength several times over. Moreover, as long as Shawn was infected by the virus, he would completely lose his ability to act, leaving him at the mercy of others. Kid, you've fallen for it. With this thought, Quinn's smile became even more pronounced. Just then, his mouth extended into a machine gun, suddenly unleashing a frantic spray of bullets all around. Instantly, a dense barrage of bullets shot into the air, saturating the entire area. The bullets poured down like a torrential rain, enveloping the region, and the sheer number of bullets created a thin layer of mist in the air, obscuring visibility. Under such a dense attack, even if Shawn had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be hard to dodge. Haha, kid, you're dead for sure. The bullets contain my greatest masterpiece, Ice Ghost. This is an extremely terrifying artificial virus. Once infected, a chilling force will gradually spread from the point of impact throughout the body, draining all stamina and strength. If not detoxified within an hour, it will lead to complete death. Quinn laughed maniacally as he watched Shawn charge forward. In front of his Ice Ghost, no one had ever survived. However, soon Quinn's smile froze on his face. The moment his Ice Ghost was released, Shawn seemed to know his move in advance, disappearing from right in front of him, evading all his bullets. What? Seeing this scene, Quinn's expression changed drastically, a bad premonition rising in his heart. However, before he could react, he suddenly felt a terrifying gust of wind overhead, and a fist came crashing down from above his head. Bang! A punch struck his forehead, the immense force causing his entire head to sink, leaving a huge fist print on his forehead, with blood streaming from his nostrils, ears, and mouth, looking extremely gruesome. After knocking Quinn back, Shawn did not idle. He immediately turned around, his figure flickering, and instantly moved in front of Quinn, raising his left leg and delivering a fierce kick. Bang! A loud explosion sounded as Quinn's entire body was kicked away by Shawn, crashing hard against a distant wall, then falling heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the entire ruins were silent, not a sound to be heard. In this instant, those who were still conscious around, as well as the Black Maria sprawled on the ground, were all in a daze. They never expected this. Even their leader, Quinn, was unable to block a single move from this guy, which was terrifying. This was simply a monster, a devil. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. After a long while, Quinn finally struggled to get up from the ground, glaring at Shawn with a face full of resentment, roaring in anger. At this moment, he looked extremely disheveled. However, as soon as his voice fell, Shawn's figure disappeared again. Immediately after, a punch landed heavily on his abdomen, causing him to scream in agony and curl up on the ground, clutching his stomach. Bastard, bastard, I want you dead. I want you to suffer worse than death. I want you dead. This punch made Quinn cry tears of pain, his heart filled with hatred as he roared madly. Then, in the blink of an eye, his body transformed into the form of an ancient Zoan-type dinosaur, the Apatosaurus, which was extremely massive. It also possessed powerful regenerative abilities and an incredibly tenacious vitality, boasting high defensive power. Kid, you're dead. I'm going to tear your body into pieces. Quinn gritted his teeth and said viciously. Upon hearing this, Shawn disdainfully shook his head and said, I see you're really ordinary and overconfident. After saying that, Shawn's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood and reappeared behind Quinn. Damn it, How can a speed be so fast? Seeing this scene, Quinn was startled and immediately mobilized his internal power to prepare for a counterattack. Unfortunately, as soon as he activated his power, a terrifying gust of wind came from behind. Feeling the situation again, Quinn's pupils contracted slightly, and his eyes widened in shock. But he still gritted his teeth and launched a move called Apatosaurus Bind. His body had been modified, allowing both his head and tail to be launched out, which could then coil around and trap enemies like a snake, with immense strength capable of crushing their bones. Unfortunately, Shawn's speed was too fast to an unbelievable extent. Shawn's palm pierced directly through Quinn's bindings at the elbow, then twisted forcefully. Crack! With a crisp sound, Quinn's tail was brutally twisted off by Shawn. The intense pain made Quinn scream, his face turning pale and his eyes wide open, filled with agony. The defensive power of the Apatosaurus form was indeed formidable, but it was unexpectedly as trivial as a child's play in Shawn's hands. Sorry, I just slipped a bit. Shawn shrugged, looking innocent. In fact, he had completely held back. If he hadn't deliberately controlled the strength of his Diamond Realm divine power, Quinn would have likely met the same fate as Fuzzfu. The reason he didn't quickly finish him off was simply because Quinn, as the manager of the Flying Six, was also one of the three disasters, and his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Having such a person to farm experience would allow him to improve his proficiency in the empty awareness divine power faster. Moreover, through continuous battles, Shawn found that not only was he becoming more adept at using divine power, but he also gained many insights. For instance, the strange movement technique he just used was actually quite ordinary. It was merely relying on the gathering of Diamond Realm divine power in his legs, and then using that force to achieve explosive speed, commonly referred to as instant step. And that 8 extremes burst, although the move seemed unremarkable, was very suitable for close-quarters combat, demonstrating powerful effectiveness in melee fighting. Of course, these were all afterthoughts. At this moment, Quinn was already in immense pain. His right hand pressed tightly against the wound, and the intense pain nearly made him lose consciousness. He never expected that the Apatosaurus form, known for its resilience, would be easily broken by this guy. This bastard is simply a monster, Quinn silently cursed in his heart. The three great disasters don't seem so formidable after all. Seeing the desperate expression on Quinn's face, Shawn revealed a mocking smile, his tone filled with amusement, as if he were watching a clown. Bastard, don't celebrate too early. Hearing Shawn's taunting voice, Quinn immediately became furious and shouted angrily. He had always been extremely proud and never experienced such humiliation. Moreover, Shawn's words were like a heavy blow, striking hard at his pride. I just love seeing you in such a frantic state. The angrier you get, the more excited I become. Shawn coldly mocked Quinn while walking towards him. As Quinn saw Shawn approaching, his expression became increasingly ferocious, and his eyes turned completely red. Bastard, today I will let you experience what true dragon might is. Quinn roared hysterically. After saying that, he suddenly leaped up and charged towards Shawn with his head. Arm Dragon Bomb. Die Bastat. Quinn shouted loudly, his head instantly swelling up like a huge bomb. However, before his massive head could collide with Shawn's figure abruptly disappeared from in front of him. With each dodge and prediction, Shawn's Void Awareness Divine Power continued to rise. Void Awareness Divine Power, great accomplishment. Proficiency 82. Damn it, it's happening again. At this moment, watching this scene, Quinn's face turned extremely ugly as he gritted his teeth and shouted, his eyes almost bursting with rage. Just then, a terrifying gust of wind rushed in from behind Quinn, causing his expression to change several times again. This time, he ultimately didn't dare to turn around and attack. Instead, relying on instinct, he used the wind fist, curling up his mechanical arm and claw, then quickly swinging his arm to create a continuous barrage of strikes. Boom! The speed of his arm swings reached its peak, unleashing terrifying power. However, he still failed to hit Shawn, merely wasting energy in vain. At this moment, Shawn had already arrived behind Quinn. Seeing his face filled with horror, Shawn grinned and said, "Not bad, this speed is quite impressive, but unfortunately it's still too slow." As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn's fist struck out violently, accompanied by a whistling wind. Quinn's expression immediately turned ugly as he felt a strong pressure. Bang! As Shawn's fist hit his lower back, an imprint the size of a bowl appeared instantly, followed by a continuous spurt of blood from his mouth. Quinn's body fell to the ground like a cannonball. With a dull thud, Quinn's massive body crashed heavily onto the floor, creating a deep pit. Looking at Quinn lying on the ground, twitching, Shawn couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Not bad, he didn't die, Shawn said lightly, then walked towards Quinn and stepped on his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Quinn, who was being stepped on by Shawn, coughed violently, blood involuntarily spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. W, what are you going to do? Seeing that Shawn didn't seem to intend to let him go, Quinn's face turned even more panicked, his eyes darting around. Now he was finally scared, regretting deeply. If he had known this guy was so terrifying, he should have quickly teamed up with Fei Lu Bao earlier. Perhaps they could have had a chance then. But there is no such thing as regret in this world, and now he had no opportunity left. However, a corner dog will jump over the wall, let alone a human. Quinn gritted his teeth and suddenly struggled with all his might. Orist Dragon Launcher. With Quinn's angry roar, as the form of the wrist dragon, he suddenly launched his head and tail, and then a missile shot out violently, instantly hitting Shawn. Boom! A violent roar erupted, accompanied by a burst of intense light, and a mushroom cloud rose in the distance. Looking at the blazing flames, Quinn revealed a hint of a satisfied smile, then slowly raised his head to look towards the direction where Shawn had disappeared. He knew he had succeeded. That bastard had been blown to ashes. Ha ha! Didn't expect it. Did you? At such a close distance, even if your speed is fast, there's no way you could dodge. Quinn laughed wildly, unable to hide his inner joy. However, this arrogant laughter quickly came to an abrupt halt, because as the smoke gradually cleared, a blurry figure slowly emerged. Upon seeing this, the smile on Quinn's face froze instantly. No, it's impossible. You clearly got hit. Quinn shouted in horror. He couldn't believe that the missile had not blown that bastard to pieces. Oh, I'm really sorry. I got careless for a moment. Shawn slowly walked out from the smoke, touched his nose, and smiled awkwardly. That missile indeed hit me, but it seems the power was a bit lacking. Upon hearing this, Quinn felt a thunderous bang in his mind, blanking out. He couldn't believe that the missile, containing immense energy, had not turned this guy into fragments. Did that mean that bastard's defense was also terrifying? For a moment, Quinn felt a chill in his heart. What level of combat power has this guy reached? The sky is getting dark. It's time to end this, Shawn said, then took a step forward, his body suddenly lunging several meters. With a flicker, he appeared in front of Quinn. Seeing Shawn approaching, Quinn's face turned pale, revealing a deep fear in his eyes. You bastard, you can't kill me, or Lord Kaido will tear you apart, Quinn said in panic. Sorry, my patience has run out. You must pay the price. A smile appeared on Shawn's face, and then he swung his right fist violently, striking heavily against Quinn's massive body. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Quinn's dinosaur form collapsed into the ground, creating a deep crater. A violent force then spread outwards, causing the surrounding rocks to explode. Devil. This scene completely stunned the already weak and injured Black Maria. Her two long, snow-white legs curled tightly together, and her eyes were filled with immense terror as she stared at Shawn. A wicked smile crept across Shawn's lips as he walked towards her. Black Maria was instantly frightened to the point of losing her mind. Biting her lip, she couldn't help but close her eyes and trembled as she said, "Little ghost, give sister a quick end." Having witnessed the entire process, she had lost any will to resist, and deep within her heart was only profound despair. Let's go, however. Shawn did not continue to do anything to her. He simply reached out and patted her fragrant shoulder before turning to leave. As she watched Shawn's departing figure, Black Maria finally slowly opened her eyes, letting out a sigh of relief, while also unable to resist wiping the fragrant sweat that had emerged on her forehead. Little did she know, just moments ago, a mysterious force had silently entered her body. This is a type of corpse poison that changes the power of the Xidagarba realm. It can be implanted in a person's body without causing any harm. Its only function is to emit a very faint scent, and no matter how far away. Shawn can use the power of the Xidagarba realm to summon the poison moth, thereby tracking it. This was the first time Shawn used such a tactic, and it was only because the Flying Six were all mobilized that he came up with this plan. Black Maria had a close relationship with Kaido, often staying together, so as long as he planted corpse poison on her, he could track Kaido's exact location through the poison wasp. Throughout the years, there had been conflicts between Whitebeard and Kaido. This time, Shawn not only killed Kaido's trusted subordinate, Jack the Drought, but also took down Queen the Plague with his own hands. The Flying Six suffered heavy losses, and the relationship between the two sides had completely broken down, making war inevitable. Rather than waiting for the enemy to attack, it was better to take the initiative. Thus, Shawn planted corpse poison in Black Maria's body for the poison wasp to track. Once he found Ace and beheaded Blackbeard Teach, Shawn wouldn't mind meeting the Beast Kaido, known as the strongest creature. After stepping out of the building that had long become a ruin, Shawn let out a sigh of relief. with the power of the Void Realm, great perfection. At proficiency level 100, Shawn looked at the system panel, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. This exercise not only elevated his divine power in the realm of emptiness to a state of perfection, but also enhanced his combat experience to a new level. Now, Shawn can skillfully utilize his divine power and has mastered his combat techniques. Look, he is coming out. At that moment, a cacophony of noise reached Shawn's ears. He looked up and saw a group of people forming a circle not far in front of him, each with expressions of shock on their faces. These people are exactly the ones Moore encountered in the tavern. In addition to them, there are many local men and women, probably attracted by the intense commotion here. Moore. Look, he actually came out unscathed. How did he manage that? It's terrifying. He single-handedly fought against the Flying Six and even defeated Queen. Is he a monster? Whether he's a monster or not, I don't know, but I can swear he is definitely a powerful devil fruit user. The feelings of Moore and the others are undoubtedly very complex at this moment. On one hand, they are shocked by Shawn's strength, and on the other hand, they feel extremely fortunate that they did not offend him. No, please don't kill me. I'm so sorry. At this moment, the girl in the red dress, seeing Shawn come out, immediately begged with a face full of fear. She regretted her earlier actions immensely, especially when she saw Shawn instantly kill one of the Flying Six. Sasaki, she was completely stunned. If it weren't for her greed, not only could she have earned a reward of 500,000 berries, but perhaps she could have made friends with such a young, strong person like Shawn with her beauty. However, now she not only lost everything, but is also facing life-threatening danger. Maybe Shawn would punch her away in the next second. I'm so sorry, really sorry. Please let me go, I can give you. As she spoke, tears began to flow from her eyes, looking at Shawn with a pleading expression. The surrounding crowd sighed, but no one felt sympathy. After all, sins committed by heaven can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot be lived through. It all stemmed from her greed. However, despite the red dress girl's continuous pleas, even offering to seek forgiveness with her body, Shawn did not look at her again and left the place with a calm expression. The feeling of being ignored left the girl in the red dress in a daze at the scene. She looked at Shawn's back, looking as if she wanted to cry. But in the end, she held back and simply lowered her head in shame. After leaving that area, Shawn did not leave immediately, but instead went to Quinn and the others' pirate ship. Before this, when Quinn and the Flying Six all set out, their pirate ship had been docked by the coast. There was currently no one guarding the ship, and Shawn quickly made his way into the cabin. After a thorough search, he obtained a total of 260 million berries in wealth. However, what Shawn did not expect was that there was actually a devil fruit placed in a safe in the cabin. The devil fruit resembles a gourd, about the size of a soccer ball, with a blue exterior and faintly visible patterns all over it. The surface and the flesh are covered in spiral designs, making it look extremely bizarre. This is actually a devil fruit. At that moment, after opening the safe and seeing this, a look of shock flashed across Shawn's face. Devil fruits have always been referred to as treasures of the sea, with even the lowest market price for a single one exceeding 100 million berries, and the highest ones reaching up to 5 billion berries. Many people have gone to great lengths to obtain one, yet here it is hidden away. However, Shawn did not intend to consume it immediately. First, he didn't know what type of devil fruit it was. Furthermore, while consuming a devil fruit grants powerful abilities, it also makes one unable to swim. Besides, his 8 divine powers were not inferior to the abilities of these devil fruits. Ding! Task triggered. Sell the devil fruit for 1 billion berries to unlock the power of the myriad realms. Just then, while Shawn was observing this strange devil fruit, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Shawn was taken aback. This time, the trigger task was surprisingly quick, and it was no longer a combat task. It was simply about selling this devil fruit. It sounds quite simple, but with a price of 1 billion berries, only those with powerful influence or wealthy families could afford it. Thinking of this, Shawn also gave a bitter smile. Although it wasn't a combat task, the difficulty of the task was still not low at all. After a long time, after packing up the wealth he had scavenged, Shawn returned to the tavern, ready to inquire about the situation in this regard. My ba, you don't know, that young guy is simply a monster. He can not only knock out members of the Flying Six with one punch, but he also took down Play Queen. That's right. I and Moore and the others almost witnessed the whole process. That guy was so cool. He KO'd a kid with one punch. Yeah, I saw it too. That young guy looks like he is only around 20 years old, yet he is so powerful. It's unbelievable that such a genius exists in this world. In the tavern, everyone was chattering excitedly, discussing everything they had just seen. Especially when talking about Shawn's solo battle against the Flying Six, they all wore expressions of awe. "Boss, one rum, please." Just as everyone was heatedly discussing, a calm voice sounded in the tavern as Shawn walked in slowly. Hearing this voice, the crowd instinctively looked up. When they saw the figure, they were all taken aback. Is it him? He single-handedly fought the Flying Six and even killed Plague Queen. That's right, it's him. But didn't he leave? Why is he back? Inside the tavern, the chatter instantly quieted down a lot, but many people were still whispering. Not only that, even the tavern owner and the staff were all watching Shawn with surprise. The news of Shawn defeating the Flying Six had already spread throughout the street, and now that they saw him back, they naturally recognized him. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Shawn directly sat down on a chair, took a sip of rum, and then stood up, slowly walking towards Moore and the others. Seeing Shawn's actions, Moore and the others felt a wave of tension. After all, Shawn's previously displayed strength had shocked them. "Can I sit here?" Shawn approached Moore's table and asked with a smile. Of course, of course." Moore quickly nodded in response. Shawn was not polite and directly sat down opposite Moore, then took a package out of his bundle and threw it on the table. "Is this the devil fruit?" Seeing what was inside the package, Moore's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes wide open with an expression of disbelief. "The usual deal, 500,000 berries as a reward. Help me find a buyer, and after the deal is done, I'll add another 500,000 berries. How about it?" Shawn nodded, then looked at Moore and smiled. Moore took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, then asked with some confusion, "No problem, but brother, how much is this devil fruit worth? And what type of fruit is it?" Hearing this, Shawn was momentarily taken aback. He didn't know exactly what type it was, nor did he know the abilities it granted after consumption. However, since the system marked it with a high price of 1 billion, it must be a very high-grade fruit. After pondering for a moment, Xiao coughed twice and pretended to be profound. "To be honest, this is a lower-grade fruit of the tremor fruit, the vibration fruit. So the price is quite high, selling for 1 billion berries, non-negotiable." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they all showed intense shock. They had long heard of the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, so the vibration fruit, as its subordinate, must not be far off in terms of power, right? With this thought, the eyes of Moore and the others became fervent. "All right, little brother, I'll take this deal, you can trust me." At this moment, Moore immediately stood up, looking excitedly at Xiao and said, "Although I can't afford this devil fruit, my uncle is wealthy, and he just happens to need a devil fruit. Once I tell him this good news, he will definitely jump for joy. In that case, I look forward to your good news." Xiao smiled, took out 500,000 berries as a reward from his bag, and then waited for his news. Moore didn't hesitate, and after taking the money, he hurriedly left the tavern. Moments later, he returned with a middle-aged man, rushing into the tavern. The man's face showed a hint of joy, especially after seeing Xiao. He directly reached out to grab the devil fruit from the table, examining it carefully for a few moments before releasing it, excitedly saying, "Yes, this is indeed a devil fruit. I'll buy it for 1 billion berries." Xiao didn't waste any time, quickly completing the transaction with him and paying Moore the remaining 500,000 berries as a reward before leaving the tavern. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the divine power of the myriad realms. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, a smile crept onto Xiao's lips as he quickly left the island. At this moment, the gray, unlocked status of the divine power of the myriad realms in his mind changed to initial practice. Divine power of the myriad realms, initial practice, proficiency 0. The divine power of the myriad realms is a rather peculiar power that can manipulate the phenomena and climate of the world, utilizing the energy of nature for combat, as well as controlling the elements of heaven and earth to merge into various skills. Shawn was quite excited about unlocking the divine power of the myriad realms. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, Moore, with a flushed face and great resistance, pushed the middle-aged man away, angrily saying, "Uncle, what are you doing? You bastard. This is not the vibration fruit. It's the heartbeat fruit. Come here and let me kiss you." The middle-aged man looked at Moore's body, his eyes shining with intense excitement. "Get lost, I don't want to," Moore furiously shouted, quickly fleeing the castle. The heartbeat fruit, as the name suggests, causes the person who eats it to feel a rush of affection for the first person they see. On the vast sea, Xiao continued to sail on a small boat. Days later, a dozen warships bearing the seagull flag suddenly appeared ahead. Not only that, but the ships were also filled with Navy soldiers, looking aggressive and imposing. This situation made Shawn furrow his brows immediately. According to the route, This area should have been a safe zone and was the most recent path to pursue Ace and hunt down Blackbeard Teach. However, he didn't expect such a large number of Navy ships to suddenly appear. Looking at a dedicated warship at the forefront, Shawn seemed to understand something in his heart, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that today's hunting operation was about to begin. Shawn's lips curled into a cold arc, and then he stopped moving forward. What he didn't expect was that the warships in front of him numbered far more than just a dozen. In less than a moment, dozens of giant warships arrived from all directions, totaling at least 40 or 50, with nearly 100 people on each ship. However, the appearance of these soldiers and warships did not seem like an elite force of the Navy. The entire scene was extremely shocking. In an instant, Shawn found himself surrounded by these warships. Looking at the Navy ships around him, Shawn squinted his eyes. He knew that this encirclement was definitely related to the recent incident where he defeated the Navy colonel. At this moment, a ship approached, and a man with a mohawk stood at the bow of the exclusive warship, wearing a white naval coat with the word Justice written on it. 2 medals hung on his chest, clearly indicating he was a high-ranking officer. "Sea pirate, Shawn, I'm sorry, but you won't be leaving today," the man said, his gaze fixed on Shawn with an indifferent expression. Shawn scanned the man for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "So, it's you. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Vice Admiral Weasel, right? What is the matter? Feeling a bit restless today?" Shawn's tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he didn't regard Vice Admiral Weasel seriously. Hearing this, a naval officer of the rank of Major could no longer contain his anger, his face flashing with fury as he immediately drew a gun and pointed it at Shawn, shouting, "Bastard, you're looking for death." "I'm just stating a fact," Shawn said, gently shaking his head before suddenly fixing his gaze on the Major and adding, "The thing I hate most in my life is when someone points a gun at my head. No matter who it is, I will kill them without mercy." "Oomph. Arrogant bastard, today is your death day," the Major said with a disdainful expression. Then his finger rested on the trigger. Boom, accompanied by a dull sound. It wasn't a bullet that fired, but a strange bolt of lightning struck the Major's head, instantly turning him into charcoal. The Major screamed, his entire body charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Seeing this scene, the other naval soldiers were instantly dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock and horror. The lightning struck so suddenly that they had no idea. No wonder he was a notorious pirate who took down Jack and Quinn. At this moment, the squirrel looked at the scene with a serious expression. Shawn's strength had far exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't come prepared this time, it would have been hard to handle. "All troops attack." Just then, the squirrel's eyes sharpened, and he drew his katana, waving his hand to shout coldly. Instantly, dozens of warships aimed their guns and cannons at Shawn. Boom! The sound of cannon fire erupted, and a dense barrage of shells rained down on Shawn's small boat, engulfing him in flames in the blink of an eye. The shells exploded upon hitting Shawn, creating massive mushroom clouds. The area where the shells landed was in ruins, filled with smoke. Under such a barrage, even a solid steel mountain would likely be destroyed in just a few seconds. Haha, simply vulnerable. It seems this bastard has turned into cannon fodder. Truly foolish, facing death yet pretending to be calm. Now, there's nothing left of him, haha, just like that. Watching Shawn's small boat turn to dust, many Navy soldiers couldn't help but feel excited. However, just as everyone was discussing, suddenly, after the smoke cleared, a tall figure slowly emerged. How is this possible? Yes, not dead? No, it can't be. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The Navy soldiers rubbed their eyes, confirming what they saw again and again, yet it was still so real. Once they confirmed that Shawn was alive, the Navy soldiers were completely stunned. They had never seen someone withstand such ferocious artillery fire and remain unscathed. It was as if they had seen a ghost. At this moment, even the squirrel was quite shocked, but he hadn't reached the point of fear. After all, someone who could defeat the 3 calamities couldn't be eliminated by just a barrage of shells. This outcome was already within his expectations. At this time, Shawn stood on a wooden raft, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said lightly, "With this level of firepower, do you think you can stop me? You bunch of rabble, you are truly disappointing." Shawn's words undoubtedly provoked the anger of countless Navy soldiers. "Bastard, what are you being arrogant about? I don't believe we can't kill you. Open fire, kill him, kill him." In an instant, all the Navy soldiers re-aimed their targets at Shawn. However, this time, it seemed they had no chance. At this moment, Shawn unleashed the power of the omniversal realm, his gaze suddenly sharp, radiating an incredibly terrifying might. He shouted, "A bunch of insignificant fish, let you experience the power of the omniversal realm. Wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, all at my command. With Shawn's low roar, a powerful aura burst forth from his body. In an instant, the entire sea area was engulfed in darkness. The winds and clouds changing dramatically, as if the apocalypse had descended. The sky was filled with turbulent winds and clouds, violent gales howling, and in the void above, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed with blinding brilliance. Boom! In the next moment, a series of thunderclaps, bolts of lightning, and roars of thunder descended wildly, striking fiercely against the naval battleships. In an instant, the fierce winds rose, lightning flashed, and a violent force blew the naval ships into the air, lifting half of the battleship. One ship after another was reduced to debris, and all the Navy soldiers on those ships were killed on the spot without exception. Meanwhile, Shawn's proficiency in the Omniversal Realm was rapidly increasing. Omniversal Realm Power, Beginner, Proficiency 13. 9 Omniversal Realm Power, Expert, Proficiency 51. 7 in less than a moment. Shawn's proficiency in the Omniversal Realm had already surpassed 91. 5, just half a step away from perfection. At this moment, Shawn's face was filled with fervor and excitement. The power of the Infinite Realm could reach such a terrifying level. He couldn't help but wonder just how formidable the formless power of the 8 great divine powers was. Shawn secretly murmured in his heart. At this time, the naval warships around Shawn were already few in number, as most of the vessels had been destroyed in the recent battle. In less than 10 minutes, one warship after another was completely obliterated in the storm of wind, rain, and lightning, resulting in heavy losses for the Navy. In this scene, the faces of the naval officers were filled with horror, their gazes towards Shawn filled with deep apprehension. A single person's strength had actually reached such a level. This kind of power was simply unfathomable. No wonder he dared to challenge the naval fleet. He was an extremely terrifying existence. Various manifestations of divine power, great achievement. Proficiency 96. 7 various manifestations of divine power, great achievement. Proficiency 97. 6 various manifestations of divine power, great achievement. Proficiency 98. 5 as the storm, thunder, and lightning descended. Shawn's proficiency in the various manifestations of divine power was skyrocketing. In the blink of an eye, it reached 99. 6, just a hair's breadth away from 100. Boom! At that moment, with the lightning in the sky, bolts of lightning mixed with the sea wind and heavy rain fell like a meteor shower, crashing down on the last 13 warships, causing waves that instantly exploded, creating intense shockwaves that spread in all directions, forming terrifying shockwaves that swept across the entire sea surface. Under that terrifying shockwave, naval soldiers were directly reduced to a bloody mess, their screams echoing endlessly, blood staining the sea, creating a shocking sight in this marine area. A devil, he is a devil, everyone run. Seeing this scene, the remaining naval soldiers' faces finally changed drastically, one by one jumping ship to escape, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would be struck by lightning. However, despite their desperate attempts to flee, many were still hit by the terrifying and dense attacks, suffering serious injuries or even death. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 naval warships were left with only one dedicated warship of Major General Squirrel, while those naval soldiers either died or fled, leaving the entire scene in complete chaos. Damn, I still underestimated him. At this moment, Major General Squirrel's face was exceptionally grim. This time he came with a mission, specifically bringing a large number of warships and naval soldiers. However, unexpectedly, more than 40 warships and nearly 4,000 naval soldiers were completely wiped out. Although these soldiers were just recruits, this scale was already comparable to a demon-slaying order, yet they still couldn't inflict any damage on the formidable pirate Shawn before them. At this moment, even if the Weasel was unwilling to believe such a fact, he had to accept the reality in front of him. "Weasel, sir, what should we do? What should we do?" The naval soldiers beside him all looked pale, their faces filled with panic. "Retreat. Immediate retreat." After a moment of silence, the Weasel gritted his teeth and said, although he was very reluctant to withdraw like this, he had to admit that Shawn's strength was extremely high. They were simply no match for him. If they continued to stay here, it would only be seeking death. At that moment, the exclusive warship quickly turned around and sailed away into the distance. At this very moment, Shawn was immersed in joy, because just now, his mastery of the Omniversal Divine Power had reached its peak. Omniversal Divine Power, Great Perfection, Mastery 100. Not only that, but the triggering task was also completed surprisingly quickly. Triggering task: Rescue Ace, Unlock Azura Divine Power. However, upon hearing the system's final voice, Shawn frowned slightly. He immediately took out the life card that Whitebeard had given him before leaving to check. To his surprise, Ace's life card had shrunk significantly. The life card only shrinks when its owner is weakened, and it returns to its original size when the owner regains health. The current situation indicated that Ace was facing enormous danger. Thinking of this, Shawn didn't delay any further. His body suddenly soared into the air like a sharp arrow, rushing towards the warship that had just turned around. At this moment, on that warship, all the officers had gathered together. Looking at Shawn, who was rushing towards them in an instant, their faces filled with fear. The weasel's heart sank slightly. He didn't expect the pirate Shawn's speed to be so fast. However, at this point, as a rear admiral, the weasel would not show fear. So when he saw Shawn board the ship, he didn't panic, but instead drew his katana, ready to fight at any moment. Whoosh! At that moment, Shawn leaped up, standing on the warship, looking at the naval soldiers in front of him with a cold smile and a playful expression, saying, "Want to leave? It seems it's too late." As he spoke, he suddenly swung his right fist and struck the mast. Boom! Instantly, the entire warship trembled violently, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Bastard! Seeing this scene, the weasel could no longer hold back, gritting his teeth as he charged towards Shawn with his katana. Using moonwalk, the weasel's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Shawn, swinging his katana fiercely towards Shawn. However, at that moment, his expression suddenly changed, his pupils constricting sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Bang! A muffled sound came, and Shawn did not dodge as he had anticipated. Instead, he struck fiercely against the katana with his fist. Instantly, the long katana shattered inch by inch, fragments flying everywhere. What? Seeing the scene, the other naval soldiers present all changed their expressions drastically, their eyes wide open in shock. The weasel's strength was beyond doubt. He was one of the top 5 rear admirals in the demon-slaying order. Yet unexpectedly, Shawn's punch shattered his attack. "Weasel Rear Admiral, I need to borrow something from you." At that moment, Shawn's indifferent voice reached his ears. Then he grabbed the katana that had broken into 2 pieces, exerting force with his palm, crushing the katana into countless tiny fragments that fell through his fingers, and all of this made every naval soldier present feel a chill down their spines. "You!" Seeing this scene, the weasel's face also turned extremely ugly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shawn's figure suddenly disappeared. Is this moonwalk? No, this has already reached the realm of teleportation. So fast. Watching Shawn's figure suddenly vanish, all the naval soldiers present were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with intense horror. The weasel was even more shocked, immediately preparing for defense. At such a close distance, he noticed that Shawn's speed was incredibly fast, almost like a phantom. Hee, don't be nervous, I'm just borrowing something. In the next moment, Shawn appeared behind him, reached out his left hand, placed it on his shoulder, and said with a light laugh. However, just as Shawn finished speaking, the weasel suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, followed by a massive force striking him. Bang! The next second, his body was involuntarily sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the deck with a loud thud that made everyone tremble. Shawn moved in closer again, gripping his neck tightly, rendering the weasel completely motionless. Then, a bizarre scene frightened the weasel into collapsing to the ground, staring at Shawn with a face full of horror, his mouth agape in fear. Shawn's eyes turned a ghostly white, with a mesmerizing light flickering in his pupils, sending chills down one spine. And then the weasel felt a severe pain in his head, as if an endless flame was burning, making him feel extremely uncomfortable, and his body began to struggle violently. But no matter how he resisted, it was futile, memory probing. At this moment, Shawn's power of the Void Realm fully invaded, directly accessing all of the weasel's memories. After skimming over some trivial memories, Shawn quickly found an important clue regarding Ace. Ace had recently been defeated by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy, which had already taken Ace to Impel down. The public execution of Ace was scheduled to take place in 3 days. In addition to this, Shawn also discovered information about himself in the weasel's memories. He was shocked to find out that in such a short time, he had become the notorious pirate Devil Shawn with a bounty of 1.38 billion in the eyes of the Navy. What surprised Shawn even more was that the weasel was leading nearly 50 warships, and their true objective was not just to capture him, but to seize him alive and take him to Impel down for a public execution alongside Ace, in order to intimidate other pirates and provoke the Whitebeard pirates. After probing these memories, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. Originally, He had planned to find Ace and return with Blackbeard's head, thereby completely thwarting Blackbeard's scheme and avoiding a large-scale war. But now it seemed that this war was inevitable, so he could only face it head-on. Anyone who doesn't want to die, jump ship. At that moment, Shawn released the weasel's collar, scanning all the Navy soldiers on the deck with a cold and indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, all the Navy soldiers present were taken aback, their faces turning pale, filled with deep resentment and despair. Shawn's actions clearly showed that he did not regard the Navy at all. However, they had no way to retaliate against him. Jump ship. In the next instant, some unknown soldier in the crowd shouted. Immediately, all the Navy soldiers began to jump ship and flee. Lord Weasel, quickly jump ship with me, a Navy officer of colonel rank said, helping the Weasel while anxiously urging him. The Weasel's face was filled with shame and anger, but in the end, he chose to jump ship. He had to report this information to Admiral Sengoku immediately. Watching the chaotic scene of the Navy fleeing, a slight smirk appeared on Shawn's lips. He then boarded the Weasel's exclusive warship and vanished from the area. However, during their brief encounter, Shawn had already planted a corpse poison inside the Weasel using the power of the Earth Store realm. As long as he summoned the poison moth, he would be able to know his location at any time. Meanwhile, the Weasel and others, after their desperate escape, finally reached the entrance of Impel Down after enduring countless hardships. Looking at the familiar city walls, excitement surged on their faces. In these several hours, they had no idea how many twists and turns they had gone through before successfully reaching Impel Down. Exhaustedly stepping into the entrance of Impel Down, the Weasel finally let out a heavy breath. Oh, General Weasel, weren't you supposed to chase after the devil Shawn? Why do you look like this? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, and General Bastille, along with several Navy soldiers, slowly approached. The Weasel smiled bitterly, just about to explain, when several others walked out not far away. It was Admirals Doberman, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberry. Weasel, why do you look so disheveled? Doberman looked at him with a puzzled expression, then asked, where are your warships? They're all gone, the Weasel said weakly. Gone? Upon hearing this, Doberman and the others were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Weasel, you had over 40 warships and thousands of Navy soldiers. How could you not even subdue a small devil? Stoloberry asked incredulously. The Weasel wore a bitter expression and briefly recounted the battle at sea. What? A super strong natural type devil fruit user? Over 40 warships were destroyed? How is that possible? After hearing this, Doberman and the others showed expressions of incredulity, their faces filled with shock. Although those 40 warships were not top tier, such strength was enough to sweep away several ordinary pirate crews. Yet unexpectedly, they were taken out by a young man. Is the devil Shawn really that strong? Fire Mountain frowned and asked with a serious look. The Weasel nodded with a bitter smile and said, all right, no more talking. I must report to Admiral Sengoku immediately. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Damn it. The entire fleet was wiped out. Just after receiving the Weasel's report, Sengoku was so angry he nearly jumped up. Watching Sengoku's furious reaction, Karp, who was beside him, took a bite of a rice cracker and curiously asked, Sengoku, has something big happened again? It's that guy, the devil Shawn. Sengoku said angrily, this guy is too arrogant. He actually destroyed over 40 of our warships and killed many Navy soldiers. The most despicable part is that he took away the Weasel's exclusive warship and forced them to jump ship. He really doesn't take our Navy seriously at all. Oh, is that the Shawn kid who can use my pumpstone meteor? Karp said, showing a hint of interest. Sengoku did not reply, slamming his palm on the table. He said angrily, no matter what kind of powerful devil fruit user he is, we must send an admiral to capture him this time. Let me go. I wanted to meet this kid for a long time. After swallowing a rice cracker, Karp slowly stood up and said, upon hearing this, Sengoku frowned slightly and then coughed. I heard that the devil Shawn is extremely fast. I've already decided to send Kizaru. You should stay at the Navy headquarters to guard. Karp shrugged indifferently, continuing to eat rice crackers and donuts. Meanwhile, in Kizaru's office, looking at the arrest warrant in his hand, Kizaru dozed off. The devil Shawn, how terrifying. At the same time, news of the Navy publicly executing Ace immediately caused an uproar throughout the New World. Poor Gasti. Ace has been captured by the Navy. It seems the Navy headquarters is going to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates completely. The scale of this war is likely to be enormous. The Navy is preparing to thoroughly break the balance with the four emperors. Once this war breaks out, the world pattern is likely to undergo a huge change. Navy headquarters, the four emperors, the entire world is about to boil over. This is getting more and more interesting. As soon as this news spread, Discussions erupted all over the world. At this moment, at the Navy headquarters, Marineford, after finishing the call with the Weasel, Sengoku immediately convened an emergency meeting. The number of attendees at this meeting is quite large, and their ranks are very high, including admirals, vice admirals, and others. Everyone is present. Gentlemen, I have gathered you all here today to discuss how we should address the Whitebeard pirates and nearly 43 other pirate crews in this war. Sengoku stood in front of the conference table, glancing around at the crowd below, and said. For a moment, no one responded, and many were stunned to hear that there would be not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also 43 other pirate crews involved, leaving them with a sense of dread and their scalps tingling. This lineup is truly shocking. After all, it includes Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, along with 43 pirate crews. The powerful formation is almost unimaginable. After a moment, Admiral Akano suddenly snorted coldly and said, This war is already won by our Navy headquarters. Whitebeard's plan is destined to be a joke. As long as he dares to come, he will surely have no return. Therefore, we do not need to waste time on this matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Akiji slowly opened his mouth and suggested, I think what we need to do now is to quickly adjust our strategic deployment. After all, the upcoming battle is not an ordinary one. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates is beyond doubt, and those 43 pirates should not be underestimated either. If we are not careful, our forces may also make many mistakes. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing Akiji's words. However, many also supported Akainu's statement, as the Navy headquarters had made sufficient preparations this time. As long as Whitebeard dared to come, he was destined to have no return. Kizaru, what are your thoughts? At this moment, Sengoku suddenly looked at Kizaru and asked, Well, Kizaru was taken aback for a moment, then scratched the back of his head, and said with a naive expression, I haven't thought about it in detail yet. Anyway, I'll just be responsible for holding them back when the time comes. Oh, it's 5:30, time to get off work, let's go. After saying that, Kizaru glanced at his watch and said excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the conference room in a flash, under everyone's gaze. This guy. Sengoku was speechless for a moment, but he didn't say much more. As long as Kizaru put in some effort during battles, he couldn't be bothered to care about anything else. The meeting continued for another hour after Kizaru left, and before departing, Sengoku announced that he would reveal a shocking secret before Ace's execution. This shocking secret has sparked a lot of discussion among many people, filled with strong curiosity. Meanwhile, Shawn has already docked the ship and entered a nearby island. Old man, have you made up your mind? In a tavern, Shawn asked Whitebeard on the other end of the phone bug. Just now, he had informed Whitebeard about Ace's capture and shared his plan. As expected, Whitebeard already knew that the Navy was about to publicly execute Ace and had gathered all his pirate crews. Little guy, Ace is my son, he's my family. Even if I have to flatten the Navy headquarters, I will save him. I know your intentions, but I have to go to this war. Whitebeard pondered for a long time before speaking. All right, since you insist, I have no choice but to respect your wishes. However, before that, I assure you, Ace will be fine, Shawn said after a moment of silence. Whitebeard was taken aback, then laughed heartily, saying, Good, but you take care too. Vice Captain of the Moby Dick, the great pirate devil Shawn. All right, I won't keep you any longer. Shawn smiled slightly and hung up the phone. In fact, his plan was to spare Whitebeard from this war. But at the moment, that seemed completely impossible. This war is destined to break out. She'll look quickly. How does that person resemble the notorious pirate from the Navy's bounty? Wow, it really is him, the great pirate devil Shawn, the young man who killed Drought Jack and Play Quinn? That's right. What's most terrifying is that the Navy has reportedly suffered significant losses at his hands, and he now has a bounty of 38 billion berries. I can't believe it. Such a high bounty. Why have I never heard his name before? Just after Shawn finished his phone call, the people in the tavern exchanged glances, lowering their heads to whisper. Upon hearing this, Shawn merely smiled lightly. His empty knowledge realm divine power had already reached perfection, and his sensing ability was incredibly strong. Therefore, he had long heard their discussions. Not only that, but Shawn also sensed that a group of people was rushing towards the tavern. Bang! Just as Shawn was pondering, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside the tavern, and the tavern's door was instantly blown open. A burly man, muscular all over, led a dozen armed pirates charging in. This group of pirates stormed in fiercely, looking menacing. After entering the tavern, they directly overturned the tables and chairs inside. Then, after scanning the room, one of them shouted loudly, "Who is the doctor? Step forward quickly." Seeing this, many customers in the tavern were so frightened that they lowered their heads and dared not speak. Only a few waiters rushed forward in panic, saying, "Gentlemen, Please don't be agitated. Before they could finish speaking, the leading burly man suddenly lifted his leg and kicked the nearby table hard, causing it to shatter into pieces, with splintered wood flying everywhere, startling the people around into screams. Watching the terrified expressions of those around him, the leading burly man nodded in satisfaction. He then scanned the crowd with his eyes and finally fixed his gaze on Shawn at the front desk of the tavern, revealing a sinister smile. "Kid, you're so calm. Are you the doctor?" The burly man squinted his eyes and walked step by step toward Shawn. From the moment they entered until now, he had noticed that everyone else was trembling in fear, yet this kid remained so composed. "Is there something?" Shawn glanced at the burly man, neither denying nor affirming, and said lightly, Hey. Seeing Shawn's calm face, the burly man grinned sinisterly, then drew 2 daggers from his waist, gleaming coldly. "Since you're the doctor, come with me. Our little devil pirate crew has just been established, and we happen to need a ship's doctor." As he spoke, the burly man pressed the blades of the gleaming daggers forcefully onto the table as a threat. Upon hearing this, the first to react was not Shawn, but those terrified customers. Many of them froze upon hearing the words, "little devil." Then, they stared at the burly man with strange looks, and finally, a mocking expression appeared on their faces, as if looking at an idiot. What little devil pirate crew? They had no idea that a big devil was right in front of them. "Kid, if you're the doctor, just come with us. If you're not, then take me to the doctor. You have no choice today. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it." Seeing that Shawn hadn't spoken yet, the burly man's expression darkened as he said again, "If you don't agree, you'll have to leave horizontally today. Sorry, I should still have another option." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shawn shrugged and said casually. Hearing this, the burly man was taken aback, and before he could respond, he suddenly saw Shawn's figure vanish from where he stood, only to reappear behind him. Fingers in, Shawn brought his right index finger and thumb together and then flicked. Instantly, a stream of finger energy shot out, heading straight for the burly man's back. Puffed. The finger energy pierced through the burly man's body in an instant, blood spraying out. In an instant, the burly man let out a miserable howl, clutching his left chest and retreating continuously. A small hole had been pierced through his left chest, with steam rising from the wound and a strong smell of blood emanating from it. What incredible speed! I didn't even see it clearly. So terrifying. No wonder he's the notorious pirate Devil Shawn with a bounty of 1.38 billion. Watching Shawn's fingers in, the tavern erupted in an uproar. Many people were shocked and whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, the dozen or so pirates, who were preparing to rush forward with their weapons after seeing the burly man knocked down with 1 blow, suddenly heard these words. They stood frozen on the spot, their pupils filled with fear and shock. "Why, you are the notorious pirate Devil Shawn?" At this moment, the burly man covered his wound, turned his head to look at Shawn, and asked in disbelief, his face full of shock. These days, the deeds of the notorious pirate Devil Shawn are well known. However, he had never seen a portrait of him, let alone met him in person. Therefore, he naturally couldn't recognize Shawn, and their small pirate crew had also established themselves under Shawn's banner. Moreover, he never expected that the great pirate Devil Shawn would appear on this remote island. What surprised him even more was that this guy was indeed so powerful. His astonishing speed left him completely defenseless, and in an instant he suffered severe injuries. Looking at the shock in the eyes of the burly man before him, Shawn smiled faintly and said, "It seems my reputation is quite good." The burly man was sweating profusely, swallowed hard, and trembled as he said, "Lord Shawn, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the great man." "Then hurry and get lost." Shawn waved his hand. "Thank you, Lord Shawn, for sparing my life." Upon hearing Shawn's command, the burly man quickly bowed and left the tavern with his companions in a hurry. Watching this group of fierce pirates leave, many people breathed a sigh of relief. However, the atmosphere in the tavern remained particularly oppressive, as the notorious pirate Devil Shawn was still present. Not long after, Shawn finished a glass of rum and quickly disappeared from the tavern. To the southwest of the island, at that moment, the burly man and his companions had just hurriedly left the tavern when they encountered a tall, thin man. "Hey, good brother, can I ask you something?" The tall, thin man wore sunglasses and a yellow shirt over a white t-shirt, paired with black casual shoes, looking quite refined. "Don't bother me, I don't know." The burly man and his group were too frightened to respond to the passerby, running away in fear. However, just as they had run a few meters, the tall, thin man appeared in front of them at lightning speed and said lazily, "Hey, no need to be in such a hurry. Take a good look." As he spoke, a bounty notice appeared before the eyes of the burly man and his companions. The burly man was about to get angry, but when he saw the portrait on it, he was completely stunned his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, mouth agape. The person on the bounty notice was none other than the notorious pirate Devil Shawn, with a bounty of 38 billion, and they had just crossed paths with him. I don't know him. After hesitating for a long time, the burly man stuttered. All right, then let us start with you. After saying that, the tall, thin man extended his right index finger and lightly poked. A beam of light slicing through the air, instantly appearing at the burly man's chest. Then, the light entered his body, and his expression changed to one of pain. He then fell straight back to the ground with a muffled groan, his eyes wide open, looking as if he would never close them again. Watching their leader being killed in one blow, the remaining 11 pirates were completely stunned. So strong. Who is he? The group of pirates looked at the frail man in front of them with trembling eyes. All right, it's time to end this. Let you experience the speed of light. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall, thin man's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared among the group of pirates. His movement was extremely bizarre, almost vanishing in the blink of an eye, with a speed that was astonishing, making it impossible for them to catch a glimpse of his figure. Bang, bang, bang. A few muffled sounds echoed, and the group of pirates was instantly killed. At this moment, Shawn had just left the tavern when someone blocked his path. Hey, terrifying devil. Where are you headed? The tall, thin man looked at Shawn with a playful expression. Shawn recognized him at a glance. This person was one of the highest-ranking admirals of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, a natural-type light fruit user. Looking at the man with a wicked smile, Shawn raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, I was just about to head to the Navy headquarters. I didn't expect to run into Admiral Kizaru here. What a stroke of luck. Hearing this, Kizaru also smiled and said, yeah, what a stroke of luck. Running into the Devil Shawn as soon as I came out. No need for me to search everywhere. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Shawn. Then kicked at Shawn with a speed that was mind-boggling. So fast. Shawn was also startled. This speed had already exceeded what an ordinary person could capture with their naked eye. Even if Shawn used his ordinary instant step, he might not be able to match this speed, and the lightspeed kick also carried formidable power, which could seriously injure him if he wasn't careful. Whoosh! At this moment, Shawn showed no hesitation and instantly dodged the strike. Boom! The yellow apes directly struck a huge stone in the distance, splitting it in half and leaving a deep cut, as if it had been sliced by a sharp blade. Not bad, not bad. He actually managed to dodge my lightspeed kick. Seeing Shawn evade his attack, a hint of surprise appeared on the yellow ape's face. Then, he moved swiftly again, closing in and kicking towards Shawn's face. This time, Kizaru was not just using a simple kick. He was using both hands and feet, moving at a speed that was astonishing. Rays of light and shadow flickered around Shawn. Although Shawn had long known that Kizaru's speed was extraordinary, witnessing his displayed power firsthand still left him slightly surprised. However, he was not without his own speed. First step. Just as Kizaru's attack was about to kick Shawn's head, Shawn's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared 100 meters away. At that moment, Shawn was already different from before. Now, beneath his feet, one could faintly see an invisible ripple spreading out, and as the ripples expanded, Shawn's figure flickered in the void like an afterimage, making it hard to grasp. Every attack from Kizaru missed. Watching Shawn continuously disappear from view, a look of surprise appeared on Kizaru's face. Then, a faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he shouted to Shawn, Hey, you guy, your title as a devil is indeed well-deserved. This speed is almost catching up to my light speed. Less talking. Shawn calmly uttered 2 words, and with a step on the ground, he instantly transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards Kizaru. This explosive step is enhanced by his burning divine power in the Diamond Realm, reaching an extreme that is difficult for ordinary people to capture. However, the side effects are quite obvious. It requires burning a certain amount of divine power to sustain it. And once the divine power is exhausted, he will also fall into weakness. Therefore, a quick resolution is the best choice. If the battle drags on too long, the fluctuations from the fight are likely to attract countless Navy forces, which would be troublesome. At this moment, as he watched Shawn rush over quickly, Kizaru smiled faintly and said, Devil, have you ever seen lightspeed consecutive kicks? Before his words fell, his figure had already vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at Shawn's side, swinging his legs, and countless kicking shadows appeared in the air, accompanied by a whistling wind as they rushed toward Shawn. Shawn's figure swayed continuously in midair, narrowly avoiding these kicking shadows' attacks, while his arms waved continuously to block all the lightspeed kicks around him. However, Kizaru is indeed an experienced fighter. In just a short time, He had become familiar with Shawn's moves to a certain extent. Every move Shawn made was under his control, and for a time, none of Shawn's attacks could break his offensive, and they were all neutralized by him. Indeed, as expected of my prey, possessing such a fierce speed is truly exciting. Kizaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was the first time he encountered such a tricky opponent in terms of speed, and he increasingly looked forward to the duel with Shawn. Little devil, with such speed, I'm also eager to experience it. Show me your limits. Since you want to test my limits, then I will let you see what my limits truly are. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth, and just as his voice fell, his speed suddenly increased several times again, like a bolt from the blue, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Kizaru. Wow, that's really terrifying. A hint of mocking smile appeared at the corner of Kizaru's mouth. Immediately, he emitted a strong flash of light and instantly disappeared at light speed from his original position. In the next moment, his figure reappeared next to Shawn, unleashing terrifying light-speed consecutive kicks. This time, his lightning-fast consecutive kicks were relentless, continuously attacking Shawn's vital points. Each strike reached an extremely terrifying level of speed and power, enveloping Shawn entirely, with dense kicking shadows making it nearly impossible to defend against. You think you're the only one who can kick? I can kick too. At that moment, Shawn shouted angrily. He was indeed shocked by the speed of the yellow ape, but he wasn't afraid. After all, with his explosive footwork fully unleashed, he could completely match his speed. What annoyed him was that the yellow ape was a flashy guy, often emitting a strong light that hurt his eyes. When dealing with such a person, Shawn preferred to kick him far away. Fishman, Shadowless kick. At that moment, Shawn's explosive footwork surged again, instantly unleashing a terrifying speed and power, his figure darting into the yellow ape's attack range like lightning. Then, he leaped with both feet, alternating kicks in a continuous motion, faster and more powerful than before. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, Shawn's Fishman Shadowless kick collided with the yellow ape's lightning-fast consecutive kicks, producing a series of dull sounds that made one's eardrums ache. This time, Shawn's speed was extremely fast, each strike surpassing lightning, each hit heavy as 1,000 pounds. Huang Yuan's body kept retreating, and his face turned a bit pale from enduring Shawn's consecutive kicks. 1, 2, 3, 99, 100, 108. When Shawn's foot passed through those light-speed kicks and landed fiercely on Huang Yuan's chest, his speed increased again, delivering hundreds of kicks in succession, almost all landing on Huang Yuan's chest, causing Huang Yuan to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He then flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into a building. 1 second, 108 kicks. What kind of technique is this? In the ruins, Huang Yuan slowly got up, his face showing a hint of shock as he looked at Shawn, who was slowly walking towards him. Want to learn? I can teach you, Shawn said with a smirk. Look, the villa has collapsed. At this moment, the violent commotion caused by their battle had attracted quite a few people. Looking at the scene of devastation, everyone was shocked, and when their eyes gathered on Shawn, they revealed expressions of horror. This is actually the great pirate devil Shawn. Was that terrifying noise just now caused by him? Oh my god, all the houses over there have been destroyed. How scary. I've never seen anyone able to kick down the walls of a building. This devil is truly terrifying. I'm glad I never provoked him. At this moment, the crowd's discussions rose and fell, and their eyes toward Shawn were filled with awe. Wait, Yui Lola looked quickly. The man lying in the ruins seems to be Admiral Huang Yuan. Just then, an uncle pointed at Huang Yuan, who was lying in the ruins, his face turning incredibly shocked. Hearing his voice, the crowd quickly looked toward the ruins, and sure enough, there was a man slumped there, covered in injuries, with a large bruise on his face and his mouth twisted. At this moment, Huang Yuan was breathing heavily, his face filled with shock. Shawn's last kick had hit his face, shattering his sunglasses. Not only that, but his nasal bone had also been broken. It really is Admiral Huang Yuan. I've seen him in the newspaper. How is this possible? Admiral Huang Yuan is one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Could it be that even he is not a match for the great pirate devil Shawn? As the crowd recognized who was lying in the ruins, they were immediately stunned. That was one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Huang Yuan, a natural-type user of the glint fruit, possessing powerful swordsmanship, kicking techniques, and shooting abilities. Such a powerful figure had actually been defeated by the devil Shawn. It was simply unbelievable. Just as everyone was in shock, Huang Yuan slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and revealed a hint of anger in his eyes. Shawn's strength was beyond his imagination. His speed was incredibly fast, and his kicking technique was terrifying, each strike containing immense power. However, he was a user of the glint fruit, a man with the speed of light. Little devil, the power of the glint fruit is not just this. If you think you can win against me with just this ability, you're too naive. A crazed light flashed in Huang Yuan's eyes, and then he suddenly lunged toward Shawn. This time, his speed reached its peak, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Shaolin. At the same time, a sword of light formed in his hand. My God, this is a sword of light formed by photon condensation. Is Admiral Kizaru preparing to use sword techniques? Don't forget, Admiral Kizaru is also a swordsman, and his swordsmanship is exceptional. Indeed, Admiral Kizaru's swordsmanship is considered to be top-notch. He seems to be preparing to use his sword techniques. If that's the case, the devil Shaolin is probably really facing death this time. Looking at the dazzling sword of light, the expressions of the people around showed a hint of shock. At that moment, Kizaru, holding the sword of light, suddenly slashed down, and a fierce gust of wind, accompanied by a howling force, rushed toward Shaolin. Faced with Kizaru's sword technique, Shaolin felt a hint of danger. After all, this power of photon cutting could definitely tear everything apart, and he wasn't sure if his formidable diamond body could withstand it. Thinking of this, divine power burned again, and the speed of his explosive step instantly increased. Shaolin's body suddenly flashed and avoided this deadly strike. However, it was clear that Kizaru would not let it go that easily. Little devil, die. Amatsukuyomi's sword. At that moment, he swung the sword of light vigorously, slicing through the air, and a massive sword light, with lightning speed, charged toward Shaolin, as if it wanted to slay him in an instant. Is this the swordsmanship of Admiral Kizaru? The might is so powerful. How impressive. With such a terrifying slash. The devil Shaolin probably really can't escape this time. Indeed, even if the devil Shaolin is powerful, he cannot withstand Admiral Kizaru's sword techniques. It's just unexpected to witness such a scene firsthand. Looking at that terrifying sword light, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in awe, their eyes filled with fervor. And they all felt that Shaolin was really finished this time. However, at that moment, something astonishing happened again. Just as the massive sword light became increasingly dazzling, Shaolin's right hand slowly formed a light green giant sword. The giant sword emitted a strange aura of death, with a thin layer of green mist swirling around the blade. What is this? Seeing the strange sword suddenly appear in Shaolin's hand, everyone's faces changed dramatically, filled with shock as they exclaimed. Could he also be a user of a nature-type devil fruit? No, this is not formed by photon condensation. It looks more like corrosive miasma taking shape. A young man widened his eyes and shouted, "Corrosive miasma? What is that?" It is a special toxin that can decay all living beings, causing the body to develop various negative effects, ultimately leading to decay and death. The worst case is being completely corroded, turning into a dry corpse or even dust, an elder explained with a complex expression. Upon hearing this, fear spread across everyone's faces, and they looked toward Shaolin, beads of sweat emerging on their foreheads. At this moment, facing the oncoming dazzling sword light, Shaolin tightly gripped the giant sword in his right arm, the sword tip resting on the ground, his eyes fixed ahead. In the next instant, as the dazzling sword light was just an arm's length away from Shaolin's body, his whole body erupted with momentum, and he suddenly swung the giant sword horizontally forward. Opened the heavenly gate with one sword. Accompanied by Shaolin's roar, this time, the two sword lights were faster and more powerful. Huang Yuan's face turned particularly pale due to the excessive consumption of energy. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was unable to block Shaolin's heavenly gate sword strike. The two dazzling sword lights had not even approached before they were decayed into air by the light green sword energy, as if they had never existed. So strong. Devil Shaolin truly is a devil. He can even use swordsmanship. Moreover, it is such a strange and terrifying swordsmanship. I didn't expect even General Huang Yuan wouldn't be a match for him. It's too terrifying, so scary. Watching the scene, everyone observing from a distance was filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? Seeing what was happening before his eyes, Huang Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at Shaolin with a face full of horror, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. He clearly used the strongest light speed slash. How could it be swallowed like this? Whoosh! At that moment, the terrifying sword intent accompanied by the decaying aura rushed towards him, directly hitting Huang Yuan's entire body. Puffed. Blood spewed out wildly. Huang Yuan's armed color Haki collapsed, and his figure instantly flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit, dust swirling and smoke billowing. The scene was extremely dramatic. Even more shocking was that the terrifying green sword light had not disappeared. Instead, it spread towards the western horizon. When the crowd saw this scene, their expressions of shock became even more intense. This is so amazing. That's General Huang Yuan, and he was defeated just like that? I can't believe it. Deful Xiao and is too terrifying. Just as everyone was shocked by Huang Yuan's defeat, the terrifying green sword light spread to the edge of the sky at that moment. Then, with a violent explosion, it transformed into a massive mushroom cloud, expanding outward. The terrifying explosive force seemingly destroying everything. Even the sky, under this explosion, showed dark cracks as if a heavenly gate had opened. General Huang Yuan, I'm sorry. I have some knowledge of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, as Huang Yuan lay on the ground with blurred consciousness, a crisp voice suddenly rang in his ears. In the next moment, Shawn appeared before him like lightning. So scary. Huang Yuan raised his head, struggled to squeeze out a few words, and then directly fainted. General Huang Yuan was defeated just like that. I can't believe it. Devil Shao In is so strong. Is this the true power of the great pirate devil, Shao In? Terrifying. Watching Huang Yuan being defeated like this, the mouths of the surrounding crowd were wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. Shao In paid no attention to the discussions of the crowd, and then his figure flickered, carrying Huang Yuan, and quickly disappeared from the area. Half an hour later, Shao In stopped in a remote area of the small island, carrying Huang Yuan. At this moment, Huang Yuan was completely unconscious, falling into extreme weakness. With no response at all. Letting out a long sigh, Shao In's face also turned slightly pale, burning divine power to perform explosive steps. While it made his speed quicker, it consumed an extremely terrifying amount of energy, especially the previous move Heavenly Gate, which was released using the decaying aura of the Earth Store Realm divine power, consumed even more. Now, Shao In needed to recover quickly to face the upcoming battle. The divine power of the long life realm slowly flowed within Shao In's body, and in a short while, the weakness and fatigue in his limbs and bones were completely restored, and his divine power became much stronger than before. Taking advantage of this moment, Shao In immediately used memory probing on the unconscious Huang Yuan. To his disappointment, this guy's mind was filled with thoughts about how to pass the day, how much salary would be paid this month, and where to play during the holidays. Not a single useful piece of information. However, Shao In still learned some information about Ace. At this moment, Huang Yuan's memory showed that Ace was still imprisoned in Impel Down under the supervision of Warden Magellan. However, he would be taken to the execution platform at Marine Headquarters Marineford in 2 days. The ones responsible for escorting Ace were the recently forced off the ship Rear Admiral Squirrel and Rear Admiral Bastille. After probing the memories, Shao In immediately used the divine power of the empty awareness realm to control the mind of the weak and unconscious Huang Yuan, to prevent him from escaping once he woke up. This time, the mind control was relatively simple, just like controlling Run T in the 6 flying cells back then. The purer a person's thoughts, the easier they are to control mentally, and this applies to the yellow ape as well. However, this can only be done when he is weak and unconscious. 2 days later, Shawn put the yellow ape into a sack and carried him, waiting in the southeast of the island. Today is the day he meets with the Whitebeard pirates, and it is also the day Ace is about to be publicly executed. Half an hour later, a large fleet finally appeared on the distant horizon, with a white skull flag at the forefront, unmistakably the Whitebeard pirates, followed by numerous pirate ships. There was the icebreaker ship of Ice Witch-Wadaib, Elmi's large ship, and a group of pirate crews, including Captain Cuscarn and the strange monk Urki. These are all the forces of the Whitebeard pirates, vast in number and unimaginable. Just a few days ago, after learning that Ace had been captured, Whitebeard was furious and immediately summoned all the pirate crews under his command to prepare to head to the Marine headquarters to rescue Ace. Today is the day they will meet with Vice Captain Shawn and head to the Marine headquarters. Come on, push harder, accelerate faster, Marco shouted excitedly, urging the sails to move forward quickly. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. Dad, look quickly. It seems to be that kid Shawn, Marco exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the figure ahead. Hearing this, Whitebeard followed Marco's line of sight. When he saw Shawn, a look of excitement and joy suddenly appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. Gururura, it really is that little guy. Hurry up, faster, Whitebeard urged again, his voice filled with unmistakable joy, while his eyes sparkled with immense excitement. These days, Shawn's departure has made him worried and anxious. Especially after hearing the news that Ace was captured, Whitebeard became even more concerned about Shawn. After all, he was alone out there, chasing after a cunning traitor like Blackbeard teach. Moments later, the Whitebeard pirate's large ship stopped in front of Shawn. "Gulalala, little guy, finally see you." Whitebeard rushed forward and gave Shawn a manly hug, then smiled and said loudly. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Shawn also revealed a smile, then leaped and jumped onto the deck, leaving the sack on his shoulder on the ship. "Haha, you little brat. You've made quite a name for yourself lately, becoming a pirate with a bounty of 1.38 billion in such a short time." Marco suddenly came from behind and wrapped his arms around Shawn's neck, laughing heartily. "This time, I brought gifts for everyone." Shawn smiled slightly, his gaze suddenly turning to the sack on the deck. "Oh, you guy, not bad. You even know to bring us gifts. Let me see what gold and silver treasures you have." Marco chuckled, releasing his arms and walking toward the sack. Diamond Jaws and several other captains and crew members also gathered around, each of their eyes filled with anticipation. "What is in there? It looks very heavy, probably not light." "Right. It might be the big treasure that Vice Captain Shawn got, probably worth a fortune." Everyone discussed eagerly, their eyes fixed on the sack, all with curious expressions. "Hee, I'll open it first, sharing is caring." Marco chuckled and reached to pull the rope. Whoosh! With a slight crisp sound, the rope of the sack slowly fell to the ground. As Marco opened the sack, a tall and thin figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. "Why is it a man? This is wrong. If you're going to capture someone, you should at least bring back a beauty." "Hey, what is wrong with you? Why bring back a man? You got my hopes up for nothing." Seeing the figure of the man in the sack, Marco said to Shawn with a displeased tone. Shawn smiled faintly and said, "Marco, take a closer look. Who is he?" Hearing Shawn's words, Marco curiously turned to glance at the sack. The figure inside the sack was tightly bound, and he could only roughly see that it was a man who seemed to be unconscious. Squatting down, Marco grabbed the bottom of the sack and pulled it down forcefully. Whoosh! A sound rang out, immediately revealing the figure wrapped in the sack. This is Admiral Kizaru." Upon seeing the man's face, Marco instantly screamed, shock written all over his face. His mouth agape. He truly did not expect that Shawn could capture Kizaru alive and bring him back. It's worth noting that Kizaru is one of the top combat powers of the Navy headquarters. "This is unbelievable. It's Admiral Kizaru," Marco exclaimed again. This time, hearing Marco's exclamation, everyone's gaze turned in unison. Upon seeing the face of Admiral Kizaru, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. "What the hell? It's Admiral Kizaru." They were incredulous that Vice Captain Shao had actually captured him. Surprised voices filled the air, with disbelief evident in everyone's eyes. Diamond Jaws was also stunned, his eyes fixed on Kizaru. He immediately stepped forward, pinched Kizaru's cheek in front of everyone, and finally took a deep breath, saying, "No doubt about it. This is the real deal, Admiral Kizaru. You really are a devil. I never expected your strength to be so formidable that you could even capture an admiral of the Navy. You're simply a super pervert," Marco exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, his feelings indescribable. "Hee, there are many unexpected things in this world." Shao chuckled, not particularly concerned about having captured Kizaru. In fact, the plan to rescue Ace did not originally include this step. Shao had simply not anticipated that the Navy headquarters would send Admiral Kizaru to capture him at such a critical moment. Therefore, he simply bound Kizaru, knowing that the Navy would be lacking some combat power during the upcoming battle. He believed that the expressions of the Navy headquarters at the moment of public execution would be quite entertaining. "Gulalala, you little guy, you really did well. I believe Sengoku will be furious when he finds out, haha." At that moment, Whitebeard had just recovered from his shock and looked at Shao with a big laugh. Shao couldn't help but smile back lightly. Soon after, all the forces of the Whitebeard pirates quickly advanced towards Marine Headquarters Marineford. Impel down, level 6. "Ace, you bastard." Karp's face was filled with anger and helplessness as he looked at Ace, who was in a miserable state in the cage, and said with great heartache. Ace had grown up before his eyes, like his own grandson. Now he was locked up in this hellhole, suffering such torment, which made Karp feel extremely distressed. "It's you, old man." Ace slowly raised his head, looking at Karp with a pale and weak smile. "Sigh, why do you and Luffy have to go against me? I've told you countless times not to become pirates, but you just wouldn't listen, and in the end, you both became pirates." Karp sighed, a look of sadness on his face. "Speaking of Luffy makes me furious. Do you know what he did at Sabati Archipelago? He actually hit a celestial dragon, and he hit him hard." Karp sighed helplessly, then continued, "It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. I owe it to your father, Roger." Upon hearing this, Ace's expression suddenly turned extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't mention that person to me again. My father has always been one, and that is Whitebeard. Sigh, you are such a bastard. Karp sighed, his old face filled with sadness. After a long while, he left with a downcast look. Not long after Karp left, Warden Magellan announced that the execution time had come and prepared to escort Ace from Impel down to Marine headquarters. Upon hearing this, Ace visibly trembled. Although he had anticipated this day, facing it head-on brought a suffocating feeling, as if his heart was being tightly squeezed. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid that Whitebeard and Luffy would come to rescue him and end up defeated by the Navy. Let's go fire fist, Ace. Warden Magellan looked at Ace with a cold tone and said, your fate has long been sealed, but don't worry. The Whitebeard pirates and your brother Luffy will soon meet the same fate as you. Ace clenched his jaw, remaining silent, as he stood up and was led out of the cage. The ones responsible for the escort were none other than Vice Admiral Squirrel and Vice Admiral Bastille. After taking Ace, they quickly headed to Marine headquarters. This time's task has made the Weasel anxious. Not long ago, he suffered a major loss at the hands of the infamous pirate devil Shawn, and even had his ship taken away. Now, he is truly afraid that Shawn will come looking for trouble again. After all, according to intelligence sources, this notorious pirate devil Shawn is the newly appointed vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and he is definitely involved in the plan to rescue Ace. However, fortunately, the journey has been very quiet, without any disturbances. This made the moles secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, at this moment, the coast was filled with soldiers. Cannons were arranged neatly in rows, and various large warships were docked in the harbor, with their barrels aimed at the bay and the front. The Navy's patrol teams stood orderly on both sides of the harbor. With 100,000 elite Navy troops, combined with the warlords of the sea, they were enough to sweep away all major pirate crews. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were to exert their full strength, they would absolutely be unable to contend. The whole scene was exceptionally spectacular. Every Navy soldier's face was filled with a serious expression, as if it was about to erupt at any moment. This war was also the largest-scale war ever recorded, and after the war, regardless of who won or lost, it would have a huge impact on the entire world structure. At this moment, under 100,000 elite Navy troops, the entire Marineford was enveloped in a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, as if the air had become solidified. Besides this, the members of the Warlords of the Sea had all taken their positions, including Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and the Empress Hancock. In the square, the huge image-transmitting snail had already been set up. Everything happening at the Navy headquarters in Marineford today would be broadcasted to the entire world via the big screen, allowing everyone to witness it firsthand. When people from all over the world saw this scene, they were all shocked. This scene was too shocking. No wonder it was the Navy headquarters. Is this a live battlefield broadcast? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates really dare to come today? That is 100,000 elite Navy troops. This scene is indeed crazy. 666. This time, the Navy headquarters was determined to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. If the Whitebeard pirates dare to come, it would probably be their demise. After all, against 100,000 Navy troops, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely not be a match. That's right, this is the most terrifying lineup I've ever seen. This time, as long as the Whitebeard pirates appear, it is likely to trigger the largest-scale war in history. Such a lineup is indeed powerful, but that Empress Hancock is so beautiful. I really like her. I just want to hold her and get to know her better. At this moment, people from all over the world, whether they were common folk or wealthy elites, even some pirate crews, were discussing the outcome of this battle. The focus of their discussions mostly centered on the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters, with only a small number of people fixated on the Empress Hancock on the screen, lost in thought. However, at that moment, all discussion suddenly ceased, because, in everyone's line of sight, two tall figures appeared. On the high platform, two men wearing white Navy coats with the word justice on their backs appeared. They were the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. When everyone saw these two appear, they erupted into cheers. It was actually Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. So imposing, truly worthy of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Huh? Why isn't Admiral Kizaru here? Someone in the crowd questioned in confusion. Yes, logically speaking, in such an important occasion, the highest combat power of a Navy headquarters should be present. Why is Admiral Kizaru absent? The appearance of Akainu and Akiji immediately sparked discussions among people around the world. Meanwhile, in the office of Sengoku, damn it, where did Kizaru run off to? Doesn't he know how important today is? Sengoku's face turned dark as he glared at Kizaru's subordinate, angrily questioning. Hurry up and find him. If you don't bring him back, I'll deduct your salary for a year. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I'll go immediately. Look, that S Fleet Admiral Sengoku. So this is the man known as Buddha Sengoku and Strategist Sengoku of the Navy headquarters? He really does have a commanding presence. That's right. He is the highest authority of the Navy. Just then, Sengoku stepped out of the office, and his appearance instantly caused a stir among crowds around the world. Amidst a wave of discussions, Sengoku slowly walked to the side of the execution platform, took the din mushy handed over by his subordinate, and announced loudly, "At this great moment, I will first announce an extremely important matter to the entire world." After saying this, an iron door slowly pushed open. Under the restraint of two jailers, a disheveled figure with his hands shackled by sea-stone handcuffs was brought to the execution platform. The glaring sunlight made Ace open his weary eyes, instinctively raising his head to slowly see the situation before him. The white Navy coats rustled in the wind, and tens of thousands of Navy soldiers stood orderly on both sides, their serious gazes fixed on the execution platform, creating a grand atmosphere that made one's heart tremble. "Old man Luffy, please don't come." Ace silently prayed in his heart. This was his last hope. Looking at Ace's pale face, Sengoku slowly walked to his side. And looking at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform with his hands shackled, Sengoku calmly said loudly, "This important matter is about the criminal being executed this time. Poor ghastly Ace." As soon as he finished speaking, Sengoku's gaze turned cold as he looked at Ace and asked, "Poor ghastly Ace, tell the whole world. Who exactly is your father?" Hearing Sengoku's question, Ace's eyes turned cold as he suddenly lifted his messy hair and shouted, "My father is Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. He is the strongest man in this world." "Damn it. Do you think you can hide it from everyone?" Sengoku's face darkened. "Your bloodline has long determined your fate." Ace let out a cold laugh, arrogantly lifting his chin. "How many times do I have to say it? My father is Whitebeard." Seeing Ace still insisting, a trace of anger surged on Sengoku's face. "After a long investigation by the Navy headquarters, we obtained some clues. Your mother's name was Port Gasti Rouge, who was the wife of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, publicly executed in Lowtown. Years ago, Port Gasti Rouge, in order to prevent the world government from discovering that you were the son of Pirate King Roger, used various methods and desperately delayed your birth date. And she died of exhaustion after giving birth to you. Therefore, your father is Gold Roger. You are the descendant of an evil criminal." Hearing these words, the expression on Ace's face turned pained. At this moment, he finally felt his heart turn completely cold. Below the stage, Karp looked at this scene, his aged face filled with sadness and helplessness. "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you, Ace." At this time, the news had also caused a stir around the world. Fire Fist Ace is actually the son of Pirate King Roger? Who would have thought that the descendant of an evil bloodline would still be alive? It's simply unbelievable. This is truly monumental news. Who would have thought that the son of Pirate King Roger would actually be Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? Since he is the descendant of an evil criminal, his blood should be spilled. The news of Ace's lineage has set the entire world ablaze. At this moment, people all over the world are discussing Ace's identity. Similarly, in the eyes of some, the Navy headquarters' decision to publicly execute Ace is seen as extremely wise. The descendants of such bloodline criminals, killing him is definitely the most just act. Wow, it's truly astonishing and exciting. I didn't expect that this guy, Ace, had such a shocking lineage. Under the execution platform, Don Quixote da Flamingo showed a hint of interest on his face. Not only him, but after Sengoku announced this significant news, the naval officers at the headquarters were also shocked. Just 2 days before the execution, Sengoku summoned all the high-ranking Navy officials for a pre-war meeting. At the end of the meeting, Fleet Admiral Sengoku stated that he would reveal a shocking secret on the day of the execution. Unexpectedly, this major secret turned out to be about Port Gasti, Ace's background. Shortly after Sengoku announced Ace's lineage, reporters from media outlets around the world began to report this astonishing news. Port Gasti, Ace is actually the son of the Pirate King Gold Roger. This is simply unbelievable. This is the headline news of the century. I've already thought of the title, The Mysterious Background of Port Gasti Ace. I never expected that Fire Fist Ace's background would be this surprising. Newspapers and media reporters around the world were frantically discussing this news. At this moment, Sengoku's voice echoed again on the execution platform. The Navy headquarters upholds justice in the world, and this public execution will have significant meaning. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a vast number of pirate ships suddenly appeared on the previously calm sea, rapidly advancing towards the Navy headquarters. Here they come. Here they come. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Looking at the surging pirate fleet, the naval scouts on the observation tower immediately shouted loudly. At this moment, audiences around the world were also in an uproar. Look, so many pirate ships are coming. It seems that this battle is inevitable. This fight will surely go down in history. At this time, looking at the approaching pirate fleet, Sengoku and Kizaru frowned. Because among the numerous pirate ships, not a single one was the large ship of the Whitebeard pirates. However, just as they were puzzled, beneath the sea, in the crescent-shaped bay, huge bubbles suddenly emerged, followed by a massive pirate ship decorated with a whale's head launching out with great force. It was the Whitebeard pirate ship, the Moby Dick. Here it comes, here it comes. He has arrived. It's the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard really came. Looking at the Moby Dick that suddenly leaped up, audiences around the world were instantly shocked. On the execution platform, seeing the sudden appearance of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace clenched his teeth, his lips trembling, and then suddenly raised his head to shout at the Moby Dick, Dad. As soon as the words fell, a figure suddenly emerged from the Moby Dick. With a crescent-shaped white beard, a tall figure, dressed in a white coat, holding the supreme blade, Song Yun-Chia, in his right hand. It was the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Gurara, Ace, we have come to rescue you. The appearance of Whitebeard immediately shocked people all over the world again. No one expected that despite the Navy's strict deployment, the Whitebeard pirates still appeared fearlessly. At this moment, Sengoku's gaze was fixed on Whitebeard. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gripped the supreme blade, Song Yun-Chia, his gaze coldly fixed on Sengoku, and he coldly shouted, Sengoku, return my son to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard's arm suddenly swung through the air. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding void, and gaps began to spread out. A powerful oppressive aura quickly permeated the area. Subsequently, the square of the Navy headquarters actually experienced violent tremors, and the ground shook. Watching this scene, everyone was stunned. Is this the power of Whitebeard? Truly terrifying. Just a casual swing caused an earthquake. So powerful. Just as everyone was in shock, a large amount of seawater suddenly surged up with the earth trembling. In an instant, the sea roared towards the Navy like a tornado. Oh no, it's a tsunami! Quick, evade! Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, terrified screams erupted, and figures began to flee in all directions. Massive waves surged skyward, creating a colossal tsunami that rolled forward like a tide. However, at that moment on the high platform, a tall figure suddenly leaped up and landed in front of Whitebeard. Ice Age. In an instant, terrifying frost surged over Akiji. He then slammed his right hand onto the ground, instantly freezing the rolling tsunami in midair, and the entire sea surface began to freeze, forming chunks of ice crystals. Watching the scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is this the ability of the Logia-type ice fruit? So powerful. The battle between an admiral and a Yonko is indeed extremely terrifying. Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, their eyes filled with shock. However, at that moment, no one expected that a thin figure suddenly leaped from the Moby Dick, appearing in front of everyone like lightning. The slender figure that appeared was none other than Shawn. At first, everyone was taken aback by his presence. However, it didn't take long for someone to recognize his identity. He is the notorious pirate devil Shawn, the one with a bounty of 38 billion? That's right, and not only that, he also killed the drought-causing Jack and the plague-causing Queen, and even forced the Flying Six to retreat. You all don't know as much as I do. I heard he is also the newly appointed vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. And just a few days ago, he destroyed the warship led by Navy Rear Admiral Mongoose. As soon as the name of the notorious pirate Devil Shawn was mentioned, both some Navy personnel and people from all over the world began to discuss, their faces filled with shock and horror. In recent days, the name of the infamous pirate Devil Shawn has become widely known, with some even claiming he rivals the Four Emperors. Upon seeing Shawn's appearance, the Weasel showed a strong sense of shock. He had suffered greatly at Shawn's hands. At this moment, he was very wary of this character. Could this kid be the one who can use my fist of meteor skill? Below the execution platform, Karp watched Shawn with a slight smirk, revealing a hint of interest. And for some reason, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Is the Devil Shawn this little brat? He doesn't seem that impressive. Looking at Shawn's figure, Admiral Akainu took a puff of his cigar and said lightly. To be honest, he had never really cared about Shawn's achievements. At this moment, in front of the execution platform, Sengoku's expression turned serious as he looked at Shawn. Not long ago, after learning about Shawn's identity and accomplishments, he had sent Admiral Kizaru to capture him, planning to publicly execute him alongside Ace today to intimidate pirate crews around the world. However, he did not expect Kizaru to not only fail to capture him, but also to mysteriously vanish at such an important moment, which greatly displeased Sengoku. Vice Captain Shawn. It's bad. Admiral Kizaru has escaped from the sack. At that moment, a pirate quickly rushed out from the Moby Dick. It was Ramos. He hurried to Shawn's side, looking anxious as he spoke. He got away. Hearing Ramos's words, Shawn raised an eyebrow, not overly concerned. However, he still slowly activated his divine power to investigate. Sure enough, that guy had somehow recovered and removed his mental control, sneaking away. Truly a powerful user of the Pika Pika no Mi. It was likely during the chaos caused by the tsunami earlier. Taking advantage of the distraction, he transformed into light and escaped from the Moby Dick. Shawn quickly spotted his figure. Since he had tied him up last time, he had planted a corpse poison within him. Now, as the poison moth activated, Shawn quickly saw Kizaru's figure. Kizaru had already appeared next to Akainu on the high platform. Kizaru, why did you only just arrive? Akainu exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at Kizaru, who had just appeared beside him with confusion. Hee, I overslept, Kizaru replied, awkwardly, scratching his head. Akainu frowned and glanced at Kizaru's tattered clothes, feeling even more puzzled. However, he had great faith in Kizaru's strength, so he did not dwell on it. Garara, little guy, let's fight side by side and rescue Ace. At this moment, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the ship, shouting loudly at Shawn. Behind him, the Immortal Marco, Diamond Juzu, and Flower Sword Vista, along with other captains, all made their appearances. Old man, then let me, as the vice captain, carve a bloody path to boost everyone's morale. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept onto Shawn's face. He then looked at Ramos beside him and said lightly, Ramos, lend me your sword for a moment. Ramos quickly drew a black long sword from his waist and handed it to Shawn. Taking the long sword, Shawn gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze sharp. Suddenly, his entire aura surged explosively. His pitch-black, deep-set eyes shone like two brilliant gems, radiating a dark, eerie glow. My heart desires to burn the heavens. Even an army of 10,000 cannot remain unscathed. With a furious roar, a terrifying aura instantly gathered on the blade, transforming Shawn into a figure resembling a demon god, exuding endless might. In the next instant, a destructive force emanated from Blade. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone held their breath. Only Kizaru's eyelids twitched, as if he sensed something, and he instinctively jumped back a few steps. Cross-slash. At that moment, with a low shout from Shawn, the long sword in his hand swung down fiercely, delivering a cross-shaped slash. With a thunderous roar, the entire sea erupted. A massive cross-shaped slash, carrying terrifying power, surged forth. In an instant, everyone felt a suffocating sense of crisis. Boom! The enormous cross-shaped slash struck the Navy warship ahead, shattering several large warships into pieces, and the ground cracked open in massive gaps, resembling a spider web spreading out. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, a series of piercing cracks echoed throughout the area, and then, the once frozen sea surface by Admiral Akiji suddenly revealed an unfathomable cross-shaped chasm, resembling the entrance to hell. With a final crack, the frozen ice sculpture collapsed with a loud crash. Watching this scene, everyone widened their eyes, revealing a hint of horror. Hiss! What kind of slash is this? It's so powerful. Even Admiral Akiji's ice age has been split open, truly worthy of the infamous pirate devil Shawn. This cross-slash is incredibly formidable. Everyone gasped, staring at the unfathomable chasm, a ripple of fear rising in their hearts. This move is simply too powerful. Indeed, it's an impressive slash. At this moment in the distance, the world #1 swordsman, Haki, was also looking solemnly at the cross-shaped chasm. It seems you're quite interested in him. Beside him, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked to Haki, a smirk forming on his lips. He is indeed very strong. But this level of slash should be enough to deal with those naval cannon fodder. However, when it comes to others, it's still a bit lacking. Hawkeye replied with a faint smile. He was surprised and curious about Shawn's cross-slash, but he didn't take it too seriously. Gula-la-la-la. The vice captain opened a bloody path for everyone. Sons, charge with me. Kill all those Navy men and rescue Ace. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly stood at the bow of the ship, roaring loudly. Upon hearing Whitebeard's command, Marco also raised his weapon and shouted frantically, "Kill! Charge! Rescue Ace! Kill all the Navy!" Hearing this voice, the pirates were also filled with passion, shouting loudly, their voices resonating and shaking the entire sea. Subsequently, everyone charged towards the Navy. each wielding their weapons and crazily rushing towards the naval defense line. At that moment, their morale was high, and everyone's emotions were stirred up, especially with Shawn's cross slash. It ignited everyone's passion. Of course, there was also the achievement of capturing Kizaru in a sack, which, although not yet announced, gave them the greatest confidence. Amidst the loud shouts, all the pirates waved their weapons and charged towards the Navy. A battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy headquarters had finally begun. This battle is destined to be anything but calm. Fire, fire. Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Upon seeing this scene, Sengoku, standing before the execution platform, had a grim expression and shouted angrily into the microphone. As his words fell, a chorus of roars echoed across the sky, and the elite force of 100,000 Navy troops sprang into action. Instantly, cannonballs streaked across the sky, carrying devastating shockwaves toward the pirates ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the dense artillery fire, many pirates cried out in agony, with some being reduced to pieces before they even had a chance to react, their blood staining half the sky. Damn it, a wave of pirates is approaching the defense line. Kill them all. At this moment, Vice Admiral Doberman and Vice Admiral Enigmo looked ahead with pale faces, roaring in anger. Hearing their shouts, the other Navy troops quickly adjusted their aim. The main cannons on the battleships also targeted the pirates in the distance, preparing to open fire on this approaching group. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, rounds of cannonballs whistled out from the ship's cannons, sweeping toward the pirates in the distance. The intense sound of cannon fire echoed across the sky, with mushroom clouds rising and smoke filling the air. One pirate after another screamed in death under the bombardment of these cannonballs. Yet, even so, they did not stop advancing, because ahead there were their comrades. Is this what war is? It's so terrifying. If I could, I truly wish for world peace, with everyone living happily and safely. At this moment, people around the world were holding their breath as they watched the images on the big screen, their eyes filled with shock. Marco, cover me. Vista shouted loudly at Marco amidst the artillery fire. Then he charged into a defensive line, brandishing his weapon and launching a fierce assault. And in an instant, naval soldiers were falling one after another. At that moment, Marco suddenly transformed into his phoenix form, blue flames surging all over his body. And then he flapped his wings to fly towards the naval soldiers ahead, launching a fierce attack. In the seats of the high platform, Akine suddenly turned to look at Kizaru. Puzzled, Kizaru, when did you become so timid? Was that slash just now enough to scare you like this? Just now, when Shawn unleashed that cross slash, Kizaru instinctively dodged back a distance. This action was too obvious, perfectly captured by Akainu's sharp gaze. Oh well, standing tall gives you a broader view. Kizaru chuckled a couple of times, scratched the back of his head, and then with a flash of golden light, lazily rushed towards the battlefield. As an admiral, he had to do something, otherwise, he would be the subject of gossip. Yo, the Immortal Bird Marco, how scary. Such an incredible regeneration ability is truly impressive. At this moment, Kizaru quickly appeared in front of Marco, grinning and mockingly said, looking quite punchable. Oh, so it's the big yellow one. I guess being captured in a sack by our vice captain isn't a pleasant experience. Huh? Hearing Kizaru's words, Marco flapped his wings and teased back with a laugh. You really know how to hit the nail on the head, huh? Kizaru pouted and lazily dozed off. Enough talk, take this. After saying that, Marco suddenly exerted force with his legs, transforming into a shooting star, rushing towards Kizaru. Bang! With just one kick, Kizaru was sent flying dozens of meters away. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Navy soldiers were dumbfounded. Did I just see that right? Admiral Kizaru was actually kicked away? Is this real? The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division is that strong? Could it be that Admiral Kizaru's combat power has declined? I think I just heard something about Kizaru being captured and something about a sack. What is going on? The surrounding Navy soldiers rubbed their eyes, looking incredulous. Wait, look quickly. Admiral Kizaru seems fine. At this moment, a Navy soldier shouted in surprise. Not far away, Kizaru stretched, slowly stood up from the ground, his expression still lazy, seemingly unbothered. I knew it long ago. How could Admiral Kizaru be so easily defeated? Seeing Kizaru was unharmed, many Navy soldiers felt their morale rise again, charging into the crowd to fight fiercely against the enemies. At this moment, among the forces of the 7 warlords, Doflamingo looked at Mihawk beside him and said with a smile, "The world's greatest swordsman, your weapon seems to be unable to hold back. Hehehe. I'm looking forward to the battle between you and this newly appointed vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Gecko Moria squinted his eyes, A slight smile at the corner of his mouth, wickedly said, "No, my target is not him." Mihawk shook his head. Then, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and he drew out the black blade, known as the strongest in the world, Yuru. The black blade was unsheathed, radiating a cold light, exuding terrifying battle intent. Then, a buzzing sound echoed as the black blade instantly moved. Emitting a chilling brilliance, it unleashed a terrifying pressure and shot towards the position of Whitebeard like lightning. The green sword light, like a green ribbon, sliced through the sky, quickly stabbing towards Whitebeard's body. Whoosh! As the green sword light drew nearer, suddenly, a tall figure abruptly appeared, intercepting this terrifying attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the green sword light collided directly with Diamond Jozu. This Jozu captain actually blocked the attack of the world's greatest swordsman. Seeing this scene, many pirates stared wide-eyed, revealing expressions of extreme shock. Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman. They clearly understood how terrifying the power of his strike was. However, such a terrifying blow was completely withstood by Jozu. As expected of our captain, brothers, charge with me. Kill all the navy. Looking at Diamond Jozu's terrifying defensive power, those pirates roared excitedly as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing madly towards the navy. Moreover, at this very moment, while everyone was fighting, the Ice Witch's icebreaker easily broke through the ice surface on another side, opening a path for other pirate crews behind. Seeing this scene, the Navy's soldiers' faces changed. Damn it, fire the cannons, give it to them hard, quickly stop them, we absolutely cannot let them break through the defense line. A Navy lieutenant shouted loudly. With the order given, the cannons simultaneously fired at the pirate crew, cannonball after cannonball, with sharp whistling sounds cutting through the air. However, this time the morale of the crowd was already high, and under the attacks of several captains, many cannonballs were shattered. On the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku's face was dark as he watched this scene, angrily saying, "Bastard, the defense line is about to be breached. And that idiot Kizaru still doesn't know what he's doing. He's making our Navy headquarters lose face. I'm going to dock his salary for 3 years." Looking at the pirates' offensive, Admiral Sengoku was extremely furious. At this moment on the battlefield, Kizaru took a break and once again faced off against Marco. The two exchanged blows back and forth, flashing in and out with each other, and in a short time, they had already fought hundreds of rounds, making the battle seem extremely intense. Not only that, but the members of the 7 Warlords of the Sea also began to join the fray, constantly clashing with the pirates. For a moment, the entire scene was in utter chaos, with large groups of pirates continuously pressing towards the Marineford defense line. In a short span of time, both sides suffered heavy casualties, with numerous Navy soldiers and pirates falling in pools of blood, struggling and wailing. Just then, a giant figure, oddly shaped with 2 horns on his head and light green skin, carrying a woven straw hat on his back, suddenly broke through a defense line. However, he was already covered in wounds, with signs of artillery fire all over his body. On the execution platform, Ace's eyes welled up as he shouted frantically to the giant below, "Ors, don't worry about me, just go." Ors was a friend he once knew, a descendant of the demon Ors. He was simple-minded and deeply loyal, and he believed Ace was a gentle companion simply because he had received a straw hat made by Ace himself. In this rescue plan, little Ors shouldn't have appeared. Because of his giant size, he would become a living target, so Whitebeard had not allowed him to come. Unexpectedly, he still followed the pirate crew to Marineford to rescue Ace. Now, seeing little Ors desperately risking everything to save him, Ace's eyes instantly turned red. "Quick, stop him!" A Navy vice admiral saw this scene and quickly commanded. Immediately, a large number of Navy soldiers rushed towards the giant, but none were his match. "Hey, it's our turn to perform." At that moment, the sinister voice of the warlord Gecko Moria suddenly rang out. "Fufufu, let's go." Don Quixote da Flamingo also revealed a cold smile. And then he, Gecko Moria, and Bartholomew Kuma quickly charged towards the giant little Ors. Colorless line, shadow angle gun, pressure cannon. The 3 immediately unleashed their signature attacks, crazily targeting little Ors. 3 terrifying attacks fell like shooting stars towards the giant little Ors. A bunch of small fish. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Following that, a figure instantly appeared in front of little Ors, delivering a punch imbued with the power of the Diamond Realm. Boom! In an instant, the 3 powerful attacks were completely shattered and scattered, disappearing without a trace as if they had never existed. As the punch swung, the air in that area trembled. With just one punch, the attacks from Gecko Moria and the others were utterly crushed. Huh? At this moment, seeing this sudden scene, Gecko Moria, Bartholomew Kuma, and Don Quixote Doflamingo were all stunned. It's him. After recognizing the newcomer, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, revealing a cold expression. I didn't expect the bounty of one. 38 billion for the pirate devil Shawn to be so formidable. No wonder Whitebeard made him the vice captain of the Moby Dick. Hee, are you scared me? There are 3 of us, Gecko Moria said with a hint of mockery. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face instantly froze. Because at that moment, Shawn's figure suddenly vanished. Explosive step. At this moment, after burning his divine power, a circle of colorless ripples appeared beneath Shawn's feet. And then he suddenly disappeared. In the next second, Shawn's figure abruptly appeared next to Don Quixote Doflamingo, and his fist struck fiercely at Doflamingo's chest. Boom! A sharp pain instantly surged, and Doflamingo's body flew out like a cannonball, spitting blood and crashing hard to the ground. Seeing the scene, Gecko Moria and Bartholomew Kuma's faces changed drastically, and they immediately activated their fruit abilities to be on guard. Whoosh whoosh. However, just as the two were preparing to attack and defend, a sudden gust of wind rushed past their ears. The next moment, Shawn's fist appeared right before their eyes. Bang bang. With 2 muffled sounds, Gecko Moria and Bartholomew Kuma were instantly sent flying, their chests caving in, blood spurting out, looking extremely tragic. Their bodies crashed to the ground like cannonballs, making a deafening noise and even killing several Navy soldiers. Is this the power of the devil Shawn? Such strong power. To be able to send the 3 warlords of the sea into such disarray with just 1 punch. The most terrifying thing was his speed just now. This war would likely be even more brutal. Watching the scene on the big screen, audiences around the world couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In front of the execution platform, Admiral Sengoku glared at Shawn with anger. Bastard, it's him again. Shawn had left a deep mark in his heart. He is. And Ace, who was imprisoned on the execution platform, felt a sense of confusion when he saw Shawn reappear and save Little Oars. He had never seen Shawn before and naturally did not know that Shawn was the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirate crew. At this moment, after defeating the 3 members of the 7 warlords, Shawn's gaze suddenly turned toward the execution platform. At that moment on the execution platform, apart from the 2 guards watching over Ace, there were only 2 old men, Karp and Admiral Sengoku. As for the 3 admirals, Akiji was currently entangled with the forces under the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu had just rushed into the battlefield, and Kizaru was still engaging in a game of cat and mouse with Marco. It seemed that Karp and Sengoku were the last line of defense. As long as Shawn could get past them, he would be able to successfully rescue Ace. However, before Shawn could take action, Admiral Sengoku immediately shouted angrily, "Quick, stop him!" As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 500 to 600 naval soldiers rushed forward, and numerous cannons were aimed at Shawn. Just as Shawn was about to use his divine power to summon wind, rain, and thunder, a huge pirate ship suddenly leaped into view from the horizon. "Ace, I'm here to save you. Look, it's that Straw Hat Kid." Unexpectedly, even the Straw Hat pirates had arrived, making this war even more interesting. No, there's only Straw Hat Kid Luffy on the ship. At that moment, many people's faces showed shock as they looked at Luffy, who had suddenly descended from the sky. "Luffy, you idiot, who told you to come?" On the execution platform, when Ace saw Luffy appear in front of him, he was stunned, his face filled with sorrow, and he shouted loudly, "Idiot, hurry back. You have no reason to get involved in my affairs. For a coward like you to come and save me is an insult. Luffy, hurry back, please." Looking at Luffy, who stood firm with a determined gaze, Ace's tears instantly flowed out, his voice choked with emotion as he pleaded, "But I'm your brother." Seeing Ace cry, Luffy's expression flashed with determination. He gritted his teeth, then suddenly raised his head and said word by word, "I will definitely rescue you." Luffy. Upon hearing this, Ace's eyes became even wetter, tears streaming down his face. Beside them, Karp looked at Luffy's appearance with a look of disappointment, ultimately letting out a sigh. "Wait for me, Ace." At that moment, Luffy charged into the encirclement. Then, his Conqueror's Haki was unconsciously released, and an invisible pressure surged forth instantly. Boom! The moment the Conqueror's Haki was released, Luffy's aura suddenly soared, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped everyone around the naval headquarters. Thud thud. In an instant, many people in the crowd collapsed to the ground, directly fainting under the shock of this Conqueror's Haki. And this intimidation did not stop. It continued to grow stronger and spread outwards. Thud thud. In just a few breaths, a large number of people around, whether naval soldiers or members of the Whitebeard pirates, were enveloped by this intimidation, most of them fainting to the ground. Even the naval soldiers closest to the execution platform all collapsed. And even the two guards furthest away on the execution platform could not withstand the terrifying pressure, their knees buckling as they fell. Seeing this scene, everyone present, as well as viewers around the world, were left dumbfounded, their eyes filled with shock. This Straw Hat Kid's Conqueror's Haki actually intimidated so many people. The pressure was simply too powerful. What kind of monster was he? Has this guy become so strong, so powerful? In an instant, the entire scene, including viewers worldwide, was in an uproar, and everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. This kid, seeing the crowd continuously collapsing, Whitebeard's face darkened as he looked at Luffy's back, his mouth twitching slightly. Even Shawn, who stood behind Luffy, had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, because this guy had unconsciously released his Conqueror's Haki, and in one go, he had taken down over 50,000 people. Among these 50,000 people, there are also a large number of members of the Whitebeard pirates. But this shocking tactic is truly astonishing. Although Shawn can also use the powers of the earthly realm and the universal realm to eliminate the minions on a large scale. Such area attack skills can easily injure allies in a chaotic battle. Moreover, the power of his universal realm abilities has certain range limitations. Therefore, after cutting a bloody path with his cross slash, Shawn quickly broke through several lines of defense and arrived at the execution platform, only to be taken aback when he was about to use his universal realm powers, as the Straw Hat Kid suddenly descended from the sky. "Ace, wait for me. I'm coming." As everyone was immersed in shock, Luffy quickly dashed up the steps. "Look, the Straw Hat Kid is going up. Great charge. Kill the Navy. Save Ace. Let's go." Seeing Luffy rush up, the scene immediately erupted into excitement, with all the pirates raising their weapons and charging wildly at the Navy soldiers ahead. At this moment, on the execution platform, Luffy quickly approached the platform, while some nearby Navy soldiers reacted and raised their guns to shoot. Tot. Bullets whistled through the air, flying towards Luffy as he charged towards the execution platform, the dense bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. However, Luffy seemed completely oblivious, suddenly pushing off with his right foot, leaping high into the air and landing directly in front of the execution platform. He finally heard Ace. Landing in front of the execution platform, Luffy revealed a bright smile, looking at Ace and grinning widely, showing his white teeth. Meanwhile, Sengoku was completely ignored by him. "You brat, Luffy." Ace's lips trembled, and his eyes turned red, tears welling up again. "Ace, I have the key," Luffy said with a big grin, then moved behind Ace, took out the key handed to him by Hancock, ready to unlock Ace's seastone handcuffs. "Bastard, no one can escape from my hands." At that moment, Sengoku, who had been ignored, suddenly let out an angry roar, and a strong golden light radiated from his body. "What is this?" Seeing the golden light emanating from Sengoku, countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. "Bastard, let me personally execute you two brothers." Just then, Sengoku transformed into a gigantic golden Buddha and unleashed a powerful wave of attack towards Luffy. Faced with such a strong attack, Luffy was unafraid, positioning his body in front of Ace. In the next second, a powerful current of air burst forth from his body, and Luffy's body suddenly grew larger. Giant big balloon. With a low roar, Luffy's body expanded again, transforming into a super big balloon to meet Sengoku's wave of attack. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying blast. The overwhelming energy ripples swept across the surroundings, creating a strong hurricane that shattered the execution platform. Puff! However, Sengoku's attack was incredibly fierce, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spewed from Luffy's mouth, causing him and Ace to fall towards the ground beneath the execution platform. The key to unlocking the Seastone handcuffs also vanished in Sengoku's attack. Ace. Watching this scene, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all felt a heavy sadness in their hearts, their faces filled with grief. Fire will blow up the execution platform along with them. Sengoku glared at the falling Luffy and Ace, his eyes flashing coldly as he ordered the surrounding artillery team. Boom! Instantly, countless cannonballs were fired, crashing violently into the execution platform, shattering it into pieces. The sky was filled with cannon fire. The execution platform above and below exploded, sparks flying everywhere, distorting the surrounding air and making it unbearably hot. Ace Luffy. At this moment, seeing the execution platform instantly shattered into pieces, the members of the Whitebeard pirates and the Empress Hancock all felt a sharp pang in their hearts. It was over. Ace, with the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, was just an ordinary person and surely couldn't withstand such intense bombardment. Even the Straw Hat Kid was going down with him. It seemed this war would soon come to an end. As they gazed at the brutal scenes on the big screen, people around the world and the crowd on site began to discuss fervently. Both of them were taken out. In the crowd, the clown Buggy witnessed the entire battle and was left speechless as he saw the execution platform completely destroyed. However, at that moment, as the gunfire ceased and the smoke cleared, 3 figures slowly emerged from the rubble. The 3 figures that appeared were none other than Shawn, Ace, and Luffy. At the same time, Shawn's mind finally echoed with the long-awaited voice of the system. Ding! Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the power of the Shiro realm. At this moment, when everyone saw the 3 in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, whether it was the audience on site or around the world, all eyes were fixed on Ace and the others. How is this possible? They are actually alive. Seeing them emerge unscathed from the ruins, nearly everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. I understand now. It must be the devil Shawn. It must be him. He saved the Straw Hat Kid Luffy. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out among the Navy soldiers, and everyone's attention shifted to Shawn, who stood in the middle, their faces filled with shock. It's simply unbelievable. How'd he do it? Hancock, the Empress, looked at Shawn and the others walking slowly from the ruins. Her beautiful eyes moved, revealing an expression of disbelief, and she let out a huge sigh of relief. Just moments ago, there was not only a barrage of cannon fire, but also a considerable distance. Unexpectedly, Shawn was able to save Luffy and Ace in such fierce gunfire in the blink of an eye. Moreover, none of the 3 showed any signs of being hit by the cannon fire. This means either Shawn used some special shielding technique, or his speed was extraordinarily fast. Even with those dense shells coming at him, he could still easily dodge them. How powerful! Bastard, Hancock, what have you done? Just then, a furious roar echoed through the square of Marineford, as Smoker glared at Hancock, not far away with fiery eyes. If it weren't for her interference, Smoker believed he could have definitely stopped Luffy from rescuing Ace. Just moments ago, when Luffy descended from the sky, Smoker immediately led an elite team to launch a fierce attack on Luffy. However, unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Hancock, one of the 7 warlords, suddenly betrayed him and ambushed him. That's why Luffy managed to rush up to the execution platform without any hindrance. Get back, you big idiot. Hancock stood in the sky, looking down at Smoker, and said coldly. Then, she extended her beautiful leg and swiftly kicked toward Smoker. Boom! With a single kick, the air exploded, carrying an immense force that struck fiercely at Smoker. Bastard! Smoker felt extremely angry at Hancock's betrayal and immediately transformed into smoke to meet her head-on. On the other hand, before Luffy appeared, Admiral Kizaru had been occasionally moving around, and when Luffy fell from the execution platform and was saved by Shawn, Kizaru almost began moving around the whole time, and now he was nowhere to be seen. As for Admiral Akiji, he didn't seem very eager to fight, but since he was already at the doorstep, he couldn't avoid it. In the end, he could only reluctantly engage in a little fighting. Among the 3 admirals, it now seemed that only Akainu remained steadfastly committed to justice and fought fearlessly. With the addition of Akainu and various marine vice-admirals and the 7 warlords, the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy casualties. Now, after Ace was rescued, the entire square of Marineford erupted into chaos once more. Marine Vice Admiral Doberman, Fire Fist, and other senior officers led their troops in a frenzied attack against the pirates. As for the members of the 7 warlords, apart from Hancock's temporary betrayal, the others were either severely injured and lying on the ground due to Shawn's earlier attacks, or they were engaged in battles with various captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The battlefield was a mess. Crush them for me, and fight to the death to defend the Marine headquarters. Sengoku looked at the scene of raging flames. His face darkened as he issued the order again. As the order was passed down, the surrounding Marine ships prepared to bombard the Whitebeard pirates. However, at that moment, from beneath the ruins that had just been bombarded, Shawn's dark eyes suddenly appeared, his divine power burning fiercely, and an overwhelming pressure surged from his body. Is it finally my turn? At this moment, a wicked smile crept across Shawn's lips, and his heart was filled with excitement. Then, at his signal, Ace immediately transformed into flames, quickly creating a fiery passage with Luffy and leaving the area, heading towards the Whitebeard pirates. Watching them leave safely, Shawn suddenly exerted force with his feet, exploding into the sky like a rocket. Fire! Fire! Blast him to pieces! Sengoku saw Shawn's figure and immediately yelled madly, ordering the cannon fire to rain down, trying to eliminate Shawn. However, the moment his voice fell, Shawn's feet stomped hard in the void, and then his hands suddenly spread wide. Thunder's power! Shawn roared, and suddenly the originally clear sky became overcast, with dark clouds rolling in and endless lightning crackling, sounding terrifying. As countless electric snakes jumped into existence, lightning instantly ripped apart the ground, forming a terrifying thunderstorm that covered everything within a radius of 500 meters around Shawn. In an instant, the sky over this area turned dark, as if the entire world had been swallowed by thunder. Then, with a loud rumble, the violent power of the lightning erupted and descended, instantly enveloping all areas within 500 meters centered around Shawn, with terrifying currents rampaging through everything around, causing all nearby ships and marine soldiers to suffer from the invasion of lightning. At that moment, all the marine soldiers in this area were struck by lightning, emitting a series of piercing screams. Then, more than half of them collapsed, and the remaining few lucky soldiers were also seriously injured, continuously wailing in agony. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Seeing his elite subordinates suffer such severe injuries, Sengoku was furious. It's lightning magic. Could this kid be a Logia-type devil fruit user? Karp, who was nearby, saw the ability Shawn exhibited and also gasped in shock. As this shocking scene was perfectly displayed on the big screen, people all over the world erupted in excitement, discussing this astonishing attack. Such a powerful lightning force. Is this the power of a Logia-type devil fruit user? It's terrifying. No wonder the great pirate Devil Shawn has such strength. It's truly shocking. Seeing this scene, people around the world were all shocked, their eyes filled with fear. And even many of the marine soldiers on site were scared to the point of fleeing, becoming deserters. Bastard, give me everything you've got to attack the Devil Shawn. Watching the situation becoming increasingly uncontrollable, the warring state's expression darkened, and he once again shouted orders. As soon as his words fell, several naval commanders, including Stolo Belly High, Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, and Steel Residential immediately led tens of thousands of naval soldiers to bombard Shawn furiously. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful artillery fire surged crazily towards Shawn in the void, the terrifying force completely dispersing the dark clouds in the sky, making it impossible to see Shawn's figure. Moreover, this time, it seemed that they had discovered Shawn's flaw. Tens of thousands of naval soldiers, under the leadership of several major generals, did not blindly charge into Shawn's lightning domain. Instead, they used fierce artillery fire to bombard him from distance. Clearly, they already knew that the lightning domain had a limited range, because besides the area shrouded in dark clouds where lightning fell, there was no lightning appearing elsewhere. Oh, they've seen through my flaw so quickly? Shawn's feet flickered as he looked at the overwhelming artillery fire, momentarily stunned. Then a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This large-scale area attack skill indeed has strong clearing capabilities. However, it also has certain range limitations. Anything beyond that range falls outside of Shawn's control. Moreover, compared to physical techniques, it consumes divine power more. Whoosh! At that moment, a shell rapidly flew toward Shawn's position, heading straight for his body. This shell is the Fistbone meteorite unleashed by Kapu, moving in extremely fast speed. Moreover, it contains terrifying energy fluctuations. If an ordinary person were to face it, they would likely be turned into minced meat. Go back. However, Shawn showed no signs of panic at all. He flipped his body to the side, and then suddenly kicked the shell with his right foot. There was a muffled bang. The cannonball suddenly shot out from beneath Shawn's foot, accurately striking a high-ranking naval warship. Boom! In an instant, the shell turned the advanced warship into dust, with countless explosions creating large craters. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, all the naval soldiers present were stunned, because, under normal circumstances, when a shell lands or makes contact with any object, it will instantly produce a violent explosion. However, the scene before them was not like that at all. Shawn actually kicked the shell away just before it was about to explode, which was simply unbelievable. This guy's speed is truly terrifying. In a corner of the Marin Fandun Bay, Kizaru's expression also became very serious upon witnessing this, because this scene reminded him of his first confrontation with Shawn. At that time, Shawn's speed was already enough to rival his light speed. But now, this Devil Shawn's speed seemed even more horrifying. At that moment, Kizaru felt that he couldn't see through Shawn's depth. This little brat unexpectedly managed to dodge my punch-like meteorite so easily. Seeing this scene, Karp was also shocked. He didn't expect that Shawn would use the force of his thrown cannonball to destroy a super battleship of the Navy. Truly impressive. At this moment, Sengoku's face had completely darkened. He never anticipated that this Devil Shawn would be even more troublesome than he had imagined. He must continue to attack him and ensure he is killed. never let him escape. Sengoku roared in anger and once again ordered his subordinates. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Hearing the command, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers launched another attack, frantically charging toward Shawn. This time, seeing that Shawn's domain of lightning had completely disappeared, the group of naval soldiers had no reservations and stopped the long-range bombardment. Instead, they all engaged in close combat, armed with weapons. It seemed they intended to exhaust Shawn to death with sheer numbers. Moreover, this time, an additional 20,000 naval soldiers were added, all to hunt down Shawn alone. Not only that, but even the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, personally took action, wielding the Blackblade, Yoru, as he approached swiftly. Looking at the encircling naval forces, Shawn's expression showed no change, and a playful smile curved at the corners of his mouth. He had anticipated this situation long ago, knowing that he was not far from the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy's defeat, along with Ace and Luffy's successful escape, had left Sengoku furious, and now all his wrath was directed at him. Moreover, with Akainu, Akiji, and others like the Weasel dealing with the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku didn't have to worry about a reversal of the situation for the time being. And this notorious pirate, the Devil Shanks, was the person Sengoku despised the most and found the most troublesome. Damn it, where's Kizaru? Where's Kizaru? At this moment, Sengoku surveyed the battlefield and saw that Ace and Luffy, who had just been rescued, had carved out a bloody path. However, he suddenly could not find any trace of Kizaru. He couldn't help but roar in anger, his eyes turning completely red. Report to Admiral Sengoku. Since Kizaru engaged in hundreds of rounds at the Immortal Bird Marco, he has disappeared. We have already searched a 3-kilometer radius, but have not found any sign of Kizaru. However, some soldiers reported hearing that Marco from the Whitebeard pirates boasted that our Kizaru was seemingly captured by the Whitebeard pirates in a sack the day before yesterday. Therefore, we deeply suspect whether Kizaru's strength is exaggerated and whether he has already been defeated by the enemy. At this time, a Navy soldier hurriedly approached Sengoku to report. A sack? Defeated? Upon hearing this, Sengoku's face turned extremely ugly. He certainly did not believe that Kizaru could be defeated so easily, and the notion of being captured in a sack was even more absurd. Damn it, I better not see him. Sengoku's face was filled with anger, and he was very furious at Kizaru. Then, Sengoku suddenly turned his gaze to his old friend, Karp, and said, Karp, I hope you haven't forgotten your promise as a naval hero. As an old friend of Karp, Sengoku was also very worried that Karp would not be able to maintain his principles. He is the grandfather of the Straw Hat Kid Luffy and the godfather of the criminal Ace. If he could not uphold his promise and betrayed the Navy to help the enemy attack the Navy, that was something Sengoku absolutely did not want to see. Rest assured, I have never forgotten my duty as a naval hero. Karp frowned slightly, a complex light flashing in his eyes. After saying this, Karp let out a sigh and was then forced to rush into the battlefield of Ace and Luffy. On the battlefield, the combined efforts of Ace and Luffy had already caused a large number of Navy soldiers to retreat continuously, reaching a precarious point. Looking at the soldiers falling one after another, Karp sighed. He then covered his fists with Haki and reluctantly joined the battle. Quick, everyone look! Vice Admiral Karp is actually going to personally take action against Luffy and Ace. Seeing the scene on the big screen, people around the world were immediately astonished. Karp's reputation was well known, as he was a naval hero and a legendary figure, and his strength was extremely formidable. With him taking action, it would be difficult for the Straw Hat Kid and Fire Fist Ace to cope. This battle must have been quite spectacular. However, in the next moment, Luffy's words instantly stunned people around the world. Looking at Karp, who had clenched his fists, Luffy, after taking down several Navy soldiers with his flexible rubber machine gun, immediately shouted, Grandpa, don't stop me, I'm taking Ace away. The voice was loud and resonant, directly transmitted through the nearby microphone to the world. What? The Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, is actually the grandson of the old hero Karp? Wow, this news is too explosive. Who would have thought that the grandson of Vice Admiral Karp would be the pirate Luffy? This is going to be a good show. I really don't know how Vice Admiral Karp will react to his grandson. Haha, this showdown between the grandfather and grandson is probably going to be very interesting. Luffy's words instantly caused an uproar around the world, with countless people erupting in excitement upon hearing them. No one expected that Vice Admiral Karp, the righteous naval hero, would have a grandson who is aiming to become the Pirate King, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. That little brat. Hearing Luffy's affectionate address, Karp couldn't help but smile wryly. But as a Navy officer, he must fulfill his duty as a naval hero. His iron fist covered in armament Haki, carrying the energy of a raging tidal wave. came crashing down towards Luffy not far away. Sigh. However, just as Garp was about to attack, he suddenly stopped. He simply couldn't do it. He was Luffy's grandfather, and the beautiful memories of the past flooded back, nearly bringing this iron-blooded hero to tears. Rubber rocket. But just as Garp's fist was about to land, two elongated arms suddenly appeared. Bang! Bang! Two fists rushed in, causing the air to tremble violently, and a wild energy erupted instantly. Then, without warning, the fist slammed into Garp's chest. You little rascal, hitting so hard. Accompanied by a mouthful of blood spewing out, Garp's entire body was sent flying backward, crashing hard to the ground. Finally, his eyes closed, lying there. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. Whether it was the naval soldiers on the scene or the spectators around the world, they all widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. Did I just see that right? Vice Admiral Garp was defeated just like that? Yes, this is simply unbelievable. Although Vice Admiral Garp is old, his strength is still very formidable, and he is a naval hero. He was actually knocked out by a kid with one punch. Seeing Garp's defeat, the surrounding Navy was in shock. That legendary figure in the Navy, the righteous hero Iron Fist Garp, was defeated so easily. At this moment, the battle also attracted Akainu's attention. After he incinerated two pirates with a fiery blast, he immediately focused his gaze on Garp. Noticing Garp's eyelids twitching, Akainu's face instantly filled with rage. Bastards, what are you all doing? As a Marine Admiral, Akainu has always believed in the concept of absolute justice, and for him, this war was a must-win. However, from the beginning of the battle until now, he was already very angry. Kizaru was slacking off, Aokiji was playing around, and even Garp was deliberately holding back. Overall, it seemed that only he was fighting desperately. Moreover, he now felt the pressure from pirates. This war, which should have been a complete victory, was now on the verge of collapse. Phoenix Mark. Just then, Akainu was caught off guard and was kicked back several meters by Marco. Damn it! Hellhound! With a furious shout, Akainu instantly extended his molten arm to attack Marco. Meanwhile, at the moment Garp fell, only Sengoku was not shocked. Instead, he charged forward with a face full of anger. Garp, get up! Sengoku glared at Garp, who lay still, pretending to be unconscious, and immediately erupted in fury. Bastard, get up! If you don't get up, the Navy headquarters is going to be flattened. Feeling Sengoku's fury, Garp opened one eye to take a look, then immediately closed it again, lying there like a dead dog. Bastard, bastard, have you forgotten your promise to me? Looking at Garp lying motionless on the ground, Sengoku was almost exploding with anger. Especially when he saw Garp's eyelids twitch a few times, Sengoku was even more furious. But even knowing that Garp was pretending to be unconscious, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Garp was a legendary hero of the Navy and also his friend. However, this level of holding back made him extremely angry. Now seeing Garp like this also reminded Sengoku of that bastard Kizaru. Speaking of Kizaru, Sengoku wished he could immediately pin him down and give him a good beating. This damned bastard always drops the ball at critical moments. The bounty of 138 billion belongs to the pirate, the devil Shawn. Mihawk has come to challenge him. At that moment, the voice of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, echoed through the battlefield surrounded by thousands. Hawkeye held the black sword Yuru, his sharp eyes fixed on Shawn, emanating a fierce aura. Initially, he was merely surprised by Shawn, as the opening move cross-slash seemed simple but required great skill. A person not skilled in swordsmanship would not be able to execute a cross shape in a single strike at that moment. Of course, after performing the cross-slash, Shawn did not attract Mihawk's attention, as the power of that slash could only deal with minor fish. What shocked him was that at the moment when Ace and Luffy were falling, facing the intense barrage of cannon fire, many believed that Shawn's speed had reached its peak, allowing him to evade the fire with Luffy and Ace. Only he did not think so, because, in that situation, Shawn simply did not have time to take the injured two to dodge the cannon fire. They had to endure the attack together. However, at that instant, Hawkeye happened to witness a bizarre scene. Amidst the countless explosions, Shawn lightning fast swung his sword, shattering Ace's sea stone handcuffs. Then, when numerous cannonballs came crashing down, he did not evade but stood in front of Ace and Luffy, wildly swinging his weapon and rapidly hacking away. This seemingly simple flurry of cuts is actually filled with profound techniques. Each attack seems to completely dissipate the explosive power of the cannonballs, and every strike appears to completely block the force of the explosions. Some cannonballs even fly several meters away, following his slash. Such advanced swordsmanship instantly ignites a strong interest in Mihawk, the Eagle Eye. Let us settle this with a duel. At this moment, Shawn also develops a keen interest in Eagle Eye. To engage with the world's greatest swordsman, regardless of the outcome, is certainly something to be proud of. Moreover, Shawn wants to validate his own swordsmanship. Since he has increasingly mastered divine power, he has never truly sparred with anyone in swordsmanship. His understanding of sword techniques is merely superficial, lacking extensive experience. Even his previous encounter with Kizaru was just a spontaneous inspiration. Clang! At that moment, Shawn swiftly drew the knife that Ramos had handed him earlier, stepping forward, his figure instantly appearing in front of Eagle Eye. The tens of thousands of Navy personnel surrounding them seemed to be ignored at that moment. Shawn's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already before Eagle Eye. Then, with a move called Ghost Slash, he struck directly towards Eagle Eye's arm. Clang, clang. Eagle Eye was not to be outdone, gripping the black sword to block. The two weapons collided instantly, sparks flying and countless sparks scattering, startling the Navy, pirates, and viewers from around the world. Such speed, such powerful force. The Devil Shawn is indeed formidable, able to engage with the world's greatest swordsman, making this duel even more interesting. Yes, such an exciting battle cannot be missed. However, no one expected that this Devil Shawn is not only a natural-type Devil Fruit user, but also proficient in swordsmanship. Seeing the battle between the two, people from all over the world couldn't help but discuss it. Meanwhile, Sengoku watched the fight with a head full of black lines, unable to imagine that Shawn had so many hidden cards, with such high mastery in swordsmanship. Devil Shawn, if you can defeat me, the title of the world's greatest swordsman will be yours. Just then, after Eagle Eye and Shawn completed a weapon clash, they separated. And Eagle Eye looked at Shawn and slowly said. Hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Shawn's lips as he replied. That's just what I intend to do. Eagle Eye, expressionless, responded, Come on, let me see whose swordsmanship is superior, yours or mine. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a silver-white streak of light instantly cut through the air, swiftly slashing toward Shawn. The streak appeared slow, but in an instant, it reached Shawn, making it hard to defend against, and the sword's momentum was incredibly fierce. Seeing this, Shawn frowned. At this moment, he suddenly sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if he had been locked onto by a 1,000-year-old eagle. Without the slightest delay, Shawn raised the long knife in his hand and swiftly slashed at the silvery flow of light approaching him. Just as the silvery flow got close, Shawn's body suddenly swayed in an eerie manner, and the long knife unexpectedly reversed, becoming light and gentle. Then, with a flick, a gust of knife wind pushed away the incoming strike. Bang! In the next second, the silvery flow of light actually grazed Shawn's shoulder, flying diagonally for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. What? He actually dodged a strike from Hawkeye my Hawk? Witnessing this scene, people from all over the world, as well as the Navy soldiers present, erupted in exclamations. This was truly unbelievable, especially Shawn's bizarre, swaying movement, which had allowed him to effortlessly evade Hawkeye's attack. Not only that, but he also changed the direction of Hawkeye's slash in the process. This scene completely caught them off guard and left them immensely shocked. Just as they were in disbelief, Hawkeye stared at Shawn with a serious expression, and after a moment of silence, couldn't help but ask, What kind of technique is this? This strange swordsmanship. This is the second time Hawkeye has seen Shawn demonstrate it. Moreover, each time he finds that no matter how powerful the enemy's strength is, it is easily neutralized by Shawn's bizarre sword technique. This is Tai Chi. Upon hearing Hawkeye's inquiry, Shawn replied casually. The strange, swaying technique he just used was based on the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds from Tai Chi, effortlessly neutralizing Hawkeye's attack with the idea of overcoming the hard with the soft, following the momentum of the opponent, borrowing their strength. This is exactly the mystery of Tai Chi. Tai Chi, Hawkeye couldn't help but repeat it with confusion. This martial art he had never heard of. In his understanding, the essence of kendo was to balance offense and defense. When attacking, it had to be either as fast as lightning or to counter speed with speed, strength overcoming weakness. However, Shaoan's Tai Chi was light and gentle, using softness to overcome hardness, which was truly difficult to grasp. Nevertheless, he did not give up the fight, because this Shaoan was one of the most challenging opponents he had ever encountered and also the one he was most interested in. Come on, let me see what other skills the Devil Shaoan has. At this moment, Eagle Eye became even more intrigued by Shaoan and once again charged at him with the black knife. Facing Eagle Eye's attack, Shaoan narrowed his eyes slightly, stomped his left foot on the ground, and leaped into the air. Seeing Shawn's movement, Eagle Eye's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp. Just as Shawn jumped, Eagle Eye tightly gripped the knife handle and yanked the black knife fiercely. Suddenly, there was a light sound of whoosh, and the black blade, like a venomous snake, shot forward in an instant, creating a fierce wind as it sliced towards Shawn's body. Night moment. At this moment, Hawkeye has used all his strength, intending to settle the outcome with a single move. This move could be said to be the killer move of Hawkeye. In Hawkeye's eyes, he has already used his strongest power, and Shawn is undoubtedly destined to lose. Moreover, even if Shawn has some other means, he is definitely not Hawkeye's opponent. However, in the next moment, Hawkeye's pupils suddenly contracted, because, in that instant, Shawn's aura suddenly surged, and a domineering momentum erupted from him, completely opposite to the previous light and gentle demeanor. One sword immortal kneels. In the next moment, a deep and powerful voice suddenly came from Shawn's mouth. As Shawn's voice fell, his figure suddenly soared into the air, and a colorless tornado appeared around him, with violent sword winds continuously swirling around. On the surface of that tornado, countless silver streams of light flashed crazily, resembling endless blades, striking towards Hawkeye like lightning. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone widened their eyes. What kind of move is that? It actually caused a tornado. It's terrifying. I feel a suffocating pressure, as if it's going to swallow me whole. I can hardly believe that such a terrifying phenomenon could occur. What kind of swordsmanship is this? This move probably exceeds the realm of swordsmanship. Seeing Shawn's sword move, the audience from all over the world was in shock. Boom! At that moment, a loud sound erupted, and the tornado completely engulfed Hawkeye's strike and himself. Then, with an immense explosion, Hawkeye's figure was completely obliterated, disappearing from everyone's sight. As Hawkeye lost just like that, seeing the scene, whether it was the Navy or people from around the world, everyone had a look of disbelief. Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, has actually been defeated by the Devil Shawn like this. Too strong. The Devil Shawn's strength is simply too overwhelming, completely unstoppable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that there could be such a powerful swordsman in the world. It seems that the title of the world's greatest swordsman is about to change hands. From now on, the Devil Shawn is the world's greatest swordsman. People all over the world looked at Shawn's imposing figure filled with a wild and domineering aura, all discussing excitedly while being shocked by Shawn's strength. I lost. At that moment, a weak voice suddenly rang out. Then, Hawkeye's figure appeared in everyone's view, and they could see a bloody wound clearly on his chest, with a deep gash from which blood sprayed out, staining his clothes red. Moreover, all over his body, there were countless tiny wounds. These wounds were all caused by the sword's wind. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. Hawkeye was actually forced to this extent. At this moment, to everyone, Shawn had truly surpassed their imagination. At this time, Hawkeye Mihawk was completely convinced by Shawn. In the following battle, he did not continue to participate. Damn it. Even Hawkeye Mihawk has been defeated. At this moment, Sengoku's face was ashen, filled with burning rage. Looking at the man standing proudly in the arena, he truly wished he could tear him apart immediately. Charge! Kill this devil! Kill him! Kill him! Amid Sengoku's furious roar, the tens of thousands of elite Navy soldiers who had surrounded them also erupted into a frenzy of angry shouts. Then, everyone rushed toward Shawn, vowing to tear him to pieces. In the face of this overwhelming army, Shawn still wore a calm expression, as if he didn't regard these tens of thousands of people at all. Not only that, he even half-squatted down, one hand pressing on the ground, striking a strange pose. Watching this scene, Whitebeard in the distance immediately showed a look of concern. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Shawn's strength, but under Sengoku's orders. The number of people surrounding Shawn had actually increased, reaching over 30,000 in a short period of time. These more than 30,000 people are all elites among the Navy elites. Moreover, they cooperate seamlessly. Once they form an encirclement, they will trap Shawn firmly within. No matter how hard he struggles, he cannot escape death. Furthermore, there's also the presence of Jean Guo watching closely. Once Shawn falls into danger, Jean Guo will surely strike mercilessly, killing him on the spot. Dad, you don't need to worry. This kid is not an ordinary person. He must have many hidden cards. Looking at Whitebeard's worried expression, Flower Sword Bista immediately comforted him. Although he also did not believe Shawn could survive against the siege of 30,000 Navy troops, he still had faith in Shawn. After all, Shawn's displayed combat ability was truly astonishing, even exceeding his expectations, making it hard to believe. Moreover, even Admiral Kizaru could be captured alive by him, and the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, was also defeated by him. With such combat power, how could he not believe it? Hearing Bista's words, Whitebeard also relaxed a bit. At this moment, he had no chance for support. Akainu, Akiji, and several Navy vice admirals, along with tens of thousands of Navy soldiers, had already surrounded him and Marco layer by layer, seemingly aiming to capture the king first and quickly end this war. Meanwhile, as Shawn squatted down, placing his right hand on the ground and making a strange motion, the audience worldwide erupted. Look, what is the devil Shawn doing? Faced with the siege of nearly 30,000 elite Navy troops, he isn't fleeing. He is squatting down, striking that strange pose. Could it be that the battle with Mihawk has left him weak? No, I don't think so. He hasn't shown any signs of weakness at all, and even in the face of 30,000 elite troops, he doesn't seem flustered at all. Instead, he appears indifferent. Looking at the images on the big screen, spectators around the world were puzzled, completely unable to understand Shawn's strange actions. Kill him. Behead the devil Shawn. Swear to defend the Navy headquarters. At that moment, the 30,000 elite Navy troops shouted again, crazily closing in on Shawn. However, at that moment, a strange curve appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. He suddenly looked up, revealing a dark and sinister smile, and said, "Have you ever heard of Elbu among men?" As his voice fell, an overwhelming wave of terrifying energy suddenly spread from Shawn's body. Then, the power of the Shura realm crazily surged into the ground. With the infusion of Shura's power, the ground instantly cracked open with terrifying fissures. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, a tall man, 8 feet tall, imposing and majestic, wielding a halberd, clad in battle armor, wearing black cloud shoes, exuding a strong aura of slaughter, appeared before everyone. Looking at that mighty war god, the whole world was momentarily stunned, and then a look of horror immediately emerged on their faces. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, countless people's gazes became dazed, their eyes filled with terror and shock. The sudden appearance of this tall and mighty man was simply shocking, leaving everyone unable to believe their eyes and what they were witnessing. There stood the formidable god of war in front of Shawn, gripping a halberd with both hands, his cold gaze fixed on the dense crowd of elite Navy troops before him, silent and radiating an overwhelming aura. What on earth is this thing? Feeling the intense, murderous aura, both the 30,000 elite Navy troops and the admirals sensed the oppressive force emanating from this towering man. Deep within their hearts, an indescribable tremor surged, as if they were facing not a person, but an invincible being. Such a strong, killing intent. What kind of monster is this? The aura he exuded was simply terrifying, as they felt the horrifying killing intent radiating from the tall man. The more than 30,000 elite Navy troops suddenly experienced a wave of suffocation and fear. And this was the god of war, Elbu, summoned by Shawn's Shura realm divine power. The power of the Shura realm is to summon the undead or spirit beast to assist in battle. This powerful summoning technique is akin to summoning fruits. However, what Shawn summoned was a physical entity, a corporeal undead formed by divine power. Of course, the stronger the summoned undead or spirit beast, the more divine power it consumed. At that moment, Shawn slowly stood up from the ground. As his gaze met Lu Bu's face, he saw the tall and mighty war god's eyes flashing with 2 chilling, ghostly glimmers. Though Ho is dead, Fei Jiang is still here. Today, Feng Xian seeks only a battle. Following this, a resounding and forceful declaration echoed as Lu Bu's gaze suddenly turned toward the 30,000 elite Navy troops around him, filled with a cold, overwhelming aura. At this moment, countless elite Navy soldiers felt the fierce aura of Elbu and couldn't help but shiver. Kill. Then, Elbu let out a low roar, wielding his Fangtian painted halberd, fearlessly charging towards the more than 30,000 elite Navy soldiers. From this moment on, the battlefield will be dominated by me alone. I am a nightmare of this world. Bring it on, haha. In this voice filled with boundless arrogance, Elbu descended like a cannonball into the dense crowd of elite Navy soldiers before him. Immediately, Elbu swung his arm fiercely, and the Fangtian painted halberd cut through the air, leaving a magnificent trajectory. In an instant, splashes of fresh blood erupted. Soon after, one miserable howl after another echoed across the entire battlefield. Bastard, kill him. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the warring state's commander on the high platform turned red. Elbu's might brought immense psychological pressure to the Navy warriors, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Yet many commanders and soldiers still bravely charged towards Elbu without fear of death. In the face of their attacks, Elbu's Fangtian painted halberd swept through the void, Each strike stirred up a storm of blood and gore. In just a few seconds, dozens of elite Navy soldiers were cut down by Elbu, dead beyond saving. At this moment, Elbu seemed like a slaughtering machine, indiscriminately reaping the lives of the Navy before him, killing them. And this scene was perfectly displayed on the big screen, bringing endless shock and horror to audiences around the world. Seeing the spectacle, those viewers were undoubtedly once again stunned. This is the real war. This is true slaughter. Watching Lu Bu, who is constantly reaping the lives of naval soldiers before him, everyone felt a pang of fear and trepidation. How terrifying! What kind of devil is this? It is simply too horrifying. He is a killing machine. In an instant, everyone in the world was shocked. At this moment, many of the naval soldiers were also filled with boundless fear. In front of Lu Bu, they felt like ants, weak and incredibly fragile, utterly unable to withstand even a single strike from him. It felt like fighting against a towering mountain, evoking a sense of helpless defeat. Looking at the endless bodies falling under Lu Bu's halberd, many naval soldiers felt a strange fear rising in their hearts. Under this fear, they instinctively began to retreat, wanting to flee the battlefield. However, just as they took their first step back, they saw Lu Bu's halberd suddenly slash forward. Puff! A clear and piercing sound of a blade cutting through the air rang out, and the incredibly sharp halberd had already appeared before a naval officer's throat. The sharp tip slicing through effortlessly like cutting tofu, decapitating him instantly, with blood spraying like a fountain, instantly soaking the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, everyone's pupils involuntarily constricted, revealing intense fear in their eyes. Furthermore, what no one expected was Lu Bu's speed, which was astonishingly swift. Almost in the blink of an eye, he delivered a horizontal sweep with his halberd. In that instant of the sweep, the halberd traced out a perfect arc, ultimately slicing through the throats of 5 naval soldiers. One strike, 5 lives taken. Seeing this, boundless fear spread across everyone's faces. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? He is simply a killing machine, too terrifying, too horrifying. No, we must retreat. This guy's like a god of slaughter. Anyone who tangles with him is doomed. Looking at Lu Bu before them, all naval soldiers felt a deep sense of fear in their hearts, their cowardice exploding in an instant, causing everyone to tremble. The entire army retreat. Run, run. Do not fight this monster, disperse quickly. Witnessing this scene, in an instant, under the leadership of a naval commander, all the naval soldiers who had originally surrounded Xiao and turned and attempted to leave. However, just as they turned around, Lu Bu's cold voice suddenly pierced their ears, making their hearts skip a beat once again. War was born for me. The darkness in my heart is constantly swelling. After saying this, Lu Bu's body suddenly leaped into the group of retreating naval soldiers, and his halberd, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, swung among the naval soldiers, continuously reaping their lives. Under Lu Bu's terrifying assault, all naval soldiers' lives became extremely fragile. In just a few breaths, he had slain over 100 naval soldiers, including 3 colonels. This scene caused the faces of many high-ranking naval officers to change dramatically, their pupils contracting slightly, and their faces filled with horror. Not only that, but the audience worldwide, witnessing the entire battle through the big screen, was also filled with shock. This guy's strength is just too terrifying, isn't it? He is simply a monster, a killing machine. Facing 30,000 elite Navy troops, he showed no fear at all, charging directly into the crowd and beginning a frenzied, crushing slaughter, truly a god of death. No matter what kind of monster this person is, let's not forget that he was summoned by the devil Shawn. He is the most terrifying existence. When they saw those elite Navy troops unable to withstand even a single move against Lu Bu's fierce assault, the hearts of all the viewers around the world nearly jumped out of their throats. At this moment, they all felt that Lu Bu was like a demon from hell, crazily reaping human lives. Even Huang Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows watching the battle, looked surprised at the figure on the battlefield filled with a murderous aura. But his gaze was more focused on Shawn. What kind of freak is this guy? He knows swordsmanship, body techniques, can summon lightning, and now he can even summon a god of death. Could he be a dual devil fruit user with both superhuman and natural powers? At this moment, as they watched the Navy soldiers being crushed mercilessly, the eyes of all members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Ha ha ha! It seems that the balance of this war is tipping towards our side, the Whitebeard pirates. Yes, Vice Captain Xiao is incredibly strong, actually summoning such a killing-type monster. Ha ha! Indeed, our Moby Dick's Vice Captain is amazing. Watching countless Navy soldiers being slaughtered by Lu Bu, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all had expressions filled with immense excitement. In their eyes, Lu Bu's strength seemed to be boosting their morale, making it soar instantly. Woo-la-la-la-la, we've xiao in here. Our Whitebeard pirates can sweep through the Navy headquarters. Ku-ha-ha. Even Whitebeard himself displayed a broad smile, feeling a wave of exhilaration in his heart. At this moment, on the high platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at the situation before him, and his expression grew increasingly angry. Bastard. 30,000 elite Navy troops are being forced to retreat by one person. This is simply a disgrace, a complete loss of face for our Navy headquarters. As he spoke, a strong hatred flickered across Sengoku's face, and his eyes revealed an intense anger. All of this is caused by Shawn. If it weren't for Shawn's appearance, how could their combined forces of the Navy's elite 100,000 troops and the 7 warlords of the sea have ended up in such a dire situation? All of this is because of Shawn. Thinking of this, Admiral Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze towards Shawn in the arena couldn't help but reveal a chilling murderous intent. Immediately, he rushed to Karp's side and roared, "Karp, you bastard! Do you see this? Do you see it? The Navy headquarters is about to be leveled." Hearing Sengoku's roar, Karp's face was also filled with a grave expression. The moment the ground cracked and Lu Bu appeared, he immediately stood up. However, when he saw the scene in the arena, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. On the battlefield, the killing god summoned by Shawn stood like a small mountain amidst the encirclement of 30,000 elite troops. No matter how hard the countless Navy soldiers tried to resist, they still couldn't stop his advance. Instead, those soldiers were being slaughtered one after another. In just a short while, hundreds of Navy soldiers have been killed. Karp, from now on, we will join forces to kill the devil Shawn. We must not let him leave the Navy headquarters alive, or else our Navy headquarters will lose all face. Admiral Sengoku said gravely as he looked at Karp. Upon hearing Admiral Sengoku's words, Karp's face also showed an extremely serious expression. He nodded immediately and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Sengoku, I know what to do." "Very good." Sengoku snorted coldly, then suddenly looked up at Shawn in the arena, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, looking particularly ferocious. "Six styles, shave." At that moment, Karp shouted, exerting force with his legs. Instantly, his whole body moved through the air, quickly heading towards Shawn in the arena. Seeing Karp suddenly approaching, a look of surprise also appeared on Shawn's face. The application of 6 styles, shaved by Karp, was simply flawless, astonishing to behold. This technique, which involves powerful footwork stepping on the air, is similar to Wudong's Tiyun Zone. It can generate strong hovering force, allowing the practitioner to move quickly in mid-air by harnessing this power. Moreover, this technique is also flexible, ensuring balance is maintained while in the air. This is the advantage of a 6 styles S shaving technique. Whoosh! At that moment, Karp's figure swayed and appeared right in front of Shawn. However, just as Karp was less than 2 meters away from Shawn, suddenly, Shawn's figure bizarrely vanished from sight. Seeing Shawn abruptly disappear, a serious expression flashed across Karp's face. He immediately predicted Shawn's movements through his observation Haki, clenched his right fist, and delivered a powerful punch into the empty space to his left. With a punch thrown, a series of wind-breaking sounds echoed through the air, and a fierce punch aura suddenly sliced through the air, rapidly striking towards the reappearing Shawn. It was like a cannonball, with unparalleled power. Feeling the terrifying force contained in that punch, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. Then, surprisingly, he did not dodge or evade, but instead he suddenly extended his right fist to meet it head-on. Bang! A muffled sound resounded in the sky as the punch aura collided violently with the enormous fist. In an instant, a terrifying force unleashed a shockwave that rapidly spread outwards upon impact, creating a fierce gust of wind that blew away the nearby soldiers on the battlefield, sending them flying dozens of meters away before they crashed heavily to the ground. In this exchange, Shawn's expression only slightly changed, while Karp's face was filled with shock. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shuddering violently. In that moment, it was as if he had been hit by a high-speed train, leaving him numb and his blood surging, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What a terrifying power this is! What kind of powerful physical strength is this? At that moment, an incredulous expression flashed across Karp's face once again. Not only him, even Akiji and the others widened their eyes, staring in disbelief at the situation in the arena. Even Sengoku was momentarily breathless, his expression extremely shocked. Karp is a naval hero, a legendary figure, and he is very aware of how terrifying the power of his iron fist is. Yet even so, that devil, Shawn, remained unflinching as he took the blow from Karp's iron fist. This left Sengoku filled with shock. So powerful. This devil, Shawn, truly lives up to his reputation. I never expected his physical strength to possess such formidable power. It's terrifying that he could take a punch from Vice Admiral Karp. This guy is too scary. What kind of monster is he, with endless methods? Even his martial arts are so fierce. Looking at the black-haired youth on the big screen, the faces of audiences around the world were filled with amazement, horror, and disbelief. However, at that moment, just as Shawn and Karp's fists separated, Sengoku's gaze suddenly sharpened, shooting out two sharp glints. Then, transforming into his Buddha form, Sengoku suddenly emanated a powerful and terrifying aura. In the next second, he shook his arms, and a strong shockwave, carrying a sense of destruction, surged from afar, directly smashing towards the devil Shawn in the arena. Under the cover of this shockwave, the air seemed to distort, creating rippling waves. This scene left the entire world in shock. Marshal Sengoku actually took action himself. This time, the devil Shawn is likely to fall. Indeed, while the devil Shawn is formidable, facing the joint attack of Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp, he has no chance of winning. Defeat is inevitable. This war will probably soon come to an end. There is no way around it. After all, both Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp, this old duo, have personally taken action. This time, the devil Shawn is probably doomed. Audiences around the world, watching the scene on the screen, couldn't help but discuss among themselves, and even many self-proclaimed righteous individuals showed expressions of glee, seeming eager to see the great pirate devil Shawn be executed on the spot. The soldiers at Naval headquarters were even more excited and invigorated. The devil Shawn is finished. Haha, this time, he is undoubtedly going to die. Yes, the devil Shawn has angered Marshal Sengoku, and now he will definitely be executed for all to see. This time, the devil Shawn is likely to be done for. As long as he dies, that summoned killing god will also disappear, and our naval headquarters will win this war. It is truly a relief to the people. Under Marshal Sengoku's Buddha form and Vice Admiral Karp's iron fist, all evil will be crushed. Haha, devil Shawn, prepare to face the judgment of justice. Sengoku and Karp's actions instantly boosted the morale of the naval headquarters, with Navy soldiers cheering and celebrating. Boom! At that moment, the terrifying shockwave, carrying endless might, rushed toward Shawn's position in the blink of an eye. This terrifying shockwave, carrying a momentum capable of destroying the world, seemed to tear the earth apart, obliterating everything in its path. It was enough to prove that the warring states were truly furious. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying shockwave violently struck the position where Shawn was located, erupting with a loud roar. In an instant, a blinding light suddenly burst forth, and the violent explosion caused everyone's eyes to squint, unwilling to open them. Subsequently, the terrifying aftershock of the explosion spread out, turning everything around into ruins in an instant. Even 3 tall buildings collapsed under the force of the shockwave, turning into a sky full of rubble. The terrifying shockwave swept through the entire area, making everyone present feel a suffocating pressure. When the shockwave had struck, a nearly 10-meter deep pit suddenly appeared, filled with chaos and swirling dust. Witnessing the scene, everyone's faces instantly turned pale, staring in shock. Such power, such destructive force, it's simply too formidable. No wonder he is the fleet admiral of the Navy. With just one move, he displayed an astonishingly terrifying strength. This deep pit is so vast that even the stones and buildings have been shattered. The devil Shawn is probably reduced to ashes. It's really satisfying. This guy has finally kicked the bucket. Haha. Yes. This guy actually dared to provoke the authority of the Navy. Now it's great he's finally dead. It's just a pity that his head wasn't taken. Looking at the several-meter deep dark pit, a sense of inexplicable excitement surged in the hearts of the Navy soldiers present. And even a small team of Navy soldiers had already walked towards the pit to watch. However, at that moment, a terrified scream suddenly rang out among the Navy soldiers. Wait, the devil Shawn should still be alive. The killing god has not disappeared. Upon hearing that terrified shout, everyone's expressions instantly changed. Then, a series of gazes turned towards the pit. Boom! At that moment, a sudden sound of wind breaking rang out. In everyone's sight, a figure suddenly burst out from the pit, carrying a violent aura, fiercely charging towards the surrounding Navy soldiers. Seeing this scene, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. His eyes filled with horror. This devil Shawn, how can he be all right? How is he able to be so resilient, surviving such a terrifying shockwave without dying. How is this possible? At this moment, Sengoku felt a wave of disbelief, and his expression turned extremely gloomy. Upon witnessing this scene, the Navy soldiers present also changed their faces drastically, their pupils suddenly constricting, their eyes filled with intense shock. How is this possible? That was the Buddha shockwave unleashed by Admiral Sengoku. Even a small mountain would be turned to dust. But this guy actually charged out of the pit unscathed. How could this be? What kind of freak is this guy, able to withstand Admiral Sengoku's Buddha shockwave? At this moment, many Navy soldiers widened their eyes, their faces filled with incredulity, their hearts overwhelmed with intense shock. As for Whitebeard and the others, when they saw Shawn's figure, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing excitement. This guy was simply too astonishing. Boom, boom. Just then, a series of dull sounds erupted, and Shawn charged out without any hesitation. His legs slightly bent, his foot stepping down, and his entire body suddenly shot toward a small group of Navy soldiers at the edge of the pit like a cannonball. 8 extremes burst. In the next moment, Shawn shouted explosively, his fists swinging violently, his body half bent as he struck out fiercely. In an instant, a violent force erupted, like a flood breaking through a dam, carrying a terrifying impact that slammed towards the small group of Navy soldiers. Boom! Under the pressure of this force, the small group of Navy soldiers surrounding the pit instantly spat out blood and flew backward, meeting their demise. Other Navy soldiers witnessing the scene were immediately terrified, their faces turning pale. Demon! This guy, under Admiral Sengoku's Buddha shockwave, not only remained unharmed, but was still so fierce. It was too terrifying. Seeing this, the eyes of the Navy soldiers suddenly shrank, their gazes toward Shawn filled with intense fear. Clearly, Shawn's strength exceeded their expectations by far. At this moment, Shawn fully appeared before everyone. Seeing Shawn emerge from the deep pit, Sengoku's expression instantly turned extremely grim. His eyes were filled with incredulity. He had not expected that his Buddha shockwave would cause no harm to Shawn. It was truly unfathomable. However, just as Sengoku was shocked, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. Sengoku, do you want to continue? If so, then hurry up and show your true abilities, otherwise you won't have another chance. As he spoke, Shawn clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura emanating from his entire body, as if a demon king had descended. Sengoku's eyelids twitched, his brows furrowing as he looked at Shawn, his eyes flashing with a chilling light, saying, "Bastard, criminal demon Shawn, let me show you my most powerful attack." With Sengoku's furious roar, he suddenly brought his hands together and squeezed hard. In his palms, a golden light surged like a tide, wildly swirling and gathering together, forming a gigantic hand. This palm, unmistakably, is the great Buddha's hand of the Warring States. Under this golden handprint, a terrifying aura of destruction slowly emanates. Not only that, when the Warring States condensed this golden great Buddha's hand, Karp beside him furrowed his brows, and then covered his right fist with armament Haki. At this moment, looking at the standoff, the entire world once again fell into uproar and chaos. It's terrifying. Could this sea pirate demon, Shawn, be an indestructible cockroach? The previous great Buddha shockwave actually had no effect on him, which is truly shocking. This demon Shawn seems like an immortal being. Such an existence is incredibly strange and powerful, almost like a monster. This is just the beginning. It seems that the real battle is yet to come. Witnessing this scene, the audience around the world was utterly shocked. They never imagined that Shawn could remain unscathed under the attack of Admiral Warring States, and instead, he became even more courageous, which is simply terrifying. However, it seems that this is only the beginning of the battle. The offensive from Admiral Warring States and Vice Admiral Karp will become increasingly terrifying. Can the demon Shawn withstand this wave of attacks? Everyone couldn't help but harbor such doubts in their hearts. At that moment, Karp's fist, covered in armament Haki, suddenly lunged at Shawn. Iron Fist invincible. With a single punch, Karp's body seemed to transform into a cannonball, instantly shooting towards Shawn. A sharp punch wave whistled towards him. Shatter the mountain. Shawn looked at the incoming punch wave, did not evade, but instead charged towards it. Boom! The moment they collided, a violent sound of impact erupted, and a fierce energy burst forth, spreading outwards and knocking back some Navy soldiers who were a bit farther away, leaving them shocked and horrified. Hiss! Watching this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. This guy's strength is even more terrifying than they imagined. he actually managed to take on Vice Admiral Karp's full force attack. What kind of monster is he to be so fearsome? He's a demon. For a moment, everyone had a look of horror on their faces, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this time, Karp's pupils shrank, his expression also full of shock, because in this strike, he clearly felt a tremendous backlash, surging towards him like a tidal wave, making him feel unbearable pain. He almost got toppled over by this terrifying force, and he couldn't help but feel a sweetness in his throat with a metallic taste rising up. Puff! Just then, Karp finally couldn't hold it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. What shocked him even more was that at this moment, a powerful aftershock suddenly hit him. That aftershock surged like a massive wave, sweeping in all directions and shaking the surroundings. Boom! At that moment, Karp couldn't stabilize his body in time and was instantly sent flying. Bang! Finally, he crashed heavily into the building behind him, falling straight to the ground and creating a deep trench on the surface. In an instant, the entire world fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Vice Admiral Karp was actually defeated in one move? How could this be possible? Had the devil Shawn truly reached such a terrifying level? Cough, cough. At this moment, as he fell to the ground, Karp began to cough incessantly. Due to the excessive pain, a few drops of blood spilled from his mouth again. Karp! Seeing this scene, Sengoku's expression changed dramatically, and his heart sank slightly. He didn't expect that Karp's full-force Iron Fist would be easily blocked by the devil Shawn, and that he would also sustain serious injuries. This scene caused Whitebeard, who was entangled with Akainu and Akiji, to show shock. Gulalala. I never expected this little guy to have reached such a terrifying level. Kuhahaha. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco also displayed a shocked expression. Old man, I finally understand why you had such a high opinion of this kid back then. This guy's just a big freak. Diamond Jaws looked at the scene of Karp being injured and couldn't help but say, this kid's existence is likely to really change the world pattern. Yeah, after this battle, this guy's fame will probably surpass that of the 4 emperors. Flower Sword Vista also nodded solemnly and couldn't help but speak. Even Ace, who was fighting with Spider Demon, was genuinely shocked by this scene. He never expected that the person who just saved him and his brother Luffy would be so powerful. Just as everyone was in shock, Shawn made another strange move. He suddenly pressed his right hand on the ground, and the power of the Azura realm surged wildly, causing cracks to rapidly spread. Whoa, look! The devil Shawn is making that strange move again. It's over. He must be summoning the god of death. This time the Navy headquarters is probably going to suffer. Everyone gasped in horror at Shawn's action. Whoosh! At that moment, a neighing sound suddenly emerged from the cracks in the ground, and then an extraordinary divine steed leaped out. The horse was entirely red, majestic and extraordinary. It was the king of horses, the Chitu. As soon as this horse appeared, Elbu, among the tens of thousands of Navy troops, was momentarily stunned, as if evoking a long-forgotten memory. Where is the flying general? I will ride the divine steed Chitu to help you crush the Navy headquarters. At that moment, Xiao-In shouted, and then with a wave of his hand, the Chitu let out a resounding neigh, like a shooting star, breaking through the air and charging directly towards Elbu in the midst of the army. Witnessing this scene, everyone's faces showed immense shock. This was actually a horse. The speed of this horse was terrifying, surely a steed that could travel 1,000 miles a day. Everyone looked at the lightning-like divine horse with faces full of astonishment and eyes brimming with shock. Even more terrifying was that at the moment Elbu grasped the Confrontation and leaped onto the horse's back, the horse let out a dragon-like neigh, and its blood seemed to boil upon meeting its master. A vast power erupted from within its body. The next second, the Chitu darted like lightning into the midst of the army, leaving behind a trail of souls. The Confrontation swept through the army, flesh and blood flying, and screams echoed endlessly. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with deep fear and panic. At this moment, the 30,000 elite Navy troops appeared as fragile as paper in front of the Chitu, having no defensive capability whatsoever. In just over 10 seconds, there were already over 100 casualties. Divine Steed, Flying General, invincible in battle. This was precisely the power summoned by Xiao-In from the Shura realm, giving Elbu on the battlefield the Chitu. Instantly, it was like adding wings to a tiger with overwhelming fighting spirit, charging through the enemy ranks like a bolt of thunder. How terrifying it was that killing God became unstoppable with the divine horse, utterly invincible. Damn it, how many hidden cards does this devil Shawn have? It's simply too frightening. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions became extremely serious, gazing at that figure on the battlefield, unable to suppress the urge to swallow their saliva. Even the hidden Huang Yuan, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but show an extremely horrified expression. I didn't expect this bastard to have such a powerful summoning ability hidden. It seems I was not wrong to lose to him. Seeing this, Huang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Sengoku's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, looking at Xiao as if he wanted to eat him alive. "You bastard, I will crush you." Sengoku roared angrily, his eyes filled with fierce killing intent, wishing he could tear Xiao into pieces immediately. Great Buddha's hand. Looking at the 30,000 elite Navy troops that had collapsed like ants in a short time, Sengoku's face was already filled with fury. He suddenly raised his gaze to lock on Xiao, and with a fierce push of his hands, he summoned the golden Buddha's hand he had gathered. Instantly, it shot out with an immensely terrifying power toward Xiao. This power is truly terrifying, as if it could tear apart the heavens and destroy the earth. Look, the Buddha's hand of the Warring States Marshal has been fully condensed. This time, the demon Shawn is undoubtedly doomed. Ha ha ha, indeed. The power of this palm is absolutely enough to crush him into dust. As long as the demon Shawn dies, the killing gods and divine horses he summoned will disappear. At that time, we will be able to conquer the entire Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. The Navy will win. Seeing this scene, all the Navy soldiers were instantly overjoyed, laughing out loud, their faces filled with excitement and exhilaration. Yet at this moment, Shawn's expression remained calm and composed. However, the corner of his mouth curled into a barely noticeable arc. I wonder if divine power paired with divine skills will explode into another kind of brilliance. In the next moment, Shawn's eyes suddenly shot out two beams of incredibly brilliant divine light, a breath belonging to the complete mastery of the Diamond Realm, containing terrifying pressure that distorted the surrounding space, producing a humming sound. Heavenly Duel, shattering mountains. At that moment, Shawn whispered a voice that was extremely cold, and then an immense pressure erupted from his body. This pressure seemed like the most terrifying deity in the heavens and the earth, instantly enveloping the surroundings and sweeping across the entire battlefield, causing everyone's hearts to involuntarily spasm violently. An invisible immense force spread through the air, making them feel a sense of suffocation. Boom! At that moment, a dazzling and straight golden light shot through the sky like a celestial horse meteor, heading towards the hands of the great Buddha of the Warring States. Bang! In the next instant, the great Buddha's hand collided fiercely with the golden light. And for a moment, the void seemed to tremble, countless cracks descending from the heavens and spreading in all directions, causing the entire marine fort to shake violently. Even a huge screen and the phone bugs high above were shattered and fell apart at that moment. Seeing the scene, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted as they stared in shock at everything before them. Crack! At that moment, a clear sound suddenly rang out, followed by everyone witnessing the enormous golden Buddha hand of the Warring States being shattered by that mysterious force, turning into dust that scattered in all directions. How is this possible? How could the great Buddha's hand of Admiral Warring States be broken? What a terrifying power! Seeing this, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the golden light. Boom! In the next moment, the golden light struck fiercely at Warring States, causing the Haki covering his body to instantly dissipate, and his entire body was rapidly hurled backward. With a loud crash, Warring States' body slammed into the ground, plowing a massive trench on the surface. Bang, bang, bang! As the golden light struck Warring States, countless dense cracks appeared on the body of the great Buddha form, as if it were made of glass, instantly shattering. Following that, streaks of bright red blood slowly seeped out from his body, staining his robes and making him appear extremely disheveled. At that moment, Warring States also spurted out a mouthful of bright red blood, and a pale hue appeared on his face. One move. In just one move, the dignified Buddha of Warring States, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, was injured. Moreover, he was severely injured, as that terrifying golden light had already harmed his internal organs. At this moment, the heart of the Warring States was completely shaken. He never expected that this damned devil, Shawn, would be so powerful that even his great Buddha's hand couldn't withstand it. What surprised him even more was that after Shawn's move Heavenly Strike, Shattering Mountain shattered his great Buddha's hand and severely injured him. It did not disappear due to the collision of energies. Instead, it continued to maintain its terrifying aura and madly struck towards the Marine headquarters building behind him. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the building of the Navy headquarters. With a booming impact from Shawn's sky duel shatter, the offices of the Navy headquarters and the residences of all the naval soldiers in Marine Ford turned into a pile of ruins after a deafening explosion. In an instant, they completely collapsed, and even the entire base was leveled to the ground. The whole Marine Ford also started to shake violently, as if it were about to crumble at any moment. This shocking scene left all the Navy personnel present feeling a tingling sensation on their scalps, with beads of sweat like peas dripping down their foreheads, instilling a profound sense of fear and shock in them. The commanders of the Navy also wore blank expressions, standing frozen in place, unable to utter a word, completely stunned. Upon witnessing this scene, Sengoku couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his whole being collapsing from the devastation of the Navy headquarters, causing him to faint due to surging emotions, his face pale as paper, looking as if he had only a breath left. Marshal Sengoku was defeated just like that. How could this be? He is our marshal. Seeing Sengoku severely injured, the Navy soldiers in Marineford immediately descended into chaos. Countless soldiers' faces abruptly changing, turning extremely fearful, each one scared out of their wits, at a loss for what to do. Sengoku's defeat completely shattered their morale, their faces turning deathly pale, like they had lost their souls. Even Sengoku had been defeated. This demon Shawn is truly terrifying. Even the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters were shocked, their expressions changing drastically, their faces filled with intense astonishment. However, this scene was not witnessed by the audience around the world, as the earlier divine technique, Heavenly Combat Crushing the Mountain, had shattered the big screen merely with its aura. At that moment, the image on the big screen had vanished, plunging the audience worldwide into a state of uproar and confusion. What the hell? Why did it suddenly go black? Damn it, what happened there? Damn it, just when it was critical. The confrontation between the Buddhist Sengoku's giant hand and the demon Shawn was cut off. Who won and who lost? It's infuriating, truly detestable. The most exciting moment was abruptly cut off, and now we don't even know who won this battle. I'm even more furious than you. I had already written the latest title for this episode, Ultimate Battle, Buddhist Sengoku versus Demon Shawn, and then it got cut off. Seeing the screen freeze at the most exciting moment, all the viewers around the world couldn't help but complain and express their regrets. At this moment, they all wished to rush into the naval headquarters on the screen and witness this great battle that would determine the direction of the world's pattern. Meanwhile, after unleashing the divine skill, Heavenly Battle breaks mountains. A pale expression and fine beads of sweat finally appeared on Shawn's face. In this war, he burned his divine power to leap and save Ace, summon the power of thunder, and even used the newly unlocked Azura Realm divine power to summon the flying General Elbu and the divine steed Chi-Tu to attack. In the end, he unleashed the ultimate divine skill of the Diamond Realm divine power, Heavenly Duel that shatters mountains. This divine skill is a technique that instantly channels one's divine power to its peak, creating a furious fist force. The consumption of divine power is immense, but the attack power is also astonishing. This skill, known as Heavenly Duel Shattering Mountain, is the ultimate version that Shawn comprehended after using the move Shatter Mountain against Karp. Although this divine skill is powerful, the cost of using it is severe. Particularly, the Vajra Realm divine power within Shawn is almost drained in an instant, leaving his physical body in a state of weakness. However, even in this weakened state, sitting cross-legged on the ground to recover, no Navy soldier dares to approach or attack, not even to launch a sneak attack. After all, Shawn's strength and combat performance have thoroughly intimidated all the Navy soldiers present, making them too afraid to act rashly. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the unmatched war god Lu Bu continues to charge on horseback, dominating the battlefield. In a short period, the 30,000 elite Navy soldiers have dwindled to only 17,000, with the rest all slain by Lu Bu, their corpses littering the ground in a shocking sight. As for the remaining 17,000 elite soldiers of the Navy, at this moment, they not only do not resist anymore, but instead flee in a panic, their faces showing despair and terror, looking completely flustered. These elite naval soldiers, despite being the best of the best, had already given their all in this final battle and could no longer make any changes. Moreover, with the defeat of both the warring states, Marshal and Vice Admiral Karp, their morale had plummeted. One by one, they were terrified and dared not stay on the battlefield any longer. However, just as this group of naval soldiers was fleeing for their lives, A flash of red light suddenly pierced through a naval lieutenant's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. The lieutenant's eyes widened in disbelief. For it was not Lu Bu or Shawn who had killed him, but the Marine Headquarters Admiral Akainu. Seeing this scene, many naval soldiers widened their eyes, revealing a deep sense of disbelief. The next moment, Akainu stood before this group of naval soldiers, the word justice on the back of his cloak swaying in the wind. He coldly looked at the soldiers, squinting his eyes, and said in a calm but firm tone, "The Navy carries the justice of the entire world. It is your duty to fight against pirates. At such a moment, turning your back on the enemy is not worthy of being called a Navy soldier. Such people deserve to be called trash." As soon as Akainu's words fell, the air in the area instantly became tense. A chilling aura emanated from Akainu's cold, blade-like gaze, causing these naval soldiers to shiver, a hint of fear rising in their hearts. "Admiral Akainu, I'm really scared right now. I'm afraid I will never see my wife and children again. Just thinking about it makes my legs weak. Please let me go. I really want to go back to my hometown. Please let me go." After Akainu finished speaking, a naval commander immediately knelt before him, begging for mercy with tears streaming down his face. However, Akainu's expression showed no sign of compassion. He remained as cold as ever, staring at the kneeling naval commander and said indifferently, "Rather than living in shame as a coward, it is better to die on the battlefield." As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu extended his lava-like arm and pierced through the naval commander's heart, killing him instantly. Witnessing this scene, all the surrounding naval soldiers trembled in fear, their eyes filled with horror. They shook uncontrollably, looking at the fierce and ruthless Akainu, their faces pale and bodies trembling, not daring to make any move to flee. Even the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield were taken aback by this scene. Whoosh! At that moment, the unparalleled war god Lu Bu, wielding his halberd and riding his divine steed, charged in. Akainu's arm transformed into a lava-like shape resembling a dog's head and lunged fiercely at Lu Bu and his steed, moving at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he was before Lu Bu, ready to bite down. Dog bite Red Lotus. With a crackling sound of fine fissures, the divine steed and Lu Bu suddenly vanished. This scene caused a momentary shock to all the naval soldiers present. Even Akainu was slightly taken aback. As the god of death's steed finally died, Admiral Akainu is so powerful. This terrifying god of death has finally fallen. Seeing this scene, all the naval soldiers couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in their hearts. Little did they know, the disappearance of El Bu and the steed was due to Shawn forcibly recalling them. At this moment, Shawn, who was sitting cross-legged, finally stood up, and the recall of El Bu and the steed also restored a significant amount of his strength. Although it wasn't at its peak level, it was sufficient to deal with the upcoming small fry. Not only that, but during his meditation just now, Shawn had also comprehended a hidden derivative divine technique related to the longevity divine power while recovering. Shawn had always regarded the longevity divine power as merely a healing art for recovering injuries and treating diseases, believing it had no combat capability whatsoever. Even when he initially unlocked the longevity divine power, what he obtained was merely a group healing technique called Cycle of Life and Death Limit, which consumed divine power. However, Shawn now clearly changed his traditional view of the longevity divine power. It was not just a miraculous healing technique. It could also be utilized for powerful offensive capabilities. Moreover, in the face of such destructive power, all constraints would collapse in an instant. At this moment, looking at the system panel, a smile appeared on Shawn's lips. Host Shawn, alias Devil Diamond Realm Divine Power, Great Perfection, Proficiency 100 Divine Technique, Heavenly Strike, Longevity Divine Power, Great Perfection, Proficiency 100 Divine Technique. Understood. Not unlocked. Earth Store Realm Divine Power, Great Perfection, Proficiency 100 Divine Technique. None. Void Awareness Realm Divine Power, Great Perfection, Proficiency 100 Divine Technique. Glimpse of the Future, Myriad Phenomena Realm Divine Power, Great Perfection, Proficiency 100 Divine Technique. Thunderous Force, Billion Volt Version, Azura Realm Divine Power, Initial Learning. Proficiency 786 Divine Technique. None. Primitive Realm Divine Power, not unlocked. Proficiency 0 Divine Technique. None. Colorless Realm Divine Power, not unlocked. Proficiency 0 Divine Technique. None. Looking at the display on the system panel, Shawn was quite satisfied. The unlocking of divine techniques was not obtained through tasks, but through his own comprehension to trigger them. Oh, that god of death actually disappeared. Just then, after seeing Elbu and the steed completely vanish. Kizaru was also taken aback, and then finally revealed himself. In this war, he not only did not want to participate, but also wanted to let things slide. After all, he was Luffy's uncle. But as a Navy officer, he still did not want to see Marineford being reduced to rubble. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get a salary. Haki. At that moment, as soon as Kizaru appeared, he instantly turned into light, flying into the sky and firing countless dazzling light bullets towards the battlefield closest to Ace and Luffy. Bang, 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 bang. A loud rumbling sound erupted, and countless dazzling light bullets rained down on the battlefield of Ace and Luffy. Their power was extremely terrifying. However, both Luffy and Ace were momentarily stunned because all those light bullets missed and flew past them. When the soldiers saw this huge commotion, they immediately turned their attention to the battlefield. Admiral Kizaru? Haha, Admiral Kizaru has finally arrived. That Devil Shawn's killing god and divine horse have already been killed by Admiral Akainu. Earlier, he had been fighting against Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp, and it was clear that he was now in a weakened state. Now that the three admirals are together, as long as they take down the Devil Shawn, victory is assured. Kill the Devil Shawn. The Navy will surely win. After seeing Kizaru appear, several Navy commanders in the crowd immediately shouted. For a moment, the morale of the Navy headquarters seemed to rise even higher. At this time, aside from Akiji and others who were entangled with Whitebeard's crew, Akainu and several vice admirals led nearly 20,000 Navy soldiers and the allied forces of the seven warlords of the sea to surround Shawn tightly. Devil Shawn, evil will never triumph over justice. Your doom has come. Dying under my meteor volcano is the highest form of execution for you. Looking at Shawn, who had some sweat on his face and appeared somewhat fatigued, Akainu narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Now, he was very certain that Shawn had fallen into a state of fatigue and had hardly any combat power left. Therefore, Akainu's confidence increased sharply, ready to eliminate Shawn immediately. As long as he dies, the balance of this war will still tilt towards the Navy. However, upon hearing Akainu's words, Shawn disdainfully replied, Meteor volcano? What a joke. Have you heard of the true Thousand Hands? Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression remained cold as he stared at Shawn. His tone icy. Those who resist stubbornly are all souls under the meteor volcano. Devil Shawn, you will face the most brutal execution. After saying this, with a command, nearly 20,000 Navy soldiers surrounded Shawn. Even Kizaru stood on the same line as Akainu at this moment, confronting Shawn. However, seeing the scene, there was no trace of fear in Shawn's eyes. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kind of scene was already commonplace for him. Moreover, the derived hidden skill he was about to unleash was a powerful area attack technique with immense power, capable of easily crushing a group of weaklings in an instant. Besides, Ace had already been rescued, and it was time for this war to end. Hey, you bastard. You're not really planning to destroy Marineford, are you? At that moment, Kizaru suddenly spoke, looking displeased at Shawn. If Marineford were completely destroyed, his salary from last month would be wasted, and even a year-end bonus would be confiscated. He would have to live off the northwest wind then. Hee, Admiral Kizaru, you must be quite comfortable being captured by me in a sack, right? You're out bouncing around so soon. Looking at Kizaru, Shawn's lips curled into a playful smile. Akainu, Navy soldiers? Hearing this, Kizaru turned pale. A couple of days ago, he was defeated by Shawn S. Buddha's Shadowless kick, and one sword opens the heavenly gate, and ultimately captured alive in a sack, which the entire Whitebeard pirates had learned about. It was a huge loss of face. The fact that one of the highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kizaru, was captured by a pirate with a sack would surely embarrass the Navy. Cough, cough, bastard, stop wasting time. I will definitely keep you here today. Kizaru awkwardly coughed twice, then instantly transformed into light, raising both hands and shooting a barrage of photon finger guns at Shawn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, hundreds of photon finger guns, carrying an incredibly sharp aura, shot towards Shawn like a torrential rain. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. These photonized finger guns each possess extremely terrifying penetration and destructive power. If hit, even a piece of steel would likely be easily pierced into a honeycomb. At the same time, as Shawn was dodging the photonized finger guns, Akainu's expression darkened. He suddenly extended his massive lava fist, transformed by magma, and fiercely launched a sneak attack towards Shawn's right side. Great eruption. This enormous lava fist strikes with the impact of a volcanic eruption, and after the explosive eruption, it transforms into numerous volcanic bombs, each capable of destroying a top-tier warship. Akainu also intends to take this opportunity to eliminate Shawn, making his lava fist even more violent and terrifying. However, Shawn seems to have anticipated this, as he slightly sways his body to evade Akainu's sneak attack. Boom! Immediately afterward, Akainu's explosive fire directly hits a Navy warship, instantly creating a burst of intense sparks that incinerate the ship into ashes. At this moment, Kizaru's photon finger guns are already rushing towards Shawn, completely enveloping him. In an instant, countless photon finger guns are wildly shooting at Shawn, flashing with dazzling brilliance in midair, resembling a splendid sunlight. Indeed, our Admiral Kizaru's attack is incredibly powerful. The Devil Shawn has been thoroughly overwhelmed. That's right. With such an offensive, no matter how bizarrely strong Shawn is, he wouldn't dare to clash head-on. Haha, I don't think the Devil Shawn can hold on much longer. The final victory will definitely belong to our Navy. Seeing the power of Kizaru's photon finger guns, the surrounding Navy soldiers also became excited, shouting loudly. However, just as everyone's expectations peaked, the submerged figure suddenly raised both hands, and countless golden rays shot out from his fingertips, instantly shattering all the surrounding photon finger guns. How is this possible? Kizaru's photon finger guns were actually shattered? What kind of technique is that? Could also be finger guns? Everyone was stunned to see Shawn so effortlessly block Kizaru's attack. Even Kizaru himself was momentarily dumbfounded. It is known that these photon finger guns are his signature move, extremely fast and with impressive attack power. In his view, even if Shawn was powerful, he would only be able to temporarily evade such a barrage of photon finger guns. He never expected that his attack would be shattered one by Shawn. You bastard, what technique was that this time? Kizaru, shocked, wore a face full of questions. He found himself increasingly curious about Shawn, as each battle always brought him endless surprises. Six-Pulse Divine Sword. Looking at Kizaru's expression, a faint smile appeared on Shawn's lips. This is a sword formed by the divine power activated at one's fingertips. Incredibly powerful. Kizaru, stop talking nonsense, and let's take him down together. At that moment, Akainu took a deep puff from his cigar and said ominously. As soon as he finished speaking, his arms instantly turned to lava, and his haki covered him. Moreover, the 2,000 Navy soldiers behind him also raised their guns and cannons, ready to surround and attack. Kizaru did not hesitate either. His body instantly became photonic, hovering in the air, ready to unleash laser beams and the Yada no Kagami. The entire scene was on the verge of exploding, extremely shocking. Among the crowd of thousands, Shawn stood alone. Meanwhile, as Shawn was surrounded, in a corner of Marineford, a rugged-looking man with a thick black beard watched the battle on the square with great interest. He turned to the giant San Juan wolf beside him and sinisterly laughed. Haha, wolf, it seems our plan is about to succeed. Although I don't know where this Devil Shawn came from, he will soon die, and then Admiral Akainu will definitely lead his troops to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. At that time, we will take advantage of the chaos. Haha. This man was none other than Blackbeard Teach, the traitor that Shawn and Ace were pursuing. He had witnessed the entire battle just now, and he was indeed shocked that Shawn, a sudden variable, could defeat Karp and Sengoku. But now it was different. Everyone had just seen Shawn meditating to recover, and he had obvious beads of sweat on his forehead. Even his face had turned a bit pale after using that move Heavenly Strike. Therefore, he, like Akainu, concluded that Shawn was at the end of his rope and wouldn't last much longer. Moreover, this time, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akainu had teamed up, along with the tight encirclement of 2,000 Navy soldiers. Even if the Devil Shawn had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have no way to escape. Haha. With Blackbeard Teach's sinister laughter, the giant San Juan wolf and the members of the Blackbeard pirates also burst into laughter, as if they could already see the outcome of their plan's success. However, the next second, all their smiles froze instantly, their eyes wide open, and their mouths agape enough to swallow a duck egg. Because, in the midst of the crowd tightly surrounding him, Shawn not only showed no intention of fleeing or avoiding. Instead, he clasped his hands together and uttered an obscure incantation. Then, to everyone's horror, the ground before Shawn began to tremble slowly. In an instant, the ground cracked with a loud sound, and an enormous golden Buddha suddenly erupted from the earth, radiating a golden light. So big, it actually resembled Admiral Sengoku's Buddha form. But this Buddha was 100 times larger. What kind of monster is this? It seemed to be another masterpiece of the Devil Shawn. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing gigantic golden Buddha, everyone in Marineford was taken aback, their eyes filled with intense shock. Especially Akainu, who had just been confident. Upon seeing the giant golden Buddha, his expression changed immediately, his heart pounding fiercely, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? The height of this golden Buddha is over 500 meters, and its entire body shines with a golden color, as if it were carved from gold, instilling fear in all who behold it. Moreover, what is even more shocking is that this giant Buddha has 1,000 arms, each arm reaching a height of 1,000 meters, which is simply terrifying to look at. Most importantly, the power emanating from this colossal golden Buddha is immense. Even standing beside it, one can feel a strong sense of pressure that makes them want to kneel. This guy is really a devil. At this moment, even all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were stunned by this scene, each one gasping in amazement. As for Blackbeard Teach and his crew, who were hiding in the shadows, they were even more deeply shocked, their faces filled with horror. The enormous 1,000-handed golden Buddha is truly astonishing, creating a strong visual impact on everyone present. This is the only group attack divine technique of the Eternal Life realm that Shawn comprehended. The true 1,000 Hands transformation into Buddha. The pinnacle of divine power in the Eternal Life realm is mastering the true meaning of life, which is nothing but the pursuit of an undying physical body and an immortal soul, thus reaching the realm of immortals. The true 1,000 Hands transformation into Buddha belongs to the methods of immortals. It is derived from the group healing technique cycle of life and death that Shawn understood from the divine power of the Eternal Life realm. And it also integrates the divine power of the Diamond realm, even referencing the giant Buddha form of the Warring States period. However, this golden Buddha created by Shawn is even more shocking. At this moment, upon seeing the gigantic golden Buddha appear, Akainu's expression darkened after a brief moment of shock, and he immediately ordered, "Quick, open fire, kill him." As soon as the words left his mouth, shells began to rain down madly, crashing toward Shawn. Boom, boom, boom. A series of huge explosions echoed, and the entire sky over Marineford was enveloped in dense artillery fire. However, in the face of the overwhelming bombardment, Shawn remained calm, even showing a hint of mockery in his eyes. Immortal Technique, true 1,000 Hands transformation into Buddha. Xiao shouted, and the enormous Buddha statue suddenly lit up, an invisible wave instantly spreading out. Seeing this scene, Akainu narrowed his eyes, and his molten fist immediately shot magma punches towards the golden Buddha and Shawn, striking like shooting stars. Di Meteor Volcano. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless magma punches, carrying terrifying high temperatures, crashed toward Shawn. Not only that, amid the numerous magma punches and countless shells, Kizaru quickly flew high into the sky, unleashing countless dazzling light bullets toward Shawn. 8 Sun Cheongjade. In an instant, brilliant light enveloped Shawn from all directions. However, just as all the attacks were about to hit Shawn, the gigantic golden Buddha suddenly opened its eyes, which emitted an incredibly brilliant golden light. Then, under the astonished gazes of Akainu, Kizaru, and others, the enormous golden Buddha's 1,000 Hands suddenly moved in unison, unleashing terrifying attack power and speed. Instantly, the rain of shells and dazzling light bullets all vanished without a trace the moment they made contact with the 1,000 arms, as if they had never existed. How is this possible? How can this be? What kind of monster is this that can completely neutralize our attacks? Watching the golden Buddha easily dispel all the shells, even Kizaru's dazzling light bullets, the faces of the Navy soldiers turned pale with horror, their expressions extremely grim, their eyes filled with fear. Devil. Evil can never triumph over justice. Die, Devil Shawn. At this moment, after unleashing a wave of meteor volcano, Akainu quickly followed up with a sneak attack of Hellhound, his elongated lava arm striking towards Shawn's heart. As long as Shawn is dead, the Buddha will surely disappear. You are mistaken. Only the victor can be called justice. However, facing Akainu's sneak attack, Shawn's expression showed no change. He remained completely calm and simply said indifferently. Then, the enormous golden Buddha suddenly took a heavy step forward. Stamp. As it stepped down, it was as if heavenly might had descended, instantly creating an incredibly terrifying momentum that shook the surroundings, causing the entire Marineford to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. As the Buddha's foot landed, the surrounding group of 20,000 Navy soldiers were instantly blasted into the sky. And then the 1,000 arms came crashing down on the Navy soldiers like raindrops. Bang, 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 bang. Instantly, bodies were struck, covered in wounds, blood spilling everywhere, and cries of pain filled the air. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? It possesses such terrifying power. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach, hiding in the shadows, looked at the terrifying thousand-handed golden Buddha in fear, shocked. Boss, our plan seems to be falling apart. Saewon Wolf also spoke blankly. Shut up. I refuse to believe this devil Xiao In has no weaknesses. Hearing this, Blackbeard scolded him harshly. Just then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. After the thousand-handed Buddha quickly eliminated the 20,000 Navy soldiers, it immediately controlled the 1,000 arms to swing violently at Kizaru and Akainu. In an instant, countless arm shadows flashed. Whoosh! At this moment, Kizaru's eyelids twitched, sensing danger, and he reacted extremely quickly, instantly photonizing his body and disappearing from sight. After sensing Kizaru's disappearance, the 1,000 arms of the Golden Buddha immediately turned towards Akainu, all attacking simultaneously. Bastard! Seeing Kizaru escape, Akainu's face changed slightly as the 1,000 arms attacked him, and he immediately interrupted his hellhound. He swung his molten fists, again unleashing Meteor Volcano frantically. In an instant, countless huge magma punches soared into the air, crashing towards those arms, each magma punch containing terrifying high temperatures that could burn steel to ashes. However, the arms condensed by the thousand-handed Buddha were simply too powerful to be stopped. Countless magma punches were unleashed, yet they still could not hold back those arms. At that moment, a golden light appeared on the surface of the 1,000 arms, and then they swung down violently. With a series of booming sounds, Akainu's magma punches were instantly torn apart and shattered by those arms, falling to the ground as scalding magma, turning the surrounding earth into a small sea of fire. Damn it! What the hell is this? My meteor volcano can't even harm it. This is impossible. Watching the 1,000 arms of the Golden Buddha, Akainu's face turned shocked. His eyes filled with deep fear. At this moment, Akainu finally realized how ridiculous his earlier confidence in victory seemed in front of Shawn. Dogbite Red Lotus. At that moment, Akainu reacted quickly, gritting his teeth, and then suddenly activated Dogbite Red Lotus. In an instant, his molten arm transformed into a gigantic magma dog head. This time, the canine bite Red Lotus was even more ferocious, its magma color deeper, and even the dog head was larger. In an instant, it opened its blood-filled mouth wide and fiercely lunged at Xiao In beside the giant Golden Buddha, wanting to use the most brutal attack to completely melt him. As long as Xiao In died, he was certain that the thousand-handed Buddha would surely disappear. However, just as the canine bite Red Lotus was about to charge at Xiao In, the 1,000 arms suddenly swung into action. In an instant, waves of attacks came crashing down on the massive magma dog head like a waterfall, shattering the canine bite Red Lotus in an instant. Not only that, after the dog head disappeared, the 1,000 arms immediately turned and attacked the red dog rapidly. Seeing this scene, the red dog's pupils contracted, and his body quickly solidified into a deep-colored magma armor, completely wrapping himself up. Boom! However, in the next second, a violent sound of impact erupted. The red dog's magma armor immediately collapsed under the frenzied attacks of the 1,000 arms, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. The red dog himself was also struck as if by lightning, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Finally, under the attacks of the 1,000 arms of the Golden Buddha, his body crashed into a building like a cannonball, causing the entire structure to collapse. Immediately after, the red dog fell to the ground like a meteor, leaving behind an enormous pit, and his status was unknown. Had the red dog general also been defeated? Under the attacks of the 1,000 arms of the Golden Buddha, even if the red dog general survived, he would be seriously injured. It was terrifying. Demon Xiao In was too terrifying. Watching the defeat of General Red Dog, the remaining Navy soldiers around looked horrified and terrified. Even Vice Admiral Weasel and others showed expressions of disbelief. Even the recently dodged Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Akiji from another battlefield were equally shocked at the Red Dog's tragic state. The colossal, thousand-handed Golden Buddha is truly breathtaking. Dad, Ace has been rescued, and the Navy headquarters has been destroyed. We should retreat now. At that moment, looking at Akainu's defeat, Marco immediately said to Whitebeard. Although the situation has shifted in favor of the Whitebeard pirates, both sides have suffered heavy losses since the war began. If we continue to fight, it will only lead to more casualties. Moreover, since the rescue of Ace, Shawn has single-handedly taken on tens of thousands of Navy soldiers, defeating the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, as well as top Navy powers like Sengoku the Buddha and Iron Fist Karp. All of this achievement proves Shawn's strength. However, no matter how strong one is, there will eventually be moments of exhaustion and fatigue, especially after unleashing the thousand-handed Buddha. Shawn's face was noticeably paler than before. All right, everyone prepare to retreat. Upon hearing Marco's suggestion, Whitebeard did not hesitate and immediately shouted to his crew. Yes. As soon as the words fell, the numerous pirate crews under him began to gather and prepare to retreat. However, just then, after the thousand-handed Buddha slowly disappeared underground under Shawn's control, Shawn suddenly darted towards the direction where Akainu had fallen. Bang! A punch landed heavily on a building behind Akainu, and with a loud crash, a giant structure made of reinforced concrete, at least several meters thick, instantly collapsed and crumbled into ruins under Shawn's punch, burying Akainu's body. As the building collapsed, an enormous figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this massive silhouette, all members of the Whitebeard pirates were taken aback. When they saw the man with a black beard standing on the giant's shoulder, their pupils constricted sharply. Because the man with the black beard on the giant's shoulder was none other than the traitor who killed the 4th Division Captain Sachi and stole the dark fruit. Blackbeard teach. Boss, it seems we've been exposed. At this moment, seeing everyone's gaze converge, the giant Saint Juan Wolf immediately panicked and said, "Ha! I didn't expect to accidentally reveal our location." After being discovered, Blackbeard Teach showed no signs of embarrassment, throwing his head back and laughing wildly, looking utterly deranged. Upon seeing his appearance, Ace, Marco, and others' expressions turned extremely grim, and a surge of unnamed anger and hatred arose in their hearts. However, at this moment, there were others who were even angrier than them. This person is neither Whitebeard, nor Ace, nor Shanks, but the recently awakened Admiral Sengoku. At this moment, with Karp's support, Sengoku stood up with a limp, his face pale, covered in blood, and with numerous gruesome wounds on his chest, indicating very serious injuries. When he saw Blackbeard Teach appear, he was initially just slightly shocked, but then, upon noticing the group of people behind Blackbeard Teach, an overwhelming anger surged within him, because Blackbeard Teach and the group behind him were all the most notorious criminals from Impel down. Katarina Devon, known as the Moon Hunter; Abelo Pizarro, known as the Tyrant King; Bass Choate, known as the Great Drunk; and that Saint Juan Wolf, known as the Giant Warship. Even the former Chief Warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, was glaringly among them. These people are all the most notorious villains of Impel Down, and the heinous crimes they committed are appalling. Now, this group of extreme criminals has actually gathered together. Looking at all of this, Admiral Sengoku's eyes are filled with endless fury. He never expected that during this time, a riot would break out in Impel Down, and this group of extreme criminals would all escape. Once this group breaks out, it will bring immeasurable harm to the world. In Sengoku's eyes, this harm is even greater than that of the devil, Shanks. After all, these old monsters are ruthless and have committed every evil act imaginable. They have slaughtered cities and nations, making killing as easy as breathing. At least, according to the information from the Navy headquarters, Shanks has not yet committed indiscriminate murder or harmed innocent civilians. Damn it, you old bastards. At this moment, Sengoku's gaze is fixed on this group of people, his eyes burning with intense anger. Not only him, but Karp, Kizaru, and Akiji also have grim expressions on their faces. These people are all extremely evil, each one a ruthless existence with tremendous power. If they are allowed to escape from prison, it will undoubtedly bring immeasurable consequences to the entire world. At this moment, the appearance of this group has caused the pirates and Navy soldiers at the scene to erupt in excitement after a brief shock. They never expected these old monsters to have all escaped. It's truly unbelievable that these creatures are still alive and have now re-emerged into the world. It's terrifying. Once these monsters are unleashed, the entire world will likely be plunged into a catastrophe that is hard to stop. Upon seeing the emergence of these heinous criminals, many pirates, including some high-ranking officials from the Navy headquarters, all showed expressions of extreme distress, looking frightened as if the appearance of these ruthless criminals foretold a great disaster looming over the world. Ha ha! Admiral Sengoku, you should thank me. These are all your old friends. Without me, how could you reunite with them again? At this moment, looking into Sengoku's eyes filled with blazing anger, Blackbeard Teach wore an incredibly wicked smile. The release of this group of notorious criminals was already part of his plan. From a moment they invaded the advancing city, Blackbeard had a bold idea in his mind, to liberate this group of notorious criminals and then use them to strengthen the Blackbeard pirates. Because the strength of these notorious criminals was incredibly formidable, they were definitely a force to be reckoned with. With their help, his plan would surely go much smoother. As for whether the release of these notorious criminals would cause great destruction to the world, He didn't care at all. The number of deaths meant nothing to him. What he cared about was merely the benefits these people brought him and whether his plan could go smoothly. You bastard traitor! How dare you be so rampant? At that moment, Marco's face was filled with anger, and he immediately transformed into his blue phoenix form. Ace also had a face full of hatred, controlling flames, ready to attack at any moment. Teach, you bastard, you killed your comrades and broke the rules. A person like you doesn't deserve to live. However, at that moment, Whitebeard's eyes were also bloodshot, and he said in a deep voice, "Ha ha. Oh, it turns out to be old Dad. I almost forgot to greet you. It's been a long time." Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Blackbeard Teach wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and spoke as if he was already accustomed to such a title. "I don't have a bastard son like you." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard instantly erupted in fury, roaring so loudly that the air around him trembled. "Ha, old Dad. Don't get so worked up. Getting excited will put a burden on your body. After all, you're getting old and have illnesses. Your body won't be able to withstand our attacks later on." Seeing this scene, Blackbeard Teach wasn't angry and still wore a smile, teasing, "Teach, you bastard. I'm going to kill you." At this moment, Marco could no longer contain himself. His body in phoenix form quickly lunged toward Blackbeard Teach. "Traitor scumbag. I'm going to take you down." Just as Marco was about to reach Blackbeard Teach, the other members of the Whitebeard pirates also couldn't hold back, all roaring with anger, waving their weapons, and charging at Blackbeard Teach. "Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades." However, just as they prepared to rush forward, a tall figure in front of them attacked first, with his left hand gripping the Tsongyun Xie and his right fist shaking the air. A shockwave suddenly blasted toward Blackbeard Teach. Seeing this, Blackbeard Teach's face instantly showed a look of horror, because Whitebeard's attack was incredibly powerful, not at all resembling the decline expected from illness and old age, but instead filled with intense vitality and extraordinary power. How is this possible? You were supposed to be gravely ill and near death, right? Blackbeard Teach's eyes widened in shock, looking at Whitebeard with disbelief, confusion, and astonishment, because he simply couldn't understand. He had long known that Whitebeard's condition had reached a critical level. Moreover, at the start of the war, he was already exhausted from fighting against Aokiji, Akainu, and several rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. So how could he still unleash such terrifying combat power now? And just as Blackbeard Teach's astonishment fell, the shockwave from the Tremor fruit had already closed in. Dark water. This time, Blackbeard showed no hesitation and immediately activated the power of the dark fruit. In front of him, a massive dark water vortex appeared out of thin air, rapidly spinning and swallowing Whitebeard's attack. However, although he dodged Whitebeard's strike, Blackbeard Teach did not anticipate the sudden arrival of an incredibly powerful aura from his side. Bang! Shawn's fist directly struck Blackbeard Teach's shoulder, sending him flying. Blackbeard Teach immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, and the double pain made him involuntarily gasp for breath, his body convulsing. "Damn it, it's you again." After getting back on his feet, Blackbeard Teach gritted his teeth, looking at Shawn with a face full of anger and resentment. If it weren't for Shawn's unexpected interference, his plan would have already succeeded. Blackbeard hated Shawn's face so much that he wished he could tear it apart immediately. "Blackbeard Teach, you have violated the ironclad rules. This time you must be punished." Just as Blackbeard Teach steadied himself, the immortal bird Marco quickly arrived in front of him, emanating a terrifying blue flame aura. After letting out a furious shout, he delivered a heavy kick towards Blackbeard. This kick contains terrifying destructive power, unmatched in might. However, in the face of Marco's attack, Blackbeard Tiki did not dodge or evade. Then, a burst of black smoke emerged from his body, and a deep black light surged in his right hand. Immediately after, the black palm, upon slight contact, directly devoured Marco's strike. Seeing this scene, Marco's pupils suddenly constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. The power of this dark hand far exceeded his imagination. "Ha ha! In the face of my dark fruit ability, all devil fruit powers will turn to nothing." Blackbeard Tiki's lips curled into a cruel smile, emanating an even more powerful dark wave. "Dad, long time no see. Let me show you my true power. Dark hole." At this moment, Blackbeard Tiki shouted, and a dark aura crazily spread outwards, instantly sweeping the surrounding area with waves of black smoke. This is such a strange power. What on earth is this ability? It's simply terrifying. Objects covered in darkness are instantly sinking and shattering. Under the influence of the dark power, The entire sky in this area was shrouded in pitch-black mist. Not even a trace of sunlight could be seen. It was completely dark, and one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. Moreover, within this pitch-black range, a faint shadow pervaded, constantly twisting. It looked like grotesque, ghostly faces spreading outwards, appearing very eerie. In the area covered by darkness, whether it was people or objects, they would be corroded by the darkness and disappear completely. Damn, that darkness is spreading over here. Everyone quickly evade. This dark power is just too sinister. As Blackbeard's dark ability spread, the nearby Navy soldiers and members of the Whitebeard pirates finally reacted, screaming and frantically fleeing in all directions, fearing being corroded by the dark power. Haha, in the face of my dark fruit ability, everything will be crushed to pieces. Seeing many people panic and flee, Blackbeard Tiki immediately broke into a proud smile. Tiki, I told you, you're too arrogant. Just because you got the dark fruit, do you really think you're invincible? At that moment, to Blackbeard Tiki's surprise, Whitebeard showed no fear of his dark ability. Instead, he gripped the tremor blade and charged at him quickly. Seeing Whitebeard rushing over, a wave of fear surged in Blackbeard Tiki's heart, as if he saw that powerful man returning. Then, almost in an instant, Blackbeard felt a flash before his eyes, and a cold, glinting tremor blade appeared right in front of him, causing him to tremble all over. Upon seeing this, Blackbeard Tiki instinctively tried to withdraw. However, just as he moved, Whitebeard had already slashed down. A spray of blood erupted. Blackbeard Tiki's arm took the brunt of the slash, blood immediately gushing out and staining his clothes red. He fell to the ground, and the double pain caused his facial muscles to twitch violently, with cries of agony echoing through the skies. No, don't, Dad, don't kill me, I know I was wrong. At this moment, looking at the cold, tremor blade raised high in Whitebeard's hand, Blackbeard's eyes revealed an unprecedented fear, watching Whitebeard approach him, his lips quivering, his voice shaking, crying and begging for mercy. Dad, don't believe him, quickly kill him. Seeing Blackbeard Tiki's hypocritical plea for mercy, Marco immediately shouted a warning. Even old man Karp, witnessing this scene, felt a great sense of relief, a satisfied expression appearing on his face, hoping Whitebeard would finish Tiki with one strike. Because this Blackbeard Tiki was not only a dangerous pirate, but he also released a group of extremely dangerous criminals from Impel down. And even his grandson Ace was captured and handed over to the Navy by this bastard. Therefore, not killing such a guy would be hard to quell the anger in 1's heart. Ha! Dark currents rising. At that moment, no one noticed. The surrounding dark aura began to roll and surge rapidly. Soon, thin dark currents appeared around them, quickly gathering together, forming a black vortex behind Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard Tiki's body was also rapidly merging into the black hole under everyone's gaze. However, just as Blackbeard Tiki merged into the darkness, his expression suddenly changed, and his smile froze on his face. Because at the moment of merging into the darkness, he felt a massive pressure coming from above this dark area. Boom! At that moment, several bolts of lightning suddenly flickered above this area. Then thick lightning dragons roared down from above. Feeling this scene, a look of horror appeared on Blackbeard's face, and a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Thunderbolt, billion volts. Crackle. At that moment, the thunder and lightning fell rapidly from the sky, instantly engulfing the entire dark area of Blackbeard. In the dark world, purple lightning rampaged wildly, producing extremely piercing thunderclap sounds. The moment these purple lightnings struck down, the dark world instantly transformed into a sea of purple lightning. Such terrifying and thick lightning. On my eyes, my retina is about to be blinded. What is happening? How can there be so many thick lightning bolts appearing? I gotta look. It's another trick of the devil Shawn. What, it's Shawn again? Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes in amazement, staring at the dark area covered by the sea of lightning, their eyes filled with intense shock, their faces full of disbelief and horror. Boom! At this moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, among the bolts of lightning, thousands of them quickly condensed into an enormous purple lightning dragon, soaring and swirling in the dark world, letting out earth-shattering roars, as if it were a prehistoric beast, sending chills down people's spines. Seeing this scene, everyone wore expressions of horror. So terrifying. This purple lightning dragon looks so real. Yes, it's truly terrifying. I've never seen such a scene before. This devil Shawn is simply too powerful. Staring at this gigantic lightning dragon, The crowd gasped, their expressions of terror growing even stronger. And this was the divine skill that Shawn had just unleashed using the power of the Universal Realm. Thunderbolt, billion volts version. The skills of the Universal Realm have a certain range limitation. So taking advantage of Blackbeard using the Dark Hole, Shawn immediately utilized the forces of nature to draw down heavenly thunder in the area covered by darkness. This dense and terrifyingly powerful attack is definitely the ultimate nemesis of Blackbeard Teach. However, just when everyone thought Blackbeard Teach was doomed, suddenly the dense and thick lightning, along with the largest purple thunder dragon, all struck a colossal body. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and the giant Saint Juan Wolf didn't even have time to scream before being brutally hit by the enormous purple thunder dragon. Subsequently, his entire body exploded instantly, blood raining down, and then smoldering, sizzling, turning into charred fragments. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach and the other members of the Blackbeard pirates had quickly reached the shore and boarded a super battleship. Ha ha ha, Wolf, good brother, the boss will avenge you. Blackbeard Teach looked at the area filled with shattered flesh and limbs of Saint Juan Wolf, unable to help but laugh maniacally. Damn it, that despicable and cunning traitor actually got away. Looking at this scene, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were filled with anger and hatred, but they were powerless to act. Just moments ago, countless bolts of lightning and the gathered thunder dragon were all aimed at Blackbeard, and it seemed he was about to be obliterated, but the treacherous Blackbeard Teach had redirected all the lightning towards the giant Saint Juan Wolf. The size of Saint Juan Wolf was enormous, perfectly blocking this fatal blow for Blackbeard Teach. However, he never expected to become Blackbeard Teach's shield. Damn it, this traitor is still as despicable and ruthless, even not sparing his own comrades. Old man, I must catch him and personally behead him to avenge our fallen brothers. At this moment, seeing Blackbeard Teach and his crew getting further away, Marco was unwilling to give up, waving his blue wings, preparing to pursue. Ace, too, had an angry expression, his fists clenched tightly, wanting to chase after them. However, before their bodies could move, a calm voice reached their ears. Marco, Ace, don't chase anymore. Don't worry, he won't escape. I promised the old man that I would personally twist off his head. Shawn's voice was very cold and calm. But as he looked towards the direction where Blackbeard Teach and the others had left, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. The real hunt had just begun. Meanwhile, on the sea, after Blackbeard Teach escaped the range of Marineford, he immediately took a deep breath, cold sweat pouring down his face, his heart pounding, and his forehead drenched in sweat. The previous scene was too thrilling. If it weren't for the existence of the giant Saint Juan Wolf, he might have really been blasted to smithereens by that terrifying lightning. Moreover, he did not expect Whitebeard's body to have recovered significantly and almost killed him with a single blow. If he hadn't knelt down and pleaded for mercy to buy some time, he might have already died at Whitebeard's hands. However, thinking about this, a hint of confusion suddenly appeared on Blackbeard Teach's face as he asked the nearby Shiryu of the Rain, Shiryu, isn't that Devil Shawn an ability user of a devil fruit? Why wasn't his attack devoured by my dark fruit's power? Blackbeard Teach was very confident in the abilities of his dark fruit. Before its power, any devil fruit abilities would turn to nothingness. However, he simply couldn't understand why the lightning techniques Shawn used were not swallowed by his darkness. Hearing Blackbeard Teach's words, Shiryu's expression became serious as he looked at Blackbeard Teach and pondered for a moment. Perhaps he is a powerful tool user, but I'm sure he's also a multiple devil fruit user. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to summon those terrifying killing gods. Multiple devil fruit user. Upon hearing this, a hint of greedy light flashed in Blackbeard Teach's eyes. Throughout the battle, he witnessed everything and was quite shocked by Shawn's performance. Although he still didn't know exactly what type of devil fruit Shawn had, the strength Shawn displayed was enough to prove that the devil fruit he had consumed was definitely of a high level. Compared to Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, Blackbeard Teach was now even more interested in Shawn's multiple devil fruit abilities. Haha, hearing you say that makes me feel much more at ease. However, since this plan has failed, it will be difficult to succeed in the future. We must leave here quickly and activate Plan A, Blackbeard Teach said with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing about activating Plan A, the members of the Blackbeard pirates around him all had eyes filled with fervor and anticipation. Huh, why are there moths out here on the sea? Just then, the man known as the Big Barrel, Baschote, frowned and looked at a gray moth on the sail. Puzzled. Moth. Hearing Baschote's words, all the members of the Blackbeard pirates showed looks of confusion. Then, everyone looked in the direction Baschote was pointing. On the sail, the gray moth was not large, only about the size of a thumb, fluttering in the air, constantly flapping its wings, making a strange chirp 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 sound, which felt very eerie. Forget it, it's just a moth. Let us hurry up and leave here. Blackbeard Teach glanced at it, and then withdrew his gaze, urging the others on the ship to speed up their departure. He did not want to be caught up by the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, after Blackbeard Teach and the others escaped, a stark confrontation situation formed again in the square of Marineford. Behind Sengoku and Karp, the two admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, along with several vice admirals of the Navy's high command, led the last three remaining groups of Navy soldiers to confront all the members of the Whitebeard pirates. And the atmosphere reached a tense peak. In front of the Whitebeard pirates stood Whitebeard, Shawn, Ace, Luffy, and all the captains, along with all the pirate crew members. Standing there silently confronting the Marine headquarters, the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Such a scene made the atmosphere on the battlefield exceptionally tense, as if the air had solidified, making it hard to breathe. Just when the tension reached its peak, suddenly, Sengoku's expression darkened. I will defend Marineford to the death and eliminate all the pirates. Sengoku's voice echoed across the sea, carrying a sense of dominance and determination. With the intervention of the devil, Shawn, this war has disrupted the plans of Sengoku. Now, he has lost the original initiative. Therefore, he can only use the most clumsy and foolish method, sacrificing his own life and the honor of the Navy to defend Marineford to the death. With this shout from Sengoku, it immediately resonated with the Navy soldiers, who all roared in response. At this moment, the hearts of the Navy soldiers were also stirred as they picked up their weapons and charged towards the Whitebeard pirates, determined to resist to the death. In the face of such high morale from the Navy, the expressions of the members of the Whitebeard pirates also became serious, with many drawing their weapons and preparing to face the enemy. This war has finally reached its most critical moment. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, will be determined in this final battle. This last fight will completely change the world situation, and from now on, the global landscape will undergo earth-shattering changes. Charge! Eliminate them all. Wipe out this group of pirates. The Navy will surely win. The shouts of the Navy soldiers once again echoed across the square of Marineford, striking fear into hearts and creating an atmosphere of extreme tension. Similarly, the members of the Whitebeard pirates wore serious expressions, gripping their weapons and preparing to face the enemy. However, just as this final battle was about to break out, a terrifying aura suddenly spread from all directions, enveloping the entire Marineford square, causing many pirates and Navy soldiers to tremble, with some even fainting. What a powerful pressure! How is this possible? How could such a strong conqueror's Haki suddenly appear? Is it that straw hat brat again? No, it's not that kid. Feeling the suffocating pressure around them, everyone's faces showed expressions of shock and confusion. Their eyes widened as they looked in one direction. It's red-haired Shanks. The red-haired pirates have arrived. At that moment, someone finally reacted, exclaiming in surprise as they looked at the figure stepping into the square. It's him. This guy was just clashing with Kaido yesterday. How did he suddenly arrive at Marineford? This is trouble. Even the Emperor Red-Haired is here. Damn it. That guy has come. The one who set Luffy on the path of piracy. Karp's face was filled with anger. Shanks. Seeing the figure of red-haired Shanks, Luffy excitedly revealed a big grin. In that instant, everyone present couldn't help but start discussing, their expressions filled with disbelief and astonishment. They never expected that the Emperor Red-Haired Shanks would suddenly appear at Marineford. Step. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, red-haired Shanks, wearing flip-flops and with his famous sword griffin at his waist, walked step by step, each step sending a shiver down the spine. Everyone, please do me a favor and stop fighting. At that moment, arriving at the center of the square, red-haired Shanks glanced around at the crowd and spoke calmly. His voice was not loud, yet it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating a massive wave that lingered in the air above the square. Under this overwhelming aura, nearly everyone held their breath, faces filled with shock. Continuing the war will only lead to mutual destruction and increased casualties. Of course, if anyone insists on fighting, then come at me. My griffin is already eager for action. Just then, red-haired Shanks suddenly drew his famous sword griffin, slashing out a terrifying strike in the center of the square, and spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire scene fell into silence once more. After a minute of this oppressive atmosphere, Mihawk suddenly grasped his black sword at his waist and turned to leave. Damn it, Mihawk, come back! Watching Mihawk leave indifferently, a Navy Rear Admiral's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, I no longer have any reason to stay. Mihawk paused slightly, then coldly said without looking back, before quickly leaving the battlefield. Damn it, Mihawk. Seeing Mihawk leave, the rear admiral was furious, his face pale with rage. Then he turned to Shanks, his face filled with anger. Shanks, what right do you have to command our Navy headquarters? Exactly, what gives you, a pirate, the authority to order us around? The dignity of a Navy cannot be violated. As soon as the rear admiral finished speaking, many Navy soldiers present echoed his sentiments, their tones filled with anger. However, amidst the angry shouts in the front of the Navy, Sengoku suddenly said softly, "Retreat." This brief command from Sengoku left everyone stunned. Sengoku, this war has ended. I said retreat. The muscles at the corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched. Gritting his teeth, he said again, his tone carrying undeniable firmness. Looking at Sengoku's resolute and determined gaze, the Navy soldiers present found themselves in a struggle. But as soldiers, their duty is to obey orders. And under the command of Admiral Sengoku, they could only comply and leave the battlefield. As for Whitebeard, his goal was to save Ace. Now that Ace has been successfully rescued, there was no need to continue a pointless fight. And at this moment, the Marineford War finally came to an end. The final results showed that the Navy headquarters suffered heavy losses. As for the three admirals, Akainu was severely injured, barely hanging on. Akiji was lightly injured, and Kizaru was only slightly dirty at the hem of his clothes. Subsequently, under Admiral Sengoku's orders, the Navy headquarters began to withdraw. Meanwhile, the injured Navy soldiers received treatment from medical personnel. At the same time, the members of the Whitebeard pirates also put away their weapons, lifted their injured comrades, and prepared to leave the scene. However, at that moment, Shawn suddenly stomped his foot and rose into the air. What is his captain going to do? Look, his gesture is so strange. Could it be that he is about to unleash some big move? No, it doesn't seem like it after all. The war has already stopped. Seeing Shawn's actions, everyone present exclaimed in surprise, their faces filled with confusion and shock, completely unable to understand what Shawn was trying to do. However, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a greenish-blue energy aura suddenly surrounded Shawn's body. Cycle of life and death limit. Shawn shouted loudly, then waved his wrist, and instantly, the azure energy light spread outwards. Under the illumination of this blue energy light, the injured pirates felt a wave of comfort wash over them, as if bathing in sunlight. Then, their injuries began to visibly heal at a rapid pace. What? My thigh can move. At that moment, a pirate whose right leg had been pierced suddenly felt a surge of vitality, and miraculously, his wound healed, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Instantly, the other injured pirates also began to cheer, their faces filled with excited smiles. Great! My arm is back to normal. I can hold a sword again. What kind of medical technique is this? It's simply amazing. Yes, it's so incredible that my injuries healed so quickly. Haha, my left arm can move too. This is truly miraculous. What kind of medical technique is this, Deputy Captain Shawn? It's simply out of this world. Watching the wounds heal at a visibly rapid pace, the severely injured pirates cheered with excitement, their gazes towards Shawn filled with fervor, admiration, and awe. Even the members of the red-haired pirates who had just arrived were immensely shocked, not expecting Shawn to possess such abilities. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers being treated not far away were also stunned by the scene. Is this still a human? It's truly unimaginable that he can help seriously injured patients recover so quickly. Moreover, the most astonishing part is that he can heal so many pirates at the same time. This is just too exaggerated, right? Not only the soldiers, but even Sengoku and Karp were shocked by the scene before them, their eyes flashing with awe and disbelief. They never expected that the devil, Shawn, would possess such miraculous healing abilities. If the battle had continued, the Navy headquarters would likely have been completely wiped out. Now that he thinks about it, Sengoku is very grateful that red-haired Shanks came to stop this war. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Of course, this miraculous healing technique left both Sengoku and Karp not only shocked, but also a bit envious of those pirates who were rapidly healed. However, both of them have deep experience and hold high positions in the Navy. Although they were tempted by Shawn's healing abilities, they could only suppress their envy deep inside and not show it. At that moment, looking at the large number of severely injured patients recovering, Shawn also let out a sigh of relief, a look of exhaustion appearing on his face. Hey, are you okay? Marco asked with concern upon seeing Shawn's condition. Don't worry. I'm just a bit tired. Shawn forced a smile and then leaned his body against Marco, whispering, I'm really damn tired. Let's go back. You guy. Hearing Shawn's words, Marco shook his head with a wry smile and helped Shawn onto the ship. The others also began to retreat one after another shortly after. The war came to a complete end after both sides retreated. Not long after, the world government issued an announcement to the entire world regarding the fierce battle in Marineford. Due to the stubborn resistance of the Whitebeard pirates, the conclusion of this battle came later than expected. However, it is fortunate that due to the brave and just actions of the Navy soldiers, the Whitebeard pirates and all affiliated pirate crews were defeated and left in utter disgrace, suffering heavy casualties. In this war, the Navy headquarters ultimately achieved an overwhelming victory. This is specially announced. The giant Den Den Mushi transmitted the announcer's voice to all corners of the world, instantly causing a commotion. The Navy has won. The Navy has won. How wonderful. This battle was truly exhilarating, absolutely refreshing. The Navy must win, haha. One day, I will also become a just Navy officer, fighting for the honor of the Navy and defending world peace. Long live the Navy. Long live the Navy. As the Den Den Mushi broadcasted the voice of the world government, countless people around the world erupted in excitement over the outcome of this battle, especially some new recruits who were unaware of the truth. Their cheers were particularly loud, as if they would break through the clouds and resonate throughout the world. And on the day after the war ended, in a castle at a certain holy site, 5 elders sat in the hall, all showing serious expressions. Among them, a tall elder frowned and pondered. CP0 recently reported that the Navy headquarters was completely defeated in this war. It is said that the most heinous criminals in Impel Down were also released by Blackbeard Teach. What do you all think? After he finished speaking, an elder wearing a blue suit with long white hair and a long beard suddenly stood up and slowly said, "Speaking of which, this war was all due to the existence of the devil Shawn. I didn't expect that such an inconspicuous young man would be able to turn the entire situation around in this war by himself. Indeed, this devil Shawn is quite remarkable. We need to take him seriously." Another elder nodded in agreement. Hearing this, another bald elder in a white robe, holding a katana in his right hand and adjusting his glasses with his left, said lightly, "None of that is important. What matters is that the war was ultimately cut short. Otherwise, the entire world might have fallen into chaos, and the world government would have lost face because of it. However, now that the Navy headquarters controls the media narrative of the entire world, as long as they promote and beautify the story, they can still maintain the image of justice in the eyes of the public." As soon as he finished speaking, the last elder, who had been silent, dressed in a black suit with white curly hair, suddenly spoke with a serious expression. "Besides the devil Shawn and the fleeing Blackbeard Teach, we should also pay attention to the long unawakened devil fruit, the mythical Zoan type, Nika, is highly likely to awaken in the Straw Hat Kid soon. Let CP0 give the order to spare no effort in eliminating the devil Shawn and the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy." Navy Headquarters. 3 days after the end of the Top War, the warring states immediately convened an emergency meeting. The large conference room now had only a few people left. In this war, the Navy headquarters suffered extremely heavy losses. More than half of the brigadier-level senior officers have fallen, along with several vice admirals and tens of thousands of naval soldiers. Such losses are a tremendous blow to the Navy and even to the world government. Moreover, these losses have significantly weakened the strength of the entire Navy headquarters, leaving it in a severely weakened state that will be difficult to recover from in a short time. Therefore, this meeting holds great significance for the entire Navy. In the conference room, Sengoku sat at the head of the table with Aokiji, Kizaru, and advisors such as Crane and Weasel beside him. Everyone, the Navy is about to face an unprecedented major crisis. If we do not resolve this crisis, the entire world may be destroyed as a result, Sengoku said solemnly, looking at everyone. He then took out a plan and the latest bounty orders, throwing them onto the table. This plan detailed the entire sequence of events, as well as the recent investigation conclusions from the world government and the latest intelligence. Of course, the most important aspect was the strategy that needed to be executed in the month following this meeting. Upon seeing the 3 key strategies listed in the plan, Aokiji frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and suddenly spoke. "After this war, I believe our primary target should be the Blackbeard pirates. After all, Blackbeard Teach and that group of heinous criminals who just escaped from Impel Down pose the greatest threat. If we do not eliminate them early, they will bring endless disaster to the world. As for the Whitebeard pirates, the strength of the great demon Shanks is too overwhelming, and Whitebeard's body has nearly recovered. Dealing with them will require careful consideration." Hearing Aokiji's words, Sengoku's gaze flashed with a hint of appreciation. After this war, Sengoku's state of mind has undergone a tremendous change. He and Karp have spent their lives fighting against pirates, achieving many glorious feats and receiving countless honors, both representing the Navy headquarters. However, this time, the Navy headquarters suffered a great defeat, losing countless elite troops and bringing shame to the world government. What chilled Sengoku's heart was the actions of the world government after the uprising in Impel down. Just before the war, Blackbeard Teach and others sneaked into the 6th level of the underwater prison, killing indiscriminately within the prison, and ultimately ambushed the Warden Magellan, freeing numerous prisoners. These prisoners are all heinous criminals. If the wanted notices are not posted, the lives of the people will be in extreme danger. The world government, in order to save face, has completely sealed off the news of the 6th level prison break, disregarding the safety of the people. This action by the government has made Admiral Sengoku, who has fought for the Navy headquarters his entire life, feel immense anger, sorrow, and coldness. Therefore, Sengoku plans to request his resignation from the Navy's Commander-in-Chief Konku as soon as he resolves the subsequent troubles of the war, and then live a life of indifference to the world, only focused on eating donuts with his old friend Karp. Kizaru, what about you? What are your thoughts? At this moment, Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who had not spoken. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Kizaru lifted his head, yawned, and lazily said, "Oh, I think we should request a raise." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Sengoku sighed heavily, placing even more importance on Aokiji. Because Aokiji's wisdom and strategy were very much to his liking, and he handled matters more calmly and composedly, while Kizaru was always fishing in troubled waters. Especially after the performance during the Marineford War, Sengoku was extremely disappointed in him. As for Akainu, his extreme methods and inability to adapt made Sengoku see him as no different from a reckless brute. Moreover, Akainu's volatility and tendency to kill even his companions made him utterly unsuitable for the position of Marine Admiral. Then, as Aokiji suggested, let us temporarily focus our targets on the Blackbeard pirates while also keeping a close eye on the movements between the 4 emperors. At a critical moment, we can use the Blackbeard pirates to deal with the Whitebeard crew, Sengoku said slowly, then suddenly remembered something and looked at everyone. Also, released the latest wanted notices. Dismissed. However, just as Sengoku's words fell, a deep voice rang out at the door of the conference room. I disagree. Upon hearing this familiar voice, everyone in the conference room was stunned and turned to look at the door. At this time, Akainu was standing at the door in a hospital gown, leaning on a cane, with a very gloomy expression. He had woken up this morning, but did not expect that Sengoku would hold an important meeting without notifying him. Akainu, your injuries have not yet healed. The upcoming battles should be left to Aokiji and Kizaru, Sengoku said to Akainu in a calm tone. No, I do not agree with your battle plan. I believe we should take targeted actions against the Devil Shine first. Akainu fixed his gaze on Sengoku, speaking each word with clenched teeth, a hint of anger even appearing on his face. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression instantly turned cold, and he looked at Akainu and shouted, Akainu, you must understand that the Navy headquarters cannot afford any more losses. The most important thing now is to capture the escaped heinous criminals with all our might, to spare the people from disaster. Akainu's gaze was fixed on Sengoku, grinding his teeth. The honor of the Navy absolutely does not allow anyone to trample on it. If it weren't for the Devil Shine, the Navy headquarters would not have suffered such severe losses this time, and this war would not have fallen into a deadlock. Only by capturing him can we regain the face that the Navy headquarters has lost. Listening to Akainu's words, Sengoku's gaze gradually turned icy. At this moment, seeing the atmosphere gradually tense, the naval staff member, Crane, who had not spoken until now, suddenly suggested, why not let Kizaru, Akainu, and the CP organization carry out this mission together? Hearing Crane's proposal, Sengoku's expression eased slightly. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately reluctantly agreed. However, to his surprise, Akainu did not leave. Instead, he fixated on the latest bounty notice on the table, his eyes flashing with hatred as he said, the Devil Shawn's bounty is only 3 billion? I disagree. You should at least have a bounty of 5 billion berries. Akainu looked at the bounty notice on the table and roared angrily, stating that with Shawn's achievements, this bounty was an insult to the devil. The bounty of 3 billion berries was indeed too low. Let us set it at 2 billion berries, as he said. Sengoku spoke, his voice revealing a hint of fatigue, and then slowly left the conference room. At this time, on the Whitebeard pirate's ship, a moment of parting was taking place. Luffy, take care of yourself, have a safe journey, and reunite with your companions soon. Ace shouted loudly at the sea from the bow of the ship. Ace, wait for me. We will definitely meet again. Luffy stood on a small boat, waving at Ace with a big grin, showing his white teeth. Then, Luffy's gaze turned to Shawn at the cabin door, grinning and saying, Devil Shawn, see you next time, I will definitely surpass you. Hearing Luffy's words, Shawn smiled slightly, revealing a cheerful expression, and said, Little brat, then you work hard, and I hope next time we meet, you can give me a surprise. Goodbye, everyone. After Luffy and all the members of the Whitebeard pirates waved to each other, the small boat slowly sailed away into the distance, gradually disappearing from sight. Watching the boat that gradually sailed out of sight, Ace and the others' expressions gradually returned to calm. Hey, everyone come over, I have a shocking big news to announce. At this moment, after Luffy left, Marco stood in the center of the deck with a mysterious look, calling out to everyone. Seeing Marco's excited expression, many people felt a surge of curiosity. Almost everyone on the Moby Dick gathered around. Hey, Marco, what is going on? Being all mysterious? Diamond Jozu asked with a puzzled expression. You'll know soon, Marco teased, then turned to everyone and said with a smile. This news is related to the reputation of our entire Whitebeard pirates. So everyone guess what it is? Could it be that our Whitebeard pirates successfully rescued Ace? That is definitely not it. Everyone knows that. Is it that we beat the Navy headquarters badly? Definitely not. The Navy headquarters controls the world's news media. This kind of disgraceful news would surely be suppressed. How could it be made public? So what is it? Captain Marco, don't keep us in suspense. Seeing the anxious expressions of everyone, Marco stopped teasing them and said seriously, this news is about everyone's bounty. This morning, the Navy headquarters announced the latest bounty notices. And this time, everyone in our Whitebeard pirates has had their bounties increased. Hearing Marco's words, everyone was shocked. The bounty has actually increased. Let me see if my bounty has broken 300 million. Looking at the eager expressions of the crowd, Marco shook his head slightly and smiled mysteriously. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Guess how much our vice captain's bounty has reached? Hearing this, Ramos immediately asked in surprise, could it have reached 2 billion berries? 2 billion berries is too little. I think the vice captain South bounty should be close to 3 billion berries. I think vice captain Shawn's bounty reached 4 billion. After all, his combat power is so formidable that the Navy headquarters has to pay attention. Listening to everyone's discussions, Marco's smile grew even wider, saying, you can see for yourselves. As he finished speaking, Marco handed out a newspaper. Then, everyone focused their attention on the newspaper. And when they saw what was written on it, shock appeared on their faces. Wow, the nickname the Great Devil Bounty of 5. 2 billion berries. This number is simply terrifying. Haha, a new era begins. Our vice captain has also become the pirate king in the eyes of the Navy. At this moment, while everyone was shocked by the bounty notice, Shawn slowly walked into the cabin. Oh man, I have to go. Looking at Whitebeard, who was drinking, Shawn said softly, in the past few days, he has fully recovered his divine power, and he is now full of vitality. He has also treated all the injured, and it is time to execute the hunt for Blackbeard Teach. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's figure slightly swayed, and after a moment of silence, he said, little guy, be sure to pay attention to safety on the way. I'm waiting for you to come back so we can go on adventures together. Don't worry, I will. You just stay on the ship and wait for me to bring back Blackbeard's head. Shawn smiled and patted Whitebeard's shoulder, then slowly walked toward the ship's cabin. Little guy, I'll have Marco accompany you. This guy really admires you now, Whitebeard shouted after Shawn's back, his face showing a reluctant expression. No need, I have companions to travel with. Shawn waved his hand and smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was initially stunned, but the next moment, when he saw a beautiful figure walking out from the innermost part of the cabin, his eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful young girl in a white witch dress, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Under her neatly arranged black hair was a delicate little face, and her long, fair legs were wrapped in white cotton stockings. Exquisite, beautiful, pure. Seemingly noticing Whitebeard's gaze, the girl timidly hid behind Shawn, her fair and slender fingers tightly clutching the hem of her dress, like a frightened little kitten. Little guy, you should know that no women are allowed on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard said after a moment of being stunned, suddenly frowning. In his heart, the sea was a man's world, where one could lose their life at any moment. Therefore, there has always been a strict rule on the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates. No women are allowed to sail, which also reflects Whitebeard's masculine character. Actually, she is stronger than me, Shawn bitterly explained upon hearing Whitebeard's words. In fact, this girl was summoned by his Shura Realm divine power yesterday, and she harbored the power to destroy the world within her. However, Shawn did not expect that this summoning seemed to have malfunctioned. No matter how he tried to recall her, the girl would not disappear. In helplessness, Shawn hid her away, and today he could only lay it all out with Whitebeard. However, just at that moment, as soon as Shawn's words stronger than him fell, Whitebeard stood up, his face filled with immense shock. Stronger than you? Whitebeard looked at Shawn in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Shawn's terrifying combat power had been witnessed by Whitebeard during this time. His strength was indeed very formidable, and that this girl was even stronger was simply unfathomable. Seeing Whitebeard's astonished expression, Shawn nodded slightly and said with a wry smile, "That's right. She harbors a mysterious destructive power within her, a power that even I feel very wary of. Even you feel wary of her power." Upon hearing Shawn's words, Whitebeard's pupils shrank again, and the shock on his face intensified. If even the notorious Shawn, with a bounty of 2 billion berries, felt wary, how terrifying could this existence be? Indeed, this power makes even me feel extremely wary, and even now, I still don't know what kind of terrifying power it is. Shawn said, his gaze complex as he nodded. Then he continued, "Old man, I must set off immediately to the island where Blackbeard Teach is located. I hope you can keep this matter confidential for me. If Marco and the others are curious, just say she is my distant cousin." Shawn's words were very cryptic, but Whitebeard understood their meaning. The girl possesses the power to destroy the world. If the world government discovers her, it could lead to global chaos. Don't worry, little one. This matter will remain between us. You go ahead and be careful. Whitebeard took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Seeing Whitebeard agree, Shawn felt a sense of relief and turned to leave the cabin. The girl in the witch's outfit tightly gripped the hem of Shawn's shirt with her slender fingers, seemingly afraid of being abandoned. "Don't worry, since you've come here, I won't leave you behind," Shawn gently said as he patted her head. This sentence is like a reassuring pill for the girl. She loosened her grip on Shawn's shirt but still closely followed behind him, as if afraid he would suddenly leave her world. In the past 2 days, Shawn has gotten to know her personality. Simple, gentle, naturally silly, and she never speaks. Looking just like a well-behaved little cat. Her name is Hui Li. Just yesterday, she wrote the 3 characters for Hui Li in her diary, followed by Shawn's name. "Hey kid, we were just talking about you, huh? Why is there a beautiful woman on the ship?" At that moment, at the cabin door, Marco suddenly called out, then turned to look at the girl standing next to Shawn, a puzzled expression on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, the other members of the Moby Dick also turned their gaze to Hui Li, each of them displaying a look of surprise in their eyes. It is against the iron rule of the Whitebeard pirates for women to be on board the Moby Dick during its voyage. Unexpectedly, a girl suddenly appeared, which shocked and surprised them. "You guy, hiding a beauty in a golden house and keeping it from us." After a brief moment of shock, Marco grinned and began to tease in a mischievous tone. "Yeah, Vice Captain, you're really not being fair, not introducing her to us." Exactly. Hearing Marco's teasing, everyone began to stir, their gazes shifting towards Hui Li and Shawn, their expressions filled with mockery. Faced with the crowd's scrutiny and discussion, Hui Li seemed very timid, her fair hands instinctively gripping Shawn's clothes tighter, her face showing tension. Noticing her reaction, Shawn coughed twice and said, "Marco, stop stirring things up. You big guys, disperse a bit, don't scare my cousin." After saying that, Shawn immediately took Hui Li's arm and headed straight for the small boat that was ready. "Cousin." Upon hearing this, Marco and the others looked at the backs of Shawn and Hui Li, exchanging glances, each of them wearing a strange expression. Shawn did not explain anything to them. Instead, after stepping onto the small boat, he quickly left their line of sight. As for Marco and the others' confusion, let Whitebeard explain it to them. Meanwhile, on the island of Dressrosa, all members of the Blackbeard pirates were happily drinking in a castle. Ha! Although this plan has failed, our plan A is about to be successfully tested. At that time, even the great demon Shawn will not be feared. Sitting at a table, Blackbeard Teach raised his cup and took a sip of wine, laughing loudly. "He, Captain, once plan A is successfully tested, not to mention the great demon Shawn, we won't even have to take all the 4 emperors seriously." Hearing Blackbeard's words, the eyes of several other pirates lit up with excitement. Plan A is a new type of weapon they have been secretly researching. Once the research is completed, it will definitely shock the whole world. "Hey, look, why is it this kind of moth again?" At that moment, the large barrel Bass Choate exclaimed as he looked out the window. Hearing Bass Choate's words, Blackbeard Teach, Shiryu of the Rain, and the others all turned to look. At the window, a gray moth was fluttering. This moth was gray and semi-transparent, with flesh wings and sharp claws that sparkled under the light. very similar to what they had seen at sea last time. But this time, the moth seemed to have grown quite a bit, its size larger than last time. It's just a moth, no need to make a fuss. Seeing this scene, Shiryu of the Rain frowned, then drew his famous sword Thunderstorm and slashed it, instantly cutting the moth in half. Being cautious isn't wrong, Lafitte. For the next few days, take some people to patrol the nearby area and see if there are any suspicious individuals coming to the island. We cannot afford any mistakes before Plan A is successfully implemented. Blackbeard Teach pondered for a moment, then said to the nearby Devil Sheriff Lafitte, in the past 2 days, he has felt a sense of unease, so to be on the safe side, it would be more appropriate to have the Devil Sheriff Lafitte dispatch a few teams to patrol. After all, their Blackbeard pirates are currently in a phase where everyone is eager to attack them. Who knows where a wave of enemies might suddenly emerge from? However, no one noticed that the moth, which had been sliced in half by Rain Shiryu, was slowly healing back together. At this moment, 3 hours had passed, and Shawn had already set foot on the island of Dressrosa. This island belongs to a tropical-themed resort, known for its title of Love and Passion. It offers an abundance of flowers, delicious food, and clothing, making it a perfect destination for tourism. In order to avoid attracting attention, Shawn deliberately disguised himself simply before arriving on the island. Now, he looked like an ordinary person, wearing a casual outfit, sunglasses, and carrying a travel bag, appearing to be just an average tourist. Let's go. After disembarking, Shawn said to Aria beside him. He then led her toward the clothing sales street of Dressrosa, walking slowly. After passing through the famous couple's street Lovers Avenue in Dressrosa, Shawn arrived at the most famous clothing area in Dressrosa. In a high-end clothing store, Shawn picked out a white taffeta off-shoulder dress for her, which, paired with her fair and delicate features and long neck, made her look elegant and refined. Significantly better than the lifeless witch outfit she had worn before. However, unexpectedly, just after buying the clothes, trouble came knocking. Bang! With a loud noise, the door of the clothing store was violently kicked open, and a group of pirates armed with weapons rushed into the store, exuding a fierce demeanor. Leading them was Lafitte, the Devil Sheriff of the Blackbeard Pirates. Don't be afraid. Sensing Aria's body tremble, Shawn held her hand. With Shawn here, I'm not scared. Aria wrote a few words in Shawn's palm, then hid behind him, gripping the hem of his clothes tightly. It was as if with him there, she no longer needed to fear anything in the world. Carrie, I apologize for barging into your clothing store in such a barbaric manner. At that moment, Lafitte looked at the store owner, who was already pale with fear, and said with a playful expression, Mr. Lafitte, you are too kind. The store owner, Carrie, quickly waved her hand, her tone filled with panic, and beads of cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. Just 2 days ago, the Blackbeard pirates had landed in Dressrosa and robbed everything valuable from the clothing store. Moreover, they had smashed Carrie's clothing store to pieces. This is not all. The most terrifying thing is that the members of the Blackbeard pirates not only rob possessions, but also abduct many young and beautiful girls. It is said that those kidnapped girls are all imprisoned by the Blackbeard gang, waiting for them to unleash their primal desires. All of this made Kelly feel extremely afraid. These pirates were powerful, committing arson, murder, and robbery, with no evil left undone. Once provoked, not only would the store be destroyed, but she would also be unable to escape misfortune. Mr. Lafitte, is there something you need to convey this time? Kelly asked anxiously, looking at Lafitte in front of her. After she spoke, a sinister smile appeared on Lafitte's face, and he said, it's simple. The captain instructed that if any suspicious persons land on the island recently, you must notify us immediately. If you conceal it, you should know the consequences. Upon hearing this, Kelly's heart trembled, and she nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing this, Lafitte nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned around, his gaze was suddenly attracted by Shawn and the girl behind him. This woman is really beautiful, so fair and tender. Captain Lafitte, should we take her back? At the moment he saw Aria, the pirates beside Lafitte immediately revealed lewd glints in their eyes, their gazes towards her becoming extremely greedy. Then let us take her back. I believe the captain will definitely like her. Hearing the suggestion from his subordinates, a strange curve appeared at the corner of Lafitte's mouth, and he began to laugh sinisterly. Yes. Upon hearing Lafitte's response, several pirates revealed lewd smiles and quickly approached, pressing towards Aria. As for Shawn, they completely ignored him. However, before they could get close, a fierce aura suddenly rose from Shawn's feet and directly kicked the groin of the foremost pirate. This pirate immediately flew backward, blood staining his pants. And before he could even scream, he died on the spot. In an instant, The entire scene fell into silence. All the pirates stared blankly at the body of their fallen comrade, their eyes wide open in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Clearly, they had not expected that this neglected young man in sunglasses was so powerful. Bastard, kill him. Leave the woman alive. At this moment, Lafitte reacted and immediately ordered his subordinates. The remaining 7 or 8 pirates quickly drew their swords and charged at Shawn, their eyes filled with intense killing intent. Facing the pirates rushing towards him, Shawn's lips curled into a cold smile, and a glimmer of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he slightly bent his right fist and unleashed a powerful kapu iron fist with this punch. The pirate instantly died, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string, ultimately crashing hard into the other pirates. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound. The 7 or 8 pirates were all knocked to the ground, their chests caved in, eyes wide open in death. Witnessing this scene, the shopkeeper Kelly was so frightened that her face turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably, and her face was extremely ashen. At this moment, Lafitte's pupils constricted, and his expression became extremely ugly. He never dreamed that all the pirates under him would be taken out in one move. Bastard! Just then, Lafitte's face darkened, and the cane in his hand suddenly thrust out like a venomous snake striking, making a whooshing sound as it stabbed toward Shawn's chest. However, just as his cane thrust out, Shawn happened to remove his sunglasses, revealing a harmless-looking face. The Great Demon? Looking at the somewhat familiar face before him, Lafitte's eyes nearly bulged out, and his mouth couldn't help but open, emitting an extremely shocked sound. Are you very surprised? Seeing Lafitte's horrified expression, Shawn's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile, and then he threw a powerful punch that landed heavily on Lafitte's chest. This immediately shattered his ribs, sending him flying back, crashing hard against the wall behind him, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide open in death. This scene was not only witnessed by the shopkeeper Kelly, but also by the surrounding crowd. Instantly, all eyes focused on Shawn, their faces filled with shock that lingered for a long time. They never expected that this young man possessed such terrifying power. Sir, you should run for your life. You killed Mr. Lafitte, and the Blackbeard pirates will not let you go. At that moment, Kelly, who was trembling beside them, finally came to her senses and kindly reminded Shawn. Hearing Kelly's warning, Shawn merely smiled lightly. Sorry, I was just about to find them. After saying that, Shawn pulled the girl behind him, airy-eyed, and walked towards the headquarters of the Blackbeard pirates under the astonished gazes of the crowd. As soon as he left, the entire scene erupted. Who is he exactly? How can he be so powerful? He doesn't even take the Blackbeard pirates seriously. I just heard Lafitte call him the Great Demon before he died. What? The Great Demon? No way. Could it be the bounty of 5,200,000,000? The Great Demon Shawn? No wonder he looks so familiar. In an instant, everyone around erupted, their faces filled with horror as they stared at Shawn's back, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Meanwhile, in the castle, why hasn't Lafitte returned yet? I asked him to bring back a beautiful woman as well. Why is there still no news? In the hall, Blackbeard Teach frowned, showing a hint of impatience on his face. You should be back soon. Shiryu of the Rain was wiping his famous sword, Thunderstorm, and said lightly, Creak. Just then, with a slight sound, the castle's main door was slowly pushed open. Hearing the noise, almost everyone instinctively turned their heads to look outside. However, the figure that appeared outside was not the demon sheriff Lafitte, but a young man and woman. Especially when the crowd saw the young man's appearance. All their pupils suddenly constricted, their faces filled with intense horror. The Great Demon Shawn? In that moment, not only did the large wine barrel busker chode, and others change their expressions dramatically, even Blackbeard Teach beside them had his face change violently. When they were at Marineford, the great devil Shawn had planted a deep shadow in Blackbeard Teach's heart. Now, seeing Shawn again so suddenly, Teach's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes filled with rage and resentment, and of course, some fear. Last time, if it weren't for his quick thinking that gave him a slim chance of survival, he would have likely been blown up by Shawn's Thunder Dragon. Now, unexpectedly, this guy dared to come to the territory of the Blackbeard pirates with just a delicate woman. It was truly too outrageous. Ha ha! At that moment, Blackbeard Teach suddenly threw his head back and laughed. His eyes were filled with madness, looking extremely ferocious. Great devil Shawn, I admit you are strong, but do you really think that with just you and a woman, you can go against my entire Blackbeard pirates? How foolish. During this period, his plan has been launched, and today most of it has been completed, reaching its final stages. As long as it can be delayed for a moment longer, it will be the end for Shawn. This is a new type of weapon made from sea stone, specially designed for devil fruit users. And it is also a super deterrent weapon. Once used, it will definitely intimidate the great demon Shawn in front of it. At that time, no matter what kind of powerful devil fruit user Shawn is, as long as he is locked onto by this thing, he will definitely be instantly killed. Thinking of this, Blackbeard Teach's eyes became increasingly filled with resentment, and he was even more curious about what high-level devil fruit Shawn had eaten that allowed him to display such terrifying combat power in Marineford. Oh, really? Then let's give it a try. At that moment, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth, and his gaze towards Blackbeard Teach was filled with mockery. Seeking death. Seeing the mockery and disdain in Shawn's eyes, Blackbeard Teach became furious and roared, "Take him down. I want to slice this bastard into 1,000 pieces." As soon as he finished speaking, all the Vice Admiral level existences in the hall sprang into action. The helmsman, the captain of the first ship, known as the Fighting Champion, Jesus Bagus. The captain of the second ship, Rain Zekaru. The captain of the third ship, the sniper known as Soundless, Van Oka. The captain of the fourth ship, the evil tyrant, Abelo Pizarro. The captain of the sixth ship, the Dark Moon Hunter, Catherine Demi. The captain of the eighth ship, the Big Drunkard, Baskerville Jot. The captain of the ninth ship, the one known as Grim Reaper, Poison Q. In addition to these, there were dozens of Blackbeard Teach's newly recruited subordinates, all targeting Shawn, their bodies filled with a strong, killing intent. However, just as they suddenly charged out, they froze in place, their faces turning extremely horrified, their pupils narrowing sharply. Because right in front of Shawn, two towering figures suddenly appeared, each exuding an overwhelming aura. As soon as these two figures appeared, an inexplicable aura immediately enveloped the entire hall, causing everyone's bodies to stiffen in shock, feeling an immense sense of oppression, as if they couldn't catch their breath. What on earth are these things? Damn it, where did these two big men come from? Such a strong, murderous aura. Seeing the scene, all the people present showed expressions of horror and shock. Could it be that the god of death was summoned again? At this moment, the big barrel-like Busker Chote's face instantly turned extremely pale as he looked at the two figures before him, his pupils contracting violently, filled with disbelief. Even Blackbeard Teach was wide-eyed, staring at the two towering figures in front of Shawn, his expression changing dramatically. During the Marineford incident, he had personally witnessed Shawn summon the god of death wielding the twin hook halberd, along with that divine steed. The overwhelming and terrifying aura was still fresh in his memory. And now, the two towering figures before them were indeed summoned by Shawn. To Shawn's left front stood a majestic man dressed in a green robe, wearing a green hat, standing 9 feet tall, with a face like a heavy jujube, exuding an imposing presence, wielding a green dragon crescent blade. To his right front was a robust man, 8 feet tall, with a leopard head and round eyes, a fierce beard, holding an 8-foot-long snake spear. These two are none other than the martial saint, Guan Eri, and the fierce Zhang Fei. Ha ha ha, third brother. I never expected that after 1,000 years, we would have the chance to meet again. At this moment, the red-faced Eri suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily, his rough voice sounding incredibly bold. Second brother. Upon seeing Eri, Zhang Fei was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. It seemed they had not seen each other for a very long time. This scene was made possible because Shao En had consumed the divine power of the Shura realm, granting them intelligence and memories. Therefore, at this moment, the two were deeply moved by their long-awaited reunion, and Shao En was always clear in his mind. No matter who he summoned in the future, he would not let them leave with regrets again. At this time, the expressions of Blackbeard Teach and the others were filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Second brother, some things must be done. Let's have a good fight today. With a heart full of fierce determination. Just then, fierce Zhang Fei shook his 8-foot snake spear and thrust it viciously towards the large barrel of Basky Chote. Ha! Then let's fight to the death. Shift your gaze away from Eri's green hat. Qinglong Yenwei. Guan Eri roared, swinging his Qinglong Yenwei knife and charging toward the tyrant king, Abelo Pizarro. Come on. Bang. Clang. In an instant, several people clashed, producing a series of intense collision sounds, swords clashing and sparking dazzling electric lights, sparks flying everywhere. Bastards attack together, quickly take them down. At that moment, Blackbeard Teach's expression darkened as he shouted. Hearing his command, the others did not dare to hesitate, immediately swarming towards Guan Eri and fierce Zhang Fei to attack them quickly. However, just when they thought there were only Guan Eri and Zhang Fei, a cold and domineering voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall. Where's the Overlord? This sentence comes from Shawn's mouth, his voice like thunder, resonating continuously in the large hall. Following that, a tall and imposing man with a strong appearance, wielding a heavy sword and long black hair cascading down, walked slowly from the castle gate, each step seemingly stepping on the hearts of the crowd, making them feel as if their bodies were about to shatter. What a powerful Conqueror's Haki! How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? Looking at the suddenly appearing domineering man, Blackbeard Teach and others suddenly turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, disbelief written all over their faces. They considered themselves well-informed, and naturally knew about a certain summoning fruit. However, they had never seen a summoned character possessing such a fierce Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this Conqueror's Haki felt like an insurmountable mountain, producing an extremely suffocating sense of pressure. Even in just a short span of a few seconds, Q was cleanly beheaded and died on the spot. Not only that, at that moment, the long-haired man, exuding an overwhelming aura, suddenly narrowed his pitch-black eyes, then fiercely raised the heavy sword in his hand, facing the oncoming force. With strength that could lift mountains and a presence that overshadowed the world, the invincible Overlord Slash. Who dares to contend? This sword strike was grand in momentum. It sounded like a thunderous bell, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart, carrying an unstoppable aura as it slashed towards Captain Giza's of ship number 1. Swish! Giza's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly raised his armored arm to block it across his chest. A tremendous collision sound, like the clash of gold and iron, suddenly erupted, stirring up a dazzling brilliance in the air. Giza's felt his arm go numb as a massive backlash force hit him, causing him to uncontrollably retreat several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the floor, with clear and distinct scratches spreading outwards. What terrifying power! How is this possible? Giza's had the strength to easily lift an ordinary house. How could he be pressed down like this by this man's power? Seeing Giza's being forced back by the sword of the man in black, everyone was shocked, their expressions changing drastically. At this moment, the imposing aura radiating from the Conqueror, Xiang, you completely disregarded all obstacles, moving forward relentlessly. Crack! Just then, Blackbeard Teach was about to rush to support, but unexpectedly, the armor on Giza's arm suddenly made a cracking sound, splitting open in the middle and revealing the bones inside. Following that, his massive body, heavy as a mountain, was directly cleaved in half by a heavy sword, blood spraying everywhere. Giza's let out a piercing scream. Immediately, the severed corpse fell heavily to the ground, making a dull thud. Seeing Giza's in such a tragic state, everyone's faces instantly turned pale, and an immense chill began to rise in their hearts. It's not over yet. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, the mighty warlord Xiangyu thrust his heavy sword forcefully into the floor. This is the fate of those who stand against me. Come on, let us put an end to this. The essence of the warlord. With a rumble, as everyone watched in astonishment, an irresistible aura of the warlord erupted from Xiangyu the moment his heavy sword pierced the floor, sweeping across the entire venue. Under the overwhelming presence of this invincible aura, many people present seemed to be trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Especially the weaker pirates, who directly spat out blood and knelt on the ground, with some even dying on the spot. In the face of this aura, they were like ants, as weak as dust. Then, one by one, heads rolled under the attacks of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. In the blink of an eye, 19 pirates lost their lives. Meanwhile, Xiao In simply stood at the castle's entrance, watching this group of people with a playful expression. Under this intimidation, they faced the ultimate fear brought by death. This was true terror. As for the bloody scene just now, Xiao In instinctively blocked Ariel's line of sight, preventing her from seeing it. However, just as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Xiangyu were in a killing frenzy, one person unknowingly disappeared from the scene. That person was Yuji Shilio, the former head guard of the deep-sea prison, a user of the transparent fruit. At that moment, he seemed to evaporate from the world, and his trace could no longer be found. However, once the divine power of the empty knowledge realm was fully activated, Xiao In immediately sensed his presence. Sensing that Yuji Shilio had turned invisible and was cautiously approaching him while wielding the famous sword thunderstorm, a chilling smile crept across Xiao In's lips. This invisibility fruit is a very useful ability in battle. However, in the face of Shawn's divine power of the void, it is completely ineffective. Even if he hides in the void, Shawn can still perceive him. At this moment, Yuji Shilio had silently lurked to within 2 meters of Shawn. Seeing Shawn still looking indifferent, The intense killing intent flickered in Yuji Shiryo's eyes as he gripped his famous sword Thunderstorm tightly and then swung it out fiercely. A sharp blade of light instantly shot out from the tip of the sword, transforming into a long, thin ribbon, directly slicing towards Shawn's neck. At that moment, a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth, and he was about to counterattack. However, at that very moment, he was shocked to hear Arei, who had always remained silent and whom he thought was mute, suddenly speak up. Trial. Note, the Chinese word for trial, originally in dragon language, as Arei's voice fell. The invisibly approaching Yuji Shiryo suddenly felt a chill on his body. Then a long, thin blade of light unexpectedly cut through a layer of his skin, revealing the muscle and bone beneath, causing him to feel a bone-chilling pain. Looking at the wound that suddenly appeared on his collarbone, Yuji Shiryo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. His gaze was filled with terror, even extreme fear. This fear did not merely stem from his invisibility technique being exposed, but more so from the command given by the girl in front of him just moments ago. Although Yuji Shiryo did not understand what she said, after Arei's voice fell, he suddenly felt intense pain from the cut on his collarbone. The intense pain felt as if a merciless knife had brutally sliced off a piece, causing such agony that Yuji Shiryo nearly fainted. He even discovered that the wound from the cut seemed impossible to heal. It was as if he had suffered some irreversible injury, causing beads of sweat to pour from his forehead and an endless panic to show in his eyes. And this condition was merely due to a sentence spoken by Arei that he could not understand. At that moment, what Yuji Shiryo did not expect was that before he could recover from the severe pain, Arei suddenly picked up a long knife from the ground and casually began to swing it around. In his view, this way of wielding the knife is completely akin to a child's play acting. However, this simple, skill-less motion of swinging the knife contains an extreme cutting intention. The knife, in her hand at the moment she swung it, seemed to transform into a true blade of light, ultimately slicing through the air and cutting into him without warning. Those seemingly chaotic flashes of the blade contained a sharp cutting power. She didn't appear to be wielding a knife. Instead, it was as if she were commanding some mysterious force to deliver a death sentence to her opponent. In that instant, Yuji Shiryo felt an unprecedented sense of mortal danger. That feeling of death made every hair on his body stand on end, and he was engulfed by a fear, an extreme terror he had never experienced before. He felt his life slipping away rapidly. This fear made his heart race, filling his mind with an unparalleled sense of despair regarding death. No, don't. The excruciating pain drove Yuji Shiryo to scream. However, his voice merely echoed throughout the entire hall. Just 2 seconds later, his voice abruptly stopped. Then, his entire being completely lost all vitality, leaving behind a broken, bloodied corpse lying on the ground. And all of this took only a brief 7 seconds, as if it were a flash of lightning. This scene left everyone in Blackbeard's pirate crew stunned. They stared at the bizarre sight before them, all shocked, their faces filled with horror. They could never have imagined that Range Shiryu was killed so suddenly, in such a strange and elusive manner, which they simply couldn't comprehend. Moreover, for Arei, killing a devil fruit user like Range Shiryu seemed as easy as playing a fighting game. At this moment, the long knife was discarded on the floor, and her fair and delicate jade hand tightly clutched Shawn's clothing again, hiding behind him, revealing her timid and anxious heart. Perhaps she was just used to it, or maybe she was afraid that one day she would no longer be able to hold onto his clothing. And now, Shawn finally understood why she always remained silent. It turned out she was just afraid of hurting those she shouldn't. Shawn didn't quite understand Arei's abilities for the time being. However, based on the death of Range Shiryu, it seemed Arei possessed some kind of extremely high-risk offensive ability, which could be described as command-style endless death, capable of cutting down all unauthorized life within its domain. And any wounds inflicted could not heal. Heaven does not allow me. I must defy heaven. Shattering the sky. At that moment, the heavy sword in the hands of King Xiong Yu suddenly erupted with a fierce sword light, and then he swung his sword fiercely. A massive sword light, carrying an unstoppable and terrifying aura, fiercely cleaved towards big-barreled Busker Jot. The speed of the sword strike was incredibly fast, and its power was overwhelming. Even the air emitted tearing sounds, like thunder, making one's heart tremble with fear. This sword light resembled a dazzling galaxy, carrying immense force. As it came crashing down from the sky, at this moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent, with only the immense sword light and the terrifying aura of destruction remaining. As he looked at the fierce sword light slicing down towards him from the sky, The giant barrel of a man, Blackbeard, displayed an expression of utter horror. Faced with this world-destroying sword strike, he felt as insignificant as a grain of dust. The sword strike made him feel an extreme fear of death, while also overwhelming him with an unbearable sense of oppression and discomfort. At that moment, the massive sword light directly broke through Blackbeard's defenses. Finally, it crashed down heavily onto his chest. Poochie! The sword light split Blackbeard's body in half, blood splattering and creating a pool of red flowers that stained the floor. As Blackbeard was cleaved in two and collapsed to the ground, his eyes widened, filled with fear and unwillingness. At that moment, what shocked everyone even more was that the enormous sword light had not yet vanished. It continued to ruthlessly strike against the walls of the castle. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous sound, a deep sword mark was instantly carved into the massive castle, and the entire structure collapsed with a resounding crash, turning into a cloud of dust. This sword actually split the sturdy castle in two. At this moment, everyone felt an invisible fear enveloping them, especially when they saw the giant wine barrel of Blackbeard split in half among the collapsed ruins, along with the strangely severed rain Shiryu, and the heads rolling on the ground, which intensified their horror and terror. This fear spreads continuously, relentlessly impacting every inch of their souls, making them involuntarily feel a wave of palpitations and chills. Third brother, let's crush them together. The dragon flies in the sky. Meanwhile, at the moment when the giant wine barrel Blackbeard was split in half by the tyrant Xiangyu, Guan Air Yi leaped up, raising his Qinglong Yinhua blade high. A sharp and fierce wind blade howled as it slashed towards the tyrant Abelo Pizarro. Faced with this slash, Abelo Pizarro did not dare to be negligent, immediately abandoning his drill-like hands for defense, and hurriedly unleashed 3 pistols and a cannon, fiercely firing at Guan Air Yi. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger, the Qinglong Yinhua blade swung violently, instantly shattering his gun barrels and cannon. Following that, Guan Air Yi's Qinglong Yinhua blade directly struck down on his head, instantly decapitating him. With this strike, his brain and body were completely separated, his head and body apart, brain matter splattering everywhere. Lord Guan, holding the green dragon crescent blade, coldly gazed at the remaining small fry around him, his eyes flashing with a chilling, icy light that made it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Fei was not idle with his 8-foot-long snake spear. He swung his arm, and the spear sliced through the air in an arc, swiftly aiming to stab the moon hunter, Catherine Butterfly. Zhang Ida is here, perish. As the spear approached, a hint of a curve appeared on Catherine Butterfly's face, followed by a silvery laugh. Muluho, is this your strongest attack? Just as she finished speaking, Catherine Butterfly transformed into a 9-tailed fox form, with the swaying of her 9 long tails. Vibrant and colorful fox shadows rushed towards the 8-foot-long spear. Boom! In an instant, the 2 attacks collided, producing a thunderous roar. Amidst this loud sound, brilliant shockwaves spread out, collapsing all the surrounding buildings into piles of rubble scattered across the ground. Catherine Butterfly stood and scathed in place, while Zhang Fei had disappeared, likely buried under the debris. Molohoho, truly weak. I really don't know how the Tyrant King and the others lost so miserably. Catherine Butterfly sneered disdainfully as she looked at the collapsed buildings and the vanished Zhang Fei. However, just as her words fell, her smile froze instantly, because, right after she finished speaking, a majestic figure suddenly burst out from the rubble. Fight again. The dragon tail sweep. A fierce shout rang out abruptly, and Zhang Fei, holding the 8-foot-long snake spear, unleashed a ferocious dragon tail sweep that struck hard against Catherine Butterfly. Bang! With a dull sound, Catherine Butterfly's body was sent flying backward, smashing a large piece of hard concrete into pieces. What she never expected was that just as her body flew back, the 8-foot-long spear slipped from Zhang Fei's hand and pierced through her sturdy chest at lightning speed. Poof! Blood sprayed, crimson splattering. Catherine Butterfly was thus pinned to the wall. Blood flowed down her curvaceous body, dripping onto the ground, emitting a strong scent of blood. At this moment, only Blackbeard Teach and the captain of the number 3 ship, the sniper known as Inoue Van Oka, along with 6 pirate members remained on the scene. Just moments ago, taking advantage of the chaos, Blackbeard Teach used dark water to contact the arm of the tyrant Xiangyu, but to his horror, his dark fruit ability had no effect on the group of killing gods summoned by Shawn. This meant that these summoned killing gods were not the abilities of Shawn's devil fruit, but the true power belonging to Shawn himself. In such a situation, a storm surged in Blackbeard Teach's heart. Dark hole. At that moment, seeing his companions dead and unable to deal with Shawn, Blackbeard Teach immediately unleashed the power of the dark fruit. Instantly, a vast area of darkness enveloped the ground, and objects, even the corpses on the ground, sank into it and were brutally crushed. Meanwhile, the figures of Blackbeard Teach and Sniper Van Oka quickly vanished without a trace. Witnessing the scene, Shawn, who stood at the castle gate, raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he crouched slightly and suddenly pressed his right hand on the ground. In an instant, a silver-haired, blue-eyed man emerged from the earth before him. The man's figure was extremely tall, with a pair of gray wolf ears atop his head. Most importantly, he held a high-level sniper rifle, aiming at the fleeing Blackbeard Teach and Van Oka in the distance. Don't worry, he never failed to take the enemy's life. As soon as the words fell, the silver-haired man tilted his head slightly, closed his right eye, and looked forward through the eightfold scope with his left eye. The next second, there was a soft bang. A bullet pierced through the air, racing toward Van Oka at an incredible speed, almost beyond the capability of the human eye to perceive. And in the blink of an eye, it reached behind Van Oka. It then shot violently into Van Oka's back, exiting from the front of his chest, leaving a spray of blood. Van Oka was dead. At that moment, as Van Oka fell to the ground, Blackbeard Teach immediately sensed the danger and unleashed the dark hole again, creating a patch of darkness around him to interfere with the sniper's line of sight. Bam! However, just then, the silver-haired man's gun fired again, the bullet precisely piercing through the dark barrier and hitting Blackbeard Teach's shoulder, sending him flying away. This shot caused Blackbeard Teach's face to change dramatically, his pupils suddenly constricting in disbelief. However, the dark abilities released from the hidden acupuncture point allowed Blackbeard Teach to temporarily escape the fate of death. Although the bullet pierced through his shoulder, he was not in life-threatening danger. Nevertheless, the feeling of being shrouded in death was undoubtedly a torment for Blackbeard Teach, like a great snake suspended in mid-air, filled with endless fear and panic. It wasn't until half an hour later that Blackbeard Teach finally stepped onto his own pirate ship, looking at the calm sea around him. His heart finally felt somewhat settled. Damn it, that big demon Shawn is truly a pervert. Once my ultimate weapon research is successful, I will definitely destroy you. Taking a deep breath, Blackbeard Teach muttered to himself, still feeling a lingering fear. Flap, flap. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a moth flapping its wings near his ear. Blackbeard Teach turned his head and immediately saw a very familiar gray moth fluttering its wings in front of him. At this moment, the look of fear on Blackbeard Teach's face became even more intense, because this gray moth was the one that Rain Shiryu had cut down. With the appearance of this gray moth, what shocked Blackbeard Teach even more was that Shawn's figure had appeared before him at some point, his pitch-black eyes staring directly at him, and that gray moth, upon seeing Shawn, flapped its wings and flew in front of him, landing on his shoulder. Seeing the scene, Blackbeard instantly understood. No wonder he kept encountering this gray moth these past few days, and that Shawn even knew his exact location. It turned out this gray moth was the means by which he was being tracked, and all of this had long been under Shawn's control. Since the Summit War, Shawn had silently planted corpse poison on Blackbeard Teach with a physical attack, and this gray moth had come following the corpse poison. Damn it! At this moment, Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but curse, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Dark Vortex! Then, he immediately let out a low roar, and a surge of dark power suddenly erupted from beneath his feet, causing the space around his feet to begin to fluctuate violently. Swish! In the next second, a strange darkness appeared out of nowhere. Then, under Blackbeard Teach's control, this darkness seemed to be drawn by something, converging onto the ground beneath his feet, forming a black hole vortex. The black hole vortex grew larger and soon enveloped Blackbeard Teach entirely. However, just as he was about to disappear into the darkness and escape, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Taste the feeling of being burned by the world's strange fire. As soon as the words fell, Shawn's omnipotent divine power surged forth. And in an instant, a blue flame suddenly ignited underground in front of that black vortex, quickly spreading to the surroundings. This is also his first time using the power of the infinite realm to manipulate the elemental fire of heaven and earth. This is a rare fire formed over a century and blossomed over a millennium called Azure Lotus Flame. Its color is blue, and its temperature is extremely high, capable of easily melting steel. At this moment, under the terrified gaze of Blackbeard Teach, the green surged towards him at a terrifying speed. The piercing scream echoed within the black vortex, followed by waves of green heat rapidly rising around Blackbeard Teach, scorching every inch of his skin. Waves of excruciating pain rampaged through his body. He felt as if his bones, his skin, and his veins were about to be burned to a crisp. A series of anguished screams erupted from the depths of Blackbeard Teach's throat, and the flames within the dark vortex grew increasingly fierce. "On my hand, my legs. My face. Help, help. I was wrong, please. Spare me, ah." Blackbeard Teach struggled and cried out in pain, his body twisting continuously, the smell of charred flesh wafting around him. At this moment, to him, Shawn seemed like a devil from the depths of hell, sending chills down his spine. This is just the beginning. There will be even more fun to come. At this moment, Shawn's cold voice rang out, and then, under his control, the azure lotus-burning heaven fire slowly dissipated from Blackbeard Teach's body, eventually drilling into his palm under the control of his myriad realms' divine power. At this time, as the azure lotus-burning heaven fire disappeared, Blackbeard Teach's figure was completely revealed. His two palms had been scorched to a deep black, and this charcoal-like blackness not only covered his arms, but also enveloped his entire body. Even his nose, mouth, bridge of the nose, earlobes, and chin were charred and looked incredibly tragic, even a bit terrifying. Now, he was no longer just black-bearded. His whole body was charred black, resembling a large black ball. Moreover, this was due to Shawn controlling the azure lotus-burning heaven fire. Otherwise, with the burning temperature of the azure lotus-burning heaven fire, Blackbeard Teach would have long been reduced to ashes. Looking at Blackbeard Teach, who resembled a large black ball, a faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. He then slowly walked up to Blackbeard and, without saying a word, raised his hand to deliver a powerful palm strike. Slap! The crisp and loud sound of the slap instantly echoed throughout the area, and Blackbeard Teach's body was sent flying dozens of meters away by Shawn's slap, losing a front tooth in the process, before crashing heavily onto the ground. This power, under Shawn's control, would not take Blackbeard Teach's life. However, it would hurt a lot, betraying comrades and defying the iron law. After slapping him away, Shawn stood in front of Blackbeard Teach again, his face flashing with a hint of frost, his tone chilling. Blackbeard Teach lay on the ground, trembling all over. At this moment, he dared not resist Shawn in the slightest. He originally thought Shawn was just a devil fruit user, believing his dark fruit ability could easily suppress him. But to his surprise, this guy turned out to be an extreme pervert of a devil, simply terrifying. His dark fruit ability had no effect on him at all. Sneaking attacks and full of tricks. Looking at Blackbeard Teach, who was crawling at his feet, Shawn spoke coldly and delivered another powerful kick towards Blackbeard Teach. Crack! With a kick, Blackbeard Teach's knee shattered on the spot, and he crashed against a large rock, producing a loud noise. Blackbeard Teach screamed in pain, trembling all over. Shawn did not continue to attack him but squatted down, placing a hand on Blackbeard Teach's cheek, and sneered, "Run. Keep using darkness to escape?" "No, I won't run anymore. I was wrong. Please spare me." Looking at the face before him filled with charm and murderous intent, Blackbeard Teach's eyes were filled with tears of despair and fear, and he kept begging Shawn for mercy. Not running anymore? Then die." Shawn shook his head, a cruel smile on his face. He then stood up and kicked down hard on Blackbeard Teach's chest. Crack! Accompanied by a clear sound of bones breaking. Blackbeard Teach's entire chest caved in, blood spraying out continuously, staining the ground red. At this moment, Shawn ignored Blackbeard Teach's screams and cries of pain. He forcefully pressed one foot on his chest while the other foot stomped down violently, crushing him. A tremendous force transmitted through the ground beneath Shawn's feet, continuously destroying Blackbeard Teach's internal organs, bones, muscles, and so on, causing him to convulse and twitch uncontrollably, foaming at the mouth, his eyes bulging, his whole body shaking, and his face twisting in agony. The pain made Blackbeard Teach scream in agony. He rolled and struggled continuously, crying out for mercy. However, his pleas did not show any signs of making Shawn stop. On the contrary, Shawn's power surged more fiercely into Blackbeard Teach's body, destroying all his organs and viscera. A series of dull sounds echoed from Blackbeard Teach's chest, as his teeth and bones were crushed one after another under Shawn's torment. "No, please, spare me. I truly realize my mistakes. Deputy Captain Shawn, I beg you." In the midst of intense pain, Blackbeard Teach finally could not endure it any longer and directly fell to his knees, weeping and clinging to Shawn's thigh, pleading desperately. At this moment, he had lost all the arrogance and pride he once had, completely resembling a stray dog, left to be at Shawn's mercy. Seeing Blackbeard Teach kneeling and begging on the ground, a cold smile emerged at the corner of Shawn's mouth. He then grabbed him by the neck and slowly walked towards the sea. No, no. I was wrong, Grandpa Shawn. I was wrong. Feeling Shawn's intentions, Blackbeard Teach's pupils suddenly contracted, filled with fear. Hee, your betrayal has already violated the iron law of the Whitebeard pirates. It is unforgivable. Shawn's face still bore a ruthless smile, and there was not a trace of compassion in his eyes. No, Grandpa, I am willing to submit to you. Willing to be your slave, to follow you forever. Please spare me. Hearing Shawn's words, Blackbeard Teach's eyes were filled with even more horror and panic as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Thud. However, Shawn's actions did not stop. Instead, he kicked Blackbeard Teach hard in the buttocks, sending him flying towards the sea. With a splash, Blackbeard Teach fell straight into the water, stirring up huge waves. The fear that the sea brought to a devil fruit user was something Blackbeard Teach could deeply understand. Meanwhile, Shawn stood on shore, watching as Blackbeard Teach was submerged by the sea, a wicked curve forming at the corner of his mouth, his face wearing a mocking smile. In no time, under Shawn's gaze, a large area of darkness appeared in the direction where Blackbeard Teach had fallen. This was his final struggle. Then the darkness grew thicker, and a deep black hole gradually swallowed him, wrapping him completely inside. When he reappeared, Blackbeard Teach was already on the western coast of Dressrosa. This is a desolate beach, vast and barren. The research base of Blackbeard's pirate crew is located near this desolate coastline. Soon, Blackbeard Teach appeared in the basement of the research base. However, upon entering, the scene before him instantly terrified him. All of his companions in the research base were dead, the super weapons had been completely destroyed, and in front of him stood 6 figures. They were none other than Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and an additional Liu Bei in straw sandals. The 3 had crossed a millennium and reunited once again, engaged in a pirate version of the Oath of the Peach Garden. Besides them, the swordsman Xiang Yu was also embracing the beautiful woman Yu Ji, being intimate. The last figure was the sniper by Li Shouyue, who was casually playing with his sniper rifle. Upon seeing Blackbeard Teach intrude, all their gazes instantly fixed on him, their eyes filled with cold, killing intent, like sharp daggers piercing his heart, making him feel icy all over, as if he had fallen into an ice pit, shivering uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard Teach dared not linger. Overwhelming fear engulfed him, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a wave of darkness and fled the scene in a panic. Only after a while, on the other side of the west coast, did Blackbeard Teach finally breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, beads of sweat covering his charred face. Damn it, it's a good thing I'm not destined to die. That damn devil Shao, and don't let me find out your weakness in the future. Otherwise, I will surely tear you to pieces and skin you alive. Looking at this desolate area, Blackbeard Teach cursed bitterly. He hated Shao into the bone, wishing he could devour his flesh and drink his blood, reducing him to ashes. However, just as he finished cursing, a familiar, indifferent voice suddenly echoed in his ears, sending a shockwave through his body, and overwhelming fear washed over him. Unfortunately, it seemed you don't have that opportunity anymore. Then, a figure appeared behind him, looking at the collapsed Blackbeard Teach, speaking lightly, as if a breeze had passed by. Seeing Shao In suddenly appear, Blackbeard Teach's legs trembled, and his whole body uncontrollably retreated. He was completely scared out of his wits, and his fear of Shao In was akin to seeing a truly heinous monster, trembling all over, his eyes filled with terror. However, his instinctive reaction made him immediately activate the dark escape technique, releasing a wave of darkness, preparing to flee. Yet this time, it seemed Shao In was no longer patient enough to tease him. At that moment, as the darkness spread, a glimmer of divine light suddenly appeared in Shao In's eyes, and the power of the infinite realm erupted. In the name of the descendant of the fire immortal, I command the world's karma fire. 100,000 karmic fires. Heed my call. With Shao In's roar, countless flames of various colors surged around him, transforming into fire dragons that roared and flew in the air. These fire dragons, each one vivid and lifelike, exudes a wave of intense spirituality. They look as if they are truly soaring through the flames. At this moment, a large expanse of flames swirls and dances around Shawn's body, occasionally emitting bursts of dragon roars. Shawn appears as if a deity has descended, possessing the power of life and death over all things, causing Blackbeard Teach to tremble all over, not even daring to escape, his face pale and slumped on the ground. He is wet himself. Dark fruit. Dark fruit. Just then, as the flames of various colors drew closer, about to engulf him, Blackbeard Teach desperately activated the power of the dark fruit, releasing a large area of darkness in an attempt to block the flames and seize the chance to escape. However, despite his good intentions, reality was cruel. As the darkness spread, the endless flames immediately appeared from all directions, illuminating the entire area, leaving Blackbeard Teach with nowhere to hide. Moreover, just as Blackbeard Teach fled in a panic, terrifying fire dragons roared past above his head, creating waves of intense heat that lit up the sky, making it as bright as day. Blackbeard Teach felt an overwhelming heat, waves of warmth crashing over him, giving him a suffocating sensation. Soon after, thousands of flames swarmed in like locusts, accompanied by screams. Under the scorching of the myriad flames, Blackbeard Teach let out a series of piercing screams, utterly miserable. The chilling screams echoed one after another, sending shivers down the spine and making one feel as if they were in hell. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. No, no. Watching his hands and feet turn to ashes, Blackbeard Teach emitted frantic screams filled with fear, pain, unwillingness, and deep despair. No, I don't want to die, Grandpa Shawn. I was wrong. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach could no longer endure the torment of fear and knelt before Shawn, pleading, Grandpa Shawn, please spare me. I beg you. Hearing Blackbeard Teach's agonized wails, Shawn slightly looked down at the kneeling Blackbeard Teach, his expression devoid of any emotion. The members of the Whitebeard pirates hated this guy to the bone, wishing to crush him to dust. Moreover, he had promised Whitebeard that he would bring back Blackbeard Teach's head to atone for his fallen comrades. So, even if he begged on his knees, it would be of no use. Just then, as he saw that Blackbeard Teach had already lost both arms and legs to the flames, and the fire was about to consume his head, a smirk appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. Then, the power of the myriad realms surged from his palm, and the thousands of flames immediately ceased burning, retreating back to surround Shawn. Seeing this, Blackbeard Teach immediately expressed joy, hurriedly bowing in gratitude to Shawn, appearing extremely fearful. However, just as he was about to raise his head, he suddenly felt an incredibly terrifying energy gathering before him, causing his body to become stiff and his inner fear to reach its peak. When he slowly raised his head and saw what was happening, he was left dumbfounded, his pupils constricting in horror. He saw that the flames of various colors, thousands of them, were all gathering frantically towards the blue flame in Shawn's palm. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a flame with a diameter of 2 feet, displaying 9 colors and shaped like a lotus, radiating dazzling fiery light, suspended before Shawn. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach's face had turned completely ashen, as if he had seen some extremely terrifying demon. He trembled violently, and the muscles on his face twitched incessantly, appearing exceptionally grotesque, twisted, and filled with fear. Go! Super Great Fire Lotus! At this moment, Shawn shouted softly, and the lotus-shaped Buddha's wrath fire lotus shot out like an arrow, whistling through the air and tracing a perfect parabola in the void before crashing heavily onto Blackbeard Teach. Then, it exploded with a speed that was faster than the eye could see. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth, as if a muffled thunder had struck in the clear sky. The sound was extremely loud and piercing, as if a small mountain was crashing down, incinerating the surrounding vegetation within hundreds of meters. Even the ground was shattered by the intense explosive force, with clumps of soil crumbling into dust. Amidst the violent explosion, Blackbeard Teach's entire body had completely turned to nothingness, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a head with an expression of extreme fear, its eyes wide open, rolling onto the ground, with hot blood flowing everywhere, staining a large area of the ground a shocking red. Blackbeard Teach was dead. The bastard who betrayed his companions, attempted to disrupt the world order, and killed Whitebeard to seize the Tremor fruit, finally met a tragically horrible end at this moment. This intense commotion ultimately alarmed the entire Dressrosa Island. On Lover's Avenue and throughout Dressrosa, people were staring at the scene occurring on the west coast. Their expressions filled with shock, their hearts stirred with immense waves. What happened? Did another force land on Dressrosa? No one knew, but the sound of the flames and explosion was truly terrifying. Not only that, but just a short while ago, I heard Timo say that the Blackbeard Pirates base also experienced a huge commotion, and it was said that the castle they had seized was actually split in half by someone with a single sword. Moreover, it seemed that many people from the Blackbeard Pirates had also died. It was unclear if that was true. Waves of discussion erupted throughout Dressrosa, with everyone's gaze fixed on the west coast, eager to find out what had happened. Shortly after the battle ended, in a certain holy place, A CP0 agent relayed the latest news. Half an hour ago, all members of the Blackbeard pirates were completely wiped out in Dressrosa, with no survivors. The hunter was a notorious devil, Shawn, with a bounty of 5.2 billion, and it was said that he summoned many powerful monsters this time. An elderly man in a blue suit, with straight white hair, spoke with a very serious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, another elderly man in a green suit, bald with a handlebar mustache, said lightly, "The strength of the notorious devil Shawn has far exceeded expectations. Before we have sufficient means to deal with him, it is better for the Navy headquarters to observe the situation for now." At this moment, a bald man in a white robe was playing with a samurai sword in his hand and casually said, "The Four Emperors Kaido has been quite subdued lately," which is not like his character. He is likely plotting something. After all, the great demon Shawn has killed so many of his subordinates. Kaido won't let it go easily. If worst comes to worst, we can just watch them fight each other. Hearing this, the other four elders all agreed. However, at that moment, the elder with straight white hair who spoke earlier suddenly frowned and said, "According to the information from CP0 agents, this time the great demon Shawn has a woman by his side." Initially, the agent thought that the woman was also summoned by the great demon Shawn. However, after the other summoned individuals disappeared, this woman still remained and has been accompanying the great demon Shawn on vacation in Dressrosa. She is likely the great demon Shawn's partner. The most important thing is that the agent described this woman as an extremely dangerous existence. Her abilities are unknown, resembling a special power of compulsory command death. And even Rain Shiria died inexplicably at her hands. As for what specific abilities she has, we cannot investigate for now. However, according to the agent's report, this woman seems relatively simple, gentle, and timid. Moreover, she does not seem to be very proficient in that dangerous ability. I think, for the peace of the world, we can use tricks to capture her, then study and stimulate the abilities within her, or threaten the great demon Shawn. It should yield great results with little effort. Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, the other four elders fell into silence, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the matter. Meanwhile, Shawn wrapped up Blackbeard's severed head and returned to the clothing store he had visited earlier. While hunting down Blackbeard's, Shawn had already arranged for Arari to wait at Kelly's clothing store and had also planted a colorless, odorless, and non-toxic corpse poison within her to conveniently know her location at any time. The hunting process was too bloody and twisted, so to avoid Arari witnessing it, Shawn ultimately chose to keep her from seeing it. At this moment, inside the clothing store, the owner Kelly had finished packing all her belongings and was preparing to leave Dressrosa for good. In her view, Shawn killing Lafitte in her store would surely attract the revenge of the Blackbeard pirates, and she might get into trouble as well. Moreover, not long ago, there had been intense fighting near the castle that the Blackbeard pirates had seized, and it was very likely that Shawn had already been killed by the Blackbeard pirates, while Arari was still foolishly waiting for him. "Miss, you should escape quickly. The Blackbeard pirates are a bunch of ruthless scoundrels. As a weak woman, staying here will eventually bring you harm. By then, it will be too late for you to cry," Kelly urged, picking up her luggage and looking at Arari. However, Arari still quietly stared out the window, not saying a word, as if she were a puppet. Kelly sighed, no longer trying to persuade her, and quickly left with her suitcase. Ouch! However, just as she opened the store door, she bumped into a warm wall of flesh. Looking up, she saw Shawn standing there, smiling faintly. At this sight, Kelly was instantly shocked. The next second, Shawn's words left her completely stunned, her face showing a look of horror. "Help me find a box to put Blackbeard's head in." After saying this, Shawn directly threw the bloody head wrapped in clothing onto the ground. Looking at the bloody head on the floor, Kelly's head buzzed, and a huge shock rose in her heart. Blackbeard was actually dead. Kelly's lips moved a few times, and then she did not dare to delay, immediately putting down her luggage, taking out an exquisite packaging box from the cabinet, and tremblingly picking up the severed head to toss it inside. Soon after, the exquisite packaging box was handed to Shawn. "Thank you." Shawn smiled faintly and paid her 5,000 berries as a reward. At this moment, when Shawn appeared, Arari, like a moth suddenly seeing the light in the darkness, rushed toward Shawn and dove into his arms, tightly hugging him. Looking at the trembling girl in his arms, Shawn's heart instantly softened, and he reached out his right arm to gently pat her back. Arari's anxious heart gradually calmed down at that moment. However, she still clung tightly to Shawn's body, as if afraid that if she let go, Shawn would disappear again. Feeling the warmth from his chest and smelling the faint fragrance in the air, Shawn found it hard to push her away for a moment. In such a world of killing, Having this simple warmth of love was truly precious. Moreover, Aeri's presence reminded him of everything from his hometown. Their embrace did not last long. At that moment, outside Kelly's clothing store, a large crowd had gathered. Everyone, you guessed wrong. The intense commotion just now was not due to other forces landing in Dressrosa, but rather, the Blackbeard pirates were completely wiped out. What? The Blackbeard pirates were actually wiped out? Is this for real? Yes. How is this possible? The Blackbeard pirates are extremely powerful. At this time, the entire street was in an uproar, especially the terrifying explosion caused by the last dreadful fire lotus that lingered in everyone's minds. Of course it's true. Just now, Timo and I sneaked nearby to take a look. All members of the Blackbeard pirates have perished, and their deaths were extremely gruesome. Just thinking about it now makes me scared. The key point is, guess who I saw? I saw that young man who killed Lafitte in Kelly's store. He might be the one who wiped out the Blackbeard pirates all by himself. Dr. Mondo, seeing that the crowd did not believe him, hurriedly recounted what he had just witnessed. Upon hearing Mondo's words, the entire scene erupted in an uproar again. Oh my gosh, that young man can't really be the great demon Shawn, right? He actually wiped out the Blackbeard pirates alone. Besides the great demon Shawn, I can't think of anyone else with such capability. That's right, it's him. Don't forget Lafitte's terrified expression before he died. And he even shouted the words great demon before he died. Shoo, don't say it. The great demon Shawn has appeared. Just as everyone was discussing, Shawn and Aeri had already walked out of the store and strolled into the crowded street. At this time, many passers-by on both sides of the street were staring in shock at the backs of the two. Especially after hearing that the Blackbeard pirates had been wiped out by Shawn, people's hearts were filled with immense admiration and fear. Regarding the discussions of the crowd, Sean mirli Ismail Fantli. Then, he took Aeri into a luxurious hotel. This luxury hotel is one of the most opulent hotels on the island of Dressrosa. With perfect facilities and attentive service, definitely a high-end establishment. After booking a high-end VIP room, the two entered amidst the envious gazes of passers-by. I'm going to take a shower. Upon entering the room, Aeri wrote 4 characters in her notebook. Then she turned the front of the notebook towards Shawn, staring at him without blinking. Seeing Aeri's actions, Shawn was momentarily stunned, then nodded. However, in the next moment, the scene before him instantly made Shawn's face flush. Aeri opened her belt, and the white taffeta off-shoulder dress slid down to her calves, revealing her fair skin, which appeared even more alluring under the light. At this moment, Aeri also took off her white cotton knee-high socks and shoes, stepping barefoot on the floor. Then, she moved her long, fair legs, walking step by step towards the bathroom. In no time, sounds of water and splashing echoed from the bathroom. Watching Aeri's graceful figure flickering in and out of sight in the light, Shawn felt a wave of heat rush through him, his throat involuntarily swallowing. But in the end, he managed to suppress the turmoil within. Shifting his gaze away, Shawn scanned the room back and forth, eventually locking his attention on the notebook on the white taffeta dress. This is a somewhat old diary, and since the first time Shawn met Aeri, she has been writing and drawing on the back pages of the diary every day, as if recording something very important. After picking up the clothes Aeri had just removed, Shawn hesitated for a long time before finally opening the diary. As soon as he opened the cover page, his gaze was drawn to the first drawing in the diary, which was a crooked abstract painting. In the painting, a simple and cute little monster was beating up the righteous Ultraman, with the little monster having the upper hand. However, the righteous Ultraman was everywhere, surrounding the little monster in the territory of justice, slowly closing in. Shawn lingered on the little monster for a few seconds before turning to the first page of the diary. It was a list of mood records, and Aeri's handwriting was elegant and flowing, each stroke written very carefully, with every line and curve looking beautiful. At the top of the first page were 2 names, Aeri and Shawn. Seeing these 2 names, Shawn was slightly taken aback and shifted his gaze to the next line of text in the diary. 7/22, I arrived in a strange country. I met Shawn. He seems like a beam of light, filling my world. I like to tug at his clothes because I'm afraid of losing him. 7/23, we went on vacation to Dressrosa. He bought me beautiful clothes. Later, we encountered bad people. But with Shawn around, I'm not afraid. In the evening, he took me to a couple's room. With him, my world is so warm. Each segment of the narrative, each line of text, revealed Aeri's heartfelt feelings without reservation. As he looked at these, Shawn's gaze softened even more, and he slowly closed the notebook. Aeri's arrival surprised him. Even now, he still didn't know Aeri's true identity, only that she was a bug summoned from the realm of the Azura by his divine power. What did she experience to lead such a young girl to her end? Moreover, where did the mysterious power within her come from? A series of question marks flooded Shawn's mind, leaving him feeling confused and unable to find answers. Half an hour later, the sound of water in the bathroom seemed to stop. Shawn quickly turned around, but after a long time, no one came out. Frowning, Shawn called out a couple of times, but still received no response. At this moment, he remembered that Eri rarely spoke, and when she did, it was easy to misunderstand. After hesitating for a moment, Shawn slowly walked toward the bathroom. Gently pushing open the door, he saw Eri lying in the bathtub, eyes closed, relaxing. Her fair and delicate skin appeared especially clean under the light. Shawn approached the bathtub, stopping less than a meter away, gazing at the girl in the tub. At this moment, Eri looked like a sleeping beauty, quietly resting in the water. Her delicate little face became even more enchanting as the ripples danced around her, resembling a fairy. In front of her, a small yellow duck was floating, swaying back and forth in front of her. This is the first toy that Shawn gave her. Taking a deep breath, Shawn slowly crouched down, pressing his forehead against Eri's forehead, then fully invading with the divine power of the void and the divine power of the eternal life, preparing to explore her memories. Simple memory probing would cause a certain amount of pain. So at this moment, Shawn also used the divine power of the eternal life to nourish her, to offset the pain caused by the memory probing. As time passed, strands of divine power slowly penetrated into Eri's body. About 5 minutes later, an extremely vast amount of information suddenly struck Shawn's mind, causing his thoughts to become heavy in an instant. In Eri's memories, the kingdom she lived in turned out to be the same kingdom as his. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Shawn, leaving him completely stunned in place, his mind roaring with confusion, unable to react for a long time. Before this, he had never even considered that Eri could exist in the same century as him. Furthermore, the information about Eri's memories left Shawn in shock. In their world, there were actually people conducting experiments on dragon blood parasitism. Eri was one of them. She was the head of the Seiki Hachiya family, possessing hybrid genes, and harbored a mysterious power within her body, known as Word Spirit Judgment, which is a high-risk offensive ability, its specific effect akin to an endless death command. However, the purity of the dragon blood lineage within her was too high, resulting in extremely unstable genes. Her control over this power was also quite limited, and this lineage allowed her to inherently use dragon language. Yet the dragon language could only issue commands for others to die, so Eri rarely spoke. In addition, Eri frequently suffered from the erosion of dragon blood, relying on serum extracted from the fetus of a dead servant to maintain a stable state and continue her life. To control her movements, she had been kept confined in the Seiki Hachiya family. Loneliness, desolation, fear, despair, and helplessness continuously assaulted Eri, making her feel like a pitiful creature abandoned by others. The saddest part was that such a pure and gentle girl ultimately became a mere vessel for the blood needed to evolve into the White King. Note, the White King, Izanami, is the Dragon Clan's high priestess, possessing the word spirits of the 4 great monarchs, and is a master of mental elements. At that moment, Eri's body, having been parasitized by the White King's holy remains, was about to awaken the White King when her blood was forcibly exchanged by Herzog, ultimately leading to her blood being drained and her tragic death. These memories, like scenes from a movie, flashed through Shawn's mind, causing his expression to darken to the extreme in an instant. The tragic recollections filled him with a deep hatred for humanity. If given a chance to return to his hometown, he would undoubtedly tear that man named Herzog into pieces. Letting out a deep breath, Shawn's gaze fell on the face of Eri in the bathtub. His eyes flickered several times before he finally sighed. Shawn picked up the towel next to the bathtub and gently wiped the foam and water stains off Eri's body. Eri had a habit of frequently taking baths because she always felt covered in blood. After finishing the wiping, Shawn carefully picked her up and walked to the bedside, gently placing Eri on the bed. After covering her with a blanket, he prepared to leave quietly. However, just as Shawn turned around, a pair of delicate, fair hands suddenly grabbed his arm. Feeling the warmth and dampness from behind, Shawn's body stiffened abruptly. "Shawn, don't leave, okay?" Eri spoke up. This was the first time she spoke human words, her voice sweet and melodious like a lark singing in the ear, very pleasant and intoxicating. However, Shawn knew that at this moment, the voice was filled entirely with pleading and begging, even mixed with a hint of fear. She was afraid. Afraid that when she opened her eyes again, Shawn would no longer be there, afraid of being abandoned once more. Seeing Shawn remain silent, Huili became even more panicked and fearful, her body trembling violently, her arms gripping tighter, as if afraid she would never see Shawn again. Her fingers were cold and pale, as if they could melt away at any moment. Xiao sighed gently, turned around, and held her in his arms, gently stroking her back, softly saying, "Rest well, sleep, my dear." Xiao's movements were extremely gentle, as if he were cherishing a priceless treasure. Undesiehens Comfort. Huili's emotions gradually calmed down, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she slowly closed her eyes like a well-behaved little kitten, falling asleep in Xiao's embrace. Feeling the soft breath coming from her and the delicate touch on his skin, along with the faint fragrance wafting between his nostrils, Xiao's throat moved, swallowing hard. Although he had a strong immunity to beauty, he was still a normal man, seeing such a stunning beauty lying naked in his arms. It was inevitable that some uncontrollable emotions arose within him. Taking a few deep breaths, Xiao suppressed the restlessness rising within him, allowing Huili to nestle against his chest, holding her tightly and enjoying this warm moment. As the night quietly passed, the eastern sky gradually lightened with the first light of dawn, illuminating the entire island and bringing vitality to people. Xiao slowly opened his eyes. To his surprise, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Huili's beautiful eyes, staring at him without blinking, like a curious little kitten. Their eyes met, and Xiao's face suddenly flushed, an inexplicable flutter rising in his heart, causing his whole body to tremble. Good morning, Huili." Xiao chuckled awkwardly. "Shawn, the outside world is vast. I want to see it." Huili slightly turned her body, propping her head with one hand, her gaze burning as she stared at Xiao. "All right." Xiao coughed lightly, shifting his gaze away and nodding in agreement. Seeing Xiao agree, Huili immediately broke into a smile, her face blooming with a radiant smile, like the most beautiful clouds at the edge of the sky, enchanting and mesmerizing. "Thank you, Shawn." After saying that, Huili extended her delicate arm around Xiao's neck, then leaned over and kissed Xiao on the lips. Feeling that warm and soft sensation, inhaling the subtle fragrance, and the delightful aroma that penetrated his heart and mind, Xiao was instantly stunned, his mind going blank. For Huili, it might have just been a way to express gratitude. After all, in her perception, there seemed to be no distinction between men and women. She was simply expressing her inner joy. However, for Xiao, it was entirely different. That was his first kiss, the first kiss reserved for his future wife. Ahem, let's go get dressed first. At this moment, Shawn came back to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and hurriedly got up from the bed. After a long while, the two finally finished washing up and walked out of the hotel room. This was also the day Shawn felt the most relaxed and comfortable since arriving in the pirate world. Walking through Lover's Avenue, the two of them nearly explored the entire Dressrosa Island. In the end, they stopped at a nearby taffeta specialty store. Every piece of clothing here is a masterpiece, and the prices are quite high. But for Shawn, money is nothing. As long as Ely likes it, that's all that matters. Looking at the clothes in the display window, it is clear that Ely is very fond of them, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Perhaps the first outfit Shawn gave her was a white taffeta dress. So this time, the shine in her eyes still reflects her love for taffeta. In the fitting room, Ely is trying on two of the latest off-shoulder taffeta dresses, while Shawn stands at the entrance of the boutique, frowning deeply. Just a moment ago, his empty knowledge domain divine power surged out, detecting many unfamiliar auras suddenly appearing nearby. Shawn does not know who these people are, but he can deduce that they're likely assassins or informants dispatched by some force. Their target is very likely himself. However, since they are here, they shouldn't think about leaving. With this thought, a wicked smile curled at the corner of Shawn's mouth. Then, in a corner, he pressed his right hand to the ground, and the power of the Shura realm surged wildly. In less than a moment, a dark figure holding a slashing blade emerged from the ground before him. "Go crush them." After receiving the order, the dark figure instantly vanished from its spot, like a ghost in the night, moving at incredible speed. Sister, my back is dirty. Can you help me wash in the bathroom?" At that moment, in the taffeta boutique, an 8-year-old boy dressed in a pink kimono and wooden clogs, resembling a traditional samurai, tugged at Ely, who had just walked out of the fitting room, looking pitiful and pleading for her attention. Ely gazed at the 8-year-old boy in confusion, and before she could think, she was grabbed by the arm and excitedly dragged into the private bathroom behind the boutique. Then, the bathroom door was slammed shut. Sister, look quickly. There's such a big bathtub over there. I want to play in the water." In front of a bathtub, the 8-year-old boy pointed at the distant swimming pool, cheering and calling out to Ely beside him. Ely looked bewildered, turning to look at the bathtub. Next to the bathtub, there were rows of high-end bathing appliances, adorned with various petals and bathing tools. The water in the bathtub was clear and transparent blue, emitting a hazy steam, like a thin mist enveloping the space. Surrounding the bathtub were 12 rectangular metal tubes, each with a candle inserted in the center. The flames of the candles flickered, casting a soft orange light, creating an intimate and romantic atmosphere. Seeing Ely lost in thought while staring at the bathtub, the 8-year-old boy's eyes twinkled mischievously as he grabbed Ely's arm and excitedly pulled her toward the bathtub, shouting, "Sister, let's go play in the water together." Ely, looking bewildered, was dragged by the boy to the edge of the bathtub, step by step. "Sister, I'll take off your shoes." Looking at Ely's fair feet stepping on the edge of the bathtub, the boy's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sly smile. While speaking, the 8-year-old boy squatted down, took off Ely's shoes and socks, and took the opportunity to touch her ankle before pushing her into the bathtub. As soon as Ely entered the bathtub, a wave of heat rushed towards her, bringing a warm sensation that made her involuntarily take a deep breath, closing her eyes to feel the warm, slippery water spreading around her body, a rich fragrance filling the air, intoxicating her. Seeing Ely in the water, the boy's mouth curled into a cunning smile, and he quickly removed his own shirt, stealthily following her. At this moment, in the center of the bath, Aerie lay quietly in the water, her eyes closed, looking utterly relaxed. The 8-year-old boy curled his lips into a lecherous grin. Then, he slowly approached Aerie, leaning his head close to her ear, inhaling her unique scent. His chubby, pink face twisted into a thoroughly perverted smile. "Sister, isn't this bath nice and comfy? Let me give you a massage," he said. A moment later, the boy's gaze roamed freely over Aerie's alluring figure, his face dripping with lust, his predatory eyes fixated on the fullness of her chest, his lips twitching as a vulgar smirk crept across his face, eventually widening into a lewd grin. Then his hands moved to undo Aerie's dress. Bang! However, just then, the bathroom door was violently kicked open, slamming against the wall with a heavy thud. A figure dashed in like lightning, seizing the 8-year-old boy by the neck and lifting him into the air. That figure was none other than Shawn. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from bathing with my sister?" The boy's face paled in terror as he struggled, his chubby cheeks flushing red. "Get lost!" Shawn roared, hurling the boy to the ground with a single forceful throw. "Ow! That hurts so much!" The boy immediately cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as he put on an exaggerated look of grievance. "Bad uncle, why are you bullying me?" Shawn narrowed his eyes, shooting the boy a cold, disdainful glance before swiftly scooping Aerie out of the bath. At that moment, however, Shawn failed to notice the flicker of cunning and malice in the boy's pitch-black pupils. "From now on, you're not allowed to interact with any man besides me," Shawn murmured, gently stroking Aerie's delicate, snow-white cheek as he gazed at her beautiful face. This was the first time he had ever been so furious and deeply remorseful. Had he not planted a tracking mark on Aerie earlier, allowing the gray moths to locate her, she might have already been harmed. A girl like her, raised without social experience, defenseless and utterly naive, was far too easy to deceive and exploit. Though he had arrived in time, his anger still burned fiercely, all of it directed at that shamelessly lustful 8-year-old brat. And as it turned out, Shawn knew exactly who this child was. He was the young master of the Kazuki clan in Wano country's Kuri region, the son of Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Momonosuke, a notorious pervert. Due to mistakenly consuming one of Vegapunk's failed experimental products, he had become an artificial Zoan-type devil fruit user. Just the evening before, Shawn had spotted the forces led by Don Quixote da Flamingo hunting this little bastard on the island of Dressrosa. Yet, who would have thought this creep would hide in a clothing store and try to take advantage of Aerie? Such a damn thing. Shawn naturally wouldn't let it go easily. At this moment, hearing Shawn's words, Aerie obediently nodded, rubbing her soft little head against Shawn's chest, her fair arms tightly hugging Shawn's neck, as if afraid he would leave her out of anger. Feeling the fragile body in his arms, inhaling the faint, elegant fragrance coming from Aerie, and sensing her very obedient nature, Shawn's anger gradually faded away, replaced by a sense of helplessness and heartache. Unconsciously, he had come to regard Aerie as a treasure, not allowing anyone to harm her in the slightest. And those who had harmed her would not escape, even if that person were a god. Shawn would spare no effort to eliminate them. Holding Aerie, Shawn did not linger and immediately left the bathroom. As for Momonosuke, he was only temporarily spared, as the scene to come was too perverse and inhumane, and Shawn did not want Aerie to witness it. Shortly after leaving the bathroom, in a nearby corner, Shawn's Shura power surged wildly, instantly summoning a female warrior to protect Aerie's safety. Make sure to protect her. Stay here obediently and wait for my return, Shawn instructed. Looking at the female warrior clad in silver armor, exuding a strong, cold killing intent. Don't worry, I'm legendary. The female warrior nodded, her expression resolute. With her long sword plunged into the ground, standing straight like a spear, resembling a war goddess, making it hard for anyone to meet her gaze. Hearing this, Shawn felt reassured, then picked up the famous sword Thunderstorm and transformed into an afterimage, swiftly darting in one direction at an astonishing speed. As for this famous sword Thunderstorm, it was the weapon of Shiryu in his lifetime, and after the battle yesterday, Arari had taken a liking to it, so Shawn brought it back. Whoosh whoosh. Moments later, Shawn's figure appeared in front of a castle, looking up at the building with a glint of cold light in his eyes. Just moments ago, during the brief contact in the bathroom, he had planted corpse poison on Momonosuke, which could be tracked by moths. Following the moths' sensing, Shawn would soon be able to find the exact location where Momonosuke was staying. At this time, inside the castle, in a girl's bedroom, Momonosuke was lying in the arms of a sweet-looking nurse, coquettishly saying, "Sister, sister, I feel uncomfortable all over. Can you give me a massage? Please." "All right, you little rascal. But after the massage, you must leave quickly. I have work to do." The sweet nurse smiled slightly, nodded, and then reached out her delicate white hand to start massaging Momonosuke. Feeling the soft little hands touching his body, Momonosuke's face turned red, but he was secretly delighted. This sister's little hand is so soft and elastic. It feels so good. The way she massages is really nice. In less than 3 minutes, Tazuzu couldn't help but let out a pleasurable hum, his face filled with an expression of extreme enjoyment. "You are such a naughty little guy." The sweet and beautiful nurse saw Peach's reaction, and her face instinctively turned red. Unable to help herself, she playfully scolded. "Hee hee hee. Who told you that the nurse sister is so pretty?" Peach Boy said with a grin, his tone revealing a hint of mischief, making the female nurse feel both shy and sweet. "All right, stop teasing. Sister still has very important work to do." After a long time, the sweet nurse stopped the massage and playfully scolded. However, as soon as she finished speaking, that person suddenly rolled over, lying on her chest, with hands pretending to unconsciously grope, burying his head in it, greedily inhaling the fragrance on her body. "Oh dear, you little rascal, don't mess around." The sweet and beautiful nurse was taken aback by Momonosuke's sudden action, and then couldn't help but shyly shout out. At that moment, she didn't think of anything else. After all, in front of her was just an 8-year-old boy. So, she simply thought that the 8-year-old boy was just being mischievous. Hearing the other party's words, Momonosuke chuckled and continued to take advantage. At the same time, his hands were constantly groping the sweet and beautiful nurse's delicate body. "Little rascal, if you don't behave, big sister might get angry." Feeling the other person's increasingly excessive hand, the sweet nurse blushed furiously and glared at him, threatening in embarrassment and anger. Boom! Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open, and a figure appeared at the doorway. Looking at the scene before him, Xiaowen's lips curled into a wicked arc. On the other hand, Tao Jiju was startled by this sudden turn of events. His face changed dramatically, and he immediately scrambled to his feet in a panic. However, just as he got up, Xiaowen's fist had already slammed into his stomach, sending him flying against the wall, and then he fell to the ground. It hurt so much. Peach Boy clutched his stomach and let out a sharp, piercing scream, lying on the ground with a pale face, wailing in pain. "Who are you? How could you randomly hit someone and be so harsh on a little child?" The female nurse's face changed drastically, and she asked in a panic. It seems you still don't understand the situation." Xiao smiled faintly, and then his figure quickly appeared in front of Taoji's assistant, his entire aura suddenly bursting forth. Boom! Feeling the terrifying aura, TZ suddenly showed a look of horror, and his entire body unexpectedly transformed into a dragon, breaking through the ceiling of the bedroom. Seeing this scene, the sweet nurse was instantly frightened to the point of losing her color and fainted. Meanwhile, Peach Boy, who had transformed into dragon form, quickly soared into the sky and flew away into the distance. After a long time, he finally let out a sigh of relief. But at that moment, the scene before him startled him so much that his dragon eyes widened, and his entire dragon body swayed, almost causing him to fall from the sky. Because, at that moment, at this altitude of 1,000 meters, Peach Boy originally thought that even if Shawn was powerful, he wouldn't be able to catch up to him. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Have you ever heard of a palm technique that descends from the sky? At that moment, Shawn leaped from the ground like a rocket, quickly soaring upwards and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right in front of Tazizu. Then, before Tazizu could react, Shawn's right foot swiftly landed on the back of a large goose. The goose let out a sharp honk, allowing Shawn's body to gain momentum once more, propelling him even higher. Subsequently, a massive palm print descended from the sky, smashing down fiercely onto Tazizu's dragon body. Bang! Tamao's dragon form plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a massive deep pit. At the bottom of that pit, Tamao's body was completely buried underground, blood spraying from his mouth and staining the ground, leaving several drops of blood on the surface. Moreover, his dragon form was struck back to its original state. This is not over yet. How could Shawn let him die easily? The divine power of the eternal life realm slowly flowed in, hanging onto his life. Soon after, Peach Boy struggled to open his eyes. Looking at him, Shawn's lips curled into a wicked smile. You are Kazuki Momonosuke, aren't you? You might not know just how twisted I can be. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold glint flashed in Shawn's eyes, and he swiftly drew his famous sword Thunderstorm, chopping off 3 of Momonosuke's fingers. In an instant, blood splattered. A heart-wrenching pain spread from Momonosuke's body, forcing him to let out a piercing scream. This is not over yet. After chopping off his finger, Shawn's cold gaze fixed on the space between Peach's legs. Seeing Shawn's unfriendly look, Peach's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. His eyes filled with fear and horror. Draw the sword and slash. At that moment, with Shawn's voice ringing out, he suddenly swung down hard with his right hand gripping the famous sword Thunderstorm. Puff! Immediately, a spray of bright red blood shot out, and a severed little member fell from Peach's pants. At that moment, Peach Boy suddenly screamed in madness, his face as pale as death, his whole body twitching, the fear and horror in his eyes reaching an extreme. Seeing this scene, Shawn's expression didn't change much. Instead, he grinned wickedly and said, "This is just the beginning. Worse things are yet to come. Don't come over." Peach Boy couldn't help but move back, looking at Shawn with extreme terror in his eyes. Watching his frightened and scared appearance, Shawn's smile became even more sinister as he held the famous sword Thunderstorm in his right hand and walked towards Peach Boy. With each step he took, immense fear engulfed Peach Boy's heart. No, don't come over." Peach Boy begged repeatedly, his voice hoarse, trembling, and even somewhat weeping. Clearly, at this moment, his psychological defenses had completely collapsed. Meanwhile, the severed little member was still clutched tightly in his hand like a treasure, as if filled with hope for a future surgery to reattach it. Unfortunately, he had no chance left. At that moment, Shawn's actions pushed him to the brink of total collapse, his eyes wide open, his face filled with fear and despair as he looked at Shawn. He saw that the already severed little member was lifted by Shawn's famous sword, and under Peach Boy's gaze, Shawn swiftly swung his sword like a fruit ninja, instantly turning that severed little member into a pile of mush. It became a heap of fragments. Looking at the ground covered in flesh and blood, Peach Boy's eyes instantly widened, his pupils constricted, his face turning pale, filled with despair. Devil, you big devil, big pervert." As he looked at everything before him, the fear in Peach Boy's heart spread again, reaching an extreme, his whole body trembling, his face pale, shaking uncontrollably. However, there was not a shred of pity on Shawn's face. He merely looked coldly at Peach Boy, his eyes brimming with killing intent, and sneered. "Don't you like to take advantage of others? Don't you enjoy being a leech? Today, I will let you taste a different flavor." After saying that, Shawn's right hand slammed down, and the power of the Shura realm continuously surged into the ground. In less than a moment, a young man wearing golden armor, holding a spear, with a handsome face and a tall stature, appeared before him, exuding a sense of righteousness, like a general on the battlefield. Looking at this young man in golden armor, Peach Boy's pupils slightly contracted, his heart violently twitching as he sensed a strong aura of danger emanating from him. "Go, let him experience what true suffering is," Shawn said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored youth's eyes flashed with excitement. He then charged towards Peach Boy with his spear, the sharp wind generated by the spear causing the surrounding air to crackle. At this moment, Shawn instinctively turned around, seemingly not wanting to witness the next scene. A flash of cold light preceded, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Just as he turned around, the golden-armored warrior had already reached Peach Boy, the spear in his hand piercing towards Peach Boy's rear with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Seeing this, Peach Boy's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing intense fear as his whole body involuntarily convulsed. In the next second, The spear pierced in, and the scene was extremely vulgar. A piercing scream suddenly echoed from all directions, filled with intense fear and trembling. Peach Boy slumped to the ground, curled up, looking at Shawn with a face full of terror. The fear in his eyes had reached its limit, leaving no room for any other thoughts. This gruesome torment was simply more unbearable than killing him. Looking at Momonosuke on the ground, Shawn's eyes flickered with a cruel sneer. He then slowly crouched down, grabbed his hair, and yanked it hard. Crack! A crisp sound of bones shattering echoed, accompanied by Momonosuke's piercing scream, spreading through every corner around. As the screams continued, Momonosuke's thick, black long hair was torn apart inch by Shawn's pulling, resembling a chicken's nest. Blood flowed continuously from Momonosuke's scalp. A shocking sight, as Momonosuke's screams grew louder and more tragic. The smile on Shawn's face resembled that of a true devil, filled with ferocity. Just then, Shawn suddenly released his grip. Bang! Momonosuke fell straight to the ground, head down, frothing at the mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. There was no hint of sympathy in Shawn's eyes as he swung his famous blade, Thunderstorm, once more. Swish! A series of sharp sounds pierced the air, and at that moment, the screams abruptly ceased. In the next second, the chilling cries gradually faded away, leaving only pools of thick blood and a cold corpse. Shawn slowly stood up, cleaned the blood from his blade, and quickly disappeared with the young man wielding the spear from the area. After a while, Shawn reappeared near the previous location. But at this moment, his brows were tightly knitted, because, during the torment of Momonosuke, he sensed that the Grim Reaper he had summoned earlier to deal with the assassins had actually been killed. This was still the first time he encountered such a situation. It should be known that every time he summoned the undead, they possessed considerable strength. Even when facing some strong enemies, he could easily fend them off. However, now he had been defeated by someone. This meant that among the assassins this time, there were powerful existences, likely at the level of a general. Interesting. I wonder who I will encounter this time. Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. He stomped his foot, and his figure shot forward like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. 100 meters away from where Arei and the female general were, Shawn stopped. And soon after, the young man with the spear followed closely behind. At this moment, 100 meters ahead of them, Arei and the female general were surrounded by people. To protect Arei, the female general already had a visible wound on her arm and shoulder, her face pale as paper, clearly indicating she had suffered a serious injury. It seemed that this enemy was quite powerful. The group of people surrounding them were all dressed in long black coats and high hats, each looking extremely serious, with a hint of pressure in their eyes, making them seem less like ordinary pirates and more like a well-trained organization. In front of this group stood a tall man with short black hair, a scruffy beard, and a staff blade in hand. There was a striking X-shaped scar on his forehead, which looked quite alarming. At that moment, the man suddenly opened his previously closed eyes, revealing the whites of his eyes. He looked at the surrounded Arei and the female general and said with a very polite smile, "Beautiful lady, what kind of person are you? What color is your dress? And what does your exquisite face look like? If my eyes are not blind, I would really like to appreciate you in person. It is truly intriguing. Your curiosity ends here." Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out from a distance. In the next moment, Shawn stepped forward, a charming smile appearing on his lips. "So, it's the new Admiral Fujitora. When did you start doing such despicable and shameless kidnapping activities? This is truly surprising." As he spoke, Shawn calmly approached Arei, tightly holding her hand, giving her a strong sense of security. As for the blind man in front of him, Shawn had already recognized him. He was originally a member of the Navy and had been seen in the newspapers conducting recruitment activities around the world since the end of the Marineford War, preparing to recruit and train new warriors for the future. Moreover, just recently, Shawn had seen news in the latest newspaper. He never expected that shortly after the Marineford War ended, both Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp had resigned and left. Now, both old partners were living a life where they turned a deaf ear to worldly affairs, focusing only on enjoying donuts. Furthermore, former Admiral Akiji had also laid down his armor and returned to a peaceful life, completely leaving the Navy headquarters. Currently, the entire Navy headquarters had undergone significant changes. Former Admiral Akainu, having performed exceptionally during the Marineford War, was promoted to Fleet Admiral, while the positions of the 3 admirals were taken by Fujitora, who was promoted to Admiral due to his global recruitment efforts, along with Ryakujiu and a laid-back Kizaru. The rapidity of these changes was closely related to one person. This person is Arei. Under the secret investigation of CP0, the Gorosei has now become aware of Erie's existence and also knows that she may possess terrifying powers within her. They have concluded that this pure and gentle Erie could very well be the greatest Achilles heel of the great demon Shawn. As long as they can kidnap Erie and study the powers within her, or use her to threaten the great demon Shawn, then the Navy will face no obstacles and will ultimately use this power to dominate the entire world. The order to kidnap the girl was ultimately issued by the Five Elders. However, it was unexpected that when this order, which used the kidnapping of a girl as a strategy, reached the ears of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters, he was filled with anger and disdain. This approach completely contradicted the representation of justice. Originally planning to address the aftermath of the war, he was once again extremely disappointed with the world government and immediately submitted his resignation. Ultimately, the entire Navy headquarters turned into the situation it is now. Fujitora was the first choice for this mission. At that moment, as soon as the words were spoken, everyone saw Shawn appear, and their gazes immediately fell upon him, each eye filled with resentment, clearly harboring deep hatred for Shawn. After all, many of them had witnessed the brutality of the Marineford War, and for many, the animosity towards the demon Shawn had reached its peak. Of course, fear and trepidation were also their deepest emotions at that moment. Sean smiled fondly, handed the famous sword Thunderstorm to Erie, and said teasingly, "The last person who had designs on her has already died a miserable death at my hands. It seems you all have quite the nerve." As Shawn spoke, his tone was chilling, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed about to burst forth. Upon hearing Shawn's words, Admiral Fujitora finally spoke, smiling and saying, "Lord Shawn, this era will undoubtedly welcome a new chapter under the banner of justice. Pirates will ultimately be reduced to the dust of history. This is unchangeable. So, Lord Shawn, you'd better put away this barbaric and tyrannical heart of yours soon." While speaking, Fujitora gathered gravity onto his sword, then suddenly swung his staff sword, instantly tearing apart the air in front of him, creating a fissure several meters wide. Gravity blade, heavy tiger. Then Fujitora's staff sword struck down fiercely, and immediately a fissure several meters long was torn open, accompanied by a howling sound, sweeping toward Shawn. Watching the gravity forming in front of him, Shawn's lips curled slightly. He gently extended his right hand, and just as the gravity blade, Heavy Tiger's attack was about to approach, he casually drew the famous sword Thunderstorm from Erie's hand and executed an extremely peculiar sword technique. Subsequently, the fearsome attack of Gravity Blade, Heavy Tiger was surprisingly deflected, finally crashing down onto a nearby rock, shattering a stone several meters high into pieces. When they saw Shawn casually deflecting Admiral Fujitora's attack, the surrounding soldiers pretending to be Navy personnel suddenly had their eyes wide open, disbelief etched on their faces, utterly shocked. Admiral Fujitora's attack was completely deflected. How is that possible? I know all too well how powerful the Gravity Blade, Heavy Tiger, is. How could it be so easily resolved by the opponent? Damn, could it be that this guy's strength is truly that formidable? Witnessing Shawn's power, the crowd was filled with shock. Among them, although there were soldiers who had participated in the Marineford War, many were new recruits recently drafted by Fujitora. These newcomers had no idea what had happened after the war, so they knew nothing about Shawn's specific strength, only that he should be quite strong. At this moment, when they saw Shawn easily deflecting Admiral Fujitora's attack, they were all in disbelief, filled with shock and incredulity. Even Fujitora was somewhat surprised, showing interest in Shawn's seemingly effortless technique. "Admiral Fujitora, give it up. Your Paramecia-type heavy fruit ability is strong, but it's still not enough in front of me. If you persist and refuse to listen to advice, I'm afraid you and your soldiers will soon meet your end on the island of Dressrosa." Shawn glanced at Fujitora casually. Speaking in a calm tone, he never shows mercy to enemies. However, once he has someone in his heart, he becomes mindful of all his actions. At this moment, he did not want to unleash a massacre in front of Erie. "Justice will not weaken because of your words, Lord Shawn. We will not let you leave Dressrosa so easily." After speaking, Fujitora stomped his right foot, and instantly, a circle of invisible ripples spread out, compressing the gravity of the entire ground to its extreme. Journey to Hell. As Fujitora's words fell again, it was as if the surrounding gravity had received some kind of signal, all rushing towards Shawn at an incredibly fast speed, enveloping Shawn, Erie, the female officer, and the young man with the spear entirely, instantly restricting their movements. Moreover, the restricting gravity seemed to grow stronger. Once Admiral Fujitora's journey to hell is unleashed, It truly is terrifying. Indeed, this extreme gravity suppression would be difficult for even the demon Shawn to break through. Look, that female officer seems to be unable to hold on much longer. Indeed, the one with the spear also looked like they were nearing their limit. Seeing this, Fujitora's subordinates began to gloat. Clearly, they understood the power of Fujitora's move. However, watching this scene, there was little fluctuation in Shawn's eyes instead. A faint smile appeared on his face. Let them be strong. A gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. I will do as I please. Who can control me? As soon as the words fell, Shawn's lips curved into a smile. He then slowly raised Thunderstorm high in the air, and amidst everyone's gaze, he raised it high, while the power of the universe surged wildly. Thunderstorm is more suited for rainy days. As Shawn's words fell, the sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, and lightning crackled. A torrential rain accompanied by lightning descended in an instant. Watching the pouring rain, everyone in Dressrosa, whether from Fujitora's side or the distant island residents, widened their eyes, revealing a look of disbelief. The heavy rain came in a truly bizarre manner, accompanied by numerous thunder and lightning. Moreover, the power of the thunder and lightning was immense. Within moments, many large trees were struck and broken in half, and even a building was reduced to rubble. Thunder Dragon. At that moment, with a low shout from Shao and the famous sword Thunderstorm held tightly in his palm, suddenly pointed sharply at the sky. Then, strands of purple lightning rapidly gathered towards the tip of the sword, and in the blink of an eye, a gigantic purple thunder dragon, nearly 100 meters long, appeared above the blade of Thunderstorm. Watching this scene, the pupils of the entire Dressrosa crowd constricted violently, revealing intense shock. Young master, what kind of monster has come to the island, possessing such terrifying power? On the observation deck of a high-end venue, a frail old man stared at the enormous thunder dragon with wide eyes, full of astonishment, unable to help but exclaim in horror. Fufufu, of course. It's the work of the great devil, Shao En. How interesting, I didn't expect the Navy headquarters to seem to have changed their strategy this time. Looking at the stormy sky and the figure of Eri beside Shao En, Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and a faint smile appeared on his lips. During the Marineford War, he had personally witnessed the terrifying power of the great devil Shao En. Thus, he was quite familiar with the ability to summon lightning. Moreover, if it weren't for Shao En's eagerness to break through the defense line to rescue Ace back then, he probably wouldn't have survived at all. For such a ruthless person, Doflamingo preferred to keep his distance. Besides, in recent days, he had already learned that Shao En had set foot on Dressrosa Island and had witnessed the bloody scene of the Blackbeard pirates being slaughtered en masse. He even knew that Momonosuke had been killed by Shao En. Momonosuke was someone he had been pursuing because the kid had eaten a man-made devil fruit in his factory, and that factory produced man-made devil fruits as part of his deal with the Yonko Kaido. Kaido wanted to create a powerful zoo army. However, he never expected that this greedy and lecherous kid would provoke the great devil Shao En. Moreover, he had not escaped from the hands of the great devil Shao En and ultimately met a tragic end. Young master, should we help Admiral Fujitora? At that moment, a shadow beside him suddenly spoke up. Fufufu, there is no need for that. In front of the great devil Shao En, we have no qualifications to intervene. After hearing this, Doflamingo chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Then, turning around, he picked up a glass of rum and said casually, as for dealing with the great devil Shao En, let Kaido handle it. Just then, the rain poured down and the thunder roared. The purple thunder dragon above Shao and sword Thunderstorm grew larger and more solid. It was as if a real Dragon King was roaring, releasing a powerful aura from the sky that made everyone in Dressrosa feel a surge of fear, their hearts racing and breathing becoming heavy, with expressions of extreme shock on their faces. Is this a real dragon? How can lightning form a true dragon? It's terrifying. Under everyone's gaze, the giant dragon formed of purple lightning rampaged through the air, letting out deafening roars as if venting its inner fury. And at the moment the purple giant dragon appeared, Admiral Fujitora's expression suddenly changed. Although his eyes could not see, his observation Haki was incredibly strong, and he could clearly sense that the purple lightning dragon, though merely an illusion, contained an incredibly terrifying and powerful aura, almost as if it were a true divine dragon. Moreover, most importantly, at the moment this dragon appeared, his gravity ability had completely vanished. This situation caused Admiral Fujitora's brows to furrow deeply, his eyes flashing with intense shock, because the purple lightning giant dragon in front of him was an elemental existence, in the face of elementalization. His gravity had no attachment point and could not exert any effect. Go, send these annoying guys away. At this moment, Shawn suddenly swung the sword thunderstorm forward. Subsequently, the purple giant dragon seemed to have received an order, roaring toward the sky, baring its fangs and claws, and charged down towards the crowd below. Roar! As the roar of the giant dragon echoed throughout Dressrosa Island, the massive purple dragon swooped down with immense force. Not good. Everyone, scatter. Feeling the overwhelming pressure descending, Fujitori's subordinates all changed their expressions drastically. One by one, they retreated, trying to avoid colliding with the purple dragon. Bang, 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 bang. However, the speed of the purple dragon was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed in, and amidst the horrified screams, those attempting to dodge the purple dragon's attack didn't have time to escape and were all devoured by the dragon. Piercing screams erupted, blood splattered everywhere, and life after life fell victim to the dragon's jaws. So brutal, they didn't even have a chance to resist. Watching the scene before them, many people on Dressrosa were instantly horrified. In their eyes, the purple dragon seemed like a killing machine. Where it went, blood and flesh flew, leaving no survivors. For a moment, many people on Dressrosa Island, even if they were not at the scene, were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat, their faces as pale as paper, their legs trembling uncontrollably, appearing on the verge of collapse. Admiral Fujitora, save me, please save me. At this moment, a young soldier, his face filled with terror, rushed towards Fujitora. Puff! However, before he could finish his words, the purple dragon's claws tore through the air and grabbed the young soldier, then crushed him into dust with a single squeeze. Witnessing this scene, everyone on Dressrosa Island gasped in shock, their eyes wide open as they gazed at the purple dragon hovering in the sky, filled with feelings of awe and terror. Go back. At that moment, Shawn spoke softly. As his voice echoed, the purple lightning dragon emitted a low growl. Then it turned around and flew towards the sky, transforming into a purple light that vanished into the clouds in the blink of an eye. The rain and dark clouds gradually dissipated, and the sky finally returned to clear. Seeing this, everyone on Dressrosa breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I thought that giant dragon was coming for us. Yeah, it scared me to death. Sigh, don't mention it. I almost peed myself. Get lost. No wonder my shoes are wet. Watching the disappearing purple dragon in the sky, everyone in Dressrosa let out a long sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate and patting their chests in lingering fear. Admiral Fujitora, kidnapping Eriri was the dumbest decision you ever made. All your soldiers perished because of your foolishness. If this is what you call justice, then I truly feel sorry for them. Shawn looked at Fujitora, his tone cold and filled with sarcasm. Hearing Shawn's mockery, Fujitora's expression slightly faltered. However, he did not defend himself, because Shawn's words were indeed the truth. If he had made even the slightest change in his actions just now, or listened to Shawn and left, his soldiers would definitely have suffered no harm. Unfortunately, being on the side of justice sometimes leaves no choice. You can go back and tell Akainu that sooner or later I will twist off his dog head and kick it like a ball. And by the way, tell him that if for the next time, I do not recommend the world government to continue existing. Shawn said indifferently once again. Hearing Shawn's threat, the muscles on Fujitora's face trembled violently, clearly shaken by Shawn's arrogant words. After a moment, he regained his composure, let out a heavy sigh, and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It is indeed a blessing that I cannot see. There are too many despicable and dirty things in this world. I will certainly convey your words, Sir Shawn, as they are. After saying this, Admiral Fujitora slowly left the scene. In this battle, the defeat was so disgraceful that it was undoubtedly a deliberate sacrifice. Fujitora's mood also plummeted. With the departure of Fujitora, Shawn took Eriri back to the hotel room. Shawn, I'm so tired, Eriri said, leaning pale against Shawn's chest, gently closing her eyes, looking very exhausted. Sean Fronith, his right hand touching her smooth forehead, finding it extremely hot, which made his heart sink. This situation indicated that she was being eroded by dragon blood. Once Eriri could no longer resist, she would gradually dragonify, at which point she would truly become a mindless dragon king filled with a murderous aura. In her world, Eriri could only temporarily suppress the dragon blood in her body by injecting serum from a Deadpool fetus, preventing her from losing her sanity and becoming a bloodthirsty monster. However, in this world, there was no serum from a Deadpool fetus available for her injection. After thinking for a moment, Shawn immediately held Eriri, placing his right hand on her wrist, continuously channeling divine power from the realm of longevity into Arari, causing her originally hot body to cool rapidly, and her weak state soon disappeared. However, even for Shawn, he could only temporarily use divine power from the realm of longevity to suppress her, and could not eliminate the dragon blood within her. This dragon blood was too domineering and spread throughout Arari's body. If forcefully replaced or removed, her life would be in great danger. Moreover, her body was formed from Shawn's Shura realm divine power and was not a truly suitable vessel for blood. Any arbitrary replacement could cause it to collapse immediately. Therefore, if he wanted to eliminate the dragon blood within Arari, the only way was to find a purer and more domineering bloodline to reshape her blood and meridians and activate the power of her bloodline. At that time, even if she came from the realm of the dead, even if her body was formed from Shura realm divine power, Shawn could help her reshape her body and achieve resurrection. It seems I need to work harder to unlock the primal realm divine power soon. With this thought, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Shawn's mind, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a while Arari was taking a bath, Shawn quickly arrived at an open area. Then he placed his right hand on the ground, and divine power from the Shura realm continuously surged into the earth below. In less than a moment, several cracks appeared in the ground before Shawn, and then with a crisp sound, 13 eerie figures emerged from the ground. Each figure was filled with a strong aura of slaughter, radiating an overwhelming killing intent like Shura. The foremost was an extremely alluring woman with a snake body, exuding a wild and seductive aura. To her right was a hot-bodied beauty dressed in tight leather pants and a short leather top, her two snow-white, rounded legs lifting the hem high, revealing a charming waist, and she held two guns in her hands. On the left was a man in black, shrouded in black mist, with a fierce, ghostly face that was chilling in the pitch-black night, and behind him was a character representing his racial surname. In addition to these three, a cloaked figure in a black robe also caught attention. This person emitted faint traces of a deathly aura that made people dare not approach, and on his shoulder, he carried a giant scythe, the blade radiating a cold silver light, extremely sharp. Medusa, go ahead and destroy those factories and miscellaneous fish. Looking at the beautiful woman with a human upper body and a snake tail, Shawn's lips curved into a cruel and evil smile. Upon hearing Shawn's command, the snake woman named Medusa flicked her tail and immediately laughed. A powerful man is indeed full of charm. Don't worry, I will do my best to clear all obstacles for you. Medusa's voice was filled with excitement. Then, she led the 12 people beside her and quickly left, heading toward the location on Dressrosa Island. Watching Medusa and the others disappear into the distance, a faint smile appeared on Shawn's lips. Moments later, when he returned to the hotel room, Arari was soaking in the bathtub. The bathroom was filled with steam, creating a hazy and mysterious atmosphere throughout the room. At this moment, Arari was submerged in the warm bathtub, her graceful body soaking within, evoking endless imagination. Especially now, Arari's fair skin was emanating a faint fragrance, covered in shimmering water droplets. Staring at the beauty lying in the bathtub, Shawn's throat involuntarily swallowed, a feeling of dryness sweeping through his entire body, making him feel an irresistible impulse. However, this impulse was quickly suppressed by him. Although Arari's beauty was enough to stir his heart, Shawn generally wouldn't force himself. After all, he was not an impulsive person and did not want to occupy Arari's body under such circumstances. With this in mind, Shawn took a deep breath, then quickly walked to the bed and sat down, closing his eyes to rest and prepare to recover from the fatigue caused by summoning a large number of undead. Before long, the bathroom door suddenly opened, splashing water everywhere, and a wonderfully tempting body slowly walked out. At this moment, Arari was still not wearing any cover, only wrapping a white towel around her waist, revealing a large area of her jade-like skin and slender waist. Her delicate chest trembled with each breath, exuding deadly temptation. And combined with her beautifully curved, flawless face, she looked like a work of art, full of unique charm. At this moment, Arari's cheeks were still adorned. Why at this moment? Arari had already walked to the bedside, glanced at Shawn, and then sat on the bed. Her soft body pressed tightly against Shawn's, behaving as obediently as a little cat. Feeling Arari's softness and inhaling the faint fragrance from a strand of her hair, Shawn couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, his heartbeat accelerating sharply, and a wave of heat rising within him, as if a raging fire was swirling inside his body. However, just then, looking at the proficiency on the system panel in his mind that was constantly refreshing, Shawn's mind instantly returned to a normal state. Shura Realm Divine Power, great accomplishment, proficiency 79. 22 Shura Realm Divine Power, great accomplishment, proficiency 80. 63 Shura Realm Divine Power, great accomplishment, proficiency 81. 96 Before this, his Shura Realm Divine Power had been gradually increasing since he summoned the Flying General Lu Bu and the Divine Steed Redhair during the War on Top. Now, after so many days and having summoned various undead, his Shura Realm Divine Power had already reached the Great Accomplishment stage. However, the further he went, the slower the proficiency increased. Unexpectedly, this time, the maximum summon of 15 high-level undead actually caused that slowly progressing proficiency list to jump again. Now, in just a moment, the proficiency of Shura Realm Divine Power was rapidly increasing, which made Shawn feel overjoyed. At this speed, it wouldn't be long before he could reach the state of great perfection. Unfortunately, aside from Aerie as a special case, summoning 15 undead at the same time was already Shawn's maximum limit at the moment. Besides Medusa and the 13 others, there were also the spearman Chikawa and the female General Hua Mulan standing guard outside, and having 15 high-level undead existing simultaneously was already Shawn's greatest capacity. Meanwhile, near an important munitions factory of the Don Quixote family, under the leadership of Medusa, Soul Voidchild, Miss Misfortune, and the Akatsuki member Haydn, a total of 13 figures swiftly moved towards a building ahead. This building is one of the top structures in this industrial fortress and is the largest munitions factory of Don Quixote da Flamingo, located in the southeast corner of the industrial fortress. It covers an area of approximately 3,000 square meters, surrounded by a ring of buildings that set up 5 working areas, each with over 100 strong men armed with weapons. There are also various defensive measures in place to prevent enemies from breaking in. At this moment, on one of the floors of this building, there are 6 people, and in the center of these 6 individuals, an elderly man dressed in a gray-brown suit and wearing round glasses is directing his subordinates. The elderly man was Dixoff, the head of the arms factory, responsible for its security and defense, and a formidable manager. A group of useless individuals. The young master had already instructed that this task must be expedited and completed as soon as possible. Yet, you've only completed 50% by now. How am I supposed to explain this? Looking at his subordinates, Dixoff roared, his deep voice reverberating throughout the room, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Hearing the angry shout, 5 subordinates immediately lowered their heads, not daring to offer a single rebuttal. Seeing his subordinates bowing their heads, Dixoff's expression improved significantly, and he snorted coldly. He then turned to a well-endowed woman beside him and said patiently, "Mana, this is a critical period. I heard that the bounty of 2 billion on the demon Shawn has recently landed on Dressrosa Island. This person is extremely violent, and we must ensure safety measures are in place. Additionally, you must urge all workers to speed up the production of this batch of arms." "Yes, Mr. Dixoff, please rest assured I will complete the task." Mana nodded and replied, Dixoff nodded in satisfaction, then coughed twice and said, "All right, go back to work for now. Mana, come to my office later." "Yes." Everyone bowed and then left. These useless individuals are becoming more and more incompetent. Watching his subordinates leave, Dixoff's expression darkened as he cursed silently in his heart and walked towards the factory's exit. However, just as he opened the heavy door, he saw 13 unfamiliar figures appear before him. "Who are you?" Dixoff's face changed dramatically at this sudden turn of events. Medusa flashed a charming smile, playfully extending her delicate finger to point at Dixoff's nose, saying, "Of course, we're here to take your life." As soon as she finished speaking, Medusa's alluring snake tail instantly wrapped around Dixoff's neck, pulling him towards her. With a crack, the snake tail then violently slammed him to the ground. In the next moment, Dixoff's neck was twisted by Medusa's snake tail, killing him on the spot in a gruesome manner, unable to even cry for help. Looking at the corpse before her, Medusa's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she then said to the other 12, "Let's go. Let's continue to enjoy the thrill of battle." As soon as she finished speaking, the 13 figures rushed into the core area of the arms factory like ghosts. The core area of the arms factory is a crucial department and the most secretive place, which is why a few powerful managers are stationed there. When the 13 figures appeared, these managers immediately sensed it. Who are they? How dare they intrude into the Don Quixote family's arms factory? Almost immediately, several authoritative voices echoed from the surroundings. "Kill." However, the only response they received was a cold word from Medusa, and then the 13 figures moved swiftly, instantly causing several streams of blood to spurt out. All of those figures were the managers who had just spoken. They didn't even have time to send a distress signal before being killed in an instant. Naturally, this commotion was enormous, and the factory's alarm system was triggered immediately. In less than a moment, over 500 strong men responsible for the factory gathered from all directions. In a short time, 500 to 600 men surrounded Medusa and the others. However, before they could launch an attack, they saw the 13 figures swiftly wielding their weapons. Blood Array, Shredding Punishment, Soul Devour, Enjoy the Blessing of Misfortune, Under a Hail of Bullets, Death Storm, Soul Biting Hand. Waves of destructive attacks erupted from the hands of the 13, like shooting stars, instantly killing 1/5 of the strong men. The remaining 500 strong men, witnessing their companions being killed in an instant, turned pale with fear and shock. This shocking scene soon reached the ears of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Young master, bad news. The arms factory has been attacked. Just now, the arms factory was assaulted by a group of mysterious individuals in strange attire, and 500 of our men have already died at their hands. Moreover, these people are heading towards the laboratory for artificial devil fruits. A burly man with a somewhat dark complexion rushed in front of Doflamingo, panic written all over his face. What? 500 subordinates are dead. Hearing his subordinates report, Doflamingo's eyes widened slightly in shock. Clearly, he was also very astonished by the situation reported by his subordinate. Young master, these people are not simple. What should we do now? The burly man asked anxiously. Doflamingo took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anger, and coldly said, "Gather everyone and head to the laboratory immediately." The Artificial Devil Fruit Laboratory is one of his largest enterprises and an important collaboration with the Yonko Kaido. It must not go wrong. While the battle raged outside, inside the room, Shawn, holding Arari, felt increasingly excited, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. Shura World Divine Power, Great Accomplishment, Proficiency 96. 63 Shura World Divine Power, Great Accomplishment, Proficiency 97. 59 Shura World Divine Power, Great Accomplishment, Proficiency 98. 47 Ding, Shura World Divine Power, Perfection. Proficiency 100. With the final ding of the system, Shawn's eyes suddenly brightened. He had reached the realm of perfection. As long as he triggered the task, he could unlock the next stage of the original World Divine Power. The original World Divine Power is a power of an ancient divine beast, awakening the corresponding divine beast bloodline based on personal physique, and this power is extremely domineering and strong, possessing super strong attack and defense capabilities. Once mastered, it could be said to be a true immortal body. Ding. Task triggered. Seize the artificial devil fruit. Unlock the original world divine power at this moment. The system's voice rang again, causing Shawn's eyes to narrow slightly, a joyful expression appearing on his face. The task was triggered at just the right time, allowing him to unlock the original world divine power today. When the time comes, as long as he injects this ancient divine beast power into Aries' body, he could suppress or even fuse with the dragon blood inside her, and after nurturing her with his longevity world divine power, it wouldn't take long to reshape her body and achieve resurrection. Moreover, it would be the strongest resurrection. With this thought, Shawn felt elated. Shawn, what's wrong? Noticing Shawn's emotional fluctuations, Arari leaned against him, her delicate fingers tracing a few words on his chest. Let's go. It won't be long before you won't have to fear the erosion of dragon blood. Shawn held her hand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and then had Arari put on her clothes as they headed towards Doflamingo's artificial devil fruit laboratory. Bastards, who the hell are you? At this moment, in a laboratory of the artificial devil fruits, several members of the Don Quixote family stared in shock at the sudden intrusion of 13 figures, their expressions changing drastically as they asked warily, "Fools, so much nonsense." However, what answered him was a cold snort from Soul Void, followed by a terrifying black aura of death that instantly surged from Soul Void's body, rushing towards the few people in front. In the blink of an eye, those few were reduced to ashes under the encroaching black mist. Soul Void and the others did not stop at all and continued toward the center of the laboratory. 5 colored threads. Super Strike Whip. At that moment, several sharp threads suddenly shot out from behind the 13, capable of easily slicing a person into pieces. Fufufu. You destroyed my arms factory, and you still want to leave alive? At the same time, a sinister and eerie laughter suddenly echoed. In the next second, Don Quixote Doflamingo appeared at the entrance of the laboratory, followed by many of his subordinates. Looking at the Medusa 13 in front of them, everyone wore a gruesome, bloodthirsty smile, their gazes towards the Medusa 13 as if they were looking at corpses. Bang! However, no one expected that in that instant, a sword light appeared out of nowhere, instantly severing those threads. Subsequently, a famous sword, carrying a sharp momentum, was slanted in front of Doflamingo, preventing anyone from approaching. Seeing the sudden appearance of the famous sword, Doflamingo's pupils abruptly constricted. This weapon is something he is very familiar with. It is the famous sword Thunderstorm that originally belonged to Rangi Shilio. After Rangi Shilio's death, this famous sword Thunderstorm was taken away by Shawn and Arai. The appearance of this famous sword Thunderstorm in front of him clearly indicates that the great demon Shawn has arrived. The great demon Shawn. At this moment, Doflamingo, realizing this problem, quickly turned around. When he saw Shawn and Arai walking towards the laboratory, his expression instantly became extremely unpleasant, and the muscles on his face twitched involuntarily. Hee, King of Dressrosa, long time no see. Seeing Doflamingo, Shawn was not surprised at all. In his eyes, Doflamingo was not a threat at all. To him, Doflamingo had always been a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As Shawn approached, Medusa and the others also stepped back, clearing a path for Shawn, allowing him to smoothly walk into the front of the laboratory. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, it was obvious that the owners of these 13 figures were Shawn. Medusa, go ahead and kill them all. Don't spare anything except for the devil fruit. Just as Doflamingo's gaze fell on Shawn, Shawn casually said to Medusa beside him, "Understood." Hearing Shawn's words, Medusa nodded, her charming face flashing with immense excitement. Then, her delicate body swayed, transforming into an alluring figure, rushing towards the core area of the laboratory with the other 12. Seeing this, Doflamingo's face twitched violently. If these 13 figures belonged to another force, he wouldn't be afraid of offending them. But if it was the great demon Shawn, then even the entire Don Quixote family and the 7 warlords combined might not be able to resist and would even face a disaster. Fufufu. The great demon Shawn is indeed arrogant enough. I think we can sit down and talk. At this moment, Doflamingo took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and then said to Shawn. Listening to Doflamingo's words, Shawn ignored him and took Arai's small hand, sitting down on a nearby leather sofa. Seeing that Shawn did not acknowledge his intention, a hint of awkwardness appeared on Doflamingo's face, but quickly dissipated. Besides being a member of the 7 warlords, he was also a businessman, and businessmen always know how to assess the situation. The only thing he could do now was to stabilize this calamity known as Shawn first. Cough, cough, cough. Thinking of this, Doflamingo coughed twice, forcing a difficult smile on his face, and said to Shawn, "Your Excellency, the great demon. What happened just now was a complete misunderstanding. I had no intention of harming them. Oh, they raided your arms factory and broke into the laboratory, and you don't mind?" Shawn raised an eyebrow, looking at Doflamingo with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's smile became even more forced. In his eyes, Shawn was like a madman, and he dared not provoke this madman. He could only endure. After pondering for a moment, Doflamingo slowly spoke. "This is a misunderstanding. Please, Your Excellency, the great demon, show mercy and do not pursue this matter. I can give you whatever you want." Oh, upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Shawn's eyes suddenly sparkled. "Then what can you give me?" Doflamingo's expression slightly changed at this question, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you the most successful artificial devil fruit, and I can even make the entire Don Quixote family your subordinates." Oh, the most successful artificial devil fruit. Hearing this, Shawn raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. That's right, this devil fruit was actually created jointly by Dr. Vegapunk and Dr. Caesar, and has reached the standard of perfect quality. It is the ultimate secret of our laboratory. Seeing Shawn's somewhat wavering expression, Doflamingo let out a sigh of relief and quickly spoke. Just as he finished speaking, before Shawn could inquire about the specific information about the artificial devil fruit, he was interrupted by Doflamingo's subordinates. "Young master, no. Once this artificial devil fruit is revealed, the 4 Emperors Kaido will not let us go. Yes, young master. This artificial devil fruit must not be exposed. Moreover, our Don Quixote family absolutely cannot become someone else's vassal. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Don Quixote family." Upon hearing Doflamingo's proposal, several of his subordinates immediately stood up to oppose it. This artificial devil fruit is their top secret research that they kept from Kaido, known only to a few. Moreover, this artificial devil fruit was modeled after Kaido's Azure Dragon form. If it were to be exposed and Kaido found out, they would undoubtedly face certain death. However, just as these few finished speaking, Doflamingo's lips curled into a sinister smile, and then his 5 fingers suddenly extended. String, string. Instantly, 5 nearly transparent, thin threads shot out from his fingertips, rushing towards several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family. Upon seeing this, the few of them let out heart-wrenching screams. The 5 threads pierced through their bodies, causing them to collapse instantly, being sliced into numerous pieces. Blood, mixed with fragments of skin, splattered onto the ground, staining it red. Watching this scene, everyone around was shocked, especially Doflamingo's subordinates, who widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the corpses, their faces filled with incredulity. They never expected that the young master would kill several high-ranking family members over a disagreement. Fufufu noisy, observing the shocked expressions of those people. Doflamingo's lips curled into a cold arc again. He stepped forward and appeared before the last 3 who knew the secret, extending his 5 fingers once more. 5 threads shot out again, instantly piercing through the chests of these 3, killing them in an instant. Blood, mixed with internal organ fragments, splattered out, painting the space around them crimson. Watching this scene, Shawn's face remained expressionless as he casually observed Doflamingo's performance. How about it, Lord Demon? Is my sincerity enough? After Doflamingo killed several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, he looked at Shawn with a burning gaze, his face revealing a hopeful expression. It's acceptable. Take me to see that perfect artificial devil fruit. Shawn replied with a faint smile, while looking at Doflamingo's demeanor. Hearing Shawn's words, the stone in Doflamingo's heart finally fell. The reason he mentioned the ultimate secret right away was not only to please Shawn, but also to save his life. After all, Shawn had clearly instructed the 13 not to destroy the artificial devil fruit, which meant he was also interested in it. Moreover, if he couldn't satisfy Shawn at this moment, he would likely meet a gruesome fate like the others. Furthermore, with the new era approaching and warlords vying for power, the name of the great demon Shawn was the most resounding. Having a transaction or connection with him would be beneficial. At this moment, Doflamingo hurriedly led Shawn towards the basement on the right side of the laboratory. The basement door opened with a series of cracking sounds, and Doflamingo entered first, followed closely by Shawn and Arari. The hall in this basement is very spacious, about 100 meters long and approximately 10 meters wide, with around 36 rows of shelves. The shelves are filled with various types of equipment and instruments, as well as numerous specimens of all kinds, each looking very strange and filling the air with a suffocating sense of eeriness. In the center of the hall, there is a huge cylindrical glass enclosure, inside which lies a round object quietly. The fruit is entirely dark golden, covered with dense runes, each rune seemingly containing endless power, emitting a faint golden glow, appearing very sacred and making one hesitant to look directly at it. This artificial devil fruit took us years of research to develop, and we spent countless resources and invaluable materials to cultivate it. Its effect is referred to by Dr. Caesar as the ultimate defense. After saying this, Doflamingo gently stroked the round artificial devil fruit, his tone filled with pride, as if he were boasting about his masterpiece. Ultimate defense? Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Shawn couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, a hint of joy flickering deep within. Ultimate defense, as the name suggests, is to withstand all attacks and powers that surpass human limits, possessing unimaginable and perverse defensive capabilities. Very good. Receiving the artificial devil fruit, Shawn nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Primal Realm Divine Power. To Shawn's slight surprise, after this unlocking of the Primal Realm Divine Power, the gray unactivated status on the panel did not change. It remained gray, only the words unlocked changed to deactivated. Primal Realm Divine Power, deactivated, proficiency 0. Moments later, the system's voice came again. Primal Realm Divine Power has been unlocked. Would you like to activate the Divine Beast Bloodline immediately? Yes. No. Listening to the system's prompt, Shawn hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing no. It would be better to keep the activation of the Divine Beast Bloodline within Arari, as it would suppress her dragon blood, while also granting her stronger combat power. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ho ho ho, my lord, if this artificial devil fruit satisfies you, I think we can further cooperate. After all, my armory is spread all over the world. If needed, the Don Quixote family can completely collaborate deeply with the Whitebeard pirates. This is a surefire profit. I assenti it. Seeing Shawn silent, Doflamingo thought he was still not quite satisfied with the value of the artificial devil fruit and couldn't help but speak again, looking at Shawn hopefully, hoping for his affirmative response. Shawn heard this, slightly raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, saying, indeed, the wealth of the Don Quixote family is substantial. Let's do as you say. From now on, the armed forces of the Whitebeard pirates will be entirely handed over to you. At half the price. However, before that, at this point, Shawn paused, his gaze towards Doflamingo filled with malice. Then, his right hand suddenly landed on Doflamingo's shoulder, and a trace of the hidden realm divine power surged into Doflamingo's body, moving about within him, rampaging, eroding, and destroying. My lord, what is this? Feeling the strange sensation rising from within his body, Doflamingo couldn't help but gasp, a chill running straight from his feet to his head, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. You, someone who can kill your own companions, how could I fully trust you? However, considering you still show some sincerity, this poison will not act up for now. But each month, you will endure the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at your bones. 6 months later, if I do not personally suppress it for you, you will die from the poison. Shawn said lightly, of course, if you are willing to work for me, for a lifetime, this poison will never act up. Shawn spoke very slowly, but every word fell clearly into Doflamingo's ears, making him feel cold all over, and his hair stood on end. After all, the ruthless Shawn is merciless, and his methods are indeed hard to guard against. Very unpredictable. After saying this, Shawn walked out of the basement with a satisfied smile on his face, leaving a gloomy Doflamingo standing there. Meanwhile, under the invasion of Medusa and others, this laboratory had been completely destroyed, and many guards had been wiped out. Apart from some remaining research doctors, basically no one was left alive. As for the harvest of the artificial devil fruits, Medusa managed to gather about 12 artificial devil fruits. After careful selection, Shawn only kept 2 of the 12, discarding the rest as defective products. Adding to the one he called Ultimate Defense, Shawn now possessed 3 artificial devil fruits, all of which were animal-type artificial devil fruits. But he did not know their specific forms. Shortly after summoning back 13 figures, the 2 returned to the hotel before nightfall. Now that the primal realm divine power had been unlocked, he could fully input this power into Ares' body and then activate the divine beast bloodline to suppress or merge her dragon blood. Thinking of this, Shawn hesitated not at all and immediately placed both hands on Ares' back, forcefully channeling the primal realm divine power. Waves of primal realm divine power surged from Shawn's palms, injecting into Ares' body. Bang! However, at that moment, a massive repulsive force suddenly emanated from Ares' body, instantly expelling Shawn's primal realm divine power. What's going on? The dragon blood is so strong. Sensing this sudden outburst of abnormality, Shawn was slightly stunned, then immediately stopped the infusion of divine power. After 3 seconds, the system's voice unexpectedly sounded, causing his mouth to twitch and his ears to turn red. Yin and Yang combined. Hearing the system's prompt, many shameful images popped into Shawn's mind, and an awkward expression immediately appeared on his handsome face. Although Ares had been completely open with him, they had never confirmed a clear relationship. Moreover, Ares was naturally naive and had almost no understanding of romantic feelings between men and women. So, this sudden situation made him feel somewhat at a loss, unsure of how to respond. However, Shawn quickly regained his composure, his expression becoming much more serious. Because during this time, he had sensed Ares' life signs rapidly fading away. Although the longevity realm divine power could sustain her life, the damage caused by the dragon blood erosion was far beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Moreover, her physical body was solidified by the Azura realm divine power, which could not fully absorb the effects of the longevity realm divine power. Ares, shall we play a game? Saying this, Shawn had an embarrassed and awkward expression, looking like a lecherous man trying to lure an innocent girl. Shawn, is the game fun? Ares tilted her head, looking at Shawn with her innocent and adorable expression, making Shawn's heart race. But he did not forget the main issue and continued to endure the embarrassment, saying, it should be quite fun, but in the future, you can only play this game with me. Ares responded softly, then obediently sat on the sofa, looking all ears. You first lie on the bed. Then take off your white taffeta dress. Okay, done. What is next? Then I'm coming. After saying this, Shawn fidgeted for a moment, then slowly raised his hand, preparing to undo Ares' last piece of clothing. However, at that moment, Ares suddenly grabbed Shawn's arm, biting her red lip, looking at him shyly, and softly said, Shawn, I want to take a shower first. Okay. Seeing this, Shawn was slightly taken aback and instinctively nodded. However, at that moment, Ares suddenly jumped up from the bed, wrapped her arms around Shawn's neck, and quickly pecked his left cheek on her tiptoes before running away. Watching Ares' retreating figure, Shawn was stunned for a moment. Then he touched his face, looking completely bewildered. What on earth is this girl doing? Didn't she say she didn't understand romantic feelings between men and women? But it doesn't seem that way. With this thought, Shawn's face suddenly turned even more awkward. If she understands these things, then wasn't my behavior just now? It's simply embarrassing. On the other side, Aria rushed to the bathroom, looking at her delicate face in the mirror, her heart inexplicably fluttering. After taking several deep breaths to calm herself, Aria began to remove the only piece of pink lace lingerie she had on, revealing her fair and delicate skin along with her alluring curves. Then she stepped into the bathtub with her long, fair legs, soaking in the warm and comfortable water, closing her eyes to enjoy this rare moment of warmth and relaxation. It wasn't until 30 minutes later that Aria wrapped herself in a snow-white towel and walked out of the bathroom, her body carrying a faint scent of roses, looking pure and charming. At this moment, Aria's cheeks were slightly flushed, clearly shy about the game Shawn had proposed. "Shawn, shall we start the game?" Looking at Shawn lying on the bed, Aria gently bit her lip and said, her voice filled with innocence. "Okay." Hearing Aria's words, Shawn awkwardly nodded and jumped off the bed. Aria pursed her lips and slowly lay back on the bed, closing her eyes, looking like she was waiting to be picked. Seeing this, Shawn swallowed hard and reached out to gently stroke Aria's fair and smooth cheeks. At that moment, Aria's jade-like flawless face seemed to be filled with shyness. Shawn was slightly taken aback, then sighed softly and lowered his head to kiss her. Feeling Shawn's kiss, Aria let out a soft whimper, slowly opening her eyes to reveal her watery, innocent big eyes. Their breaths intertwined, and both of their eyes were filled with intense desire. Shawn focused his gaze, then leaned down and slowly kissed Aria's red lips. Feeling Shawn's kiss, Aria instinctively let out a soft whimper. At this moment, the breaths between them intertwined, causing an inexplicable sweetness to surge in Aria's heart, and she finally took the initiative to wrap her arms around Shawn. A loving embrace filled both of them with an inexplicable sense of happiness. Time passed slowly, and when Aria's breathing gradually stabilized, Shawn prepared the powers of the Eternal Realm and the Primitive Realm at all times, just in case. After all, this was the first time using divine power to guide someone, and if something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could only use the powers of the Eternal Realm to defend against it. At this moment, looking at Aria's pure and enchanting body, Shawn bit his lip and got close to her, fully unleashing the powers of the Primitive Realm. In an instant, a surge of Primitive Realm power burst forth from Shawn's body, slowly spreading throughout Aria's limbs and bones. In less than a quarter of an hour, the transmission of Primitive Realm power had reached over 80. After another quarter of an hour, with a deep exhale from Shawn, the system's prompt finally rang out again. Ding! Primitive Realm power transmission completed. Accompanied by a prompt from the system, Shawn also took 2 breaths. But at this moment, a look of joy appeared on his face because the Primitive Realm power had finally been transmitted. Next, as long as he activated the divine beast bloodline, the dragon blood within Aria would be suppressed or fused away, which was undoubtedly the most exciting thing for Shawn. At this time, the two were lying on the bed, nestled together, quietly listening to each other's heartbeat. After another half an hour, the domineering power brought by the Primitive Realm finally dissipated completely. The pain and numbness within Aria gradually disappeared as well. Seeing that she was gradually adapting to the Primitive Realm power, Shawn immediately aimed both hands at her heart and began to transmit a trace of the Eternal Realm power. With the infusion of Eternal Realm power, Aria felt as if a clear stream had been poured in her chest, warming her entire body and making her feel very comfortable. Moreover, this time, with the help of the Eternal Realm power, Aria's physical condition was rapidly improving. Even the meridians and organs within her body became more resilient. Taking advantage of the moment, Shawn immediately poured out a large amount of Eternal Realm power, and at the same time, in his mind, he saw the information panel and immediately selected yes. Would you like to activate the divine beast bloodline immediately? Yes. No. Now that the Primitive Realm power had left his body, he could only connect with Aria's body using the Eternal Realm power for temporary sharing to issue the command to activate the divine beast bloodline. Yes. As his voice fell, a red light began to gather at Aria's chest, flickering and pulsating. Soon, this red light stopped jumping and then suddenly spread out, instantly enveloping every part of her body. In an instant, that peculiar power began to circulate within her body, flowing through various acupoints. Before long, this peculiar power completely transformed her meridians, muscles, bones, and other tissues. As this mysterious power began to wander throughout her body, Iria felt as if her body had been revitalized, her muscles and bones becoming more elastic and filled with boundless strength. Soon, this peculiar power wandered around her body and then vanished. At that moment, the red light at her chest suddenly burst forth with an incredibly dazzling brilliance. As this brilliant light shone, the primitive realm power within Iria unexpectedly began to boil uncontrollably, as if attracted by some force, rushing toward her limbs and bones. Soon, this mysterious red blood light entered Iria's body, merging into her blood vessels, bones, and meridians. Everything happened so suddenly that Shawn didn't have time to react. What surprised Shawn even more was that, at that moment, the aura within Iria's body suddenly became strong, completely overpowering the original dragon blood within her. In less than a moment, the original dragon blood in Iria's body was completely devoured by this power, disappearing without a trace as if it had never existed. Furthermore, feeling the surging power emanating from Iria's body, Shawn's face was filled with shock, and her heart was filled with terror, because the awakened divine beast bloodline she possessed turned out to be the purest royal dragon bloodline of the Dragon Clan. This bloodline is the supreme power between heaven and earth, representing the noblest existence of the Dragon Clan. Those who possess the white dragon bloodline will have their dragon blood awaken over time, unleashing limitless potential, making the bloodline power within them grow stronger and ultimately transforming them into the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan, endowed with terrifying strength. The dragon blood within Huili Yi is the top-tier white dragon emperor bloodline. Although Shawn is not of the Dragon Clan, he knows that dragons are ancient divine beasts, especially the white dragon emperor, whose bloodline purity far exceeds that of ordinary dragons, possessing immense, terrifying potential and powerful strength, making it one of the most elite divine beasts among the Dragon Clan. However, the number of white dragon emperor bloodline individuals is extremely rare, resulting in almost no inheritance. It was unexpected for Shawn in that Huili Yi awakened such a high-purity white dragon emperor bloodline. At this moment, a mark of the white dragon emperor suddenly appeared on Huili Yi's smooth forehead, only to vanish in an instant. This phenomenon further confirms Shawn's previous speculation. Iria has truly awakened the bloodline of the white dragon emperor. Shawn, I feel so tired. At that moment, Iria suddenly leaned against Shawn's embrace, speaking in a slightly weak tone. Upon hearing this, Shawn was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. He immediately channeled a large amount of life realm divine power into Iria's body. However, regarding Iria's current condition, it only provided slight assistance and could not solve the problem at all. What on earth is going on? Is it because her body cannot withstand the power of the white dragon emperor's bloodline? Shawn frowned slightly, a look of gravity appearing in his eyes. Iria's body is formed from the condensation of Shura realm divine power, and now that she has awakened the bloodline of the white dragon emperor, it is likely that her body, which is condensed from Shura realm divine power, is not pure and perfect enough. Thus, she is unable to bear the power of the white dragon emperor's bloodline. Shawn, let's play a game again. At this moment, Iria suddenly stretched out her delicate hand and touched Shawn's head, looking at him with hopeful eyes and weakly saying. Upon hearing this, Shawn's expression turned black, filled with astonishment, and a hint of redness appeared on his face. Shawn, playing games seems to fill my body with strength. Just then, Iria continued, her face innocent and pure. Hearing this, Shawn's eyelids twitched, and his face instantly flushed red. Shawn, I also want to take a bath. Seeing Shawn's expression, Iria leaned against his chest and said again. Now, she was extremely weak, and it was likely, as Shawn said, that awakening the bloodline of the White Dragon Emperor made her current body unable to bear it. If this problem is not resolved, Iria could be in life-threatening danger. Breathing in the faint fragrance, Shawn took a deep breath. He then quickly carried Iria towards the bathroom. The bathtub was sprinkled with rose petals, and a faint aroma filled the air as Shawn stepped into the bathtub with the beauty in his arms, slowly placing her on the soft mat at the edge of the tub. Then, Shawn sat across from Iria and gently wiped her body, warm water cascading down her shoulders, making her long, snow-white legs appear faintly visible. Shortly after, when the time was right, Shawn took a deep breath, tightly embraced Iria, and unleashed the life realm divine power with all his might. A massive surge of vitality instantly filled the entire bathtub, and wisps of mist slowly rose, enveloping the small room. At the same time, Shawn leaned in again and kissed Iria's tender lips. With waves of warmth, the temperature in the bathroom rose, filled with springtime colors and continuous intimacy. After about 15 minutes, as beads of sweat appeared on Shawn's forehead, Iria's weakness finally disappeared. At this moment, under the nourishment of the life realm divine power, Iria's originally pale skin had regained the color of a normal human, and her stunningly beautiful face had become blushingly vibrant, as enchanting as peach blossoms, making one's heart flutter. Moreover, when Shawn's hand moved across her skin, he felt a normal human temperature of 36.2 degrees. This meant she had completely revived. Iria had truly become a normal person. Furthermore, after awakening the bloodline of the White Dragon Emperor, Iria became more proficient in dragon language, and her mastery of her word spirit, judgment, had become more refined, no longer needing to worry about her speech turning into lethal commands. Seeing this scene, Shawn was also very excited because this was the first time he had achieved revival for the deceased. Of course, this revival was not a simple resurrection. If one were to simply revive someone using life realm divine power, the consumption would be extremely massive. But with this experience, Shawn was more confident that as long as he summoned the deceased with Shura realm divine power, then combined yin and yang, and used life realm divine power to condense their physical body, he could directly allow the deceased to acquire a new life form, achieving the effect of revival. However, Shawn was a normal man, and the combination of yin and yang could only be applied to women for him. Moreover, he was not willing to revive other females unless there was a method in the future that did not require the combination of yin and yang. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Shawn's mouth. If there were other methods in the future, reviving Pirate King Roger would surely stir up a tremendous storm. Just as Shawn was secretly calculating, Iria seemed to sense something, opened her beautiful eyes, looked at Shawn with confusion, and said, "Shawn, why is your face so red?" Upon hearing this, Shawn was instantly embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Ahem, it might be because the room is too hot and the water is too scalding." Iria nodded as if she understood, without asking further. In fact, it was because of the earlier combination that made Shawn shy, especially during the moment when the life realm divine power was being transmitted. Of course, Shawn couldn't explain this to Iria and could only make up an excuse. For a while afterward, Shawn entered a state of recuperation, while Iria leaned against him. The next day, early in the morning, the sunlight shone through the window, making the room much brighter. When Shawn slowly woke up from bed, he was stunned by Iria's alluring appearance. Iria was quietly lying in his arms, her long eyelashes, fair cheeks, rosy lips, captivating closed eyes, delicate nose, elegant long neck, and those pink, tender lips exuded endless charm. In the past, Shawn would have restrained himself. But ever since tasting the sweetness yesterday, he felt an unusual dryness in his throat, unable to resist swallowing. It must be said that Iria was indeed a stunning beauty. Especially with that angelic face, she was several times more beautiful than the female protagonists in comics. Just as Shawn was gazing with a lovesick expression, he suddenly felt something unusual and turned his head to look. He was instantly embarrassed, as a breathtaking face was right in front of him, with a pair of beautiful eyes staring directly at him, their pupils sparkling like gems. Iria, good morning. Sengoku. Unexpectedly, Iria directly wrapped her arms around Shawn's neck, her soft and elastic body pressing tightly against him, and her red lips boldly kissed his thin lips. In this situation, Shawn's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly reciprocated Iria's kiss. However, Shawn was also quite troubled, as the game they had woven yesterday might have made Iria addicted. Moments later, the room was filled with their panting sounds, the enchanting sounds echoing in the air, as if they were going to break through the clouds, making anyone who heard it flush red and their hearts race. After an hour, the two finally calmed down slowly and then left the hotel room, strolling gracefully on the island of Dressrosa. Time flew by, and Shawn and Iria stayed on the island of Dressrosa for another 5 days. In the past 5 or 6 days, Shawn has been exploring the scenery of the island with Iria every day, occasionally traveling to a city on the island to enjoy some rare leisure time. As for the head of Blackbeard Teach, it has been wrapped in a trace of divine power from the realm of immortality, so it will not rot for the time being. During these 5 days, apart from sightseeing during the day, 3 intense gasps and moans could be heard from their hotel room every day. On the 6th day, with a loud bang, the large round bed in the room suddenly split open. Immediately afterward, Iria's stunningly alluring body rose from the bed, her pretty face flushed, looking dazedly at Shawn. The huge noise finally infuriated the neighbor, Mr. Bors, who angrily scolded Shawn in Aries' room. However, after scolding, Bors couldn't help but sigh with envy. Being young is really great. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the hotel bedroom, making the scene on the bed appear exceptionally warm. Foolish smile. Perhaps this has been the most comfortable and relaxing few days he has had in this world. However, today was also the time to leave Dressrosa and return to meet Whitebeard. What Shawn did not expect was that as they were about to leave today, there were many discussions around them. Look, that's the big devil Shawn and his girlfriend. Oh, it's him. He doesn't seem as terrifying as the rumors say. Does he? Yeah, I've seen them enjoying themselves around here these past few days. They don't seem as vicious as described in the Navy's bounty notice. In fact, they seem quite friendly. He even greeted me yesterday. Let me tell you the truth. In these few days, Dressrosa has also changed significantly. The notorious Blackbeard pirates have been wiped out, and King Doflamingo has now become the little brother of Big Devil Shawn. Not only that, but the inhumane systems that used to exist have improved a lot because of Big Devil Shawn's arrival. So, does that mean Big Devil Shawn is actually a great benefactor to everyone on the island? Exactly. Although Big Devil Shawn has a notorious reputation, he is still trustworthy. He never indiscriminately kills the innocent. Hearing the discussions around him, Shawn shrugged helplessly. In fact, he hadn't done much. He just killed some minor villains. Didn't he know how he suddenly became a revered savior? Moreover, Shawn noticed that his influence in Dressrosa was growing, and in the future, he would probably become the center of attention here. After passing through the area of discussions, Shawn took Aerie towards the edge of the island, preparing to board the ship and leave. To his surprise, Doflamingo personally came forward this time and even sent him a super warship. Shawn was very satisfied with this perceptive and pragmatic behavior. He immediately set sail towards the harbor of the Whitebeard pirates. 2 hours later, near the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco suddenly shouted excitedly, "Dad, that kid is back with a beautiful woman." Hearing the shout, Whitebeard in the cabin became extremely excited, hurriedly putting down what he was doing and leading the pirates to the bow of the ship. When he saw Shawn's figure, Whitebeard burst into a hearty laugh. "Gururara, I knew that little brat would return safely." The other crew members also cheered excitedly, especially when they saw the exquisitely packaged box in Shawn's hand. Everyone's mood became even more exhilarated. If he guessed right, it must contain the head of the traitor Blackbeard Teach. Just a few days ago, news of the Blackbeard pirates being wiped out had already spread worldwide. Who else could have achieved such a feat other than their vice captain? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were even more excited, especially Ace, who trembled with excitement upon learning about Blackbeard Teach's head. Before long, Shawn's warship finally joined the Whitebeard pirates, and Shawn, holding Aries' delicate hand, stepped onto the ship. This time, his return undoubtedly set the entire Whitebeard pirates into a frenzy. Everyone was cheering and celebrating, and the atmosphere in the Whitebeard pirates was exceptionally lively. At that moment, Shawn's lips curled into a smirk, his face beaming with a smile as he said, "I have lived up to expectations." As soon as he finished speaking, he handed a box containing Blackbeard Teach's head to Whitebeard. Looking at the box, Whitebeard's expression darkened as he slowly extended his hand to open it. Inside the box, there lay the bloody head of Blackbeard Teach. It was indeed Blackbeard Teach's head. Ha 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 ha, that's amazing. That bastard, that traitor, is finally dead. Damn it, this is so satisfying. I wanted to kill him for a long time. Looking at Blackbeard Teach's head in the box, everyone erupted into cheers, their faces filled with ecstatic joy. "Well done, little guy." Whitebeard also happily patted Shawn's shoulder, his face full of relief and excitement. Besides this, there's one more thing to tell everyone. Don Quixote Doflamingo has become our partner in the Whitebeard pirates. From now on, all the weapons for the Whitebeard pirates will be provided by Doflamingo at half price. Shawn smiled slightly and continued to speak. As soon as this sentence was spoken, it instantly reignited the atmosphere in the entire venue. What the hell, did I hear that right? That Seven Warlord, the Night Fiend? That's right. Doflamingo is still the king of Dressrosa, and their influence spans the globe. I didn't expect this guy to be quite sensible after getting beaten up in the Marineford War. Huh. Hey, if that's the case, then that's great. Upon hearing Shawn's words, the entire Whitebeard pirates crew erupted in excitement. Looking at the lively scene, Shawn simply smiled faintly and said, "Besides these 2 pieces of news, I also brought you all other gifts." At that moment, Shawn opened the gift box in Aries' hands. Suddenly, 3 devil fruits of different colors and shapes, about the size of gourds, appear before everyone. When they saw these 3 devil fruits, many people's pupils involuntarily constricted, and a strong shock surged into their hearts. This is a devil fruit? Oh my god, I can actually see 3 devil fruits appearing at the same time. In that instant, everyone's breathing became heavier. 3 whole devil fruits. This is unbelievable. Instantly, all the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Shawn with shock in their eyes. Who would have thought that on this trip to hunt Blackbeard teach? Shawn not only annihilated the Blackbeard pirates, but also brought back 3 devil fruits. These are the artificial Zoan-type devil fruits researched by the Don Quixote family for the Yonko Kaido. All 3 are finished products, but their specific forms are unknown. Shawn smiled slightly and explained. To Shawn's surprise, this time, Marco, Diamond's Ace, and Flower Sword Vista all had expressions of astonishment. Damn, you little brat, you actually stole Kaido's stuff? Marco stared at Shawn in shock and asked in surprise. Hearing Marco's question, Shawn rolled his eyes and said, "What do you mean stole? This was voluntarily given by Doflamingo." Hee, Marco, look at your reaction, what's so surprising? Don't forget that our big demon defeated Drought Jack, Plague Queen, and the Flying Six. Kaido still doesn't dare to make a peep. What's wrong with taking a few of his fruits? Flower Sword Vista said disdainfully. Gururara, kid, this is truly surprising. What do you plan to do with these devil fruits? At that moment, Whitebeard was also taken aback and then asked. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Shawn smiled faintly and said, "These 3 artificial devil fruits have unknown forms, but they are all finished products. To enhance the average strength of our Whitebeard pirates, I suggest that members below the rank of captain obtain them based on their strength. As for the devil fruit, known as ultimate defense, Shawn did not intend to mention it, but would let everyone obtain it based on their strength. Of course, Shawn was also quite interested in the forms of these 3 artificial Zoan devil fruits and wanted to see them. As soon as he finished speaking, someone excitedly cheered. Good. I agree. This is very fair. Hee. I also support Vice Captain Shawn's proposal. Then let's fight based on our strength. I agree. Seeing everyone enthusiastically expressing their agreement, Shawn smiled slightly and then said to everyone, "Then let's start the practical challenges now." Hearing Shawn's words, many couldn't help but excitedly rub their hands together. Shawn was leisurely. This time, the competition would be based on his rules, using a draw challenge. This challenge was divided into 3 groups, and the final winner of each group would randomly receive 1 artificial devil fruit in a nearby open area. The first match of the first group was Ramos versus Tim. This is a contest without suspense. In the face of Ramos's formidable strength, Tim had no power to resist at all. With a single blow, he was knocked to the ground. Following that, there were another 20 matches. Each battle was a complete domination, with no exceptions. Until the last person was sent flying by Ramos's Iron Mountain crash, the first group's competition officially came to an end. Ramos secured first place and would have the chance to randomly select a devil fruit. Watching this scene, Shawn beside him was quite interested. He didn't expect Ramos's strength to have improved so quickly recently, especially that last move, Iron Mountain crash, which even had a hint of his own 8 extremes burst. Congratulations to Ramos for winning first place. With the completion of the first group's matches, Marco acted as the referee and made the final judgment. Then I won't be polite. Ramos grinned and walked straight towards the 3 gourd-shaped artificial devil fruits, grabbing one of the dark gold fruits covered in runes and swallowing it. Hiss! As the devil fruit went down his throat, Ramos immediately felt a scorching heat spreading from his stomach throughout his body, causing him to take a sharp breath. However, he still endured the pain and swallowed the entire devil fruit. After completely consuming the fruit, Ramos suddenly noticed a change within himself. That burning temperature seemed to merge with his blood, creating an uncontrollable sense of heat inside him, a feeling that was simply irresistible. After a moment, this hot airflow began to circulate within him, causing Ramos's veins to feel a throbbing pain as if they were about to explode. Finally, half a minute later, Ramos's body underwent a tremendous transformation. After eating this devil fruit, he slowly turned into a dragon turtle. The dragon turtle is completely golden, with golden patterns on its shell along its back. Its body surface is adorned with countless shimmering runes, emitting waves of powerful energy. Hiss! When the dragon turtle's form was fully revealed, the members of the Whitebeard pirates present couldn't help but gasp in shock, revealing expressions of astonishment. What on earth is this? A turtle? I don't know, I've never seen one either, but it looks a bit more imposing than a turtle. I've never encountered this type of Zoan form before, but I can sense a hint of danger. It seems Ramos has struck gold this time. Amid the discussions of the crowd, Shawn also couldn't help but show a hint of admiration, not expecting that this artificial devil fruit, known as the ultimate defense, would actually take the form of a dragon turtle. Ramos, let me test your defense. At that moment, Shawn said with great interest, and then he stomped his right foot on the ground, and his whole body strangely appeared in midair. Following that, Shawn suddenly swung his fist, delivering a heavy blow that instantly struck the back of the dragon turtle. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shawn's punch hit Ramos's back. However, what surprised Shawn was that his punch not only failed to knock Ramos down, but instead, it felt as if it had slammed into an incredibly hard super rock, producing a dull thud. This scene instantly left everyone around dumbfounded, their faces showing shock. Even Whitebeard and Shawn both wore expressions of disbelief. What the hell? Ramos's shell is that hard? It can actually withstand Vice Captain Shawn's attack. Seriously? Ramos actually possesses such a high level of defense? This is simply insane. Meanwhile, crew members including Marco, Diamond Jaws, and Tim were all shocked and began to shout, each displaying a look of uncertainty. Hee. The feeling of a back massage isn't bad at all. Just as everyone was amazed, Ramos suddenly grinned and twisted his dragon turtle body. Suddenly, the dragon armor on his back, covered in golden runes, began to shine brightly, sending ripples outwards. Oh, seeing this, Shawn couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He had only used 30% of his strength in that punch, yet Ramos was still able to easily endure it. It seemed his defensive power was indeed formidable. Moreover, the golden ripples swirling behind Ramos seemed to hide some mysterious secret. Ramos, let me also try your turtle shell. At that moment, Diamond Jaws, the third squad captain, couldn't help but say excitedly, stepping towards Ramos. He was very interested in testing Ramos's defense. Hee. Let's have some fun together. Ramos showed a sly smile, then stopped holding back, releasing his terrifying aura and charging towards Diamond Jaws. Rolling. In an instant, Ramos's dragon turtle form suddenly shrank, then took on a wheel shape, moving in an S-curve towards Diamond Jaws at an incredible speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Diamond Jaws also showed a serious expression, then swung his arm to meet Ramos. Boom! The two collided violently, a loud crashing sound echoing as they instantly made contact, sending visible energy ripples spreading wildly around. Nearby tables were shattered, creating chaos. The next second, unexpectedly, the golden ripples that had been swirling behind Ramos suddenly erupted with tremendous rebound force. Bang! In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out, and Diamond Jaws was caught off guard, his body sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. What the hell? Ramos's power is that strong. He actually sent Captain Jaws flying. What kind of form is this so powerful? Yes, not only does he have extremely abnormal defense, but he also possesses powerful offensive capabilities. The crowd once again buzzed with discussion, their eyes wide open, expressing shock. Shawn also frowned slightly, secretly astonished. The artificial devil fruit, known as the ultimate defense, is indeed powerful. Vice Captain Shawn, what kind of Zoan-type devil fruit did Ramos eat? At this moment, many crew members curiously asked, their eyes filled with intense curiosity as they looked at Shawn. Shawn smiled lightly, then explained, "Congratulations to Ramos. This is an artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type, tortoise fruit, ancient type, dragon turtle form, possessing extremely strong defense, known as the ultimate defense." Upon hearing this, Marco, Whitebeard, and many other members of the Whitebeard pirates nearby were all stunned, showing a hint of surprise on their faces. What? Ultimate defense? No way, is it that powerful? Vice Captain Shawn, are you joking? Ultimate defense. The crowd couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment, all of them staring wide-eyed at Shawn, unable to believe it. Shawn simply smiled faintly, not providing further explanation. He believed that whatever Doflamingo brought out to save his life must be extraordinary. And indeed, this artificial devil fruit, hailed as the ultimate defense, proved to be extraordinary, possessing terrifying defensive power. The second round of the competition begins. The first match, Simon versus Blackley, both sides please note. The match officially starts. At this moment, after the shock, Marco, acting as the referee, suddenly announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Simon and Blackley wasted no time, charging at each other and launching into a fierce battle. Both were of the same age. Although they differed greatly in size, their strength was quite comparable. And after a fierce battle, they were evenly matched. However, just when everyone thought Simon and Blackley's fight would last a while, Simon's body suddenly trembled. Then, He was unexpectedly sent flying off the stage by Blackley's palm strike. Wow, damn it. How has Blackley's strength increased so much? Defeated in one move by Blackley. Simon felt no anger, only deep unwillingness. The first match ends, Blackley wins. With Marco's announcement, the first match officially concluded, moving into the second match, where opponents would be randomly drawn. Half an hour later, the second group had entered the finals, with a total of 8 participants, all skilled members of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the first 2 matches of the finals, Blackley won every time, relying on his agility and superb combat skills to emerge victorious in each match. However, in the third match, Blackley encountered an extremely difficult opponent. This person is named Kazik, and his physique is similar to Blackley's. However, his strength and speed far surpassed Blackley's. Throughout the battle, Kazik continuously unleashed various powerful moves, completely nullifying Blackley's attacks and forcing him to retreat step by step. In the end, under Kazik's overwhelming pressure, Blackley was ultimately defeated. Moreover, in the final few matches of the tournament, Kazik achieved victory in all of them, successfully securing first place in Group 2. As before, after winning first place, Kazik walked toward Shawn and randomly chose a synthetic devil fruit to swallow. This time, after Kazix consumed the devil fruit, his transformation speed was even faster than Ramus. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous change. That agile figure transformed into a black mantis, the size of a human. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd. Wow, Kazix actually transformed into a mantis. Kazix's speed and strength are already terrifying, and with this special ability, his power might rise to another level. The crowd was stunned, all gazing in shock at this scene. Just then, an even more astonishing sight occurred. The wings behind Kazix's mantis form suddenly flapped, and in an instant his figure vanished from the spot, appearing in the sky above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, thousands of afterimages appeared in the sky, and Kazix darted between these afterimages like a phantom, moving at an incredible speed. The speed was so astonishing that everyone present was left speechless. Incredible. To be able to fly continuously in the air, I envy that so much. Seeing Kazik's appearance, many captains couldn't help but marvel. Deputy Captain Xiao, what kind of devil fruit is this? At that moment, everyone's gaze fell back on Xiao En, and they couldn't help but ask. Xiao En was slightly taken aback, rubbed his nose, and then smiled, saying, "This should be an artificial devil fruit of the Zoan type. Specifically the ancient species black mantis form." Hiss, mantis, black mantis form. Such a form of devil fruit actually exists. Upon hearing Xiao En's words, everyone immediately gasped, their faces filled with shock. In fact, whether it was the dragon turtle form or the black mantis form, both were names Xiao En had made up on the spot. But it was clear that the names he had concocted were quite to everyone's liking. Next up was the third group match. The first match, Recton versus Darius. Boom! 2 enormous figures collided in the air, instantly producing a loud noise as both of them momentarily staggered before retreating simultaneously. Recton tapped his toes on the ground to stabilize his form, a serious expression appearing on his face as he looked at Darius, with eyes full of caution. The strength of Darius is even greater than that of Rek'Sai. Both of them are skilled in weaponry. Rek'Sai excels with a cleaver and has the reputation of the Butcher of the Sea, while Darius is adept with a giant axe known as the Black Cleaver. Both are strength-based pirates, with Rek'Sai's power being incredibly ferocious and explosive, while Darius possesses immense strength as well, especially with that large axe. When he swings it, it seems like a heavy sword weighing hundreds of pounds, radiating sharpness. Darius, your offensive moves are quite good, but unfortunately, facing me, you will only meet with failure. Looking at Darius, Rek'Sai grinned, his tone filled with contempt, as if he didn't take Darius' attack seriously at all. Moreover, after he finished speaking, his aura suddenly intensified at that moment. Bang! In the next instant, Rek'Sai abruptly lifted his leg and kicked straight toward Darius' face. This kick was incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, it reached Darius, while his cleaver also swung down rapidly. Noticing Rek'Sai's attack, Darius' expression remained calm. He swung his giant axe fiercely in the air before striking hard at Rek'Sai. "Iron Hand ruthless!" Darius shouted, and the giant axe in his hand instantly burst forth with a black light, tracing an arc in the air as it slashed down toward Rek'Sai. Clang! A crisp metallic sound suddenly rang out, and immediately, Rek'Sai felt an overwhelming force transmitted from the axe blade. Instantly, a tremendous power surged through his arm and body, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Meanwhile, Darius remained rooted in place, unaffected in the least. What a formidable strength. Rek'Sai's expression darkened involuntarily. He could feel that Darius' previous strike was definitely not as simple as it appeared, and its power far exceeded his own. Rek'Sai, sorry, but it seems you've stepped out of the ring. At that moment, Darius' calm voice drifted down from the stage. I lost. Rek'Sai forced a bitter smile and slowly walked down from the stage. Finally, the referee Marco announced the result of the match. This match was also closely watched by Shawn and Whitebeard, both of whom became interested in Darius' strength, with Shawn paying particular attention to him. As expected, in the subsequent finals, Darius showcased a shocking performance, single-handedly defeating the other 5 finalists in just 10 minutes, claiming the final victory of Group 3. Congratulations, Darius. Shawn proactively handed over the last black devil fruit. Darius took the devil fruit from Shawn, a look of excitement appearing on his face, and immediately swallowed it. After consuming the devil fruit, Darius' eyes turned red, and his entire demeanor changed, exuding a wild and fierce aura, giving off the impression of a bloodthirsty demon king. This is not over yet. Immediately afterward, his body underwent a drastic change and turned into a bull in the blink of an eye. The cow shines with a glossy black sheen, its skin exhibiting a dark hue. Its eyes flicker with a cold and fierce light, and there is a prominent horn on its forehead, making it look exceptionally terrifying, exuding a strong aura of ferocity. Of course, this is just the appearance. The truly astonishing aspect lies in its power. After transforming into the bull demon, Darius feels an abundance of strength within him, and the black cleaver in his hand feels like an indestructible, incredibly sharp sword, each swing creating a gust of wind. Little guy, what strange form is this again? Asked Whitebeard, who was also filled with curiosity. This is the Zoan-type bull fruit, ancient-type bull demon form, Shawn explained with a smile. Upon hearing Shawn's introduction, Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. He had indeed never heard of this bull demon form of the devil fruit. However, seeing the shape Darius had transformed into, Whitebeard still found it quite interesting. This bull demon form, just like the bull demon king, is exceptionally tall and has muscles that are bulging all over, looking extremely robust. Standing there, it resembles a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. Gulalala. Congratulations to the little ones for earning the reward of the devil fruits through their strength. At this moment, Whitebeard laughed heartily from the center of the competition stage. As soon as he finished speaking, Ramos, Karthus, and Darius all displayed a glimmer of excitement on their faces, clearly satisfied with the abilities of the 3 devil fruits. In the following time, several captains, including Marco, were also curious and wanted to compete with Ramos and the others, while Shawn led Arari into the inner cabin. Inside the cabin, besides the 2 of them, Whitebeard sat in front with a serious expression. In fact, this time, Shawn returned not only with Blackbeard Teeth's head, but also with an extremely important decision that would impact the control and direction of the entire world. Shawn did not hesitate to immediately inform Whitebeard of this decision. After hearing Shawn's plan, Whitebeard's expression also turned serious because he knew how dangerous and crazy the plan Shawn mentioned was. However, he did not want to go against Shawn's wishes. After much consideration, he chose to support Shawn. Little guy, are you really sure you want to do this? After a moment, Whitebeard asked, still somewhat incredulous. Yes, I've been brewing this plan for a long time, and now is the perfect moment. Shawn nodded, looking intently at Whitebeard, and said, the era of warlords will inevitably end, and a new century belonging to adventurers is about to arrive. I hope to take this opportunity to completely change the world. Looking at Shawn's crazy expression and determined gaze, Whitebeard also showed a serious look and nodded, saying, since you have decided to do this, then I can only support you. I believe in your ability and that you can lead this world to a new glory. Whitebeard's words undoubtedly gave Shawn great affirmation, reinforcing his determination. Just as Admiral Fujitora said earlier, there is too much filth and evil in this world. Everything you see may just be a facade masked by despicable means. Behind these hypocritical illusions may hide countless ugly truths and sins. Like pirates, some are born for adventure. Some live for burning, killing, and looting, and there are also those who are purely after wealth. And Shawn aims to establish his own kingdom in this chaotic and filthy world. To become a great ruler, one must first eliminate all those who do not abide by order. In Shawn's heart, a perfect plan has begun to take shape. This plan will surely make the entire world tremble. In the following period, according to Shawn's request, Whitebeard ordered people to modify the super battleship that Doflamingo had previously given to Shawn, ultimately creating a stunning and unique pirate ship. The ship was over 10 meters long and about 6 or 7 meters wide. It was equipped with various weapons and armor, and at the bow of the ship, there were several powerful rocket launchers, making it extremely luxurious. Looking at this pirate ship, Shawn's lips curled into a confident smile. In the future, all the members on this ship would become figures that would shock the world. A month later, Shawn stood at the bow, looking at Marco and the others, and said with a smile, "Marco, take care of the old man. I need to part ways with everyone for a while. Hey, you kid, be careful on the road." Marco's eyes showed a deep reluctance. He was unaware of Shawn's plans. He only heard Whitebeard announce that Shawn and Ramos had formed their own pirate crew, officially separating from the Whitebeard pirates from then on. Any actions Shawn took afterward would have nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates. This decision was not made by Whitebeard, but was personally proposed by Shawn. In the days to come, his actions would only represent his own pirate crew, and the purpose of this was naturally to avoid implicating the Whitebeard pirates. After all, he already had enough conflicts with the world government and the Yonko Kaido. The things he planned to do in the future were even more insane. "Boss, what is the name of our pirate ship?" At that moment, Ramos leaned in, looking curious as he asked. "Name?" Hearing Ramos's question, Shawn was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile appeared on his lips as he looked toward the bow of the pirate ship. On the mast of the ship hung a huge Jolly Roger flag, which looked particularly eerie and chilling under the sunlight. The design at the bow of the ship was a giant circular ring, carved with a menacing skull, half devil and half angel, intertwining two different images, creating a very strong visual impact. "Let's call it the Devil Angel." Shawn smiled slightly and said casually, "All right." The Devil Angel sets sail. Hearing Shawn's words, Ramos shouted excitedly, then steered the Devil Angel towards the distance. According to the original plan, Shawn was supposed to head towards Kaido's location. After all, he had planted a colorless and odorless corpse poison on Black Maria, considering that he would eventually confront the four emperors, Kaido. However, this plan was temporarily abandoned by Shawn due to Ramos. This guy, after defeating the wolf pirates, actually fell in love with the mermaid chef, Altari. This time, he was sailing with the pirate crew that Shawn had re-established, and it was uncertain what would happen in the future. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that his boss Shawn seemed to be planning something extremely crazy. So, Ramos sought Shawn's consent to make a trip back to Fishman Island. He wanted to confess. He wanted to publicly declare his feelings to Miss Altari. Aside from Ramos, Shawn was surprised to find that the usually steady uncle, Daresto, seemed to have some concerns about Fishman Island as well. Even Kazek, who spoke the least, showed a complex expression upon hearing the words Fishman Island. It was clear that Fishman Island held a very special place in everyone's hearts. Although Shawn was curious, he did not ask until long after, in a deep and vast sea area, a pirate ship with a devil skull at its bow was continuously descending. At this moment, the Devil Angel had reached near Fishman Island and was rapidly approaching Dragon Palace. Boss, we're almost there. Dragon Palace is right ahead," Ramos said excitedly while looking at the surrounding scenery. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly darkened, and he shouted, "Boss, it's bad, it's bad." With Ramos's exclamation, everyone turned to look in the direction of his gaze. Shawn also followed Ramos's pointing direction. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, shocked by the scene before him. 600 meters ahead, a large number of fish were gathered, densely packed with hundreds of them. Among them were several large creatures, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, Daresto frowned and asked in confusion. Normally, this area should be far from where such fish would gather, so there shouldn't be so many. However, what was happening before them was that hundreds of fish of various types appeared and were rushing towards their pirate ship. However, Shawn observed that the appearance of these fish seemed not organized, but rather as if they had been startled and were fleeing in panic. "Oh no, they're about to collide, boss. What should we do?" Looking at the approaching school of fish, sweat broke out on Ramos's forehead, panic etched on his face. Their ship, although exquisite and sturdy, couldn't withstand the impact of those strong fish, especially in such large numbers. It was simply courting death. Hearing Ramos's words, the others also fell into brief panic, pondering countermeasures. At this moment, the usually quiet Altari suddenly spoke softly. "Shawn, such a big fish." Her voice was small, but everyone on the ship heard it clearly and turned to look in the direction Altari was gazing at. They saw a massive shadow, about 4,000 to 5,000 meters long, swimming behind the school of fish, slowly approaching them. In a moment, the shadow's appearance became clearer. It was a gigantic sea king, its body stretching 4 to 5,000 meters, robust, covered in hard scales, with 3 rows of sharp fins along its back that appeared as if they could tear through the sea at any moment. Moreover, each of its fins was as tough as steel whips, and the sharp spines were like countless daggers. Seeing this giant sea king, everyone present gasped in horror. "Boss, what do we do now? Such a big sea king. Our ship can't withstand its collision." Ramos swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke, looking at the sea king that was as large as an island. Their Devil Angel was a perfectly modified pirate ship. Although its defense was extremely strong and the coating was impeccable, it still felt too flimsy against such a terrifying giant sea king. At this moment, the enormous sea king was slowly approaching. Hearing Ramos's words, Shawn was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he looked up at the sea king with a faint smile on his lips. Then, he slammed his right hand on the deck, and the power of the universal realm surged wildly. The power of the universal realm could manipulate the elements of heaven and earth, wind, thunder, rain, and even strange fire. Shawn had already controlled them all, but this was the first time he was manipulating seawater. At that moment, as Shawn controlled the power of the universal realm, a distorted wave suddenly appeared in front of the Devil Angel. Shortly after, this wave rapidly formed a gigantic waterspout. Under Shawn's control, the waterspout quickly grew larger, ultimately transforming into a 300-meter-wide giant waterspout. Moreover, the number of waterspouts was increasing, and their size was visibly expanding. Eventually, 9 giant waterspouts, each with a diameter of 300 meters, blocked the school of fish and the Sea King. Wow, the boss is amazing. Watching the scene, Ramos and the others all widened their eyes, looking at Shawn in disbelief. What was happening before them was far beyond their imagination, and even more shocking things were yet to come. At that moment, seeing the 9 powerful giant waterspouts blocking its path, the massive Sea King seemed to roar in anger a few times, then madly charged towards the waterspouts. However, just as its enormous body made a move, the 9 waterspouts, under Shawn's control, suddenly sprang into action. Raging torrents, giant waterspouts. With Shawn's low shout, the 9 giant waterspouts, each with a diameter of 300 meters, violently swept towards the enormous Sea King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The intense whooshing sound suddenly erupted. The massive water vortex instantly submerged the entire Sea King, and with a series of splashes, the entire ocean seemed to be stirred up by this powerful water vortex. In an instant, fierce winds arose, and towering waves surged, each reaching thousands of meters high. Huge sprays of water were mixed with a large number of sea fish and shrimp, floating in the air before finally falling into the distant sea, producing muffled sounds. The giant Sea King was directly swept away thousands of miles away by the immense impact of the 9 powerful water vortices, disappearing without a trace. Watching the scene unfold before them, Ramos and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. They never expected that such a massive Sea King would be taken away by Boss Shawn's water vortex. Meanwhile, this enormous commotion had already alerted Dragon Palace City. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island, the king, known as the Great Knight of the Sea, Neptune, sensed the violent disturbance and immediately displayed an expression of utter despair. Alas, it seems that Fishman Island is completely doomed this time. Not long ago, during the Marineford War, their Dragon Palace City was attacked. Those small pirate crews, confident that the Whitebeard pirates would be annihilated by the Marine headquarters, took advantage of their absence to ambush Fishman Island. Although Neptune was the king, he could not stop those brutal pirate crews. After finally reaching a truce, he never expected that today another large pirate crew would approach, trapping him here. Moreover, this pirate crew was one of the 4 emperors. What should he do now? Is the future of Fishman Island really going to be buried in my hands? At this moment, King Neptune's face turned pale, filled with despair, his eyes vacant. Murmuring to himself, he was certain that the recent massive disturbance was caused by another powerful force approaching. This time, it's really over. The Big Mom pirate Charlotte Cracker has not yet left, and another powerful pirate crew has attacked Fishman Island, making Ryugu Palace completely unable to resist. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hey, King Neptune, listen up. Our great and handsome captain says that as long as you obediently agree to our reasonable demands from now on, Fishman Island will be under our protection. At that moment, a man with a sharp nose and a skinny face squeezed through the crowd and stood beside Neptune, proudly shouting at him. He is Albate, a confidant of Charlotte Cracker, and one of the strongest fighters and sycophants under Charlotte Cracker. Furthermore, Albait is considered an important figure under Charlotte Cracker's command and is highly favored by him. Hearing Albait's words, a bitter expression appeared on Neptune's face as he sighed. Lord Albait, what exactly do you want for us to be spared from Fishman Island? As soon as he finished speaking, Albait grinned and raised 2 fingers. Chirp, chirp, chirp. There are 2 conditions. You only need to agree to the second condition, and from then on, Fishman Island will be protected by our Big Mom pirates. As for those small pirate crews, they will no longer dare to invade. After hearing Albait's words, a look of struggle flashed in Neptune's eyes, and he sighed. I wonder what these 2 conditions are. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The first condition is that Ryugu Palace must pay us 25 billion berries in tribute every year. Albait said, as if it were a matter of course. What? 25 billion berries? Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Neptune nearly fainted. 25 billion berries was an unimaginable fortune for them. Albait paid no attention to his reaction and continued to speak arrogantly. That's right, 25 billion berries. As long as you pay us 25 billion berries every year, our Big Mom pirates guarantee that no one will disturb Fishman Island. After finishing, Albait paused, and then cheerfully added, as for the second condition, in addition to the previously mentioned 25 billion berries, you will also need to provide us with a large amount of food and desserts every month. As long as you agree, we will send many powerful individuals to protect the safety of Fishman Island, ensuring that you will not suffer any harm in the future. After listening to Albait's words, Neptune's face instantly turned extremely ugly. 25 billion berries was already an unimaginably large number for him, and he couldn't believe that he also had to provide them with a large amount of food. This is simply outrageous. What do you think? These 2 conditions are still acceptable, right? Seeing Neptune's ugly expression, Albait raised his eyebrows with a confident look. Neptune's face grew darker, but he was powerless. If it were any other conditions, Neptune might consider them. However, these 2 conditions were absolutely unacceptable, as agreeing to them would be equivalent to selling the entire Fishman Island to the Big Mom pirates. Albait, even the former Whitebeard pirates never made any demands. Yet you now put forth such outrageous requests. This is simply robbery. After a long while, Neptune finally couldn't help but angrily curse. Hearing his words, Albait showed no remorse whatsoever. Instead, he sneered and mocked Neptune, saying, "Humph, King Neptune, where in this world is there so much wasted effort? The Whitebeard pirates didn't make demands, but that doesn't mean we Big Mom pirates can't." Upon hearing this, Neptune's face darkened even more, gritting his teeth and saying, "You despicable bastards. What's so despicable about it? Do you have any other choices now?" Albait disdainfully glanced at Neptune and continued, "Our boss also said that 25 billion berries is already very little. You don't have time to consider. If you refuse, your only response will be 2 words. Those 2 words are, double." After saying this, Albait looked at Neptune with a smug expression. However, just as Albait finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from the entrance where King Neptune was imprisoned. No dabbling. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, the once smug Albait was taken aback. He then turned to look and saw a pirate ship with a devil figure anchored not far away, from which 3 pirates were descending. The voice just now came from one of the short and plump pirates. At this moment, upon seeing these 3 pirates, not only was Albait confused, but even the other members of the Big Mom pirates stationed nearby looked bewildered. "Defo, am I seeing things? This unknown small pirate crew dares to intrude into our territory with just 3 people. I don't know if I'm seeing things, but this pirate crew is definitely a newly formed small gang. They must be here to court death. What a pity. Haha, that's right. These guys don't look very smart. They're probably just Navi fools who came out from the village to adventure and have no understanding of the rules, daring to intrude into our Big Mom pirates' territory. Brothers, make sure to teach them a good lesson later." Seeing this scene, the members of the Big Mom pirate station here burst into laughter, their faces showing disdain and contempt. However, Albait, standing in front of Neptune, did not mock like the others, but looked at the unexpected guests with a serious expression, because there were members of the Big Mom pirate stationed at the city gate. But these 3 had somehow sneaked past without anyone noticing. This is enough to show that the strength of these 3 individuals is certainly not to be underestimated. At this moment, with the appearance of the 3, Albait's expression became extremely gloomy. He carefully scanned the 3 of them, and then glanced back and forth at the ship. The Devil Angel, not far away. No matter how he looked at it, he could not recall when there had been such a group of pirates on the sea. These 3 individuals were none other than Ramos, Kazik, and Darius. Just a moment ago, their pirate ship had successfully arrived at the city gate and passed through it without any obstruction to reach the port. In fact, what surprised Ramos and the others even more was not that the station pirates were killed by Shawn in an instant, but the methods that Shawn later used that completely opened their eyes. At that time, Shawn casually grabbed a muscular pirate and pressed his palm against the man's head. In less than a moment, after the muscular pirate let out a painful scream, Shawn learned about the major events happening in Fishman Island. The place where King Neptune was imprisoned was something Shawn had gleaned from the memory of that muscular pirate. Hey, you three, stop right there. Just then, right after Ramos's words fell, several members of the Big Mom pirate stationed at the entrance of the prison area immediately turned their attention to Ramos and the others, shouting angrily to stop them. Who the hell are you? Are you really that stupid? Don't you know this is the territory of the Big Mom pirates? One member of the Big Mom pirates glared at Ramos and coldly questioned, feeling enraged by the feeling of being ignored. The emblem of the Big Mom pirates had long been displayed outside the gates of Dragon Palace City, and any pirate who saw the Big Mom pirates flag would almost immediately flee in terror. Yet these three clueless youngsters had charged in here. Moreover, it seemed that the entire pirate crew consisted of just a few people, and they dared to look down on the Big Mom pirates. This was simply outrageous. At this moment, upon hearing the words of the Big Mom pirates members, Ramos merely curled his lip in disdain, completely ignoring these fools, and continued to walk step by step towards King Neptune. Hey, you reckless fools, you're really asking for it. Seeing this, a member of the Big Mom pirates, standing at the front, became furious and swung his fist to pounce at Ramos. However, before he could throw a punch, a massive iron fist, accompanied by a howling wind, struck directly on his cheek. Bang! This member of the Big Mom pirates felt as if something hard had smashed into his head. Immediately after, a wave of intense pain swept through his entire body. In the next moment, he was sent flying by Darius's punch beside Ramos, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Thud! With the fall of this Big Mom pirates member, the surrounding members who were watching the spectacle were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at everything. Just moments ago, they had mocked the three as the three great fools, and now, in the blink of an eye, those few had effortlessly taken out a member of the Big Mom pirates with a single move, leaving no room for resistance. This is too exaggerated, right? Watching everything happening in front of him, the members of Big Mom's pirate crew were all dumbfounded. Albert's face was filled with shock, his eyes fixed on Ramos and the others, his mouth slightly agape, unable to make any sound for a long time. Who exactly are you? After a while, Albert finally snapped back to reality, staring warily at Ramos and the others, and asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing Albert's question, Ramos and the others suddenly smiled, and in unison, they shouted out a very cringe-worthy line. We are the three great demon kings, feared by all, causing flowers to wilt, cars to explode, and boats to capsize, making children scared. Listening to their synchronized and pretentious response, Albert and the others almost stumbled and fell to the ground. However, soon everyone around wore expressions of confusion and disbelief. Three great demon kings. What the hell? I've only heard of the three great disasters. Where did these three demon kings come from? Who knows? These three guys are really strange, daring to come to our Big Mom pirate crew's territory and swaggering right in front of us, truly asking for death. Three great fools would be more appropriate. Why bother with them? Since they want to seek death, we might as well play with them. I don't believe these three can take on all of us. Exactly. Besides, Albert is here, and Captain Cracker is not far away. I don't believe these three fools can stir up any trouble. Hearing the childish responses from the three, the members of Big Mom's crew burst into laughter, and one by one, they rolled up their sleeves and walked toward the trio. In their eyes, Ramos and the others were already sitting ducks. Humph, these three clown-like beings dare to oppose our Big Mom pirate crew. They must be tired of living. With your little strength, you dare to act wildly here. It's simply seeking death. Amidst the crowd's ridicule, Ramos and the others remained unfazed, still walking towards King Neptune. As they approached, Albert's face darkened to the extreme. He never expected the other party would actually dare to provoke the Big Mom pirate crew. Such behavior was a complete slap in the face to them, showing disdain and disrespect. Damn it, looking for death. At that moment, Albert could no longer hold back, gritted his teeth, and drew his battle knife, slashing towards Ramos. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, the knife light crisscrossed like a long river, pouring out madly with an incredibly fierce momentum, instantly enveloping all the paths of Ramos and the others. Nice move. Seeing Albert's action, Drea's face flashed with a look of approval, raising his hand as the black cutter swung towards the incoming knife light. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out, followed by a collective gasp from everyone present, all holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. Bang! However, the next moment, just as everyone was wide-eyed, waiting for Daresto to be cut down by Albert, a loud explosion suddenly echoed. Then, a figure flew out from the knife light and crashed heavily to the ground. As they fell, the figure let out a piercing scream, lying on the ground like a dead dog, wailing. And when all the members of Big Mom's crew saw the figure on the ground, they were all stunned, completely dumbfounded, because the person on the ground was none other than Albert, the trusted aide of their captain, Cracker. Hiss! The three great demon kings are indeed formidable. At this moment, Albert lay on the ground, clutching his chest, his eyes wide open, staring at Daresto in disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed something incredibly hard to believe. Because of the earlier encounter, the overwhelming power from Daresto made him feel a deadly sense of crisis. If he hadn't dodged Daresto's axe in time, he would have certainly become a headless corpse. Damn it, how is this possible? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Possessing such formidable strength. Albert swallowed hard, looking at Daresto, his heart filled with shock. He knew very well his own strength. He was among the upper tier in Big Mom's crew, able to handle some well-known pirate crews for a while, even having a fighting chance. However, he never expected that this burly uncle in front of him would have such powerful strength, knocking him away with a single axe and severely injuring him. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of power could produce such a shocking effect. Could it be that this burly man, who looked like a villager, was a devil fruit user? Who are you? Where did you come from? At this moment, Albert awkwardly got up from the ground, looking at Ramos and the others with a face full of fear. Hearing Albert's words, Ramos and Daresto exchanged glances, both revealing a mysterious cold smile, and then began to speak. Enough nonsense. Let your captain come out. From now on, the three great demon kings will protect Fishman Island. As for you, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, today we will definitely wipe out your Big Mom pirate crew and kill you all. If this had been before, Ramos and the others would definitely not have dared to speak such words in person. But now it was different. They were the three great demon kings on the Devil Angel ship, backed by the notorious Big Devil with a bounty of 2 billion berries. With such strength, what was Big Mom's crew even worth? You're looking for death. Hearing Ramos and the others' words, Albert's face suddenly turned ashen. His crimson pupils instantly became blood red, like two lanterns burning with raging fire, fiercely glaring at Ramos and the others, wishing he could rush up and tear them apart. However, at that moment, Albert's expression suddenly changed drastically, because at that moment he saw an incredibly terrifying figure. The Big Devil Shawn was also here. At this moment, Shawn and Perry just stepped off the Devil Angel ship, instantly attracting the attention of many people. Shawn paid no attention to the shocked gazes around him, casually holding Perry's hand as they walked over. But his gaze merely glanced at Albert and the others, as if looking at a group of clowns. At this glance, although calm like the clear water of a lake, without any ripples. However, when Albert looked at Shawn's face, it felt as if he had been struck by thunder. Suddenly trembling, his face turning pale, his pupils shrinking, and his whole body uncontrollably shaking. At this moment, he finally understood that this pirate crew, which they had mistakenly thought to be a small fry, was actually under the command of the Great Devil. At this moment, Albert's head buzzed and nearly exploded. When Albert's reaction fell into the eyes of Ramos and the other two, it immediately drew a mocking smile from them. What is the Big Mom pirates worth? At this time, looking at Albert's horrified expression, Ramos again disdainfully curled his lips, his face full of contempt. Ramos, stop wasting time with him. Miss Altolia might still be waiting for you to save her. If these small fry know what's good for them, they should get lost quickly, or they will meet a gruesome end. At this moment, Shawn slowly spoke, his tone calm as if he were discussing something trivial, without a hint of tension. However, this calmness was undoubtedly the deadliest poison in the eyes of Albert and the others, especially as they watched Shawn casually walk towards them. Albert and the others dared not move a muscle, fearing that any action would attract the attention of this great devil, and their lives would be forfeit right here. Did you hear that? Take your people and get lost now, Ramos said to Albert again, his tone filled with strong disdain and threat. At the same time, Ramos felt a shock and admiration for the imposing presence of Boss Shawn. When will I ever have such a commanding aura? It's truly astonishing. The aura is simply overwhelming. Just standing here, Albert and the others are sweating profusely and trembling uncontrollably. Even a few timid pirates were so scared that they wet themselves. This aura is truly powerful and shocking. However, the deeds of the Great Devil are indeed horrifying and extremely shocking. There are even rumors that when some adults mention the words Great Devil in front of children, the child will immediately burst into tears. At this moment, hearing Ramos's words, beads of sweat the size of mung beans rolled down Albate's forehead. In his eyes, a deep fear was evident. But soon, he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, signaling some members of the ant pirate crew around him to disperse. Then, this group fled in panic as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to linger for a moment. They didn't even have the courage to take a glance at Ramos and the others. Albate ran even faster, especially when he passed by Shawn and was suddenly patted on the shoulder by him. Albate instantly trembled and sprinted away at an astonishing speed of 10.9 meters per second. You are the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, as he watched Shawn approach closer, Neptune finally recognized his appearance. His face filled with surprise and shock. Where are the others? Shawn did not answer, only gave a faint smile while casually asking and using his palm to break the chains that bound King Neptune. They are nearby. Neptune immediately replied, now extremely excited. He knew the character of the members of the Whitebeard pirates, so when he saw Shawn appear, he couldn't help but feel relieved, and a thought sprang to mind. The thought came to mind. It seems that Fishman Island has hope. Boss, where are Miss Altolia and the others? Just then, when Ramos heard the name Altolia, he couldn't help but feel a wave of tension. Even King Neptune had been imprisoned, so the safety of those women was clearly extremely dangerous. If we follow this gray moth, we should be able to see Altolia. The next steps are up to you. Shawn extended his right hand, and a gray moth suddenly appeared, then spoke softly. Just a moment ago, when Albert was leaving, Shawn casually patted his shoulder and took the opportunity to plant a mark in his body for the gray moth to track. As long as they followed the gray moth, they would be able to find Albert's boss, Charlotte Cleacha, and even all of their other gang members. As for the exact location of Altolia and the others, Shawn believed that as long as they defeated Cleacha, Ramos and the others would definitely find a way to know. All right, let's go. Upon hearing this, Ramos no longer hesitated, waved his hand, and headed in the direction indicated by the moth with Kazik and Dreas. Next, after Ramos and the others rescued the other women, Shawn and Iria rescued the ministers who were imprisoned nearby, along with King Neptune. These ministers are all trusted aides of King Neptune, who, like him, regard Fishman Island as extremely important and would never accept the unreasonable demands put forth by other pirate crews. Therefore, they have all been imprisoned here by the subordinates of Crelia. Lord Shawn, I must trouble you to accompany me to the palace. After rescuing a few ministers, King Neptune looked at Shawn with a sincere request. In the Ryugu Palace, in the main hall, everyone should know the strength of the Big Mom pirates. This time they helped us drive away the other pirates from Fishman Island, and these two conditions are simply nothing for us. That's right, just 25 billion berries. We can still scrape that together. Moreover, the Big Mom pirates have already assured us that they will continue to protect Fishman Island from the invasion of other pirate crews in the future. I also think this deal is quite worthwhile. If everyone has no objections, I will personally hand this agreement to Lord Crelia. In the main hall of Fishman Island, a group of ministers began to express their opinions. In their view, this agreement was absolutely a guaranteed profit. After all, the Big Mom pirates are powerful and not to be trifled with, and they can ensure their safety, so this kind of transaction seems very favorable. Of course, there were some ministers who strongly opposed and did not have a good opinion of the Big Mom pirates. But these people were eventually taken away by Crelia's subordinates. Ladies and gentlemen, the king is unwise. It is his own fault for not knowing how to choose. However, as ministers, we must make the wisest choice. Just then, a cold and merciless voice rang out. It was Minister Tepperson. He was the leader who signed the excessive agreement this time, and also the spokesperson for the agreement with the Big Mom pirates, so his words naturally carried more authority. Lord Tepperson is absolutely right. The Big Mom pirates are extraordinary, and we cannot offend them. I also support Lord Tepperson's opinion. Only in this way can the future of Fishman Island avoid being destroyed by a group of greedy and ungrateful pirates. We must seize this opportunity and establish a good relationship with the Big Mom pirates. That's right. I also agree with Lord Tepperson's decision. No matter what, the strength of the Big Mom pirates is undeniable. After Tepperson finished speaking, he immediately received the support of other ministers, and many began to back Tepperson's viewpoint. After all, the Big Mom pirates are powerful, one of the four emperors. Who wouldn't want to maintain a good relationship with such a strong pirate crew? Since everyone has no objections, I announce that the contract between the Big Mom pirates and Fishman Island has been reached. Since the king is not present, I will sign this agreement on his behalf and submit it to the Big Mom pirates. Seeing this, Tepperson revealed a smug smile. He then raised the agreement high and announced loudly. However, just at that moment, before his announcement could cause a stir in the hall, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from the entrance. Tepperson, get down here. As soon as the sound emerged, the entire hall fell silent in an instant, causing the faces of all the ministers present to change slightly as they turned their gazes toward the entrance of the hall. At this moment, King Neptune, wearing a crown and a yellow robe, walked in surrounded by a group of loyal ministers, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Tepperson, accompanied by Shawn and Healy E. Why has the king returned? The ministers in the hall were momentarily taken aback when they saw King Neptune appear. Soon, their expressions turned to surprise, clearly baffled as to why the imprisoned King Neptune had suddenly returned. Your Majesty, since you are back, why not sign this agreement? Tepperson looked at Neptune's return, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion. But he quickly returned to normal, looking at Neptune as if it were the most natural thing. However, just as his words fell, Shawn extended a finger, and a blue flame surged forth, quickly leaping onto the agreement. In an instant, the document drafted by the Big Mom pirates burst into flames, the fierce fire rapidly spreading and turning the agreement to ashes in the blink of an eye. You bastard! What are you? How dare you destroy the Big Mom pirates agreement? Tepperson exclaimed, his face changing drastically as he suddenly looked up, shouting angrily at Shawn. This agreement not only concerns the future of Fishman Island, but also his personal prospects. If the agreement is successfully signed this time, he will have the opportunity to ascend to the throne with the help of the Big Mom pirates. But now, his carefully planned scheme has been completely ruined by the interference of a stranger, which makes him furious. I wonder if the name of the Great Devil can compare to that of the Big Mom pirates. Faced with Tepperson's anger, Shawn's mouth curled into a cold arc as he slowly spoke. The Great Devil Shawn? Tepperson was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. The Great Devil Shawn, with a bounty of 2 billion berries from the Navy headquarters? As soon as this name escaped Tepperson's lips, the ministers in the hall couldn't help but exclaim, their eyes flashing with shock. These ministers have lived in Dragon Palace City for a long time, and although they don't know much about the Great Devil's deeds, and have never even seen his portrait, they have heard rumors that this Great Devil Shawn has caused quite a stir in Marineford at the Navy headquarters. He really is the Great Devil Shawn. I've seen him with the Whitebeard pirates. At that moment, a soldier suddenly trembled as he spoke, his face filled with shock. As soon as his words fell, the hall immediately fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, all the ministers' faces turned extremely pale, and their gazes towards Shawn were filled with awe and fear. With Lord Shawn around, what is the Big Mom pirates? At this time, looking at the crowd with wide eyes and expressions of horror, King Neptune felt a great sense of relief in his heart and couldn't help but mock. He was very angry about the Big Mom pirates taking advantage of the situation. If it weren't for Shawn's timely appearance, Fishman Island would have already been sold to the Big Mom pirates by that bastard Tepperson, and he, Neptune, would have become the center of Fishman Island, reviled by thousands. Meanwhile, under the leadership of the Grey Moth, Ramos and his companions finally arrived at Charlotte Cracker's temporary base. Facing a tall man holding a sword and the disdainful gazes of the surrounding group, the expressions of Ramos, Kazek, and Dreas suddenly stiffened. Chirp, 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 3 big fools. How dare you follow us here? You're really asking for death. Just then, after confirming that the big devil hadn't followed them, Albate laughed arrogantly, his gaze mockingly fixed on Ramos and the others. Chirp, 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 boss. It was this group of fools who rescued King Neptune, and their boss, the big devil Shawn, is here too. Looking at Ramos and his companions, Albate said again to the tall man holding the sword, Oh, the big devil Shawn is here. Upon hearing Albate's report, the tall man with the sword was momentarily taken aback, his eyes revealing a strong sense of surprise. However, he quickly showed a cold smile and said to Ramos and the others, You guys have quite the guts, daring to intrude into our territory. Do you really think the big devil is your boss, and you can do whatever you want without regarding our Big Mom pirates? As soon as he finished speaking, Albate also wore a cold smile and disdain. 3 big fools. Do you really think we're afraid of you? To be honest, I've noticed you 3 have been following us for a long time. Since that's the case, let's use this to our advantage. While the big devil hasn't followed, we'll capture you 3 fools in one fell swoop. As Albate's words fell, dozens of pirates around him suddenly grinned viciously, their gazes locking tightly onto Ramos, Kazek, and Dreas, as if they were looking at sheep to be slaughtered. Hee, such stupid ants. With you bunch of small fries, there's no need for our boss to step in. A cold smile appeared on Ramos's face, his eyes flashing with disdain. He didn't care at all about such foolish provocations. Albeit, stop wasting time with them. Our reinforcements are about to arrive. First, deal with these 3 fools, then go to the palace to take the agreement and meet that legendary big devil. At that moment, the tall man holding the sword spoke again, his voice full of impatience, seemingly losing interest in talking more with the 3 insignificant figures in front of him. Chirp, 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 okay, boss. Upon hearing this, Albate immediately laughed, gesturing for the rest of his subordinates to take action. Instantly, dozens of pirates around drew their weapons and closed in on Ramos and his companions. Facing the swarm of pirates, Ramos and the others showed no signs of fear. After all, they were the 3 great demon kings of the Devil Angel ship. They didn't regard such small fry at all. Kazak Dreas, let's play a game. 30 seconds. See who can kill the most, and the winner gets to treat us to drinks. Ramos said with a slight smile, glancing at Kazak and Dreas beside him. Ha ha, no problem. The loser treats the winner to drinks. Dreas exclaimed excitedly, his face filled with enthusiasm, as if eager to showcase his formidable strength. Kazak merely nodded lightly. Hey. Good, let's kill them all. Ramos had a bright smile on his face, looking at the group of charging pirates, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. He stomped his right foot down hard, and his figure instantly turned into a blur, charging forward. Boom! The next moment, a dull sound echoed as Ramos collided with a pirate like a cannonball, sending the pirate flying and smashing through a wall several meters behind him. Meanwhile, Dreas swung his giant axe, creating a long blade storm in front of him, severing the attacking pirates in half, with red entrails and organs spilling all over the ground. A gruesome scene. Ramos and Dreas were already powerful, and when combined, they unleashed astonishing combat strength. At that moment, no one noticed that Kazak had silently vanished from his spot. While the other pirates were frantically attacking Ramos and Dreas, Kazak had already appeared behind 2 pirates. With a swift flash of his dagger, the 2 pirates fell to chill at their necks, and then crimson liquid gushed out, dripping onto the ground. Kazak showed no mercy, retracting his dagger and disappearing again. A series of screams echoed in the area, accompanied by the pirates' wails, filling the entire area with a pungent smell of blood, making it exceptionally eerie and terrifying. How is this possible? At this moment, seeing this scene, the remaining pirates stood frozen in place, their faces filled with disbelief, clearly reluctant to accept that these 3 guys in front of them were so ferocious, having taken down over a dozen of their brothers in just a little over 10 seconds. Bastards! Just then, seeing his subordinates continuously fall, the tall man holding the sword suddenly erupted in anger, his face filled with a cold, killing intent. He then unsheathed his sword, unleashing a sharp sword aura that pierced through the air, slashing towards Ramos. Just a little trick. Feeling the sharp edge coming from behind, Ramos couldn't help but curl his lip, transforming into the form of the ancient Zoan turtle, Turtle Fruit's dragon turtle. Instantly, a thick turtle shell appeared on his back, a faint golden-yellow protective shield enveloping him, completely blocking the sharp edge. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the sharp edge collided with the turtle shell, producing a series of crisp sounds, deafening like thunder, making one's scalp tingle and eardrums throb slightly in pain. Is he a devil fruit user? Seeing his attack blocked by the hard turtle shell, the man with the sword's eyes widened in shock, his expression changing dramatically. There's no attack in this world that I cannot withstand. Seeing this, Ramos revealed a cold smile, then charged forward, crashing into the sword in the man's hand. The next moment, the sword shattered and fell to the ground. Rolling in, as the sword shattered, Ramos immediately took on a wheel-like S-curve charging stance, fiercely crashing towards the man. Crack! A sound of bones cracking echoed, and the tall man instantly turned to shards, scattering everywhere. Too easy. Seeing this, Ramos couldn't help but show a hint of a mocking smile, casually saying. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Dreas beside him suddenly darkened his face and shouted, Ramos, be careful, it's a cookie soldier. Cookie soldier? Ramos was taken aback by the term, a look of confusion spreading across his face. Not knowing what Dreas was talking about, he didn't even notice the cookie crumbs on the ground. However, just as the doubts rose in his mind, a dangerous aura suddenly emanated from behind him, startling him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. 3 big fools. They dared to provoke us without even knowing what our boss's abilities are. At this moment, Albert's voice rang out not far away, filled with mockery and disdain. Because right after the cookie soldier was smashed by Ramos, a large number of cookie soldiers suddenly appeared behind him. Each one stood at least 2 meters tall, covered in armor made of cookies, wielding sharp weapons, looking like iron puppets. Their eyes were dark and dim, radiating a chilling white glow, their muscles bulging with explosive power, making them look extremely terrifying. Thorny armor. At this moment, Ramos also reacted quickly and hurriedly activated his ability. Waves of golden and dark red ripples appeared on the surface of his body, wrapping him within, and then forming a hedgehog-shaped shell on his back. The attacks from the cookie soldiers hit the shell, producing a series of crisp metallic clashing sounds. But they couldn't break through that layer of protection. Not only that, as soon as their attacks landed, the spikes on the shell quickly extended, soon turning them into a beehive, collapsing to the ground, and turning into cookie crumbs. Hee, are you just tickling me? Watching this scene, Ramos turned his head. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on his face, filled with mockery. Ramos, stop playing around. Miss Altierly is still waiting for you to rescue her. At this moment, seeing more and more cookie soldiers appearing, the most mature Daresto among the three urgently reminded, "All right, Uncle Daresto, let us kill them all together." Upon hearing this, Ramos grinned widely, his eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. Then his dragon turtle form rolled forward, transforming into an afterimage, darting towards the remaining pirates like lightning. Daresto also quickly swung his black cutter towards Albert. Iron Hand, merciless. The giant axe in his hand suddenly raised, slicing through the air in a black arc, heavily cleaving towards Albert, accompanied by a whistling wind that sent shivers down one's spine. Clang! In the next moment, a heavy metallic clash rang out, and sparks flew. Following that, Albert's weapon fell from his hand. His entire body shook violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he quickly flew backward. What no one expected was that as Albert was blown away by the immense force, he should have still had a breath left, but at that moment, a shadow suddenly flashed by. Then he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by his head being tossed high into the air, falling heavily to the ground. As Albert died, the shadow finally revealed itself. This is a black mantis, with a pair of sharp claws and eyes as dark as ink, emitting a chilling, fierce glare that makes anyone who sees it feel a shiver down their spine. What kind of monster is this? Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates widened their eyes in shock and fear as they looked at Karthus, unable to help but swallow hard. However, just then, before they could react, a series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang in their ears. Then, Karthus, in the form of an ancient Zoan-type black mantis after consuming the mantis fruit, suddenly appeared beside them, his sharp claws glinting coldly, and in the blink of an eye, he killed several pirates on the spot. In an instant, the scene fell into silence. Dozens of members of the Big Mom Pirates were all slain. But at this moment, Karthus and his companions did not let their guard down. Instead, they kept their eyes closely focused on their surroundings. Ramos, Karthus, their boss is Charlotte Cracker, a paramecia-type biscuit fruit user who can create and control biscuit soldiers infinitely. So we must find a way to locate him quickly to interrogate Miss Alto Pear about where she and the others are being held. Just then, Darius's voice suddenly sounded, his face serious, as he spoke with a tone full of gravity and seriousness. This was the first time the three of them faced a powerful devil fruit user with a Superman-type ability. Moreover, Kreeja's bounty had already reached 860 million berries, which was enough to prove his strength. Meanwhile, the three of them were unaware that in a dark corner somewhere, a man over 3 meters tall, with purple hair, dressed in purple armor, a sword hanging at his waist, and black combat boots, was watching them with a cold smile. His eyes flickered with disdain and mockery, as if he were watching 3 ants. TSK, 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 you foolish guys, how dare you provoke our Big Mom Pirates and ruin my plans? You really must be tired of living. This person was none other than Charlotte Kreeja, who called himself the Cookie Knight, one of the 3 sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, and the 15th child of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Cookie crumbs, hard cookies, super cookie soldiers. Just then, accompanied by a series of clapping sounds from the corner, a large number of cookie crumbs appeared, which then transformed into formidable cookie soldiers under Kreeja's creation. Moreover, these cookie soldiers were even stronger than the previous ones. At this moment, the hardness of the cookie soldiers had been elevated to a higher level by Kreeja. Not only that, but he also covered the cookie soldiers with armament Haki. The current super cookie soldiers had become extremely powerful. Even if they were crushed, they could instantly regenerate, making them a super army of cookie soldiers. 3 big fools. Today is your doomsday. Looking at the 3 being surrounded by more and more cookie soldiers, Kreeja wore a sinister grin. However, The situation in the next second left him dumbfounded, his mouth forming an O shape, and his eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Those three fools were not frightened by the situation before them. Instead, Uncle Dreas, Kazik, these cookie crumbs seem to be edible. At that moment, Ramos suddenly glanced at the cookie crumbs scattered on the ground, licked them with his tongue, and said excitedly. Upon hearing Ramos's words, Dreas and Kazik were momentarily taken aback. Then a hint of realization flashed in their eyes, as if they had thought of something. That's right, the cookie crumbs in front of them were indeed edible. As long as they swallowed them all, the cookie crumbs would not regenerate into cookie soldiers. Thinking of this, an excited expression immediately appeared on Ramos's face. Then, without any hesitation, he rushed forward and devoured the cookie soldiers he had just knocked down, smacking his lips as if craving for more. However, just at that moment, as Ramos finished eating the cookie soldier fragments, a large wave of super cookie soldiers surged up behind him. This time, the super cookie soldiers were all clad in armor, wielding weapons and shields, wearing steel helmets, and stepping into battle boots, looking mighty and impressive. As one super cookie soldier after another emerged from behind, surprisingly, the three of them showed no fear at all. Instead, their faces were filled with excitement. Hee, Uncle Darius, Brother Kha'Zix, let's go together and eat these cookie soldiers. Ramos shouted excitedly upon seeing the expressions of the three. Hearing this, Darius and Kha'Zix exchanged glances and nodded, charging towards the super cookie soldiers. Iron Hand, Ruthless, Flash Strike, rolling. The giant axe, the Black Cleaver, swung down fiercely at one of the foremost super cookie soldiers. Kha'Zix, in his Black Mantis form, also swung his claws, turning into streaks of black lightning in the air, striking fiercely at the other super cookie soldiers. Ramos quickly rolled into a wheel shape, using his hard shell to crash into the super cookie soldiers in front of him. However, in the face of such a frenzied assault from the three, the super cookie soldiers stood tall and unmoving, showing not even a flicker of change in expression. Then, they suddenly raised their shields high, blocking all of Darius, Kha'Zix, and Ramos's attacks. Clang! Instantly, the three's attacks slammed against the shield, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing and erupting into intense sparks. Following that, a shocking scene unfolded. These super cookie soldiers surprisingly showed no signs of cracking, and the fierce attacks from the three only left a few scratches on the surface. So tough. Seeing the formidable defense of these super cookie soldiers, the expressions of Darius and his companions revealed shock. In the dark corner, Kleecha watched this scene, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips, filled with derision. What foolish and adorable three big idiots. Do they really think my super cookie soldiers are made of paper? Kleecha was evidently very confident in the current super cookie soldiers. The previous cookie soldiers were just the ordinary version, lacking in hardness and having a slower recovery ability after being shattered. But the current super cookie soldiers were different. They had been upgraded under Kleecha's control after being created from the cookie fruit, enhancing their hardness and defense, giving them a more solid defense and more powerful attack techniques. A team of super cookie soldiers like this can contend with even some strong opponents, let alone the three clueless fools in front of them. The reason Kalia is so confident is that he knows his super cookie soldiers not only have great hardness, but also a large number, and they can quickly recover. So there is really nothing to worry about. It won't be long before his super cookie soldiers swarm in and tear these three clueless fools to pieces. With this thought, Kalia couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. However, soon his smile instantly froze, his eyes widened as he watched everything happening in front of him, his eyes bulging. If they're too hard, then just soften them. At that moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Ramos's face, and then his body suddenly rolled, knocking over a nearby water container. Immediately, the clear water in the container gushed out. In no time, this clear water spread across the entire ground. And those super cookie soldiers who were splashed with the clear water indeed found their feet softening at that moment, with even a few of them struggling to stand. Seeing this scene, Darius and Karthus were overjoyed, and then they both followed suit, gathering all the nearby water sources and pouring them over the super cookie soldiers. Soon, many super cookie soldiers were soaked through. Even their helmets were covered with large droplets of water. Ramos, Karthus, take advantage of this and take them down. Watching the cookie soldiers gradually soften, move slowly, and even struggle to stand, Darius immediately exclaimed excitedly. Then he swung his giant axe and charged at a super cookie soldier once again. Crack! This time, Darius's attack directly split a super cookie soldier in half. blood splattering and staining the entire ground. However, this blood was actually just jam, and it tasted quite delicious. After seeing Darius kill the first super cookie soldier, Ramos and Kha'Zix didn't remain idle either. They joined in the slaughter of the super cookie soldiers. The three of them worked together seamlessly, easily cutting down one super cookie soldier after another as if they were made of tofu. These cookie soldiers are like paper, Uncle Darius. Let's quickly eat them before they regenerate. Seeing this scene, Ramos's smile grew even brighter as he cheerfully suggested. All right, Darius replied excitedly, then transformed into the Zoan-type bull fruit, ancient type, minotaur form, and began to devour the shattered cookie pieces. Kha'Zix also didn't waste any time, picking up a piece of cookie and swallowing a whole. Kha'Zix, that's not how you eat cookies. Watch how I do it. First, twist it, dip it in some jam. Then lick it, and finally soak it. It tastes even better. Seeing Kha'Zix gnawing on the cookie pieces, Ramos immediately proposed enthusiastically. Bastard, 3 big bastards. In a dark corner, Cligger was furious to see his hard-made super cookie soldiers being devoured by 3 fools, wanting nothing more than to swallow them whole. Especially Darius's actions drove Cligger mad. He was so afraid of not having a big enough appetite that he transformed into his minotaur form and bit off a large chunk of cookie to stuff into his mouth, chewing it with such enjoyment that it made Cligger's teeth itch, wishing he could go up and beat them up to relieve his frustration. Of course, there was also that turtle, which made Cligger even angrier, wishing he could immediately chop off its head and use its shell as a bathtub. If it weren't for Ramos, with the strength of his super cookie soldiers, he could definitely kill the 3 of them. But now, Ramos had casually guessed the weakness of his cookie soldiers, gaining the upper hand and devouring all of his super cookie soldiers. This made Krija extremely angry and frustrated. 3 bastards, I don't believe your appetite is that big. At that moment, a fierce look flashed in Krija's eyes as he said coldly. Soon, the sound of clapping echoed again from the corner. It was Krija continuously creating cookie soldiers. However, this time, the clapping sound only lasted 3 seconds before it was interrupted. The bounty of 860 million berries on Krija's head had him hiding here for a sneak attack. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the dark corner, making Krija's body tremble. Then, a black figure silently appeared in front of Krija. It was Kha'Zix in his black mantis form. Bastard! Krija, startled, immediately roared, his eyes shooting out a brutal glare, staring fiercely at Kha'Zix in front of him. He was now on the verge of rage, especially seeing the faces of these 3 fools, which made his anger even harder to bear. He. Have you finally found him? At that moment, Ramos's voice rang out, crawling over with a mocking tone, chewing on a cookie with jam. Darius also walked over, carrying a giant axe. Krija, where are the women that were imprisoned? Seeing Krija, Darius took the lead in asking. His main concern was where the women imprisoned on Fishman Island had gone. Since breaking into the Dragon Palace, he had hardly seen a single woman. If he guessed correctly, these women had long been imprisoned by Big Mom's pirate crew, likely used to threaten King Neptune into signing a treaty, though there could be other uncertainties as well. If you know what's good for you, quickly confess, or your fate will be as ugly as your cookie soldiers. Ramos looked at Krija, biting into a cookie, his tone filled with threat and killing intent. Bastards, do you think you can threaten me? Dare to provoke Big Mom's pirate crew. You will regret the foolish actions you take today. Hearing Ramos's threats, Krija sneered disdainfully and, taking advantage of the 3's inattention, suddenly drew out his saber-shaped pretzel. Die, 3 bastards, twisted pretzel. As soon as the words fell, the saber spun rapidly in Krija's hand, covering it with armed color Haki, emitting a spiral sword aura that rushed toward the 3 in front of him like a whirlwind. Clang! Just as the sword aura was about to hit the 3, Ramos in his dragon tortoise form suddenly stood up, turning around, and his golden patterned shell quickly blocked the fierce sword aura. Ding! The sword aura hit the shell with a crisp sound. However, this sword aura could not break through Ramos's defense. Instead, it rebounded back toward Krija himself. Bastard! Seeing this scene, Krija's eyelids twitched involuntarily, his face turned ashen, and his eyes erupted with furious flames. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately dodged this sword aura. Otherwise, being hit by his own sword aura would have been a joke. Ramos, Kha'Zix, it's getting late. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, let's defeat him together and force him to tell us the whereabouts of Miss Artoria and the others. Darius immediately said, looking at Krija. All right, 1 hit to take him down. Ramos responded excitedly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Then, the three's momentum suddenly surged, releasing a strong, killing intent as they charged toward Krija. "Three bastards, come on, let me see how powerful you really are." Feeling the terrifying momentum from Darius and the others, Krija became even angrier instead of scared. The anger on his face deepened as he tightened his grip on a long sword and took the initiative to meet them. "Wave pretzel." As the words fell, Krija rushed forward quickly, and the great sword let out a low whistling sound as it was thrust, a visible super shockwave bursting out from the sword. Seeing the scene, Ramos and the others also unleashed their respective ultimate moves. Invincible Fire Wheel. At that moment, Ramos took on a wheel shape, bursting forth with terrifying speed, rolling continuously in place. Sparks flew everywhere from the friction with the ground. Rapid Sekaigrek Tornado Slish. Uncle Darius swung his giant axe fiercely, a sharp axe blade sweeping toward Krija like a storm. Arclight Slash. And Kha'Zix continuously flickered, moving at extreme speed, leaving a series of afterimages in the void as he rushed toward Krija with a chilling, killing intent. In an instant, the two sides engaged in a fierce collision. Their attacks collided violently, exploding into dazzling energy, causing the surrounding air to roll violently as if it were being shattered. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Dragon Palace, when all the ministers present realized that the person in front of them, Shawn, was the Great Devil, everyone was shocked beyond measure, their hearts racing. However, some ministers led by Teppan still gritted their teeth and insisted on signing the treaty with Big Mom's pirate crew. Neptune knew well that these people had long been bribed by Krija. If a treaty was signed, Fishman Island would be equivalent to being sold to Big Mom's pirate crew. Not only that, but they would also have to pay a high tribute of berries and a large amount of food every year. Such blatant robbery, Teppan and the others couldn't possibly be unaware. Yet they still stubbornly insisted on signing the treaty for one reason. Krija had promised them even greater benefits. King Neptune. Cooperating with Big Mom's pirate crew is the wisest choice. The future of Fishman Island will be more stable and glorious. Moreover, Lord Krija has promised us that as long as we sign the treaty, he will do his utmost to protect Fishman Island. I hope you will consider it carefully and not be misled by the slanderous words of others. Teppan squinted, speaking word by word to King Neptune. The appearance of the great devil Shawn indeed shocked him greatly. However, he still firmly believed that Big Mom's pirate crew was the best choice. Of course, this was just his selfish desire. "Yes, Your Majesty, Big Mom's pirate crew helped us drive away the other pirate crews. They have done us a favor. We cannot forget their kindness." That's right. If it weren't for Lord Krija from Big Mom's pirate crew appearing in time, our Fishman Island would have been completely raided by those ruthless pirates long ago. Hearing Teppan's words, several ministers echoed in agreement. They were all in the same boat. However, just as King Neptune was about to speak, a mocking voice suddenly came from outside the palace hall. "He. Are you talking about him?" Accompanied by the mocking laughter, three tall figures suddenly appeared before everyone. It was Ramos, Darius, and Kha'Zix. Not long ago, the three of them thought their battle against Krija would be a brutal and bloody fight. But who would have thought that after the cookie soldier was gone, Kalia couldn't hold out for a few rounds and was defeated. The three of them teamed up and easily took him down. However, they didn't expect that even after defeating Kalia, they still couldn't extract the whereabouts of Miss Alto, Lee, E, and the others. So, Andrea's suggestion. The three immediately captured Kalia and went to meet Shawn. Earlier, they had witnessed Shawn's memory-probing ability, which left them both curious and shocked. They believed that as long as they handed Kalia over to Shawn, they would learn the news about the imprisoned women. "Who are you?" Daring to intrude into the palace. At this moment, seeing the sudden appearance of three figures, Teppan immediately barked like a dog, looking fierce and intimidating. He didn't even notice Kalia being dragged alongside Darius. At this moment, Kalia looked extremely disheveled. After the joint assault from the three, he was already covered in wounds, his clothes were tattered, and his purple hair, which was tied up, had fallen down, covering most of his face, making him look utterly miserable. "Boss, we have captured Kalia." Just then, Ramos kicked the bound Kalia in front of Shawn and excitedly said. Hearing Ramos's shout, a slight smile appeared on Shawn's lips, revealing a hint of amusement. He then raised his right hand slightly to support Kalia's chin, fully exposing his face to everyone. "Is this your support? I'm sorry, but my subordinates have turned him into a pig's head." Shawn glanced at Teppan with a hint of mockery in his tone, filled with playful teasing. At that moment, the face of Cracker became clear, and when those ministers recognized this disheveled face, their pupils instantly contracted. This is Lord Cracker. How is this possible? How could Lord Cracker be defeated? He is one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. Looking at Cracker, who was kneeling on the ground in a sorry state, barely breathing, Teeps and the other ministers were dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces. As the leader among the ministers, Teeps naturally recognized that the person kneeling on the ground was their support, Lord Cracker of the Big Mom Pirates, a well-known figure in the crew with immense power. But now, to see him in such a state, how could he not be shocked? You bastards, the Big Mom Pirates will not let you go. At this moment, Cracker struggled to stand up, glaring at Ramos and the others with a face full of resentment, his eyes bloodshot. Hey, then we'll just wait for the Big Mom Pirates to take care of us. Ramos sneered, showing no regard for the Big Mom Pirates. Although his strength had not reached a high level, with their leader Shawn around, he had no reason to fear mere Big Mom Pirates. Even if the Gorsi came, he would not be afraid. While the two were speaking, Teeps, standing beside the high platform, squinted his eyes, and his heart sank to the bottom. Cracker was his support and his only hope. If Cracker fell, then his position as a minister would come to an end. Moreover, King Neptune would definitely not let him off. Report. Just then, as Teeps was contemplating a way out, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside, and a guard hurriedly ran into the palace, kneeling halfway before Neptune to report. Your Majesty, it's bad. A large number of pirates suddenly appeared outside Fishman Island. There are as many as tens of thousands. What? Tens of thousands of pirates? Upon hearing the guard's report, almost everyone's face changed drastically. Hadn't the various pirate crews been driven away by Cracker and the others earlier? How could there be so many pirates again? Could it be that those pirates have regrouped with other pirate crews? I don't know, but if that is the case, then we're in big trouble. After hearing the guard's report, many ministers immediately fell into chaos, starting to discuss among themselves. King Neptune also frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Your Majesty, these pirates are not the previous invaders, but the Big Mom Pirates. At this moment, the guard took a few heavy breaths and announced a shocking piece of news. What? It's actually members of the Big Mom Pirates. After hearing the guard's words, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. King Neptune's face changed drastically, and he immediately ordered to seal the city gates. The Big Mom Pirates, mobilizing such a large force, is definitely not just for signing some agreement, nor could it be because the news of Cracker being captured reached them, as that would be impossible in such a short time. There is only one reason, and that is the Big Mom Pirates have long set their sights on Fishman Island. Signing the agreement is just a facade. If the agreement fails, they are likely to conduct a large-scale massacre on Fishman Island, and all of this is a conspiracy they had long planned. Ha! My reinforcements have arrived. Are you ready to face the wrath of the Big Mom Pirates? At this moment, watching everyone's panicked expressions, Cracker suddenly laughed sinisterly, surveying the crowd with a contemptuous gaze, like a proud rooster, appearing extremely arrogant. As soon as he said this, many ministers felt even worse. They all understood that the Big Mom Pirates were not to be trifled with. If they truly angered the Big Mom Pirates, Fishman Island might really be annihilated. King Neptune, now you should understand the strength of the Big Mom Pirates, right? While they haven tea yet breach the city gates, we still have a chance. Let us hurry and sign the agreement. At this time, unexpectedly, Teeps took out a backup agreement and presented it to Neptune, saying, however, as expected, as soon as Teeps finished speaking, the prepared agreement was once again burned to ashes by Shawn's Blue Lotus Hellfire. Bastard! This scene instantly infuriated Thompson, his eyes blazing with fiery anger, and his old face was filled with intense rage. This was his last hope, but unexpectedly, it was easily destroyed again. Tep-son, it seems you think my temper is too good, Shawn said lightly, a hint of coldness in his tone as he looked at him. Suddenly, his figure vanished from the spot and rapidly approached Tep-son, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Boom! In an instant, Shawn rushed to Tep-son's side. In Tep-son's terrified gaze, a fist infused with the full power of the Diamond Realm struck violently against Tep-son's chest, a dull sound resonating throughout the hall. Slap! Immediately after, amidst the shocked expressions of everyone present, Tep-son's entire body exploded into a mist of blood, turning into countless fragments that scattered across the ground, creating a gruesome scene. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Witnessing this scene, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, a chill rising from their feet to their heads, and a layer of cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies. The gaze they cast at Shawn was filled with intense fear and horror. One punch, just one punch, reduced a person to fragments. What terrifying power this was! King Neptune also took a deep breath, his face revealing an extremely shocked expression. However, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, as Shawn's actions successfully intimidated the ministers from Tepsun's faction. Seeing the expressions of those ministers at this moment, Neptune felt incredibly satisfied. A rebel with such a person. After killing Tepsun, Shawn's face showed no signs of emotion as he looked at the terrified ministers and said indifferently, "Seeing Tepsun die so tragically, those ministers who advocated for signing the agreement no longer dare to speak, all falling silent, lowering their heads, not daring to breathe a word for fear of attracting Shawn's attention." Shawn's next words made them immediately lift their heads, revealing expressions of extreme shock. "King Neptune, open the city gates. The mere Big Mom pirates are not enough to make me feel apprehensive," Shawn said coldly, his tone carrying a hint of dominance that made people's hearts race. Shawn's words struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. Neptune was also stunned, then slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Shawn. Indeed, for the great devil, the Big Mom pirates might not be much. However, the Big Mom pirates were known for their large numbers and many capable individuals on board, this time boasting tens of thousands of people. Even though Shawn's strength was extraordinary, it seemed utterly impossible to wipe out such a large pirate crew with just a few people. But the number of opponents is quite large. Neptune hesitated and spoke, feeling quite conflicted. After all, that was the well-armed Big Mom pirates. If he rashly opened the city gates, Fishman Island might suffer a great disaster. "You guy, hesitating so much. Our boss told you to open it, so just open it. Stop babbling." At that moment, just as Neptune was hesitating, Ramos shouted loudly, looking fierce. He was Shawn's loyal follower, having witnessed Shawn's terror during the Marineford War. Moreover, Shawn had borrowed his sword to carve a bloody path. Later, he even used his sword to defeat the swordsman Mihawk, which made Ramos deeply admire Shawn and feel that this was something he could boast about for a lifetime. Seeing Neptune still hesitating and questioning Shawn's abilities, he couldn't help but urge him. "All right then." Hearing Ramos's words, King Neptune's face flashed with embarrassment. Then he nodded, giving the order to fully open the city gates. From then on, the future of Fishman Island rested in Shawn's hands, and he could only pin all his hopes on Shawn. Moments later, Shawn and Ramos stood on the city gate, looking down at the swarming pirates below, a slight smile forming at the corners of their mouths. Under the city gate, members of the Big Mom pirates had already lined up neatly, with around 20,000 pirates, each holding weapons, their faces serious and solemn. At a glance, they appeared uniform, giving a spectacular impression. In front of the pirates were 4 massive pirate ships, each filled with people, all of them imposing and extraordinary. These were likely the elites and various capable individuals of the Big Mom pirates. Just then, as this group of pirates was about to break down the city gates and storm into the palace, they suddenly heard a creaking sound as the heavy closed gate was unexpectedly opened. "Ha, brothers, look, these guys have immediately cowered upon seeing our Big Mom pirates. They even took the initiative to open the gates to welcome us in." The members of the Big Mom pirates burst into loud laughter, each excitedly shouting. Indeed, these fishmen are really stupid, actually giving up resistance voluntarily. How pathetic. But even if they resisted, it would just be like hitting a stone with an egg. Hee. Warriors of the Big Mom pirates, charge into the city. Kill, kill, kill. We must overturn all these ignorant fools and seize their wealth. A group of Big Mom pirates members let out piercing roars, waving their weapons as they crazily surged into the city gate. Just then, at the moment of imminent conflict on the front lines, something happened in the palace hall. After Shawn and Ramos left, King Neptune and a few trusted ministers quickly went to Dragon Palace City to deploy and discuss strategic plans. In the hall, only Krija, handcuffed with sea stone cuffs, remained, along with some timid ministers and high officials hiding there. As for the sea stone handcuffs, they were actually prepared in advance by Ramos. Ever since they captured Kizaru last time and he escaped, the Whitebeard pirates learned their lesson and prepared some sea stones on the ship, entrusted to the 1st Division commander, Marco. Ramos had requested the sea stone handcuffs from Marco before leaving. A bunch of cowards, come and release me. I'm fine, and you all will be safe." At that moment, in the palace hall, Krija snorted coldly and shouted at the surrounding ministers. Hearing this, those ministers were momentarily stunned, and then exchanged complex glances, appearing hesitant. I tell you, this victory will surely belong to our Big Mom pirates. Take advantage of the fact that you still have a chance now. Once our people enter the palace, you won't even have a chance to make achievements. Watching everyone hesitate, Krija snorted again, commanding arrogantly. Hearing this last sentence, The ministers gritted their teeth and stood up, heading towards Krija. Krija had already prepared many keys for the sea stone handcuffs, which were originally meant for enemies, but unexpectedly saved him now. Soon, with the help of several ministers, Krija's handcuffs were finally opened. Stretching out his limbs, Krija felt much lighter, a sinister smile appearing on his face as his gaze locked onto the quiet Arari sitting nearby. Shawn didn't want Arari to witness such a bloody scene, so she obediently sat in the palace hall waiting. Arari, dressed in a pale yellow taffeta gown, sat gracefully with the famous sword Thunderstorm in her hands, looking calm and gentle, appearing lovely and quiet. Under the gaze of Kelly, Arari instinctively raised her beautiful eyes, showing confusion and doubt on her delicate face. Chattering away, the big devil was really careless, leaving his woman alone in the great hall. Kelly sneered and walked towards the quietly sitting Arari, a sinister smile appearing on his face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at this beautiful face, she truly is a stunning beauty, but unfortunately, this skin cannot protect you in the end. Kelly let out a strange laugh as he approached Arari. Naturally, he was captivated by Arari's beauty, even having thoughts of wanting to overpower and ravage her. But what was more important now was to capture her to threaten the big devil, Shao-in. As Kelly drew nearer, Arari's beautiful eyes remained calm, filled with confusion and doubt. However, her delicate fingers quietly tightened around the famous sword Thunderstorm. Chattering away, I really wonder how significant your position is in the big devil's heart. Kelly's face once again showed an evil expression as he took step after step toward Arari. But just when Kelly was only 3 meters away from Arari, she moved. The famous sword Thunderstorm was slowly raised by her, its blade aimed at Kelly. Seeing this scene, Kelly was momentarily taken aback, but showed no fear. On the contrary, a cruel smilthy attack came so suddenly, without any sign or warning. It was as if it was an order given forcefully, leaving Kelly unprepared. This scene not only stunned Kalia, but even the other ministers around him were equally shocked, their faces filled with horror as they stared at the spectacle, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Originally, they all thought that Shaoan had asked Huili Yi to stay obediently in the palace hall because he was afraid that the seemingly weak Huili Yi would be harmed by the Dama pirate group. But to their surprise, the reality was quite the opposite. This seemingly fragile woman was even more terrifying than the great demon. That seemingly ordinary knife swing carried a strong will to cut, as if it could easily slice through the barriers of space, time, and matter. At that moment, seeing Arari's plain and ordinary knife swing, everyone felt as if they were in an ice cave, their bodies frozen and unable to move. At this time, the intense pain had caused Korea's forehead to sweat profusely, and he tightly covered his severed arm, looking at Arari in front of him with a face full of terror. Just now, he had completely failed to notice Arari's move. Moreover, at this moment, blood was gushing uncontrollably from the wound where he had been cut, making it difficult to heal. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a terrifying and bizarre attack, something he had never heard of before. At this moment, Korea's heart was filled with panic, and he felt an overwhelming sense of fear towards the girl in front of him, Arari. As he lay on the ground, wailing in pain, Arari showed no change in expression and remained calm, as if she was merely doing something ordinary. However, the famous sword, Raijin, was set down by her. In her heart, she had always despised killing, to the point where Arari felt as if she was covered in blood, prompting her to bathe frequently. She even feared that her words could issue death orders that would cause casualties. Thus, Arari often remained silent, acting like a mute. In this world, it was the first time Arari issued a death order, the word spirit, judgment, and she killed the ambushing Yuji Shilio only for Shaoan. As for Korea, whom she had just cut down, Arari simply obeyed Shaoan's instructions. When Shaoan and Ramos left, they instructed Arari that as long as those treacherous ministers and Korea's gang dared to approach even a step, she could use the word spirit, judgment, to kill them all without hesitation. Thus, the earlier scene occurred. At this moment, the surrounding treacherous ministers and Korea himself finally understood. The so-called devil angel is truly a great devil, and the angel is a fallen angel. The seemingly fragile angelic girl in front of them is the real, terrifying existence. While this unexpected event occurred in the palace hall, the battle in Ryugu Castle had completely erupted. After the city gates were opened, tens of thousands of Big Mom Pirates members surged into the central square of Ryugu Castle like a flood, aggressive and overwhelming. In an instant, the entire Ryugu Castle was filled with deafening shouts of killing. But surprisingly, all these shouts came from the Big Mom Pirates. As they rushed into Ryugu Castle, They found the entire castle was empty, with no one in sight. Seeing this scene, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates were stunned. What is going on? Where are the people? Shouldn't these fishmen be gathered here to resist us? Yes, this shouldn't be, according to Neptune's personality. He would never easily give up any chance to resist. Could it be that they have already fled? Chirp, chirp, you're all wrong. I think it's because Korea has already negotiated. After all, our Big Mom Pirates have a formidable reputation. They must be very wary of us. Looking at the empty square of the castle, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates were puzzled, their faces showing confusion. Yet, some didn't care at all, and instead thought that Korea had already completed the task of occupying Fishman Island. Ha ha! I told you these fishmen are cowards. How could they dare to confront our Big Mom Pirates? Humph, Korea didn't let us down. He managed to negotiate in such a short time. Yes, that's great. Later I'll pick a couple of beautiful women with big chests. A group of Big Mom Pirates members began to discuss among themselves, all wearing proud smiles. However, just as they were excitedly talking, a violent explosion and crashing sounds suddenly erupted from behind them. What's going on? Hearing the loud noises from behind, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates turned around to look towards the source of the sound, their faces displaying expressions of confusion. At this moment, a member of the Big Mom Pirates was seen limping towards them, clutching a bloodied chest. Captain Owen, it's bad. It's really bad. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? What happened? Seeing his subordinate limping towards him, Charlotte Owen couldn't help but frown and ask, Captain, we were ambushed by the enemy. The Big Mom Pirates member gasped for breath, struggling to speak as he replied to Owen's inquiry. Ambushed? What's going on? Speak quickly. Hearing this, anger flashed on Charlotte Owen's face as he asked in a deep voice. Neptune led many fishmen soldiers, along with 3 Zoan-type devil fruit users, to attack our pirate ship. The brothers guarding the ship suffered heavy casualties. As he spoke, the member of the Big Mom Pirates gasped for air while pointing with a trembling hand towards the city gate. Damn it, Neptune is so audacious to dare to ambush our Big Mom Pirates. Damn it, let's rush back and kill them all. Charlotte Owen's expression suddenly changed. His face filled with rage as he shouted through gritted teeth. Upon hearing Owen's words, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates showed expressions of anger, each clenching their fists and rushing towards the city gate. Seeing the members of the Big Mom Pirates rushing towards the city gate, Shawn, who was standing at a distance watching, couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smile. He then stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At this time, under Charlotte Owen's leadership, a large number of pirate members charged again towards the city gate. However, to their astonishment, the ambushers outside the city gate had completely vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only the corpses of hundreds of their Big Mom Pirates guards and the wreckage of the pirate ships, destroyed by cannonballs and unknown objects. Captain, these bastards are playing dirty. They destroyed our pirate ship and then slipped away. Seeing the scene before him, a member of the Big Mom Pirates roared in anger. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Owen's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and his anger grew even more. Damn it, how did those despicable guys manage to escape so cleanly? As Charlotte Owen surveyed the surroundings and found no trace of the enemy, confusion filled his heart and his anger intensified. Captain, these bastards must know they can't defeat us. So they resorted to ambush. They are well aware that we are in a position of strength against them. That's why they dare not confront us head-on and only resort to ambushes. Otherwise, with the strength of our Big Mom Pirates, we would have taken them all down long ago. That's right, with nearly 20,000 of us. Are we afraid of those shrimp and crab soldiers from Fishman Island? I say we charge into the village and carry out a large-scale massacre, exterminating the entire Fishman Island. I don't believe Neptune can ambush all 20,000 of us. Other members of the Big Mom Pirates echoed in agreement. Hearing this, Charlotte Owen nodded slightly, his eyes flickering for a moment before he coldly said, Exactly. Since the Fishmen don't want to confront us directly, we'll have to take forceful measures. All Big Mom Pirates brothers, gather together to prevent the enemy from ambushing. All right, let's charge in and kill everyone. Upon hearing Charlotte Owen's words, the other pirate members excitedly shouted, all waving their weapons as they charged towards the innermost village of Fishman Island. However, just as their morale was high, nearly 100 Fishman soldiers suddenly appeared in the previously deserted city gate, along with numerous cannonballs. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous roar. A torrential downpour of cannonballs rained down like a storm from the city walls, enveloping many members of the Big Mom Pirates in a shower of cannon fire. Almost in an instant, piercing screams erupted as many members of the Big Mom Pirates were blown away by the dense cannon fire, dying on the spot. Quick, take cover. Seeing the dense barrage of cannonballs raining down, many members of the Big Mom pirates panicked and hurriedly tried to avoid the incoming fire. However, even so, many members of the Big Mom pirates were still hit by the cannonballs and died on the spot. Damn it. Heat slash. Watching the scene, Charlotte Owen's face turned ashen, and he roared through gritted teeth. Then, the ability of the heat fruit instantly heated the large knife in his hand until it caught fire, and he swung it towards the city wall. Swoosh! A wave of scorching energy burst forth from the long knife in Charlotte Owen's hand, fiercely slashing down towards the city gate. This strike contained terrifying thermal energy. With a single blow, it cleaved a corner of the city wall, leaving a deep chasm several meters wide. The cannons were reduced to fragments, turning into powder that scattered away. Ha! The boss is magnificent. Seeing the immense power of Charlotte Owen's slash, the members of the Big Mom pirates erupted in cheers. But soon, their cheers came to an abrupt halt. A flicker of blue flame suddenly appeared in their line of sight and rapidly expanded, spreading towards them. Feeling the intense heat emanating from the blue flames, many members of the Big Mom pirates turned pale and their pupils constricted in fear. The terrifying temperature was even more powerful than the energy of their captain Charlotte Owen's Mera Nomi. In fact, the energy carried by the blue flames far exceeded that of their captain's fruit, reaching a truly horrifying level. Get back! Upon witnessing the scene, a hint of surprise appeared on Charlotte Owen's face. Without a second thought, he urgently called for his crew members to flee to the sides. However, it was already too late. Within the range of the blue flames, over 100 members of the Big Mom pirates suffered severe damage. In an instant, the entire area was filled with piercing screams, as many watched helplessly as their companions were suddenly reduced to ashes by the strange blue flames. This disaster was triggered by merely a small blue flame, and they didn't even know where the enemy was hiding. This inexplicable fear made many tremble all over. From a high vantage point, watching the enemy's morale plummet, King Neptune's eyes shone with admiration as he looked at Shawn beside him. This move of the empty city strategy not only drained the enemy's stamina, but also achieved a successful surprise attack, causing a significant drop in enemy morale. In the end, it allowed the three great demon kings to gain a bit of fame, making it a quadruple success. Watching the situation before him, Shawn couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "Ramos, it's your turn to perform next. Once this battle is over, the reputation of the three great demon kings will spread across the entire world." Upon hearing this, Ramos and the other two exchanged glances, and a hint of fervor appeared in their eyes. Before this, they were just nameless characters in the Whitebeard pirates, and even many vice admirals in the Navy headquarters had never heard of their names. But now it was different. The three of them had acquired the powers of the devil fruits, and their strength had surged. As long as they won this medium-scale battle, their names would definitely resonate throughout the world. Don't worry, boss. I guarantee that this bunch from the Big Mom pirates will be terrified. Herm was shuklet, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He quickly transformed into the dragon tortoise form and dove down from above, rolling towards the members of the Big Mom pirates to attack. Drelos also swung his giant axe and jumped down from the high wall, charging fiercely towards the members of the Big Mom pirates. As for Kazek, he did not engage the main force of the Big Mom pirates head-on like the other two. Instead, he transformed into a black mantis and stealthily lurked behind the members of the Big Mom pirates, quietly wielding his sharp claws to silently cut the throats of some elite members, easily taking their lives. In an instant, the war erupted in full force. Ironically, there were only 3 of them, while the Big Mom pirates had nearly 20,000 troops, yet many were being defeated in succession. It was a one-sided massacre. In just a quarter of an hour, over 200 elite members of the Big Mom pirates were knocked to the ground, and this was just the beginning. Under the combined attacks of Ramos and Drelos, another small wave of Big Mom pirates members soon fell apart and were beaten to a pulp. Uncle Drelos, our cooperation is becoming more and more seamless. Looking at the brutal situation before him, Ramos couldn't help but tease with a smile. Their teamwork was indeed very harmonious. Almost flawless, Ramos possessed the ultimate defensive shell, while Drelos was STR. The power of this punch was extremely formidable, as if a volcano had erupted, causing the surrounding air to warp due to the intense heat. Bang! As Charlotte Owen delivered his punch, his fist instantly struck Ramos's turtle shell, producing a tremendous muffled sound. However, despite the incredible power of Charlotte Owen's super hot wind fist, it did not break Ramos's turtle shell. Not only that, at that moment, a faint golden light appeared on Ramos's shell, followed by the emergence of a complex pattern. Ultimately, a massive recoil force transmitted back into Charlotte Owen's fist, causing him to feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and he was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground in the distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Watching this scene, Charlotte Owen's face turned ashen, his eyes flickering with shock and disbelief. The super hot wind fist he had just executed was an upgraded version of the hot wind fist, belonging to a very domineering super move. Generally, even if a regular person were to take such a punch head-on, they would either die or suffer severe, irreparable injuries. Yet, this move had no effect on Ramos whatsoever. How is this possible? Just as Charlotte Owen was in disbelief, a shadow appeared before him, and that shadow was none other than Kha'Zix. Taking advantage of Charlotte Owen's momentary surprise, Kha'Zix, in his black mantis form, swiftly slashed with his claws, the sharp tips piercing fiercely into Charlotte Owen's shoulder. Bright red blood sprayed out instantly, and Charlotte Owen immediately glared angrily at the rapidly flickering shadow. If he hadn't reacted in time, it would have likely been his neck that was slashed. Looking for death, staring at the oddly agile shadow, Charlotte Owen was furious, his body suddenly shaking, and a wave of scorching heat erupted forth. Heat wave Wonklai, Ustat, Godi. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlotte Owen vigorously swung his arms. Instantly, the surging heat heated the seawater not far behind him, forming numerous flowing columns of hot water. These hot water columns, heated by the heat fruit's ability, not only possessed terrifying high temperatures, but could also track enemies directionally. As Charlotte Owen's voice fell, the seawater behind him immediately boiled, and countless fine water droplets rose up. Then, they condensed in mid-air into columns of water, roaring towards Kha'Zix. Through this brief contact, Charlotte Owen had already understood that the three of them were all Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, each possessing impressive abilities. However, they complemented each other, which was why their combat seemed so tacit. However, these three also shared a common characteristic. Their individual strength was not particularly formidable, and they relied entirely on their coordinated tactics to work together so seamlessly, making it difficult for others to defend against them. As long as one of them was defeated, their tactics would collapse immediately. Charlotte Owen's primary target was Kha'Zix, because Ramos's defense was too formidable. Even he couldn't handle it for the time being. Kha'Zix's movement was too bizarre, like an assassin in the dark, with incredibly fast speed and astonishing attack speed, making it impossible to defend against, resulting in significant casualties among the members of the Big Mom Pirates. Moreover, with him around, Ramos and Darius didn't have to worry about ambushes, because those ambushing members of the Big Mom Pirates had all been silently dealt with by Kha'Zix. Therefore, in Charlotte Owen's eyes, Kha'Zix was the most dangerous existence. Die-ha-ha! At this moment, as many water columns surged towards Kha'Zix, Charlotte Owen grinned maliciously and swung his arms again. Instantly, the sea behind him boiled once more, forming over a dozen high-temperature water columns that charged straight at Kha'Zix. A total of 32 high-temperature water columns completely surrounded Kha'Zix, locking onto him tightly. Feeling the intense heat, Kha'Zix knew he was facing a formidable opponent this time. Suddenly, his body shook violently and vanished from the spot. However, just as his figure disappeared, the high-temperature water columns seemed to have eyes, rolling violently again and transforming into streamlined water columns that enveloped Kha'Zix from all directions, leaving him no way to escape. "Ha-ha! Now you can't fly away!" Charlotte Owen shouted loudly while urging the powers of the heat fruit, heating and condensing the surging water columns behind him, striking fiercely at Kha'Zix. Watching this shocking scene, King Neptune high above felt his heart racing. If these terrifying high-temperature water column attacks hit their Fishman soldiers, their entire army on Fishman Island would likely be instantly shattered. "Lord Shawn, Kha'Zix looks like he's in danger. Aren't you going to help?" Neptune said nervously, unable to hold back a reminder to Shawn beside him. However, Shawn only smiled indifferently, showing no intention of intervening. He believed that only in a dangerous situation could Kha'Zix's potential in his black mantis form be fully unleashed. Sure enough, just as he fell into deadly danger, as the 30 high-temperature water columns continued to pursue him, Kha'Zix's black mantis form began to change. The dark-colored wings behind him slowly transformed into deep, pure black wings at that moment. Moreover, the width of these wings became larger and darker, giving off a very evil feeling. At this moment, Kha'Zix in his black mantis form exuded an increasingly intense aura of slaughter, and even the frequency of his wing beats increased. Watching Kha'Zix's transformation, Charlotte Owen's pupils slightly constricted, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Because Kazik at this time was completely different from before. His speed had reached its limit. And under the automatic pursuit of the high-temperature water columns, he was able to maintain his balance and continuously dodge their attacks. Even more astonishingly, with the flapping of his pure black wings, he could remain suspended in the air. However, despite the shock, Charlotte Owen's face showed no signs of panic. He knew that Kazik, although somewhat bizarre, was ultimately just a person, and they, the Big Mom Pirates, had nearly 20,000 troops. He didn't believe Kazik wouldn't exhaust his stamina. With that thought, Charlotte Owen once again controlled the high-temperature water columns, crazily pursuing Kazik. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Kazik's heart was filled with bloodthirsty excitement. He could clearly feel that after activating his ultimate form, the blood within him was flowing rapidly, his veins becoming increasingly tough, his bones solidifying, and his physical power skyrocketing. Bring on! At this moment, watching Kazik's figure disappear again, a fierce light flashed in Charlotte Owen's eyes, and he once again urged his energy, doubling the speed and heat of the high-temperature water columns as they swept towards Kazik. However, this time, Kazik's maneuver made his pupils suddenly constrict. As the 32 high-temperature water columns pursued, Kazik's figure bizarrely vanished like lightning. Immediately after, the 32 high-temperature water columns crashed through the spot where he had been, landing among a group of Big Mom Pirates members and instantly evaporating them into nothingness. Bastard! Charlotte Owen's face instantly darkened. He hadn't expected that his 32 high-temperature water columns wouldn't even touch Kazik's clothes but instead harmed his own subordinates. Looking at the dead companions, Charlotte Owen's face twisted with rage, his eyes shooting out cold, piercing glances. You bastard, I will crush your skull with my own hands. After saying that, the high-temperature water columns were forcibly dispersed by Charlotte Owen, turning into ordinary seawater that splashed down. He himself launched a heated punch towards Kazik. However, Kazik, with his black wings, could remain in the air for a long time, making it impossible for Charlotte Owen to catch up. Therefore, after Kazik blinked out of sight, he could only watch helplessly as Kazik flickered in the air, dodging his attacks. Damn, this bastard! Watching Kazik's figure continuously flickering in the sky, avoiding his offense, Charlotte Owen's face turned extremely grim. He was completely furious, wishing he could tear Kazik to shreds. However, no matter how strong his abilities were, he couldn't leap into the air. Thus, without using the high-temperature water columns anymore, he had no way to deal with Kazik. Taste fear, void spike. At that moment, Kazik suddenly plummeted from the sky, the black blade between his arms whistling with endless sharpness as they swept towards a group of Big Mom Pirates members. Puff, puff. A series of sounds rang out as several pirates were instantly pierced through their throats by the sharp spikes, blood spurting out as they fell to the ground, dead beyond recovery. Not only that, but two members of the Big Mom Pirates with abilities were directly taken into the air by Kazik, their bodies cleaved in two by his claws. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, without any warning. By the time everyone regained their senses, the two bodies had already fallen from the sky, their deaths extremely gruesome. With each blink, Kazik's would reap a life, and all of this occurred in a brief second. In that moment, everyone understood that this guy was not human at all, but a monster, a super monster with lethal power, capable of instantly snatching away the lives of others. Boss, what should we do? These three guys are too abnormal. We might suffer heavy losses this time. Yeah, this Black Mantis is simply a void reaver. Our brothers are being killed without a second thought. Boss, why don't we retreat first? These three monsters are too powerful. Retreat? What would that mean for the reputation of Big Mom Pirates? Listening to the discussions of the surrounding pirates, Charlotte Owen's face turned ashen, almost dripping with anger. With an army of 20,000, they couldn't handle just 3 people. If this got out, where would Big Mom Pirates put their face? Damn it, these 3 guys are indeed strong, but their stamina will eventually run out, and that will be their death. Charlotte Owen gritted his teeth, staring at the scene with fierce eyes. Just as he finished speaking, unexpectedly, a large pirate ship suddenly appeared behind them, and several tall figures disembarked from the ship. Leading them was a man with short red hair, a pink tattoo on his left arm, wearing black leather boots, a towel wrapped around his mouth, and a stern expression. Owen, leave this guy to me. The red-haired man's gaze shifted to Kazik's in the arena, a cold smirk appearing on his lips as he walked towards Charlotte Owen. Hearing this familiar voice, Charlotte Owen's expression momentarily froze. He turned to look behind him, and when he saw the face of the man standing opposite him, he was instantly stunned, because this red-haired man was none other than his twin brother, Charlotte Katakuri, one of the sweet 3 generals of the Big Mom Pirates. Katakuri, why are you here? Seeing the other party, Charlotte Oven appeared very excited. After all, this twin brother was the one he admired the most in the Charlotte family. In Charlotte Oven's heart, this brother was his idol, a true powerhouse. Just passing by to take a look, Charlotte Katakuri replied casually, then fixed his gaze on Kha'Zix. As he spoke, Charlotte Katakuri had already reached the center of the Big Mom Pirates members. When the members of the pirate crew saw Charlotte Katakuri appear, their faces showed immense excitement. It was well known that Charlotte Katakuri was one of the Sweet Three generals and a very special Paramecia-type Machi fruit user with formidable abilities. Not only that, but his three-color Haki was also extremely powerful, especially his observation Haki, which was unparalleled and even reached the level of seeing the future. Hey, Katakuri is here. What do we have to fear? Ha, that's right. With Katakuri here, those three Zoan-type devil fruit users, no matter how abnormal they are, won't be a match for him. Ha. Let us just wait to see Katakuri's heroic stance. As the surrounding members of the Big Mom Pirates saw Charlotte Katakuri appear, their faces were filled with excitement, and they began to discuss. Meanwhile, Charlotte Katakuri coldly stared at Kha'Zix in the arena, his face showing intense fighting spirit. Oven, let the brothers retreat. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices. At that moment, Charlotte Katakuri spoke lightly to Charlotte Oven beside him. Hearing his brother's words, Charlotte Oven hesitated for a moment. However, he then firmly nodded and ordered his subordinates of the Big Mom Pirates to retreat. Although Charlotte Oven was very angry and frustrated inside, he knew that his brother was right. The members of the Big Mom Pirates indeed didn't need to continue entangling with Kha'Zix and the others, because even if they managed to take down the three of them in the end, their own team would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. So, Charlotte Oven quickly made his decision. At this time, after hearing Charlotte Oven's command, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates, although unwilling, quickly retreated to a safe area and began organizing defensive measures to prevent Kha'Zix, the Void Reaver, from launching a surprise attack. Uncle Darius. It seems the Big Mom Pirates are scared. At this moment, seeing a large number of Big Mom Pirates members continuously retreating, Ramos twisted his turtle head and looked at Darius beside him, grinning as he spoke. Hearing Ramos's words, Darius frowned and shook his head slightly, saying, Ramos, don't underestimate the enemy. It seems they have strong fighters. Just as the two were discussing, Charlotte Katakuri had already made his move. He suddenly raised the trident named Torrential Dragon behind him and slashed at Kha'Zix. Whoosh! The trident, covered in armament Haki, instantly sliced through the air, leaving three long afterimages in mid-air, appearing before Kha'Zix in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, even in his ultimate form, Kha'Zix's pupils constricted. He didn't expect that the opponent could exhibit such astonishing speed from such a distance. Not only that, but the might of this strike was also immense, causing him to feel great pressure. Watching the trident slash down, Kha'Zix dared not be careless and immediately flapped his wings to dodge to the left. Bird Machi. However, it seemed that Charlotte Katakuri had already anticipated his reaction. The moment Kha'Zix moved, Charlotte Katakuri immediately whipped out a whip made of Machi from his arm, wrapping around him. The Machi whip was incredibly fast, appearing around Kha'Zix's waist in the blink of an eye, entangling his wings behind him, and then with a fierce tug, Kha'Zix's body fell directly from the sky. Ha! Katakuri is indeed formidable. This damn guy is completely no match for Katakuri. Seeing Kha'Zix being easily dominated by Charlotte Katakuri, the members of the Big Mom Pirates immediately became excited. They were filled with admiration and awe for Charlotte Katakuri. However, just as their excited voices fell, the Machi whip was suddenly severed by the spikes on Kha'Zix's arm. Then, Kha'Zix flapped his wings fiercely, using the force from his wings to soar back into the sky, looking at Charlotte Katakuri with a serious expression. Clearly, Charlotte Katakuri's attack had made him feel a great threat. Meanwhile, while the two were at a standoff, Ramos and Dreas encountered formidable opponents on the other side. Accompanying Charlotte Katakuri were Charlotte Opera and Charlotte Amand. The former is a Paramecia-type milk fruit user, while the latter is a powerful female swordsman. As the two rushed towards Ramos and Dreas, Charlotte Owen was not idle either. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Ramos and the others, he immediately led many members of the Big Mom Pirates into Fishman Island. It seemed he aimed to capture King Neptune or look for Kreja. Watching the continuous influx of Big Mom Pirates members, King Neptune, on the high walls, suddenly displayed a look of concern. He was well aware of the strength of these Big Mom Pirates. Their numbers were overwhelming. If they broke into Fishman Island, the people in the villages behind would be in grave danger. Lord Shawn, what should we do now? Neptune hurriedly asked, glancing at Shawn. who remained calm and composed beside him. Hearing Neptune's inquiry, a smile flickered across Shawn's face, and then he raised his eyes to the palace behind him, casually saying, "King Neptune, have you forgotten that there is a member of the Devil's Angel in the palace hall?" Initially taken aback by this statement, Neptune then seemed to remember something, and his expression suddenly turned incredibly shocked. Shawn paid no attention to his astonished expression, but instead focused his gaze on Charlotte Katakuri. This person's tricolor domineering aura is incredibly powerful. The current Karthus is probably not his opponent. If necessary, Shawn will strike instantly to take down Charlotte Katakuri. Hehe, Uncle Darius. It seems we have some good luck with two strong members of the Charlotte family showing up. At this moment, looking at Charlotte Opera and Charlotte Ammond in front of him, Ramos couldn't help but smile brightly. When he was with the Whitebeard pirates, Ramos had heard the name Charlotte Opera and was very wary and curious about his cream abilities. It is said that his ability can turn any part of his body into cream, and anyone touched by the cream will have their skin wither and suffer severe burn effects. Unexpectedly, he would personally face this person today, and Ramos seemed a bit excited. Cream monster. Seeing Ramos's expression, Charlotte Opera also showed a serious look on his face, then roared, creating a large amount of fresh cream, which finally fused into the shape of a monster and surrounded Ramos. Meanwhile, the female swordsman Charlotte Ammond, after a fierce shout, raised her famous sword White Fish and slashed at Darius. Watching Charlotte Ammond charge at him, Darius's expression instantly became serious, and he swung the giant axe in his hand to meet Ammond. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. The remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates around were all excitedly watching the situation on the field. At this moment, in the three ongoing battles, the Big Mom Pirates were at an advantage. But not long after, one particularly exciting battle immediately drew everyone's attention. Hehe, Charlotte Opera, have you ever seen the Fire Dragon turtle form? At this moment, Ramos was surrounded by numerous cream monsters, with countless tentacles all over him, the intense burn effect covering his entire skin, causing him to emit smoke and almost turn into a roasted turtle. However, the scorching wave of heat instantly evaporated all the cream enveloping Ramos's body, scorching the surrounding space to a deep red, creating a suffocating feeling. How is this possible? At this moment, Charlotte Opera stared at the bizarre scene before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. The cream monster was his pride and joy, and the burning effect was the powerful ability of the cream fruit. Anything that came into contact with it would be quickly burned until it was incinerated. However, despite this, the guy in front of him managed to perfectly neutralize his attack with an indifferent expression. At this time, facing Charlotte Opera's astonished gaze, Ramos revealed a charming smile, radiating deep red flames as he rolled toward Charlotte Opera. Bang! As Ramos, engulfed in crimson flames, rolled toward him, Charlotte's pupils suddenly constricted, instinctively wanting to retreat. But it was too late. He suddenly felt a sharp pain as a force he couldn't resist struck his chest, sending him flying backward. In an instant, his body smashed through several large stones before finally crashing to the ground, creating a human-shaped deep pit. Opera was actually defeated. Seeing the scene, the members of the Big Mom Pirates around them gasped in shock, their faces filled with horror. Although Opera was not as formidable as Charlotte Katakuri, his strength was still quite impressive, and his cream fruit ability was incredibly powerful. Yet, unexpectedly, he was ultimately defeated by this turtle. As Ramos defeated Charlotte Opera, the battle between Dreas and Charlotte Amanda also reached a boiling point. After battling fiercely with Dreas for 38 rounds, Charlotte Amanda lit a cigarette, shouldering the famous sword White Fish, and looked at Dreas with a cold, gloomy expression, saying, "Hey, I say, can you take this fight a bit more seriously?" Upon hearing this, the others were left dumbfounded, but Dreas's face flushed with embarrassment. Due to personal reasons, he found it difficult to lay a hand on women. Moreover, the slender Charlotte Amanda, dressed in a light blue dress with a red belt around her waist, showcased her ample curves, making it impossible for him to see her as a formidable enemy. Furthermore, every time his giant axe was about to strike her body, Dreas's gaze would fall upon her snow-white, voluptuous figure, making it impossible for him to concentrate fully. Hehe, Uncle Dreas, let me lend you a hand. At that moment, unexpectedly, Ramos's turtle form suddenly dashed out from nearby, rolling directly toward Charlotte Amanda to attack. "You little brat, how dare you sneak attack me?" Seeing this, Charlotte Amanda's expression darkened, and she raised her sword White Fish to strike back. However, to her surprise, Ramos's S-shaped movement was so elusive that he dodged her attack and was instantly beside her. Splash! With a sharp sound, Charlotte Amanda reacted quickly enough to evade Ramos's deadly charge. However, her red belt was forcibly ripped off by Ramos's turtle head. Instantly, the light blue dress fell straight down, revealing a large expanse of crystal-clear, snow-white skin, which Daresto happened to see in full view. "Ah, you dead turtle. Just wait for me." Charlotte Amanda's face immediately turned bright red with embarrassment, unable to suppress her scream, and quickly pulled up her dress. Awkwardly running back to the ship, Daresto watched this scene, his throat involuntarily moving, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. But soon, his attention was drawn to the battle in the distance. There, Kazek and Charlotte Katakuri had already fought for dozens of rounds. On the surface, it seemed that Charlotte Katakuri, with his super strong observation Haki and devil fruit abilities, was completely overpowering Kazek, even inflicting serious injuries on him. But for the time being, he couldn't kill the constantly flickering and dodging Kazek. Then, let's put an end to this. At that moment, looking at Kazek suspended in midair, a chilling killing intent flashed across Charlotte Katakuri's face, and he made a strange movement. This action immediately ignited the whole venue. Look, what is Big Brother Katakuri doing? That strange move looks so familiar, could it be? That's right, Big Brother Katakuri is ready to unleash his ultimate move to end this battle. Hee, that's fantastic. I've been wanting to see Big Brother Katakuri perform his ultimate skill for a long time. Seeing the scene before them, the members of the Big Mom Pirates were all extremely excited, their faces filled with anticipation. "It's over," cut Machi, along with a calm voice. Charlotte Katakuri's arm instantly transformed into Machi, taking the shape of a spiked club, covered in Haki, spinning rapidly like a meteor hammer. Finally, it slammed down fiercely towards Kazek. This move is none other than Charlotte Katakuri's ultimate skill, named Slice and Cut Rice Cake, which possesses immense power and speed. Once hit, it is guaranteed to be lethal. At the moment this move was unleashed, Shawn, perched on a high wall, narrowed his eyes and stared menacingly at Charlotte Katakuri, his divine power in the diamond realm burning fiercely, ready to eliminate Charlotte Katakuri at any moment. However, the next second, the scene that unfolded left everyone stunned. Just as this powerful attack was only 7 centimeters away from Kazak, Charlotte Katakuri suddenly halted, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, and a look of immense shock spread across his face. Because in that instant, his observation Haki saw the future. At the moment he glimpsed the future, disbelief filled Charlotte Katakuri's face, as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body stiffening. The vision of the future revealed that when his Slice and Cut Rice Cake was just 0.01 centimeters away from Kazak, he would be instantly killed by an unknown, powerful force lurking in the shadows. This feeling is as if being locked onto by the Grim Reaper, suffocating. Moreover, in the vision of the future, some images are vaguely flickering. Although the images are not very clear, Charlotte Katakuri can see several figures in the scene. Among them, 3 are Kazek, Ramos, and Daresto, while the other 2 figures, one black and one white, look very strange, and their outlines are unclear. The remaining 2 tall figures are also blurry, but one of them looks remarkably like a certain admiral from the Navy headquarters, and the other figure is also quite familiar. However, upon seeing this figure, Charlotte Katakuri becomes even more terrified and shocked. At this moment, Kazek, who is watching Charlotte Katakuri suddenly stop, also looks confused and bewildered, but instinctively, he quickly distances himself from Charlotte Katakuri's attack range. Charlotte Katakuri, however, remains in a daze, ignoring the gazes of those around him, as if he has lost his soul, his eyes vacant, not knowing what he is thinking. What happened to Captain Katakuri? Yeah, why did Captain Katakuri suddenly stop attacking? Just now, he clearly could have defeated that Black Mantis. I don't know, seeing Charlotte Katakuri's actions. The members of the Big Mom Pirates present felt puzzled, whispering among themselves. Even Ramos and Daresto nearby looked bewildered in that moment. Both felt a heavy heart thinking Kazek was done for. After all, at such a distance, even if they exerted all their strength, they couldn't reach him in time to help. But unexpectedly, at a crucial moment, Charlotte Katakuri actually stopped, which was rather strange. Just then, it seemed Charlotte Katakuri finally came to his senses, panting heavily for a few breaths, then slowly raised his head to look at a high wall. There was no sign of Shawn there, but with his strong Kinbunchika Haki, Charlotte Katakuri could clearly affirm that the power that would kill him in the future came from this direction. After letting out a long sigh, Charlotte Katakuri slowly put away his weapon, scanning the members of the Big Mom Pirates present, and finally weakly said 2 words. "Go home." After saying this, Charlotte Katakuri walked towards the ship. The members of the Big Mom Pirates were evidently in a state of confusion and disbelief. Did I hear that right? Captain Katakuri actually told us to go back. Yes, what is going on? He could clearly kill those 3 guys. Why give up? It's unclear what is wrong with Captain Katakuri. Many members of the Big Mom Pirates were discussing among themselves, feeling puzzled. Forget it, let us go back. Since Katakuri wants us to leave, he must have his reasons. After a moment, a pirate from the Charlotte family said, if you want to leave, go ahead. We've lost so many brothers. How can we just let it go like this? Besides, isn't Captain Owen already leading the attack on Fishman Island? He might have already joined forces with Cracker. What is there to be afraid of? A member of the Big Mom Pirates immediately refused angrily. His words received the agreement of many other members of the Big Mom Pirates. After all, they had come with 100% determination to occupy Fishman Island. And they had already lost so many members before even entering. Now that those 3 Zoan-type Devil Fruit users were almost exhausted, how could they give up such a good opportunity? Unexpectedly, this statement resonated with and stirred the morale of the Big Mom Pirates, causing their spirits to rise. That is right, we can't go back. We need to stay and occupy Fishman Island. Yes, we need to continue the attack. We must avenge our fallen brothers. For a moment, the members of the Big Mom Pirates began to stir again, various voices rolling in like waves, deafening and powerful. But the next second, when they saw Charlotte Owen and others fleeing from Fishman Island, covered in blood and looking as if they had seen a ghost, the morale of the crowd immediately dissipated. The scene fell into a dead silence. At the entrance of Fishman Island, a group of Big Mom Pirates members, including Charlotte Owen, looked incredibly tragic, each one covered in blood and in tatters, some even exposing their skin on their chests, which were covered with numerous knife wounds, shocking to behold, making one involuntarily gasp and feel a sense of dread. Looking at the tragic appearance of Charlotte Owen and his group, the members of the Big Mom Pirates were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. What on earth is going on? How did Captain Owen and them end up like this? What happened? Yes, wasn't Captain Owen supposed to go in and meet with Cracker? Why did they all come out in such a disheveled state? Seeing the miserable appearance of Charlotte Owen and others, everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. They simply couldn't understand what kind of danger Charlotte Owen and his group had encountered. Clearly, those 3 powerful Zoan-type Devil Fruit users had all been held back by them. Charlotte Owen only needed to go in and meet with Cracker, then capture King Neptune. And wouldn't everything be fine? Why did Charlotte Owen and his group still flee in such disarray? Devil, run. Everyone run. At this moment, Charlotte Owen's face was filled with terror as he shouted loudly and turned to run towards the ship of the Charlotte family. The members of the Big Mom Pirates behind him were also pale with fear, following closely behind Charlotte Owen in a panic. Looking at the flustered appearance of Charlotte Owen and his group, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates felt a sense of inexplicable confusion. Captain Owen, what exactly happened to you? Whereas Cracker? At this time, a member of the Big Mom Pirates stepped forward, urgently asking, don't mention it. Cracker is beyond saving. There's a woman inside who is too terrifying. Tell everyone to hurry and escape. The mission to occupy Fishman Island is completely canceled. Charlotte Owen was in a panic, speaking incoherently. He no longer had the previous air of arrogance. Just a moment ago, taking advantage of Charlotte Katakuri holding off the 3 major demons, he led many elites of the Big Mom Pirates into Fishman Island, directly breaking into the palace. However, as soon as he entered, he saw Cracker lying on the ground in pain and fear, wailing, with one of his arms chopped off. When his gaze locked onto a woman holding a famous sword, he immediately understood what was happening and ordered his men to surround her. But unexpectedly, as soon as his subordinates got close, the woman casually waved her famous sword, and all these elite members were inexplicably attacked by slashes, dying on the spot. Charlotte Owen was shocked and somewhat disbelieving, immediately raising his right hand to use the power of the heat fruit to heat the famous sword in the woman's hand, trying to burn her. However, he didn't expect that just as he had this thought, the woman waved her sword casually again, and he himself was inexplicably slashed, losing 3 fingers and suffering several cuts on his chest. Moreover, what terrified him even more was that these strange slashes caused him to lose his healing ability. The wounds inflicted by the slashes could not heal at all, and he could only watch helplessly as his blood drained away, leading to Cracker's death right in front of him. If it weren't for the heating ability of the heat fruit that sealed his wounds, he would probably have met the same fate as Cracker. Owen, are you saying Cracker is? Upon hearing Charlotte Owen's words, a member of the Big Mom Pirates found it hard to believe the outcome and exclaimed, That's right, Cracker should be dead. Charlotte Owen said with a face full of fear and panic, recalling his earlier encounter, still feeling a chill down his spine and drenched in cold sweat. Hearing Charlotte Owen's words, all the members of the Big Mom Pirates looked incredulous, their eyes wide open, staring at Charlotte Owen. Charlotte Owen did not provide any further explanations and immediately ordered all remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates to retreat. Soon, outside Fishman Island, the many members of the Big Mom Pirates had disappeared, and the bodies of their comrades were also removed by them. On the high platform, King Neptune looked at the Big Mom Pirates retreating in disarray, shocked and filled with awe for Shawn. He never expected that such a simple encounter would lead to the Big Mom Pirates, with an army of 20,000, ending up in such a miserable fashion. Not long after, Fishman Island returned to calm, and those treacherous officials led by Tepperson were eventually imprisoned by Neptune, awaiting execution. At this moment, in the palace hall, besides King Neptune, Shawn finally appeared, along with Ramos and the others. But when they saw the bodies of the Big Mom Pirates members on the ground, all their gazes focused on the quietly sitting and obediently behaving heiress. Besides Sean, no one expected that all these members of the Big Mom Pirates were killed by the seemingly weak heiress. For a moment, Ramos and the king, Neptune, were incredibly shocked, especially King Neptune, who had witnessed how Charlotte Owen retreated in embarrassment. It was unimaginable how terrifying the strength of this quiet and beautiful woman was. Hey, stop pretending. Just then, unexpectedly, Shawn suddenly kicked the body of Cracker on the ground. Bang! Cracker's body was kicked into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Cracker, feeling pain, groaned while holding his injured abdomen and slowly got up. Seeing that he wasn't dead, Ramos and the others immediately surrounded him. Shawn waved his hand, signaling them to step back, then looked coldly at Cracker. He had long suspected that Cracker was pretending to be dead. After all, although Aris's cutting technique was incredibly powerful, it could not directly cause death to a devil fruit user who could materialize their body, unless continuous death commands were issued or a critical hit was delivered. And Cracker, as a biscuit human of the biscuit fruit, was only missing an arm, which did not threaten his life at all. So, he pretended to be dead, wanting to escape when the body was taken away. Originally, when Charlotte Owen and the others broke into the palace, Cracker was preparing to escape, but he didn't dare. Aris's gaze was always curiously fixed on him, as if she were curious about why he didn't bleed to death, or perhaps she was just staring blankly at him. Therefore, Cracker could only continue to pretend to be dead, waiting for the safest moment to get up. Unexpectedly, he was seen through by Shawn now. Bastard! How did you know I was pretending to be dead? At this moment, after getting up from the ground, Cracker pointed at Shawn, his face filled with anger and horror, not expecting that his disguise would be uncovered by Shawn. Let's talk, stand still. Shawn glanced at him indifferently, then turned into a shadow and instantly appeared in front of Cracker, gripping his neck with one hand and pressing down on his head with the other. What do you want? If it's surrendered. Cracker's face turned red, looking at Shawn in fear. Shawn did not say anything further, directly invading his mind with the power of the void knowledge, probing into his memories. The pain brought on by memory probing was not something an ordinary person could bear. Cracker felt as if his head was going to split open. However, soon this pain disappeared, and Cracker broke out in a cold sweat, breathing heavily, looking at Shawn in fear. Boss, what is the situation? Do you have any news about Miss Altolia? Seeing Shawn stop, Ramos hurriedly asked. King Neptune also looked anxious, hoping to hear Shawn's answer, because even he did not know where the young women of Fishman Island had been taken. He even just learned that his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, had also mysteriously disappeared. Not for now, they weren't captured by the Big Mom Pirates. Shawn pondered for a moment, frowned, and said solemnly, in Cracker's memories, he did not find any connection regarding this matter. Therefore, he first ruled out Cracker, which also confirmed why Ramos and the others failed to extract any clues when they defeated Cracker. What? Upon hearing Shawn's words, both Ramos and Neptune's faces changed drastically, clearly not expecting this outcome. Although we haven't found their specific location of captivity, one thing I can be sure of is that they are within a certain corner of Fishman Island. Shawn spoke again. Hearing this, Neptune and Ramos's faces turned even worse. Right under their noses, they had been completely oblivious, and even Shawn had not noticed who the other party was. Just as they were still trying to process this, Shawn's voice came again, this time with a chilling tone. Don't worry, they will be fine. After speaking, Shawn took out 3 strange diaries and handed them to Ramos and the others. Kazik was the first to open one, and when he saw the big words on the first page, he immediately showed an incredibly excited expression. Body technique, 3,000 Thunder Movements. After reading the first page, Kazik's eyes were filled with intense interest, and as he flipped through the pages, his expression grew even more excited. Because once mastered, the 3,000 Thunder Movements would grant him extraordinary speed akin to lightning, and with each flicker of his body, he would leave behind afterimages, making it impossible for enemies to discern his true form. After understanding this, Kazik became incredibly thrilled. The 3,000 Thunder Movements were like wings for him. Even more interesting than the Moon Step and the Six-Style Shave, it was as if it was tailor-made for him, the Void Reaver. Just as Kazik was excited, Darius flipped open his diary, and when he saw the content on the second page, his eyes widened in excitement. 36 Axes of Tiangang. After turning to the second page, Darius immediately began to recite it. The 36 Axes of Tiangang is an extremely powerful axe technique. Once all the moves are comprehended, one could roam the seas without a care. Gazing at the detailed training methods of the 36 Axes of Tiangang, Darius fell deeply into obsession. He even wished he could start training it right away. Moreover, it was specially annotated by Shawn, stating that the legendary hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties, Cheng Yaojin, could defeat anyone with just 3 moves from the 36 Axes of Tiangang. If he could master all of them, it was unimaginable how much his combat power would increase. Although Darius did not know who Cheng Yaojin was, just from the introduction, he understood how formidable the 36 Axes of Tiangang was. If he could learn it all, his combat power would skyrocket. Boss, what about mine? Why is my diary filled with strange things that I can't understand at all? Looking at the treasures the other two had received, Ramos couldn't help but ask. His diary contained various strange patterns, human meridians, and other information, but he couldn't understand a single word. 8 Gates of Duenjia? What is this? Kazik curiously glanced at Ramos's diary and asked in confusion. This is a powerful physical technique that excavates one's potential. In the human meridians, there are the Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Do Gate, Scene Gate, Shot Gate, and Death Gate. Once all 8 gates are opened, it forms the 8 Gates of Duenjia formation, and the body will emit red steam produced from boiling blood, granting 10 times one's potential and resulting in a significant transformation of the body, Shawn explained with a smile. Hearing this, Ramos was taken aback, although he still didn't understand. He immediately excitedly said, Boss, this is amazing. When can I learn it? The 8 Gates of Duenjia requires not only mastery of the human meridians, but also an understanding of the coordination between the 8 gates. With your current intelligence and comprehension, it's better to wait until you thoroughly grasp the human meridians before studying how to open the 8 gates. Shawn smiled as he looked at him. In fact, these 3 manuals were drafted by Shawn during their battle with the Big Mom Pirates. Although the 3 of them had consumed artificial devil fruits, the abilities of these devil fruits were limited. Take Kazik, for example. His ultimate form, as the Black Mantis, only upgraded his wings for speed. As for Ramos, his Dragon Turtle form, which is a dual form of ice and fire, was what he used when he fought Charlotte Opera earlier. As for Darius, his Bull Fruit only had the ordinary Bull Demon form, which was quite monotonous. Through the battle with the Big Mom Pirates, Shawn had identified the areas in which Ramos and the others excelled. Therefore, these 3 manuals were tailored to help them develop their potential. My current intelligence. I think my IQ is very high, boss. That bastard Cracker's biscuit soldiers were cracked by me, Ramos said with a pout. Hearing this, the usually taciturn Kazik rarely spoke up, saying, I wonder who it was that last time on Dad's ship got drugged by the nurse in leopard print and had their pants dragged down. As soon as Kazik said this, Ramos's somewhat dark face immediately turned red, and his ears flushed as if he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Shawn looked at Ramos's embarrassed appearance with a puzzled expression. At that time, he hadn't crossed over yet, so he had no idea what had happened. This guy Ramos had a serious oral ulcer and needed anesthesia, and he ended up exposing his bear, but in front of the nurse. The nurse just looked at him speechlessly and asked one question. Do you think your butt is very close to your mouth? Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Darius looked at Ramos with a teasing expression.